coaching free agent.
What if they hired Tibbs?
They just trade coaches in essence?
Yeah.
I mean, think about that for a second, though. You're a coaching free agent, and you're getting a call from Nico Harrison. Now, the first thing you're thinking of, oh, can I trust this guy? He just traded Luka. Once you get past that. Wait, so you're offering me a job for 3, 4, 5 years. You're going to be paying me millions of dollars because that's the going rate for a coach now. And you're giving me AD, Lively, Gafford, Cooper Flag, Klay Thompson, I didn't even mention, as a carrying of the whatever culture you're going to put out there. He'll carry it for
He's
you.
the guy, yeah.
And Irving, once he gets back. Now, I wouldn't want to coach Irving. That wouldn't be attractive to me, but coaches would absolutely want him. I mean, that seems like a great gig.
Do you think Cooper Flag adjusts the timeline at all for that organization to get it done?
In what way?
That he's going to be coming in as a rookie. Maybe it extends things a little bit. Maybe that washes away a little bit of the Luka sting.
But then why doesn't Jason Kidd want to be there? Now, if you now, there's an answer to that. My assumption is if he's even flirting with the Knicks, it means he can't get over, and I don't blame him, Luka traded in the middle of the night without him knowing. If you believe that he didn't know that, and he's like, I can't trust this situation.
So you're saying or suggesting perhaps that it might not be a better basketball destination for him based on the talent that has been collected there, but maybe a personal. It's better for him to start over with a team that was in the Final Four last year, and he doesn't have any of that pre-existing Luka drama.
The irony of all ironies is if Jason Kidd leaves because he can't trust the organization, when Jason Kidd literally left in the middle of the night, in essence, from the Nets to the Bucks, well, I believe Larry Drew was the coach of the Bucks, if I'm not mistaken, and just left after 1 year and just bounced. And like Jason Kidd, the knock on Jason Kidd had been the contractual loyalty that he expressed or did not express. But this is the point. It feels like all the reporting is going in the direction of Jason Kidd becoming the coach of the Knicks at some point. Maybe, right? That's what if ESPN bet odds, that's where I would go. Again, I'm going to reiterate, there's a huge part of the story that we have not heard. Who do the Mavs want instead of this guy who took them to the finals a couple of years ago? I don't get any of this. I don't get why the Knicks want Kidd. I don't get why Kidd wants the Knicks. And I don't get why the Mavs want Kidd or would let Kidd out. None of it makes sense to me.
That last one is the one for me. Why would you let him out? This is a guy who's taken your organization to the finals a year ago. You have new energy that's about to be infused with Cooper Flag. And he has pre-existing relationships and pre-existing success there. I don't know why they would want to cut bait.
So this is why I'm saying maybe they don't until we hear a name. Maybe they don't. Maybe they're like, oh, let it play out. We don't even have to give him a contract extension. We just gave him an extension. Let it play out. Let them talk all they want because then we're going to up the rate. So it's like, all right, we don't want to let him out unless
it's advantageous for us.
Right, unless it's advantageous for us. But that still means you have to have someone in your back pocket.
But there are some options that you just outlined that would not be a bad place to land.
Right. So if you end up trading Jason Kidd, so this was pointed out, and it's a good point. I think it was Howard Beck of The Ringer, a good guy, a friend of mine, who brought this up. You can't actually trade a coach. What you do is you provide compensation for, like, it's not actually a trade. So when people are like, oh, can you trade? Like, that's not exactly how it works. But if it ends up somehow with some protected first-round pick for the Mavs, and it ends up with them getting Michael Malone or Frank Vogel or one of these guys, Bud and Coach Budenholzer, that won a championship, I don't know, maybe they do look at it and say, hey, this is a win-win, that we start over. Again, that means you're trading away your best player and, in essence, trading away your coach within a year after making it to the NBA Finals. That's more insane than whatever the Knicks are doing.
Yeah,
Luka
bonkers.
And Kidd, both potentially gone. As of right now, if you made me bet on it, I would say Jason Kidd, the next head coach of the New York Knicks. That's what it feels like, at least at this moment. Oof, Mavs fans may need some 5-hour energy to get going after that one.
They consistently need 5-hour energy, Evan, and it's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows. Binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5-hour energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5heshot.com for full details and rules and enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
The NBA playoffs on ESPN Radio.
Jaire Alexander open three. Bang, he got it.
From the play-in tournament.
It really just felt like we had a second chance.
Until a champion is crowned at the NBA Finals.
You don't think we are headed for an amazing spring? I can't help you.
Welcome to the NBA playoffs. Anything can happen.
On ESPN Radio and on ABC.
Tonight, La Quinta. Tomorrow, you shine. Book direct at lq.com.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it? You get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. You've heard me profess love for my 25 Defender from Land Rover Chicago and Howard Orloff Imports. And right now is your opportunity to buy your Defender at pre-tariff prices. From my travel to the draft in Green Bay, to my weekends with my son's travel baseball team, every trip is an adventure, and the Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you expect from Land Rover. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of 25 Defenders. At current prices, these are sure to move quickly. So visit them today just off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Chicago's home for sports is in your home through your smart speaker. Just ask Alexa or Google to play ESPN Chicago.
I'm over it with Pat the producer.
I still can't wrap my mind around Bengals fans taking a huge victory. So I realize why Nuno is so angry about all this Knicks stuff. He's gearing up for an excuse.
I'm tired of this belief that, like, I thought the Knicks were going to the finals. Like, this is ridiculous. I've never once said that. Like, and that's the agitating part. Pat likes to gaslight people.
We found it. We found the excuse. Ugh.
I'm over it. I'm sick and tired and over it.
Get a life.
Yes, each and every day at this time, our producer, Pat Costello, gives us items in and around sports, entertainment, his life that he is over. A 15-minute reminder, by the way, Adam Schefter, 15 minutes. Will join us. Pat, go ahead.
So yesterday, I got a tweet from a hater, and normally I don't acknowledge
At EBCO Radio.
troll accounts. No, it was not you, surprisingly, this time. I'm waiting for that one later today, apparently, though.
Yeah.
Because we're in a fight, apparently.
Allegedly, yeah.
But the tweet said, "Get some new music for I'm Over It segment, you talentless, fat, ugly, middle-aged, unfunny loser." And I will
You're
have
not
you-
middle-aged. The
What's
fight
the point of doing
continues.
this show?
The fight continues. Oh, I knew where he was going.
It's your segment now.
Go on, Pat.
Well, he ruined the whole thing.
I know.
Nuno's smiling.
He stole
Nuno
your
has such a
punchline.
smile on his face. Oh, he turned my mic.
Oh.
Yep.
No, he turned the music off, too. I like the music, Pat. Don't listen to the trolls. Don't listen to the haters.
Well, Evan ruined it.
Play the music, Pat. Come on.
All right, we'll play the music for the hater.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So just for the rest of this segment, we'll have new music for the hater.
No, don't, because that gives the hater what they want, which
Just
is
for
a
today.
different song.
Just for today. Maybe Google the title of this song, Hater.
That person really needs some help.
So does Evan.
To say those things to someone else, like, you should be so embarrassed when you look in the mirror every day.
Yeah, Evan.
What do you want me to, I don't even know if my mic's on. I gotta be
It's on.
honest.
It's
Oh,
on.
it
It's
is?
on. Yeah.
I hear you in my ear.
Guy just ruining bits out here. Loves a bit, ruins mine.
Well said. You know what? We're back. That is actually, both of those are true. Go ahead, Pat.
So I hate that refs break up fights in the Stanley Cup playoffs. I hate it. I've always hated it. I don't understand it. It's the best part of hockey. And I know all the hockey purist people be like, oh, no, no one even likes fighting. It's the best part of hockey. Everyone goes to NASCAR because they want to watch someone crash. They don't want to see the race. Let's be honest here. Stop breaking up the fights in the playoffs. Let them fight. It's the most entertaining part. Last night when there was like a line brawl, it was amazing. That's the best thing going. Let the guys fight.
Okay, so you're not wrong about why that we enjoy those things. Don't the refs, sorry to be Captain Literal on this, don't the refs have an obligation for player safety enforcement?
I mean, they don't during the regular season, but all of a sudden during the playoffs, they have to like tackle guys to keep them from fighting.
But isn't it more important to make sure that the guy is available for the next game of the Stanley Cup Finals than it is the next game of the regular season?
They know the rules. They know the risks if they get in a fight, what's going to happen.
That's true, too. It's not like they don't realize that could actually injure them.
Can absolutely change the complexion of a game.
Of course.
You get fired up in different ways. You want retaliation in different ways. I stand with Pat on this one. Fighting in hockey is awesome.
So then Nuno and Cameron and Smalls and Rob and Devontae, do not break up the fight that Pat and I are having. It could energize us the rest of the show here.
It's all you.
What did he just say?
It's all you.
It's all
Figure
you.
it out. Figure it out.
Nuno is too busy thinking about Portugal Day today.
Shout out to Portugal.
Shout out to Portugal.
It's your day. Enjoy it.
See you this summer.
What else, Pat?
Do you guys know how big submarines are? I had no idea how big submarines actually are.
What a question.
Did you think they were little?
I didn't think they were little. I just didn't realize how big they are. So I was like, maybe like half a football field or something. Like that would be a reasonable size for a submarine. I was way off. They are 500 feet long. And that's like a
500?
middle-sized submarine. 500 feet for a submarine.
Okay,
that's insane.
That's bonkers.
I didn't know that. You know what? You're right about that. I was wondering why you brought that up, and I did not know that it was that big.
Right?
So that's 166.667 yards. I can only work, as Pat mentioned, in football fields. Like, one of the most brilliant lines of Shawshank is when at the end they say that Andy Dufresne, Tim Robbins' character, swam through 5 football fields of sewage.
Mm-hmm.
Right? In my head, I can now visualize that.
Yeah.
500 yards or X amount of feet does not feel as visual as 5 football fields.
Because, we can copy paste the football fields in our
Correct.
mind, yes.
So what Pat is saying, we may be back on track here because it's an excellent point. Who knew a submarine was a football field and a half worth of length?
Not me.
Not
I
me.
didn't know that either.
I feel like I would have been a great submariner.
And why is that?
I don't know. I feel like I just would have been good at it. I'm good in tight places. I don't need a lot to live.
Is the
Would
movie?
you be good in space then?
Oh, yeah, I would have been an awesome astronaut.
Really?
Yeah.
I would be a terrible astronaut.
Yeah, I don't think I would be good at that. So the movie Crimson Tide, they're on a submarine that's like a football field and a half. Great movie. You haven't seen it, I know.
No, I have not.
Gene Hackman, Denzel, phenomenal movie. I like do you like cruises? I've been on a few of them.
No.
You like get disgusted by that.
A cruise is not for me.
Really?
When I'm on vacation, I don't need anybody telling me what time I have to do anything.
They don't tell you what time you have to
Yes,
do
they
anything.
do. Whenever
They
you
don't.
go to location A, they're like, you got to be back on the boat by 6.
Oh, well, one that has multiple stops. Well, you want to be left there?
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to be told to do anything.
Don't even want to risk it.
I don't even want to.
All I know is I sat
if
by
I'm on the beach
Yeah.
and it's a beautiful sunset and your girl's got an Aperol Spritz and I'm having a time, I don't want to have to go back on the boat.
Okay, that's
I want to be
fair.
able to enjoy my life as I see fit. A boat, too restrictive for me. No. A cruise ship, too restrictive.
Yeah, but the
We all
cruise
know
ship
I
has
love a
so
boat.
many activities, though, and that's the thing. It's like
I don't need to dive for spoons in a community pool. I'm good on that.
all I know is I ordered with a friend of mine shrimp and scallops at the pool at 3:00, and it feels free. Everything. That's the trick of the cruise, is that you pay in advance and you get as much as you want. So I'm sitting there by the pool. I'm like, I'm in the mood for shrimp and scallops, and you just have that. And then you go to the casino area, and then you walk around, and there's Gary Bettman standing right there. That's true. That happened to me. And then you run on a treadmill, and then Mike Piazza's next to me. Again, that's true.
Is this a sports cruise?
These are two different cruises. I think I'm a cruise guy.
Clearly.
Should go on the Disney cruise.
I'd like to go on a cruise.
By the way, I was at the unveiling, as was Rob, of the Disney cruise ship, The Treasure. Beautiful boat.
So maybe that's my next cruise.
It's a ship.
Ship,
not a
excuse
boat.
me. Thank you for the correction. It, in fact, is a ship. Beautiful ship. You should take your family.
Okay.
It is not for me personally.
Well,
but you should go.
You've made it very clear.
It's not that the
You're
ship
not
is,
diving for spoons.
It's not that the ship is not beautiful. I just don't like restrictions on vacation. I need to be free. I need to have all of the time and space ahead of me to do whatever I see fit.
I get it. Next one. Pat.
Is it possible to be incredibly impressed and respect something and hate it at the same time? Because that's how I feel about speed cup stacking. Have you ever heard of speed cup stacking?
When I think of speed cups, I think of Anna Kendrick and Pitch Perfect.
Speed
Kinda.
cup stacking.
Yeah, it's where they stack up, I think it's like 8 to 10 cups really fast within like 5 seconds. And I hate it so much, but I'm also really impressed by it. I don't like it.
Whoa, I'm watching this on the television side. I am impressed as well.
Right?
And these are like little mouthwash Dixie cups. We're not talking traditional
Oh,
red
the guy's
Solo.
name's Evan.
Wow. Look at Josh just getting the job done here.
It's
Cup
impressive.
stackers.
It's impressive, but I don't like it.
You know, here's my question. How does William Allen get into cup stacking? How does
Pitch
somebody
Perfect.
say,
He
you know
watches
what?
Anna Kendrick.
You know what I think I'd crush at? Stacking cups.
I'm more of a spoon diver myself.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
This is a Bears town. We worship great defense. We appreciate frigid temperatures when our 11 are battling their 11 on the lakefront in January. We love a helmet with a chunk of fresh turf lodged in it. This is a Bears town. And we are the new home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago.
James was diagnosed at 3 months old with neuroblastoma. We went from thinking we had a healthy 3-month-old little boy. All of a sudden, he had this super serious cancer. It was heartbreaking. He had chemotherapy until he was just under a year old. And at that point, he was in remission.
Went that way for a year and then relapsed February of 2023. And here we are 1 year later, finishing up treatment, hopefully.
The research is extremely important. The treatments that they're developing here get shared with all the doctors to help treat children worldwide.
It's contributing something like one more piece of the puzzle to curing this horrible disease. We all want the same thing. We all want our children to live, have long, meaningful lives.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone. Bring them out, bring them out. Woo! Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With Hall of Famer David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we've got you for a 3-hour ride here on this Tuesday morning with open phone lines for you at 312-332-3776. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago on YouTube, and on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Like, share, and subscribe everything we do on YouTube. And Cap, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, it was the Chicago Cubs starting the series against the Phillies. The Cubs have lost now 3 of their last 4, losing to the Phillies in extra innings by the score of 4-3.
I would like to know how we get some decent freaking umpiring. Decent. I'm not expecting them to be perfect. Decent. Play at first base. Guy is out. Out. Cubs challenge. Call stands. I mean, what are we doing here? The other day, Ian Happ's safe at the plate. Call stands. The umpiring is ridiculous. Guys running on the grass down to first base, and they don't call him out. And the umpire tells counsel, this is Craig Counsell saying it, that, well, if he hadn't been able to make the catch at first, I would have called him out of the baseline. Instead, he caught it, so I let it go. You're ejected. Get out. It's 2 days in a row. Craig, got into you, man. Love the passion, love the fire. The Dansby Swanson at bat in the 11th was pathetic. Awful. Got a man at third, one out. Put the ball in freaking play. And then you swing at 101 mile an hour fastball that's out of the zone up. But the breaking ball that was down, you got to put that ball in play. Sorry. You get paid $177 million because you're perceived to be a star. Now, you may not be a star offensive player and more of a star defender and leader, but guess what? To whom much is given, much is expected. Don't tell me, well, that was a tough pitch to hit. Yeah, you're damn right it is. It's also tough to find someone to give you $177 freaking million. And when you get it, you got to deliver.
The extra run in the 11th could have helped the Cubs.
Would have been massive.
Yeah.
It's a totally different way the game gets approached. Plus, didn't like the decision to go back to Palencia for a second inning. Because now you probably don't get to use him tonight. He's a one-inning guy. That's what closers are, man. Sorry, it didn't work out. I didn't like the decision.
No. And well, in that case, I know Craig's at the bottom step. You can't see him, but he's down there. I know he's still making the calls, even though he's thrown out. Craig's got to be better than that. And you hear this all the time in Major League Baseball. The up, down for relievers. Cap, they're one-inning specialists now. You can't do 2 innings anymore. There's a time where you could say, all right, give me a solid inning, and then, Cap, these guys can't come out for a second inning.
Yeah, go back and look at Bruce Sutter, the late Bruce Sutter, who's a Hall of Famer. He would have all these 3-inning saves.
All the time.
But that's how they were trained back then. Mm-hmm. That's not how they're done today.
No, it's one-inning specialists.
Yes.
Yeah.
So when he goes back out for the second inning, I said to my wife and my sister-in-law, who I was watching the game with, my extremely positive sister-in-law, my exceptionally negative Cubs fan wife, well, this isn't going to end well. Then why? Because that dude shouldn't be out for a second inning. It's not what he does.
Correct.
So, didn't work out. They lost. But when you get 5 hits and you give up 16, you're lucky you're in the ball game.
Well, that's true. Well, there's a couple things. We can talk about the umpires in just a moment. But I'll just open up by telling you that the problem with the Cubs is not the umpiring. It's part of the problem. But the issue, Cap, is that the offense, somehow the water's been turned off offensively. And you're going to go through that through a season, Cap. It's the ups and downs of a season. But the water has been turned off offensively with this team. The clutch hits that you saw maybe 7 to 10 days ago, you're not seeing now. Saw this in the Tigers series where the Cubs cannot get the job done offensively enough. And now in this game here, I'm watching this game, enjoying it because it's a really solid pitching duel. Wheeler coming back for the first time in a long time, 7 strikeouts through 6, surrendering 3 hits and 1 run. And Boyd, again, a quality start, a quality outing, but yet the offense did not pick him up. So this is a problem. Now, again, it's not a long-lasting problem, but just through the ebb and flow of a season, you're going to have this. The Cubs' offense is not as productive as it should be. That's for sure. And it starts with Dansby Swanson going 0 for 5, and Bush going 0 for 5, and Kelly going 0 for 3, and Horner going 0 for 4. A lot of outages offensively for the Cubs in this game.
Yeah, can we stop with the finally they moved Carson Kelly down to the 7 hole?
Yep.
Can we stop saying he's one of our better offensive players?
He is not.
He's not. He had a great 6-7 week run. He's not. He's not one of your top 5 offensive players. Yep. That's just a fact. Just watch. Kyle Tucker, big home run yesterday. Ian Happ, a game-tying home run.
Yeah, big time.
You've got some guys that can hit. PCA, obviously. Carson Kelly, not so much.
Yeah. I think where he is in the lineup now, was 7th yesterday.
Yeah.
That's where he belongs. I will also give, again, it's the compliment sandwich. I want to just give Shaw his flowers over at third base.
Oh, man.
First of all, the idea that when you have a ghost runner on, if you're the Phillies, and you hit into a double play, that's something, man. That's something to be able to do that with a runner at second base, 2 outs. That was very key for the Cubs. But also the way Shaw could pick it over at third late in the game, that's a tough hop, and he was able to get over the first base. I like that defense by the Cubs.
Yeah, outstanding. But again, I go back to The missed call at first base, guy was clearly out. Just the guy running on the grass, that can't happen. There's just so many different things. But as you have correctly pointed out, the offense has to be a whole lot better.
Okay, let's talk about the umpires. Let's talk about this. You know, it's funny, Cap, that we watch John Boy media and it happens to other teams. Wow, that team got screwed. Wow, that umpire was bad. Like the umpire auditing Instagram accounts where you'll have an umpire that's missing 12 to 15 pitches way outside, way inside, not where it's supposed to be. You laugh at other teams, and then it happens to you.
Right.
Now all of a sudden it's like, well, wait a minute now, that's not right. You look at other teams and like, boy, they got screwed. Take that. And then, wait a minute now. In the Detroit game and the Philadelphia game, we're not getting calls? Craig Counsell had to be kicked out of that game yesterday. And Craig Counsell, and I love how Shea put in the note, where did this fire come from Craig Counsell? In yesterday's ejection, it was like me arguing with my wife and me waving her off, saying, okay, we're done. That's what that was. It wasn't much of an argument. He waves his arm. You have those tiffs with Mindy, and you're just like, okay, that's it. I'm just walking away from it.
My line with her, which drives her nuts, like especially if I know I'm wrong, I just go, yeah, I'm going to take a shower. No, stay here and we're going to talk about it.
Yes.
Yeah, whatever, hon. I'm going to take a shower.
I don't know if that was quite much fire from Counsell, but that was pretty much like, all right, hon, I'm just walking away from this. And that's what happened. He says, I just want to explain my end of it. Why can't you just ask down the line about that? And the umpire says, get out. Cap, we are in an era of sensitivity. In this country, everyone is sensitive, right? Including the umpires.
Yep.
The idea that you can't have a conversation with umpires anymore is a major problem in Major League Baseball. Look, I love the face-to-face, toe-to-toe, the hat spinning around when you're arguing with an umpire in those days. I know we don't get that anymore, but when you can't have a conversation, hey, man, could you just ask about this one play? Get out of here. So I'm asking you to ask an umpire, and you're going to throw me out? Really? Cap, you'd have to get me with a bulldozer to get me out of there if you did that to me. A bulldozer to get me off the field. Because it's like, so I can't even talk to you. You're going to throw me out just for asking, could you ask someone else? That's bad.
Yeah, it's
That's
terrible.
bad for the league.
It's bad. But then, there are multiple guys on that team, Nico Horner, the latest, and I'm not talking about one or two. I'm talking about the majority of the guys on the team do not want the robot umpires. Do not. They want it left the way it is. They just want them to be better.
Well, that's not happening. It's getting worse.
It is.
It's getting worse. Look, you probably, as a young person watching baseball, didn't accept those calls back in the day from home plate umpires, but they had the balloon behind them. They had the chest protector.
Yeah.
And they had their own. They had a zone that was uniform with everything else in Major League Baseball. To the waist, for the letters to the waist, or from the waist to the knees.
Yeah, top of the knees usually.
Well, that was a strike zone universally, and now it's just made up. But again, you can't argue it. Cora from the Red Sox, their manager got thrown out yesterday, just saying, "Hey man, that was low. You're out of here." You can't have a conversation anymore, Cap. That's bad for the game.
Yeah,
it is.
I think it's a joke, but I have found through the years that most baseball umpires are way too sensitive. I don't see that with NBA guys. Like, I was watching the other day, and our friend James Capers was working. He's on the court, and he's getting yelled at, and he's like, all right, enough. And he lets them get it out. There's no technicals. Let's go. Nobody ejected because he's a veteran. He's got sense how he does it. Like, I don't see that there. In the major leagues, you're having a really bad day.
Out.
Get out.
Yeah.
What?
No conversation.
Two best teams in baseball on that game. And you kick a guy out for saying that?
Yeah.
You, sir, are way too soft to do the job.
Let's not turn a blind eye, though, to the bigger issue, and that the Cubs have to turn things around offensively. A long season, but just the idea that it just wasn't great. On the Phillies side of things, I just want to point out, Cap, that I'm sure it's in the scouting report for the Cubs. The Phillies are very hitterish. They don't see a lot of pitches. I'll give you an example. This kid, Kemp, a man named Otto, Otto Kemp went 3 for 5 yesterday with a run. He saw, I believe, less than 10 pitches yesterday. The Phillies, first ball, fastball hunting. I just want the Cubs. I think the Cubs already know that, but if you watch the Phillies, they don't see a bunch of pitches. Whatever pitch they like to drive it.
Boog and JD, which I love that broadcast. Here comes Castellanos up.
Yep, 3 for 5.
And immediately Boog says, "What do you think here?" He said, "This guy's going to go hunting on the first pitch." Bam! Line drive to left base hit. I'm like, okay, love you, JD. I think you're really good. I just said that.
Yeah.
If they know that immediately upstairs, why are we throwing one right down the middle, right down Broadway? Bam!
My observations from the Hood Cave, I'm just watching like, wow, they don't take a lot of pitches. I'm sure the Cubs know that too. But I know what you're saying. Why don't you pitch backwards in that spot? Give him the off speed first.
Right. Let me throw you a breaking ball down and away. All right, he took it.
Yeah.
But if he's that anxious to swing, I might get him 0-1. Now I'm pitching from a strength. Yeah.
It's Cap. It's a longer conversation, but you know what the big leagues are now, right? These guys are pitching for velocity. How hard can I throw it? That's what it is. Like, instead of just I'll give you my B or C pitch first, and I'll pitch back. Don Cooper told me this a long time ago. He goes, I want my guys to pitch backwards. I say, why is that, Don? I mean, your best pitchers throw fastballs. He goes, I know that. I need that for strike 3. I need for it to be low and away for them to chase, foul it off, and then give them your best. I want my guys to pitch backwards. But today, here's the fastball. Come hit it. That's what it is. You watch baseball as much as I do. It's about velocity. Well, you don't know why there's so many dead arms in the league? Because I could throw 100. Watch this. 100 with movement. Well, the hitters are good too.
Yeah, look, I like Daniel Palencia a lot. I think he's really good. He goes back out for a second inning, which is not what he does. Mm-hmm. He's still hitting 101. Those guys can hit that.
Yeah. Yeah, yes, they can. Especially when we get the beer league softball guy and Schwarber, Bohm, Castellanos, the greasy-haired gang that is the Phillies.
Boy, my sister-in-law said, do those guys not shower ever? And I know they're in a game. Boy, the kid who got the game-winning hit, Brandon Marsh.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. Bathe a little. And then.
Oh, my God.
Who was the other guy? Oh, that stringy-haired reliever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like, these guys are gnarly looking.
Fly ball, left center field. That'll do it. Petro Armstrong going back. It's off the base of the wall. A little exclamation point from Brandon Marsh.
Oh, man.
Everybody touches their bag, and the Phillies win it in the bottom of the 11th inning by a final score of 4-3.
All right, John Kruk. They touched the bases. Don't worry about it.
They got it.
There's Kruk, by the way. I can still see him with Dan Ryan quitting on baseball in the White Sox. I can't do this anymore. Where'd Kruk go? Oh, he's gone. Just left the ball club.
He's done.
312-332-ESPN.
It was a good game.
Yeah. 332-3776 is our phone number. How would you fix Major League Baseball umpiring? This is how we've started the show. Obviously, you talk about the Cubs and their loss against the Phillies, but again, another show where we're talking about how the umpires had a stake in the game, or they caused some controversy in the game. So if you're a baseball fan and you've been watching, especially this Cubs game yesterday, how would you fix Major League Baseball umpiring? Let's talk about it coming up next. Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
Kap J Hood. Kap and J Hood, mornings on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Astros.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Summer's coming fast. Don't let old windows wreck your comfort or your energy bill. Window Works has been Chicago's trusted expert for over 30 years with custom windows and doors built to fit your home, style, and budget. No shortcuts, just factory certified pros and flawless installs. Right now, buy one window, get one free. But hurry, the deal won't last long. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to lock in your free consultation. That's pound 250, keyword Waddle, and do it now.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for saving time on a great haircut at Great Clips. You used online check-in to put your name on the list in the app and made it to the salon right on time, thanks to getting a Ready Next text. Your hair would also like to add, this cut rules. And the price? A very close second. For a great haircut that fits your schedule and your budget, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
Evan Cohen here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows, binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5heshot.com for full details and rules and to enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures, until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago. Just ask your smart speaker to play
ESPN 100.
T Brown, Channel 7. It's 1,000, man. Extra zero. Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10 here on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's hoping that you're going to have a great Tuesday. We're talking to you about the Cubs. The Cubs lose to the Phillies by the score of 4-3. We're just talking to you about umpires as well. 312-332-3776 because back-to-back games, the umpires have been able to be a storyline in the Cubs game. And so we know the technology is coming. There's nothing to stop it. We're going to get the ABS system. Even though there might be some Cubs and other players like, no, we like the umpires back there. The point is, though, is that you want to get the calls right. And I just think more and more, Kap, it's not necessarily because we're paying more attention to it. It's just that I just remember a time, and I know that some would say, well, of course, back in the day is the day that you remember the most. But, Kap, I'm just watching how the umpires are not calling balls and strikes as they once did. And my lament yesterday to you was when you have instant replay in Major League Baseball and replay gets it wrong, then you say, okay, what's going on here? The technology is supposed to be there to be as close to being right as possible. You and I can watch a game, first blush, before the replay, go, oh, that guy's out. Oh, that guy's safe. All right, let's get one replay. Oh, that guy is out. No, New York says he's safe. Well, what's going on there? How is that? Doesn't matter if New York or the umpires take a look at this and say, oh, well, we have a different set of film, a different look at it. Cap, out's out and safe is safe. And sometimes with the technology, even that's wrong.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Have we not seen that?
You're right, but let me ask you a question. Our friend Jim from MLB Network texted me because he is listening to our conversation. He said, do you guys believe that the strike zone is being called the exact same way it was 30 years ago? The difference is we have the effing box, he said. And now you could see on TV, well, that shouldn't be a strike. But he said it's no different than it was 30 years ago.
There were no ankle strikes 30 years ago. That I would tell Jim that. And I know Jim, I listen to Jim. Jim knows that there were no ankle strikes. It's almost arbitrary now. So the idea that, well, the strike zone, hey, there was controversial calls back in the day. Absolutely it was. But the way we see it now, no, it's not about the box. It's about the location of the pitch.
I think
Fair?
Fair.
Okay.
But one of the differences back then, 30 years ago, I don't care if it was college basketball where I was or Major League Baseball, you could talk to an umpire or an official, and a guy would come by your bench or he'd be umpiring out there, and you could go, John, what are you doing, man? That's not a strike. And he would turn, I might have missed that one. That's on me. Yep. Sorry. That's it.
Yes.
Hey, that's a travel. I missed that one. Sorry. Okay. What are you supposed to say then?
Yes.
You're not going to get a makeup.
Well, you did.
Occasionally.
Well, occasionally.
When you knew somebody.
There's a makeup.
Like the late George Demo.
Oh, yeah. There's a makeup.
Great
Basketball.
referee.
All the time. Just
Sorry,
like,
Cap. I missed that one.
I
got you.
Yeah. Right? I got you on the other. No, I got you.
Yeah.
Thank you. No problem.
We're good.
But the umpire today, Cap, and
You're
see this,
having a bad day. God. What?
all I know, Shay, is that box or no box, take the box away. The location of the pitch and where it is, around, again, around the ankles is not a strike. It's not.
Well, I would also say, I don't know if all networks do this. Like ESPN might use a consistent one. But I heard Benetti the other day, maybe middle of last week, talking on the FanDuel Detroit broadcast. And he was saying that their strike zone on their broadcast changes, obviously, depending on whoever's at bat. Hitters have different strike zones depending on their stance and how tall they are. But he also said they adjust their strike zone on the broadcast for whoever the home plate umpire is.
That's interesting.
To adjust for plate umpire tendencies. So you're getting the closest thing to each umpire's individual strike zone on the broadcast. That, I think, is kind of interesting if it's true. But I'm also somebody who has long thought putting the strike zone on the broadcast only lets people like, oh, well, according to the broadcast, that's definitively not a strike, but the umpire called it one. It makes it more difficult watching it. If you took it away, you just kind of have to accept the call a little more.
Okay, well,
I think. And there are obvious bad ones. Like the Horner pitch was not close.
Yes. So it's because they make that adjustment, so when Laz Diaz is back there, so it's, what is it? Is it a foot outside and a foot inside? Is that how they...
Yeah, back when...
Yeah, that's usually what it is.
Back when Angel Hernandez was still umpiring, it was just a circle.
Just like...
No, it was a floating box.
It
was like a moving target. It would just go around the plate.
So it was your screensaver. It was just moving around. Just moves around. Just holds the screen for you. Yeah. So listen, what I would tell Jim and anybody else that's listening regarding umpiring, Cap, it's not necessarily about, oh my God, it was just a little bit outside, a little bit inside. We're seeing pitches 6 and 7 inches outside, and it's how is that a strike? Hey man, I just need to know the location of that pitch. You're out of here. Oh, so you can't have the conversation. That's a problem.
Right.
When you know that you're wrong. And I know it's very difficult to squat back there for 3+ hours and do that job and do it at a high rate all the time. But at least be in the neighborhood with some of these pitches. Seriously.
When you miss one, like after you call it, and you go, that might have been down and in a little. You're having a bad day, man. You usually go, enough, got it, thanks, move on. Nico didn't F-bomb him.
No.
Like, Craig got kicked out the last 2 days.
Yeah.
Cool. We asked for that last year. Cool. If you're going to get kicked out, I'd rather see a little more, like, get your money's worth.
He didn't get his money's worth yesterday. He argued with his spouse and just walked away, waved a hand.
He did.
Craig Counsell after the 4-3 loss against the Phillies.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of a strange game. We gave up 16 hits and only 4 runs. So, we were kind of working out of some jams, and we got some double plays to get out of the stuff. But we did a nice job. Ultimately, we had 5 hits and 11 innings. So that's probably not going to create a lot of offense. We got it tied and had a shot, and they had a good 11th.
Now, how about you getting thrown out for the second game in a row?
Yeah, I mean, he said it didn't affect the play. I mean, I just disagree with that. I think it did affect the play. It's a situation where if Michael doesn't catch the ball, they call him out. And because he caught the ball, they called him safe. He didn't deny that it was interference. He didn't deny that he was out of the baseline, but because he caught the ball, it's not interference. That was the explanation.
That's from Craig Counsell yesterday, the fine manager of the Chicago Cubs.
Fine manager, Chicago Cubs.
Give me robots. I'm ready. Get rid of these guys. Give me robots. I'm done. I've had enough.
Yeah, I don't want my sport called by robots. I guess the challenge system. But then what's going to happen is the call on the field stands.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell. It was a breaking ball. That's what's going to happen because the guy was clearly out at first last night calling the field stands. Ian Happ, clearly safe at the plate, calling the field stands. Riley Green of the Tigers, ring him up 5 inches below. 5 inches! I mean, it wasn't close.
That is correct.
The one difference was he didn't say anything. He just turned and trudged back to the dugout.
Pete Crow at the plate yesterday. Could you explain that one? Did he get a piece of that ball or not?
Oh, that's another one.
Yeah, I believe that he did. He was a foul tip.
He absolutely fouled it off. That's a foul ball.
No.
Not reviewable.
That's something that you got to look at too, right? Right, Jay? That Pete Crow play, you could see in the replay how the trajectory of the ball changed. He got a little piece of it.
Yeah.
Nope. Strike.
You're out.
Yep.
You watch. There's going to be some guy that comes up with some pitch that evades the ABS system. Like Maddox used to throw that weird thing that would come back. You watch. The call in the field stands. Chicago is out of ball strike challenges. What are we doing here?
I don't think it's not replay review and it's not a call stands, though, thing. Like, that doesn't go to New York. It's more like the tennis deal where the ABS system says ball or strike. And in spring training, I'm looking more than half of the ball strike calls that were challenged were overturned.
Okay, but they have said it does struggle at times with certain types of breaking balls.
So I'm coming into the big leagues with a knuckler.
Right.
Let's see
things dancing all over.
What does the ABS thing says now? There's no more Charlie Huffs in the league.
We go to the ABS. I don't know. Robot says it does not know. Call stands.
I think they've also said that's less of a problem now. Like when they brought it to spring training, they ironed it out for the most part.
It's got to be perfect.
I think it's pretty close. That's why they brought it to spring training. I remember a couple years ago, they were like, yeah, this really has a problem with curveballs. But when they brought it to spring training, it was pretty nails.
Well, you know what, then? I'm a junk baller coming into the big leagues. I'm an ephus guy, I'm a knuckler, and a palm ball.
Yeah.
You think the ABS
Remember
system...
the palm ball when we were kids?
Yeah. Do you think the ABS system knows anything about those pitches?
Doubtful.
What's he going to do?
Doubtful.
What's the ABS going to call? They'll call that a strike?
Doubtful.
All right, we see you on hold. We're going to get to your phone calls coming up next. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Yeah, the Cubs lose to the Phillies 4-3, but again, umpire gate, again, back-to-back games for the Cubs. So what would you do to fix Major League Baseball umpiring? If you're an umpire out there and you're shaking your head listening to the show, especially like with the little leaguers, so what do you think about all this conversation and this talk about umpiring? How do you fix Major League Baseball umpiring? We'll talk about it next right here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
If you got money in 401ks and 403bs and TSPs and deferred comps and 457 plans, that's not really to your benefit. You're delaying the inevitable, more taxes, because of accumulation. So you over 20 or 30 years of work, you're going to build more money, which is going to put those monies in a higher tax bracket.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
I say pull those monies from those things, invest with me, or put money into what we call qualified accounts, the insurance vehicles, the annuities, the IULs, to where you can get the compound interest and then protect family, but also create generational passive income, right now residual income streams, leveraging insurance, because insurance is the biggest business in the world, the only one that cannot fail.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
I don't do any risky things. I like the money to go to work, and I like to see it.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note, all on the syllabus at your next whiskey university.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, Thursday at 7 at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
I'm Dr. Yates, and I can help you with hair loss. I know the pain you feel. I've suffered from hair loss since my early 20s, and I did something about it. Don't get fooled by other hair restoration clinics. Imagine a more confident, younger-looking you. Start by visiting DrYatesHairScience.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers high-quality supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as access to product specialists who have the knowledge and the experience to answer your toughest questions. Plus, their commitment to making your safety partner safe and keeping your facility safe. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by J Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Appreciate you guys. I listen to you streaming on the ESPN 1000 app.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Yeah, I mean, he said it didn't affect the play. I mean, I just disagree with that. I think it did affect the play. You know, it's a situation where if Michael doesn't catch the ball, they call him out. And because he caught the ball, they called him safe. He didn't deny that it was interference. He didn't deny that he was out of the baseline, but because he caught the ball, it's not interference. At least that was the explanation.
Can't even have a conversation anymore with the umpires. And Craig Counsell kicked out in back-to-back games. I don't see it as fire as much as it is just like trying to ask questions and trying to get some answers and not allowed to get that done. Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10 here on ESPN 1000 with you until 10, and then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12, Waddle and Silvy at 2:30. White Sox baseball against the Houston Astros, Bleck and Abdallah on their YouTube channel, youtube.com. Look for Bleck and Abdallah there. As promised, we go to the phone lines to talk to you. How do you fix Major League Baseball umpiring? 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Mike in LaGrange is with us on the Kap and J Hood morning show. Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, Mike.
So I told Shay it was 9 years. I actually officiated high school basketball for 11 years. They had always trained and always, went about, I'm happy to talk about a play, listen to a reaction, answer questions, especially if you want to tell me for look something that worked. But the minute that you make it personal, that's when I got a problem and you're going towards tech territory. Had Horner said, well, that's low. You got to look at that. But he said, you're having a bad day. Those three letters, Y-O-U. That is, you can't have text in baseball, so I would toss them as well. And a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Brought to you by Enkin Law, 3126 million for the best personal injury attorney in Illinois, Howard Enkin.
Sign my ball.
I think Shay put it perfectly, with the box and all the replays. We are in such a perfectionist, revisionist society, and we got to own everybody. And we keep going down this route. And you look around on the youth fields and the basketball courts, nobody wants to do this anymore because nobody can just suck it up and move on to the next play. Everyone expects everyone to be perfect all the time. And that kind of reminds me of the 2022 White Sox. They get a bad pitch, a bad call, and they fold like origami.
Wow. Yeah, that's a good point.
Mike, thanks, man.
Appreciate your telephone call. That's a different level, Cap, because we know the helicopter parent. We know that person out there, helicopter guardian, the one that's taking the kids out there. And you know that there are some parents that will go right after the umpire where, again, it's just youth sports and you see umpires being attacked. However, since we're having an adult conversation about the big leagues, these umpires have to be better. For the player today said, no, I like the umpire. Well, again, how often do you have to go to the replay because of a missed call? Not just controversial call, just a missed call. But my point, Cap, that I'm going to continue to hammer home is as much as replay is cool for baseball and for sports, when you can clearly see the play is one way and then the call is something else from New York, that's a problem. That's a problem. The replay is there to fix the issue, not to exacerbate it.
So this is an article from, I believe, May 19 this year. Ken Rosenthal and Jason Stark, two of the best baseball writers of all time. Okay? Mm-hmm. Arizona Diamondbacks pitcher Corbin Burns recently learned something about baseball's automated ball strike system, ABS, that he found worrisome. There is a margin for error that I don't think fans realize, and I think a lot of players did not realize it. What makes that worrisome for you guys? He said that as one of 4 player representatives on the committee, he told The Athletic, the margin for error is close to half an inch. In other words, the system could place a pitch that was 1/10 inside the strike zone, but 4/10 of an inch outside the strike zone and miss the call. The likely outcomes, MLB officials say, are not that extreme, but there is a margin of error that people are not accounting for.
Okay.
Like in tennis, I think they say it's either in or out.
Yeah, and they have the system where you can see the shadow of the ball if it's in or out. That is the judge, by the way, climbing out of the chair to go and look at the system, though, right? I think I saw that over the weekend.
Not usually. Usually it just is it's like the same thing as the Hawkeye system. It's just fully automated, and it gets done in a second.
According to these two guys that I'm talking about, Rosenthal and Stark, the ultimate nightmare scenario would be the ABS system missing a call on a 3-2 count with the bases loaded and 2 outs in Game 7 of the World Series. While the league acknowledges the possibility of that occurring, it believes that it's greater that it could happen with a human ump than with a robot.
Yeah, if a human ump has a margin of error of like 2.5 inches, which we saw even more than that. I mean, there were a baseball's diameter is almost 3 inches. There were pitches that missed the strike zone by more than a baseball that were called strikes. If the Hawkeye system's got a 1/2 inch margin of error, then it's better than the human.
Okay, as Burns put it, if we cannot get something we feel is 100% accurate, then why take the job out of the guys' hands who've been doing it for 20 years behind the plate? And many players agree with him. They do not want this.
These are the same guys who didn't want the pitch clock either, and now everybody loves it.
Well, all I can tell you is this, is that the best umpire that we've ever seen is a guy from the Naked Gun.
Strike?
Yeah! That's what you want back there.
Leslie Nielsen.
Yeah, that's what you want. Nielsen back there. He gave you a good zone, Cap.
Now, let me ask you a question. I think you're on my side on this, but I'm curious what Shea would say. My fear is we have the game in a pretty good place. Ratings are up across the board in every demo, on every platform. Every one. And now we're going to start slowing it down because somebody wants to challenge a ball strike call. And then, they're out of challenges. He missed that one.
It doesn't slow it down. It averaged 17 seconds from pitch to pitch when used in spring training. It's nothing. Okay. It doesn't slow the game down.
It changes the way the game is played. It doesn't flow the same way.
What changes the way the game is played more than a missed ball or strike? The change in expected outcome from a 2-1 count versus a 1-2 count is enormous.
The hope is they get that right, though.
Yeah, but if you have a technology that can get it right, like a 2-1 count, your expected batting average might be close to 300. 1-2, you're talking 120. The change in expected outcome changes the game infinitely more than 7 seconds spent. Did we get this right?
I can't wait till you come in and Tarek Skubal gets screwed on a call. They challenge it, and they go, the call stands.
I won't argue with the Hawkeye replay. I won't.
I have stayed consistent on this. I do not want it. I just want the umpires to be better.
I also love painting the picture of, like, bases loaded, bottom of the ninth in a 1-run game, 3-2 count, Game 7 of the World Series, and we're implementing Hawkeye. Like, how often is that really going to happen? How many instances have there been of a 1-run game that's 3-2 count, 2 outs, bottom of the ninth, Game 7 of the World Series? All time. How many instances has that happened?
Wait till it's your favorite team. The league said it's 95.
If I'm in Game 7 of the World Series, I'll be all right.
No, you won't be when they take your championship chance away. The league is 95% confident a pitch would be within 0.39 inches of the location produced by the system, and 99% confident they can keep it within 0.48 inches, half an inch.
Well, the robots have the power to eject a player.
That's a great question.
I mean,
you're out of here.
Then you kick that robot in the nuts. That's what you do.
Showers.
You push him over. That's what you do. Push that robot over. Wherever it's located. That's what you do there. That's the other thing, too. You take that human element out of the game. Like, if you do get a strike 3 call, you get screwed by the ABS system, Cap. Who are you going to argue to? The umpire's out of my hands, pal. Not me.
Hey, Rosie from the Jetsons.
Yeah.
Isn't that the name of it?
Yeah. Robot.
Yeah. Players are going to have to continue to experiment with the ABS to gauge whether they're comfortable with this half-inch margin that it could miss by, said Austin Slater, Chicago White Sox outfielder, another member of the competition committee.
Yeah, I mean, it's coming. It's going to be there, so there's nothing we can do about it. I just think that, again, I want it to be as close to right as possible. I just know that there was a time that I, as a fan, and you remember this as well, there was no instant replay, and then we got it, and I think it's been better for football, but there's some times where you say, well, wait a minute, if we see this clearly, the clear evidence on the replay, how come it wasn't called that way? It's just strange. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. If you're on hold, you will be on the air. How would you fix Major League Baseball umpiring? Cubs lose to the Phillies by the score of 43 in 11 innings. But again, the umpire was a factor in yesterday's game and the last game against Detroit. We're talking about it right here on Chicago's Home for Sports.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
Hey, how about that Howard Ankin, huh?
How about our guy, Howard Ankin? He's a great partner of ours at our Grip It and Sip It Classic, which is tomorrow, but he's the single best personal injury attorney in Illinois.
Think about this. All the awards he's won, Cap. Distinguished Service Award recipient, American Association for Justice member, and rated a super lawyer 10 years running. That's our guy, Howard Ankin. He explains the details of your case and helps you navigate the legal process.
And he calls you back, John. He takes calls. He calls you back. You call and say, I want to talk to my attorney. You get the man.
Indeed. 312-6-million, 312-6-million. Injury Law made personal. That's Ankin Law. More of your phone calls next on Kap and J Hood.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now, so come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale. Bring the fun home.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Brought to you by the Capital One Saver Card. With Saver, you earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and at grocery stores. That's unlimited cash back on ordering takeout from home or unlimited cash back on tickets to concerts and games. So grab a bite, grab a seat, and earn unlimited 3% cash back with the Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Feel the boom of the Schaumburg Boomers. Cap, this is an incredible team. You know they're in first place in their league, in their division?
They are a very good team, but it's even more fun than just having a good team out there.
Man, let me tell you something. Anthony Calerco and the boys, they're back home this Father's Day weekend. Fireworks both Friday and Saturday night. Sunday is a special day game for Father's Day with a Boomers cap giveaway to the first 1,500 fans. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom this Father's Day weekend. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Got me feeling lucky. I'm putting everything on black.
ESPN Chicago.
You're playing a baseball game. You're not playing tiddlywinks. I mean, there is competition, for God's sake.
That's right, Lou. Exactly right.
Love it.
Wyatt is in Tulsa, Oklahoma, listening on the ESPN Chicago app.
What kind of baseball do you play?
Wyatt, good morning.
What's up, guys? My suggestion on how to fix the umpires is to find these people. Not just baseball, any referee. If you do anything bad in any sport, you're going to get fined. Use the umpire audit system. If they have the runs assisted, so if let's say the Cubs were at 0.3 runs assisted, and then the Phillies were at 1, that's $500 for every decimal point. If they miss a ball an inch, 2 inches off the plate for every ball, $500. Umpires missed 27,000 calls last year. Had 27,000 bad calls. And there's, 76 umpires in the MLB. If you want your money, you need to make better calls. And make these people speak to the press, to the media, because it's ridiculous. It makes baseball virtually unwatchable for a lot of people.
All right.
That's all I got, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Look, first of all, the agreement between the Players Association, Major League Baseball, and the umpires is collectively bargained. They are never, ever going to agree to a fine system for balls and strikes, for blown calls.
Could you imagine?
But what if they did?
Then Laz Diaz would be broke. He'd be outside your Walgreens looking for change.
And it's not just the one that made the mistake. It's all of you.
Yeah.
Everybody's getting it. Even if you didn't even call a game, you getting fined.
Damn, Jay Moore missed another ball and strike. Honey, the paycheck's going to be light.
It's all about that money that folds, not the one that jingles. A lot of jingling change in that envelope.
And the mortgage payment didn't go through. Did your paycheck come in? Yeah, it's like down 50%. Jay Moore's had a horrible week with calls.
I paid them.
It'd be a lot of collective beatdowns going on between the umps.
That umpiring room, there'll be some furniture moved in there. You did what?
Jay Moore, what's with that blood rolling down your hoodie? Smacked me.
Oh, my God.
I missed 8 calls last night. Cost him $4,000.
Oh, my God. Jim in Burr Ridge on Kap and J Hood. Jim, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Listening to everything both sides of the argument are saying, I mean, I feel, strong on both ways. Like, there's sometimes that I'd want robotic umps, and there's sometimes I like the, human aspect of the game. But, going back to 2010, Armando Galarraga from the Tigers, he got screwed on a perfect game, and that changed history. And now I know we can, challenge those calls. But at the same time, it's like, what needs to be done for Major League Baseball to actually want to implement this? Because they took forever implementing, that, the replay and everything and the challenges. So it's like, and there's a union. So what can really be done? They're protected by it. So is it players, banding together and saying, hey, no, we don't want this. We want to stand together. We want change. We want good change, positive change. But I just don't know how it's going to, happen like that.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to ever – it'll never be perfect.
No, it never is.
But it's crazy.
Can we frame it instead of, replacing umpires or trying to they do such a terrible job? They need help.
Yeah.
Their job has gotten more difficult. The zone has been shrunk.
Most of the umps don't want the help. They do not want this ABS.
But they need it. Their job is more difficult than it used to be.
Why do so many players not want it?
Everybody, let me make my point. Everybody throws 100 miles an hour now. Everybody's got crazy spin. Everybody's in these pitch labs where they're inventing new pitches and improving their spin rate and making the ball move more and finding ways to make the ball move differently. And they're doing it at triple digits. It's harder to call balls and strikes than it ever has. Just help them out. Give them a piece of technology that can correct error.
Then why don't most players want it?
They didn't want the pitch clock either. Players don't like change. But once it happens, you force it upon them. Now they all like it. And they've all adapted to it.
Yeah, who likes like sweeping changes, Cap? So you can understand for the ball players from their standpoint, this is the way I grew up playing baseball. Now it's going to be changed. Hey, you know what? You would imagine, Cap, that some players do not want to be called by the letter of the law from the strike zone standpoint. I think they like it arbitrary. Some of them. That's one of the reasons why. It's like, oh man, a strike's going to be a strike now. Boy, I got to swing the bat, or I got to be guessing right. That could be a factor also. Now we're going to have a system in place in which, man, I got to come through. That's actually more pressure. You can understand why a player would say, I don't want this technology, man. That's more pressure, man, because these calls are going to be right for the most part. Oh, my God. See? There's a difference. At least with the home plate umpire behind you, it's like, oh, this might be ball 4. Let's see. It might be close. Who knows? Shot or no shots in 2 minutes on Kap and J Hood.
Good morning. Good morning to you. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
The Mick Ultra Foosball Tourney continues. Hey, it's Shane Orling. Come out to Four Shadows on Ashland and Diversey in Chicago Saturday night. Mick Ultra is the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and they're inviting us out to watch the Chicago Fire FC take on Nashville and play some foosball. Someone will win a messy Mick Ultra jersey, and if you win in Chicago, you could qualify for a chance to play in the national finals for 2026 World Cup tickets. Let's raise an ice-cold Mick Ultra at Four Shadows Saturday night at 7. Please drink responsibly.
Tired of losing power? Feeling powerless? Call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric today for a free estimate on a whole home standby generator. Never be without power again. Fully installed systems starting at just $99 a month. Power your sump pump, your fridge, your freezer, your garage doors, your heating and cooling so your home stays safe and comfortable. Four Seasons is the largest and most award-winning Generac dealer in Illinois.
Right reasons. Call 866-4 Seasons.
White Sox fans looking for family fun that everyone can enjoy? Bring the whole crew to the ballpark with a family pack presented by ExxonMobil. Starting at just $19, each family member gets one ticket, hot dog, drink, chips, cookie, and a souvenir water bottle. Plus, every Sunday home game features family-friendly activities. Kids run the bases post-game and more with Family Sundays presented by Coca-Cola. Tickets starting at just $10, includes all fees. To get yours, visit whitesox.com/offers.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, suppression on target.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. Still to come, Albert Breer with the latest on the NFL and the Bears at 8:35. But first, shot or no shot. Here's Shane Orling. Shane?
Good morning, boys, on a Tuesday. How we feeling?
We're good, man. Every day I get to work with you guys is a blessing.
I'm just happy. I'm just grateful for Jay Moore, as I always am every day. The idea that he travels and was a part of the BET Awards and then comes back in time for the show. I just think that that's fascinating. I think that's great. That's dedication to the show, getting that red eye and getting in here for the BET Awards. We look forward to hearing more stories about that, Jay Moore, moving forward. But I'm just glad that you made it. It's awesome.
I was disappointed. Kevin Hart brought out Kai Cenat and Drewski. I thought Jay Moore was going to be in that entourage, but I guess not.
Imagine. I'm just going to guess. Jay Moore, I'm just going to guess. I don't see you hanging with Drewski. I don't think that's a hang for you. I don't think that that's your...
Who?
It's Google.com. I don't think that is... He's on almost every other commercial. I don't see you hanging with him. I think he'd hang with you.
2017, it was a hang. Now, it's not.
2017, you say?
Yeah, when he first got on.
But how about now?
Now I don't have the time.
He's on everything, you know.
Yeah, he doesn't have the time. We both don't have the time.
Okay. He's on everything.
You don't have the time.
Yes.
Let's be clear.
Yes. He's on everything. All these different commercials.
Drew Disbordis, professionally known as Drewski. Okay. Now I know who he is.
I wish I would just give the name and you would have said, oh, good Greek kid, huh? Who is he?
He's like Giannis.
Then you saw the face.
I remember him.
As we turn now to Shea Dorling with Shot or No Shot, a Tuesday edition.
All right, the Bears are getting some love nationally for their offseason. A Bleacher Report list ranked the 25 best moves of the NFL offseason, and all the way up at number 1 was the Chicago Bears overhauling their offense. This included everything from the play caller in Ben Johnson to the upgraded weaponry to the overhauled offensive line especially. Shot or no shot, the Chicago Bears rebuilding their offense was the best offseason move of any NFL team.
Yeah, that's a shot because they did things we've never, ever seen the Bears do. $65 million guaranteed for a coach. How much is the D coordinator? Probably north of $5 million. All right, get it done. Joe Tooney available? Yeah, we're going to extend him. Jonah Jackson? Yeah, we'll extend him. Who's the number 1 center? Drew Dahlman? Yeah, whatever it costs. Get it done. Yeah, all in.
It's the most wholesale changes that we've seen in one offseason for the Bears. And, again, it's not a local story as much as a national story, Shay, that people are just amazed that the Bears did so much. Again, just look at the history of the team. Maybe one wide receiver, maybe one tight end, just definitely coaching changes. But it's been so impressive to see what the Bears have done. I think that everyone's taken aback by the aggressiveness of the Bears. There's no question that they're number 1.
So does that play out in wins?
Yes, it does.
I think it does.
Will this be a top 10 offense? Shot or no shot, this will be a top 10 offense.
Boy, what number did they rank last year?
Pretty much in the 30s in anything you could pick.
So that'd be an improvement to just move up 20 spots.
Yeah, you're asking them to go to the top 10.
I'll say no
Doctor.
shot. I'll say it's no shot and it doesn't matter. Because, see, here's what we continue to do, and I think that's a problem. We keep putting numbers on the Bears. The only number that matters is the win total. It's not 4,000 yards. It's not where they rank in offense. It's not where they rank in defense.
100%.
We keep putting numbers on it. And to me, the expectation is, are you a better football team because you made a coaching change? It is best that Matt Eberflus is no longer here, Cap, and the coaching staff. It was a disaster. It was a tire fire. But now responsible adults, we believe, are in the building. I love what they've done with the coaching staff, but more so, I love what they've done with the changing of the roster. Better, veterans, younger, faster. So I like that. But we keep putting these expectations. The only expectation I care about is, are you a 10-win team? Are you an 11-win team? Are you a 9-win team? How much better are you? That's the only number that matters to me.
Correct. To say at the end of the year, wow, Caleb's ranked as one of the 12 best quarterbacks. And they went 7 and 10. It does not matter. Just win freaking games, man. Please. That's it.
It's hard to do without a top 10 offense in this day and age.
Whatever it is, all I care about, I don't care what the numbers say at the end as long as it says Chicago Bears will play Saturday at 7:30 in the second round of the NFL playoffs. That's all that matters.
Now, to be consistent, Shay, last year when we were at Hallis Hall, and it was talking about, well, could Caleb throw 4,000 yards in his rookie year? That didn't matter to me then either. all that mattered to me is the team getting better. So I mean, the numbers will come. We'll have plenty of shot or no shots as we go through the season of, hey, man, he's climbing towards something, or the offense is climbing towards something. Can they get that? But at this point in time, when you're bad, and you were bad last year, the only thing that matters is with the new Bears that you have, how many wins can you get with all of this new and fresh with the coaching staff and the players? That's all that matters.
Yeah.
To me.
To be clear, 4,000 yards still doesn't really matter to me. You can find other ways to be a top 10 offense. Patrick Mahomes didn't throw for 4,000 yards. Josh Allen didn't throw for 4,000 yards. Lamar didn't. Jalen Hurts certainly didn't. Jalen Hurts didn't even throw for 3,000 yards. Mm-hmm. If it weren't this, unachieved thing that sits there like a phantom for the organization that you've never had a 4,000-yard passer, I don't think anybody would care. 4,000 yards doesn't mean a whole lot to me.
It shows you how far behind the organization has been with so many of these different things. But, again, when it's new, it's like, let's just win games. Show you that you can pull it out of your backside to be able to win games.
But in the vacuum of 2025, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. Last year, the leading passer in the NFL didn't make the playoffs. So what do you want to do?
And that's something.
Right, because I could see the scenario now next spring. Well, what did the Bears have to do now? They had the top 7 offense. Caleb threw for 4,700 yards, but they didn't make the playoffs.
That sucks. It checks a box, but it doesn't mean anything as far as getting closer to the Super Bowl trophy. That's all I care about.
That's it.
All right, Shay, what else do we have?
All right, speaking of quarterbacks, Peter Schrager and Dan Orlovsky did a little battle on Get Up yesterday over which quarterback is facing the most pressure in 2025. Schrager went with J.J. McCarthy, and Orlovsky went with Caleb Williams. But shot or no shot, neither of these quarterbacks are even under the most pressure in their division. Jordan Love is.
That's a shot. That is a shot. Jordan Love is being paid commensurate with a superstar quarterback, and he's not there yet. He's pretty good, kid. Is he worth $55 million a year? I'm not sure about that.
I know it's not a shot, no shot, or neither. I know that's not the name of this segment, it's shot or no shot. So if we're just going to pick between these two, I'm picking Caleb Williams. If outside of that, I think it's Jordan Love in Green Bay. They need to determine what that is. Seriously. It's not just automatic that, because you went from Favre to Rodgers to Jordan Love, that sonically it's going to work out. It was just okay last year. And I think that there's some Packer fan friends of mine, I know ESPN Milwaukee's been talking about it as well. Cap, they're a little concerned about what this looks like because they've been bridesmaids for so long up there. We beat the Bears. We beat the Bears. Well, who doesn't beat the Bears? So after you beat the Bears, then what else? You had one win in the division last year. Did they not? The Packers?
That's correct. And the only win they had in the division was the one where they blocked by a fingernail. Otherwise, they lose to the Bears twice.
So I think that's a concern. But I'm going to say, Caleb, and let's play this in its entirety first so we can get context from Get Up. Orlovsky, Schrager going back and forth here.
I think there's more pressure for J.J. McCarthy, the second-year quarterback in Minnesota. More pressure on him for success right away than there is on Caleb Williams, the former first overall pick in Chicago. We're focusing so much on Caleb this offseason, and we're just assuming that everything is fine in Minnesota. And because O'Connell and Kwesi decided to put their faith in J.J. McCarthy, that we know that this team is going to be just as good as they were a year ago. Chicago has such an uphill climb. Minnesota, we expect them to be in the commercial.
Why does Chicago have an uphill climb?
Look at the last 2 decades. What are we talking about?
Okay, so they were last in the division last year, and Minnesota played for the 1 seed the final weekend.
Minnesota has everything you can want there already. It's just plug and play. Caleb Williams, you're asking him to learn a new coach, a new offensive coordinator, an entirely new skill set of players, but they've added in Loveland and added in Burden. There is a lot more for Caleb.
I'll tell you one thing, though. It's really hard as a quarterback to do all that and not have the people than to do it with the people. They got the people. I mean, I'll go back to when Sean McVay went to L.A., it was like, Jared Goff doesn't stink. When Mike McDaniel went to Tua, it was like, man, Tua can play. And so now there is not going to be any grace of, middle of October, Caleb Williams is struggling, and all. You have one of the hottest offensive minds in football. You're going to have a top 10 offensive line. You've got first-round pick, second-round pick, first-round pick at perimeter player. This is not an easy place, but this is a place where a quarterback who is as talented as Caleb.
Sam Darnold won 14 games last year, and they're like, we're good. We got another guy.
Okay. I think it's the Bears, Cap, and Caleb Williams having to be able to get out of the rut they were last year. And again, the pressure for everything to work for it to gel. That's my point. For it to gel, because it's so much new on the team. 3 new offensive linemen. You got another wide receiver. You've got a new tight end. So the pressure for Caleb Williams to be able to galvanize all that, I think that is pressure. J.J. McCarthy, look, I don't think that there's so much pressure on him because that's house money. Whatever he brings to the table in a rookie, that's pretty good. But for Caleb and all the stuff that's been talked about in the offseason, and, of course, I know you believe it's a non-story, but you know there's going to be a storyline. You know he didn't want to be a Bear.
Oh, please stop. That story's gone.
Just telling you.
He addressed it. He moved on.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
And you think it's going to come back up?
You just know that that's part of the story. Someone's going to bring it up again, and it's going to be unfair.
If somebody brings it up at a press conference, I hope he walks out. I really do. If somebody brings up, you still want to be, he should go, we're done, see ya, and walks out.
Someone will write it.
Should never, ever answer it again.
Yeah.
Because anyone who asks us is an idiot.
Yeah. It'll be written, it'll be talked about, because this is one of the offseason stories, and it lingers. It sticks with you like a smell. But ultimately, his focus is to get this football team right offensively. As a leader of the offense, it's on him. So I would say that it's Caleb, Shay. That would be my choice.
The one interesting thing with McCarthy, and I think it's different kinds of pressure, but McCarthy, you lose your rookie year to double knee surgeries.
Yeah.
And if you come back in year 2 and you're not good, you're Trey Lance. You're just done. That's it. Because year 3 is your extension window. Like, it has to happen quickly. We feel like he's a rookie because he didn't play at all in his rookie year.
That's right.
He's not a rookie. The timeline is the same as any other player who got drafted last year in the first round. That's where I think for him, like, if you don't show that you can be a starting quarterback quick, you're done. Double knee surgeries rookie year will kill a kid as an asset.
Do you feel like he's a rookie or a second-year player, Cap, coming into the...
He's a rookie.
Okay.
I know the timeline, he's second year of his contract, but he's a rookie. Now, he goes out and they go 3-14, yeah, he's got issues. But if they go out and win 9 games and he plays reasonably well, there's no pressure there.
So you don't think the pressure should be higher on a player that hasn't really seen any, professional action since he got hurt?
The pressure
McCarthy?
should be higher on him?
Yeah.
No. I think the most pressure in the division is on Jordan Love.
That's the answer.
You got
that's
Dan
not...
Orlovsky talking about the Packers should go to the Super Bowl, can win it. This guy's getting $55 million a year.
Yeah, that's the answer, but that's not what Shay asked, though. Shay asked about Caleb Williams and J.J. McCarthy. So that's the one. If I had to choose, it's going to be on Caleb because there's so much going on.
You gave an option.
I said I think the most is on Jordan Love.
But it was the question about Caleb Williams?
No,
or
it was shot or no
McCarthy?
shot. Neither of these quarterbacks are even under the most pressure in the division. It's Jordan Love.
It is Jordan Love.
Yeah.
That would be my answer as well.
Totally agree.
But the clip was about these other two, about Caleb Williams and J.J. McCarthy.
That is correct.
And I would say based on what Orlovsky and Schrager's talking about, I would say it's Caleb.
I could co-sign that, but Jordan Love by far for me in the division.
I would agree with that, 100%. All right, we got Around the NFL, and we've got Albert Breer at 8:35. Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Hello, friends. Tom Waddle here.
And this is Silvy. We're excited for the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It golf event.
If you're selected to be part of Team Waddle and Silvy, our sponsor, Great Clips, is providing well-styled fairways and sharp-looking greens at Seven Bridges Golf Club.
But does that guarantee a win?
Hell yeah. We're gonna be great.
Grip It and Sip It, June 11th, presented by Yingling Flight.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Let's talk stocks, bonds, real estate, securities, IRAs, mutual funds. There are so many options when it comes to investing. So many ways to diversify and so many ways to lose. Big, right? Trying to navigate the options and make the best decisions for yourself, you cannot go at this alone. Hey, I am Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. I have been working in finance and helping people across Chicagoland to build wealth in any and every market situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, Thursday at 7 at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
It's the Kap and J Hood show here with Howard Ankin. Howard, remember back in the day when upper deck tickets were cheap?
You mean the cheap seats? Oh, sure. You're at the game, but you don't really experience the game.
Yeah, no bueno. If you've been injured, get the help you need and experience injury law made personal yourself only at Ankin Law.
Auto, truck, ride shares, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Howard Ankin is our go-to lawyer on the Kap and J Hood show weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale includes 4 free windows with a purchase of 4 windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments till 2027. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
It's time to go around the National Football League on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We'll hear from Albert Breer coming up at 8:35. Around the NFL, here's Shane Norling.
Yesterday, we looked at teams that made the playoffs in 2024 that we expect to miss the playoffs in 2025.
Yeah.
Today, we'll do the opposite. Teams that did not make the playoffs in 2024, will they get in 2025?
Oh,
bring it on, kid.
You didn't tell me this. Now I got to get a fresh sheet of paper.
Yep.
And also, Cap, we're going to go against our own thoughts from yesterday.
That's right.
I can't remember what we said yesterday.
And we'll review the receipts in January.
No,
I look
you will
forward
not
to it.
review the receipts in January. You will not. You will not do that.
He doesn't even review the receipts that we fill out at the start of the NFL season. You think he's going to remember to review
That's not
those?
true. We do a whole segment on it.
Yeah, you don't even have the sheets.
Damn.
Where are the sheets? I want to see the sheets again.
Sheets?
What do you mean? It's been 6 months since we looked at those.
Yeah, I want to go back.
We definitely did a receipts segment. Remember? You had the Jet and the Niner in the Super Bowl.
I did have the... Did I have the Niner? I know I had the Jet.
I believe you had the Jet and the Niner.
Yep. And Jurko had the Bear and the Jet.
And you know who your MVP was?
Josh Allen.
Dak Prescott. All right, let's keep it moving.
I don't think I had Dak Prescott being MVP. me. No shot.
Uh-huh.
No shot.
You are not checking receipts on our football conversation in June, but I have a pen and paper ready. So you go right ahead, sir.
All right, speaking of Dak, we'll start in the NFC East, and we'll start with the Dallas Cowboys, who missed the playoffs last year. But will they return to January football in 2025? 2026, actually.
Okay. Philadelphia, Washington takes a step back, but not to the point where they're out of the playoffs. So I'm going to say no playoffs for Dallas under the shoddy administration.
Yeah, I'm going to co-sign that.
Oh, now bring that tape back. Now there's one you want to keep right there.
That was stunning to me. I had him minus 500 to say yes playoffs on the Cowboys.
Now you want to have some tape? Save that tape.
You've got, what's his name? Micah Parsons probably not going to show. They haven't said for sure yet, but not expected at Cowboys minicamp. While Aaron's in there toiling with his teammates, Parsons, Hendrickson, TJ Watt, all are not expected.
Micah Parsons is at the team facility and will be at minicamp.
Is he going to practice?
That I don't know. But he's at the facility and at minicamp.
I think it was Ed Werder said they're not sure he's going to participate.
Just here's what happens. It's going to be some text message or some gambling vice that he has. I don't know. Dallas might be a pretty good kid. I'm in Dallas. It's all it takes. One text, as you well know. One little insight. I don't know, kid. I mean, Dallas could shoehorn their way in. I've got to take that. That's what'll happen. Just watch it very closely. Next 3 months.
Right now, I'm not on Dallas.
Yeah.
I was a Cowboys under guy last year. Kind of think they're a playoff team. I actually might be the guy in the show that's into them this year.
Because you have Washington down.
Yeah, I do.
You said that yesterday. I remember that.
Yep.
Right.
The New York Football Giant.
No shot. No playoffs. Because even if they double their win total,
6 wins?
It'll be have 6 wins. They were 3 wins last year, Cap. They're not going to be in contention.
Agreed.
No on the Giant, okay? We will not make the playoffs. We won't make the playoffs, okay? Dable will be fired back after this. Go ahead.
Only one team in the NFC North missed the playoffs last year. It was the Chicago Bears. Will they make the playoffs this year?
They will.
Wow.
Yep, I will lock that one in ink.
I'm starting to feel more and more that way. I'm trying my best not to drink any Kool-Aid, but I'm starting to feel more and more like they'll make the playoffs.
Yeah, okay. So I'll say yes. Does 9 wins get you the playoffs, Shay? This is not a recording from last year.
It didn't get you there last year. Didn't even get you close, actually.
As Cincinnati, does it 9 wins get you the playoffs?
I have a question. I know Silvy has tried to be much more restrained.
Yes.
In his hopes for the Bears.
Yes.
Is that a fair word?
Yes.
Like he loves Ben Johnson.
Shaw
he
local.
made that clear.
Shaw local.
But if Shaw local had to make a pick, Bears in playoffs or out of playoffs, what's he say?
Out of playoffs.
Yeah, I think he would pick out.
Out?
You know why?
Text me, Silvy.
No, he doesn't have to text you. Put the phone down, Silvy, because he said it to us on the Bears schedule release show. Remember? When he told you to sit down?
Yeah.
You wanted to punch him in the face.
I did not.
You told you to sit down. Too much moving around on the Zoom.
Guess what? When I got to take care of 3 dogs and I got grandkids over, yeah, I got to do what I got to do.
Man, sit your ass down.
But no, I'm serious. I know what he talked about on the schedule release show, but that's been a while. That's a month ago. If he had to pick today, you're telling me Mark Silverman would say the Bears are not going to make the playoffs. I understand his restraint at going over the top. Admirable. I don't know if I can live in that world, but
we know you can.
Yeah, and I'm cool with how I choose to do it, and that's fine. But you fan how you want to fan. You're telling me that Silvy would not have them in the playoffs.
I'm just going by what he said. Now, maybe that changes as we get closer to training camp in the season, but he didn't want to fall in love with a team and a new coaching regime off the rip.
He already professed his love for Ben Johnson.
I was going to say, I love this guy.
He loves Ben Johnson. Does he love the ball club, though? I don't think he does. I'm just going by what I read at Shaw Local, right, Waddle, and what he said on the schedule release show. That might change, but that's what he said when the schedule came out. I'm just going by the man's word.
We'll see if he sends a text.
It's his word, right?
Okay.
It's his word.
Okay.
All right, after the Bears, what's next?
I'm going to package the entire NFC South. The 3 teams that missed, Atlanta, Carolina, and New Orleans. Any of these 3 get in. I'm going to actually just eliminate New Orleans on its face. They will probably be the worst team in football.
Yes, one of those will get in.
Who?
I told you yesterday, the Atlanta Falcons.
I kind of want to go Carolina. I want to get a little cute with it. Say Carolina's going to get in.
Good luck.
You don't have to do that. Just take the win total. You believe that they'll have more wins, and then keep it moving. Playoffs, no. So that means 5 more wins?
Yeah, that's doable. Why does everything have to be what they did last year versus how much can you improve? It's different teams. That's the Bears won 5 games last year. They have an entirely different offensive line. It's not the same team. Why does everything have to be, can you do X better than you were a year ago?
Yeah,
You're a different team now.
I'm not one that paints with a broad brush, and neither should you, Sherwin-Williams. What I would tell you is that Carolina's still got that stench on it. And I just think that they can make an improvement without put them in the playoffs. I would say like 3 more wins.
Yeah, I don't, you know me, I don't think the NFL operates that way. We see too much worst to first in this league to just think that everything's got to be incremental.
I think it all starts with the quarterback, too. That would help.
Yeah, of course. But he had a pulse. He had a pulse. I'm not telling you he was Joe Montana, but he had a pulse.
I mean, I don't know, Cap. I mean, she wasn't hot, but she had a pulse. So I just brought her home anyway.
That's not what I said.
That's pretty much what he just said. How about
pretty
that?
much what he said.
It's unbelievable.
To go from dead, benched, career maybe over, per Albert Breer on our show, to, hey, he might be a starter, is such a massive leap in a single season.
Bryce Young is the 5 that Shea used to bring home before he was married.
What are we doing
At
here?
least she had a pulse. That was the standard back then, right, Shay?
I think it was above. At least she had a pulse, personally. A little above that.
She could throw for 20. She could throw for 20 yards, and that was it.
Jesus.
Yeah, pretty good. How about that, Cap? Usually, guys like you and I would have standards back in the day.
Right.
Him,
Blackhawks.
Bryce Young was
How
his
is
standard.
this devolved here? Me, Bryce Young had a fine season. Factually true. Suddenly, it's the same as me taking home a dead girl? What am I, Ted Bundy?
No, but you are.
I kind of like them both ways.
Do that. So there's that.
Ted Bundy. Wow.
Blackhawks.
And that, too. Here's Shay Norland.
The NFC West. My goodness. Seahawks, Cardinals, 49ers all missed the playoffs last year. Will any of them make it, and who?
Seahawks, 49ers,
Arizona.
And Arizona.
Wow. So
I have a hard time here.
Okay, so Seattle, no. Let's make it easy. Let's start there.
Seattle, no.
They stink.
So Seattle, no. Arizona. See, I've never been a
Arizona, no.
God, I wish you would just show me something more.
They feel destined to be 8-9 or 9-8.
And so what do we do with the 49ers, Cap? That's a fresh contract for the quarterback.
Yeah.
You like the head coach, of course. Can you give 4 more wins from San Francisco from last year? They were 6-11 last year. Litany of injuries, bad at the quarterback spot. What do you do there? 4 more wins for the 49ers
I
to get
mean,
into the
they
playoffs?
should make the playoffs as long as they stay healthy.
Okay, I have 49ers, yes.
Yeah, I'm going to say yes.
Arizona, no. And Seattle, no. How about that?
Correct. I'm with you there.
Kyler Murray with the team. How many more years?
This
2?
could be it. They have They have the potential out at the end of this season.
Okay. I've just never been a fan at all.
Me either.
I just don't think. I don't think that dog hunts.
Who did they let go to draft him?
Josh Rosen, who sucked.
Yeah,
they did okay there.
It was that. That was the one
that
that they replaced him with.
Yes,
you're sure of that.
They took Josh Rosen with the number 1 pick, and then the following year took Kyler Murray with the number 1 pick.
Wow.
Josh Rosen.
He sucked.
He was a great quarterback. Just ask him. Just ask him. He was so confident, and he just fell off the table. All right. Anything else?
Let's get to Albert Breer. We can get to the AFC side of this later in the week.
Okay.
All right. Deal.
So we move to Albert Breer. That's next on a Tuesday edition of the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago. Duval. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, John. But when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Jewelry is a gift that says more than any other. It tells the recipient that they're extra special. This is Courtney Cronin for Rodgers & Hollins Jewelers. For over 100 years, Rodgers & Hollins has been Chicagoland's trusted family-owned jeweler. They have always offered meaningful pieces at a great value, and their expert guidance when buying and hands-on service with repairs will make you a customer for life. Visit online at RodgersandHollins.com or stop in a store near you. That's Rodgers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
ESPN Bet. That's right, ESPN Bet. Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in all the intensity and the action with ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Jay Moore.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hello. Football on ESPN 1000.
Hello, Bert.
Albert Breer.
Hey, Bert.
Senior NFL writer for SI.com joins Kap and J Hood.
Bert's it.
What?
You're it, Bert.
On ESPN 1000.
What do you mean I'm it? We see, that's the game. I just tagged you, and you're it until you tag somebody else.
Albert Breer.
No, I'm not playing a game. I'm reading, Ernie, and I'm not it.
Okay.
On Chicago's home for sports.
But Bert is it.
Albert Breer is with us every Tuesday on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app.
He's on the Yuengling Hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
Good morning, Albert. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How are we doing? I'm old enough to remember when Yuengling was hard to get. And It was like this. If you guys remember, it was like all your friends from Philly would talk about it, but it was hard to get it anywhere but in Philly. So times have changed, clearly.
Clearly, and it's super cool, and they're a great partner of ours here. So Shea was throwing out names of teams. We did the NFC today. Will they make the playoffs in 2025? In the NFC North, who is under the most pressure of the teams he named, Chicago, Detroit, Minnesota, Green Bay, at quarterback? I believe the most pressure on the quarterback in the division is on Jordan Love. He's been paid to be a star. His team better perform. Who would you give it to?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, I mean, I look, we know what Jared Goff is, I think. Obviously very accomplished quarterback. He's been to a conference title game with two different teams. I think J.J. McCarthy, there's pressure on him, but I think he gets a little grace because he's a first-year starter, right? And Caleb, I think, you're just looking for progress, where with Jordan Love, it's sort of go time now, right? And, like the other guys in his class have been under a lot of scrutiny. I think, Joe Burrow has clearly been the best of the group. But you start to see and hear the pressure on Justin Herbert as the Chargers quarterback. And obviously there's been a lot of pressure on Tua as well. And all four of those guys are paid now, which is a little bit of an anomaly that you'd have every quarterback in a draft class, in the first round, every first-round quarterback in a draft class get to a big second contract. But, yeah, I mean, I think, this is probably right around when, going into year 6, you would want your young quarterback to be kind of a force multiplier and be the sort of player that can kind of lift people up. And so, we'll see what happens with, that receiver group. But I think, you want to see more out of your young receivers, whether it's Romeo Doubs, Christian Watson's coming off an injury, Dontavian Wicks, Jaden Reed, now Matthew Golden coming in. Yeah, I would agree. I would say this is when you're starting to look for some more consistency from Jordan Love, and if you don't get it, then I think he probably is criticized in a way that he hasn't been yet.
Albert, with Jaire Alexander being cut by the Packers, I know they could not come to an agreement, and I know he's had some share of injuries. I just wonder, would you rather just have a healthy Alexander that could still get the job done, or would you just go with youth? Because you have inexperience back there at the cornerback position if you're the Packers at this point, don't you?
Yeah, you do. But I think part of it was I can think back to my early years covering the league, and I remember when the Dolphins got rid of Jason Taylor. And it seemed like a weird move at the time because he could still play. But, Parcells was there, and they had this thing where they called guys as they got older progress stoppers, right? And so what do you mean by that? Well, Jason Taylor had been injured a little bit, and then, there were guys behind him that were ready to play, but they weren't really getting the chance. So, you didn't know if Taylor was going to be available week to week, and then there's a guy behind him who really hasn't had the chance to prove himself. Well, the guy behind him was Cam Wake, who wound up being a really, really good player. Yeah. And so, I think it's one of those situations with Jaire Alexander where he still can really play, and he's not that old. He's still only 28, but can you count on him to be there on a week-to-week basis? And he only played in 7 games last year, only played in 7 games the year before. So at some point, like, you look at, and the Packers wanted him back on a reduced deal, but at some point it's like you have to get the younger guys ready to go. Like, you have to be in a position to play the younger guys. And so that's sort of where the Packers are right now. And they had a couple guys there, and both him and Eric Stokes, that, you couldn't be sure what you were going to get week to week. And, now you sort of wipe the slate clean and you pull the Band-Aid off and you see what you got.
So on one side, by the way, you get the rookie Nate Hobbs, and the other one is Keyshawn Nixon. So it'll be different in the secondary.
Yeah, and Nixon, the one thing about Nixon, at the very least, he's played a lot of football. You know what I mean? Now, I know a lot of it's in the return game, but you at least, have, the ability to say, okay, we've at least seen him out there a bunch, and he's at least, the speed of the game is not going to be a problem for him.
In terms of looking at how this whole playoff thing will shake out in 2025, do you think the Washington Commanders take a step forward or a step back?
Man, those teams in the NFC East don't have an easy draw. They're playing the NFC North and the AFC West. So, I think for every one of those teams, it's a gauntlet. I think because of that schedule draw, you could look at it and say, is that division going to get even a second team in the playoffs? You know what I mean? So, last year, the Eagles and the Commanders sailed in. It's going to be a tougher road to hoe, I think, this year. I would say the Commanders could be in a position where it's they have fewer wins, but they've actually made some progress. There are some things that they're going to have to deal with, too, that, they didn't have to deal with last year, and that, now you've got a full year of tape on Jaden Daniels. Now you got a full year of tape on Cliff Kingsbury. You're going to have different ways to attack that team. And so I think the Commanders are still going to be a good team, but 12 wins in a conference title game is a pretty high got when you're facing the schedule that they're facing. So they'll be an interesting one to watch for sure.
In terms of looking at you got no TJ Watt going to Steelers minicamp. My guy Aaron is there. They've got Trey Hendrickson not going to be at minicamp for the Cincinnati Bengals. And then there was unclear whether Micah Parsons would practice. He is at the facility, Shea just told us. Any of these guys start next season on another team?
No, I don't think so. I think of the ones you named, I don't know. I think TJ Watt will be fine. They got too much invested in this season, for all the huffing and puffing and whatever. I think that one winds up working itself out. I think the other two are less predictable. I just look at the Parsons thing from last year and what happened, and how this thing, it doesn't seem to be off to a great start, or didn't get off to a great start. Now, Brian Schottenheimer, I think, will do a good job of managing that internally, but that doesn't mean a contract gets done, And after the CeeDee Lamb thing and the Dak Prescott thing lasted, damn near to the opener last year. I think that one is pretty unpredictable, and not to mention Micah Parsons, he isn't. Oh, the right way to put this, isn't exactly the most popular person in that building. It'll be interesting to see where that goes. The Trey Hendrickson one is so complicated and messy, and if there was one where I could say Nate, I don't know which way this one goes. It would be that one, just because this is a 3 off-season thing now. 2 years ago, they did the 1-year Band-Aid. Last year, they didn't get anything done, and now they're back here, and the market has materially changed. Now, I don't think he gets a market-shifting deal. I don't know that that's necessarily even what it's going to take to get something done with him. Where Nick Bosa got a market-shifting deal, and Myles Garrett got a market-shifting deal, but I think he's certainly well within his rights to ask for what Max Crosby got and what Daniil Hunter got. Both those guys are in the mid-30s, So is Cincinnati willing to go there? Then what does the structure look like? They broke some of their rules, their contractual rules, to get Jamar Chase done, but T. Higgins, they sort of colored within the lines, So I just think that one's really, really complicated.
All right, we got to take a quick time out, but I got something for you, and I want you to weigh in on this. I want you to ponder something at the break. Every year we get out over our skis in this town, and Aaron Rodgers even talked about it when he was doing that podcast in Austin, Texas last week or 2 weeks ago when he said, yep, every year, Chicago, we got a new coach, and we signed this guy, and we drafted that guy, and every year they're up the track. Is this year different? We'll get that answer from Albert after this.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Astros.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
This is Courtney Cronin, talking with 2 of Chicago's top personal injury lawyers, Julio Costa and Anthony Iavone of Costa Iavone.
See that? The name works. Keeping it simple.
Well, of course, it's your last names.
But the real point is that we can keep it simple because we are Chicagoans and our clients are Chicagoans. We know the city and we have a strong sense of the Chicagoland clients we represent.
And that puts them at ease right from the start.
Bingo. Bottom line, we get you, and we're here when you need us. Costa Iavone. Keep our number in your phone.
708-4-million.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90-NATION because now is your best chance to get new windows, especially with prices going up. Right now, they've got a great deal. You get 4 windows free when you buy 4, plus a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. And check this out. No money down for 2 full years. It's a smart move, so do not wait. Do what I did and call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Smalls here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows. Binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5heshot.com for full details and rules and enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
Summer's here, and seasonal businesses are hiring. Everything from hiking guides to surf instructors and more. Whether you're hiring for one of these roles or any other role, you need ZipRecruiter to find qualified candidates fast. ZipRecruiter's smart technology gets to work as soon as you post a job, diving in to find great matches and showing you top picks right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/USL to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Summer is the time for making memories, not appointments. It's why you should go to Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have time. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Light up the night with Glow Motion. the all-new flavor from 5 Hour Energy. Yes, it's a fruity burst in a bottle that glows under UV light. Glow Motion has as much caffeine as a premium cup of coffee and 0 sugar. Just what you need to do to stay up celebrating your team winning a championship. That's right, it's 5 Hour Energy Glow Motion. It's available online. Head to 5hourenergy.com to order yours today, Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
I was born and raised in Chicago, so as a Bears fan, I want to ask how much you contemplated retirement. You know, you play golf. Play more golf, man. You don't have to sign anywhere. Just, take it easy.
You want him out? You want him gone?
Best to greener pastures.
I'm guessing you're like the normal Bears fan. The best thing about Bears fans is every year, this is our year. This is our year. We added this guy and that guy, and we got a new coach from Detroit. Oh, man. Look out.
This is it.
Right? Packers fans, we know that, right? And what does every coach that signs with the Bears say? We got to beat the Packers, right?
Yeah.
Packers don't give a shit.
Thoughts from Aaron Rodgers. And it's interesting, Albert, he says we. That's funny, I thought he was a Steeler. On the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000.
He wasn't then at that very moment. So, Albert.
He said we, though. He's not a Packer. Hasn't been a Packer in a while. He's a jerk.
Well, it's interesting. He has a hair across his you-know-what about Chicago in a way he doesn't with Minnesota and Detroit, which is interesting at the very least, But that's the one he really hangs on to. So maybe it speaks to that rivalry being a little bit more intense. I don't know.
Okay, so he said something in there that I want you to weigh in on with all your football knowledge, where he said, every year, we got this new coach from Detroit. We got this, and this is going to be the year. And he just kind of mocks us. And I like the guy. I'm a fan of the guy. Yeah. So do you believe that, like Silvy, our afternoon guys, I'm not going to get out over my skis anymore. I'm not going to get optimistic. You got to just prove it to me. Where are you right now today after all the mini camps? Everything's done. And Ben Johnson looks like it's a totally different culture that he's building around there.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think like 500 is a fair idea for the Bears to have. We're doing this series. We haven't gotten to the NFC North yet, but we're doing a division by division series on my podcast on what's like a fair and realistic, goal for a fan. Like what should make a fan happy at the end of the year with each team. And I haven't really put a ton of thought into it on Chicago yet, but I think I would probably say, like, if you're around 500 at the end of the year, if you're like in the hunt graphic, that they show on TV, as you get close to Christmas, and you feel like the team is playing well at the end of the year, whether you make it into the tournament or not, I would say job well done, right? Like, is the trajectory, is the arrow pointing up on the team at the end of the year? If the arrow is pointing up on the team at the end of the year, I personally think that'd be a win for the Bears. Now, there's a lot of different things that can go into it. And like I said, I think the big thing is 8, 9, 9, and 8, all those aren't created equal. So, if they collapse at the end of the year and Caleb looks like crap the last 3 weeks of the season, that's something else. But if they're at around 500 and they are – and Caleb's ascending and the offense looks creative and you're starting to see some of the marks that you saw in Detroit, then, absolutely, I think, you'd be saying, yes, that's a successful year one for Ben Johnson in Chicago.
We asked you to go to SI.com and see Albert Breer's latest piece, his takeaways, especially his thoughts on Cam Ward is learning to talk football, just not play it. But also in this piece, Albert, that you wrote, I'm interested in your thoughts about C.J. Stroud because of all the pyro and ballyhoo about Caleb Williams getting sacked a ton and learning a lot in his first year. I'm interested to find out about C.J. Stroud because he got a beating last year as well, and what he learned from that.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because, I think I think Jaden Daniels is going to be subject to this too. Let's just say C.J. Stroud had the 2 years he just had, but reversed them, right? Mm-hmm. Year two is year one and year one is year two, you would say, wow, CJ's doing great. You know what I mean? But because They had a little bit of a step back in year 2. And if you look at the numbers, they were good. And they were in the divisional round, Hoodie, with, it was a 1-point game going in the fourth quarter at Arrowhead. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And that was like their step back. So I think CJ, really for him, going through last year and getting knocked around the way that he did, at Ohio State, they gave him a lot more control at the line of things and that's not really how the Shanahan offense is built for younger quarterbacks. So where some of the hand-holding in the Shanahan offense helped him in year 1, I think he felt like it held him back in year 2. And so that to me is the interesting thing about where they're going now is he's going to an offense where he'll have more control at the line because Nick Caley's got Patriot background, and generally that offense puts a lot on the quarterback. So there will be a lot of responsibility on him, and it'll be harder for him to play the position. But because he has some experience playing that sort of way from college, I think he feels like it'll give him a better chance to be successful, and by extension, the Texans a better chance to be successful.
You got your schedule set yet? When you coming to Chicago, buddy?
I have no idea yet. That's still a ways off for me. You can tell the Bears to get their schedule to me because this is this time of year. I'm paralyzed. I can't do anything until the teams get me the individual schedules. So I'm sort of waiting on everybody else to map the whole thing out.
He's going to put it off as much as possible so he doesn't have to come through O'Hare. You know that because he hates O'Hare.
That's it.
Well, I would say O'Hare is near the – I mean, for such a great city, guys, you got to admit, you got a terrible airport. I mean, wow. I've said this to you guys before. O'Hare looks the same as it did in Home Alone, and Home Alone came out in 1990.
Jeez. Fly into Milwaukee. Then you can go north to Green Bay and south to Chicago.
That's not a bad idea. But is that not true? It does look the same as it did in Home Alone, doesn't it?
It does. 100%.
Yeah, all right.
Hey, man, have a great rest of your day. We appreciate you.
All right, thanks, guys.
See ya. There he is. Albert Breer on the Yuengling Hotline.
Oh, man.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
Cubs lose against the Phillies, but not without controversy. That's in 2 minutes on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
Feel the boom. The Schaumburg Boomers are back home for Father's Day weekend. Friday night is Princess Night, topped off with post-game fireworks. Saturday is Alzheimer's Awareness Night, plus another dazzling fireworks show. Then celebrate Father's Day with a 1 p.m. Sunday game featuring a Boomers baseball cap giveaway to the first 1,500 fans, courtesy of Illinois Bone and Joint Institute. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom this Father's Day weekend.
You know, when I'm not hosting a spectacular game day party at the house, Fat Pour Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience. It's the best spot to watch any game in the city or nearby suburbs. And besides the brews, Fat Pour has great seasonal cocktails and a made-from-scratch menu that's better than anything I could make at home. Even if your team stinks, which is likely if you're a Chicago sports fan, Fat Pour has everything to make you feel whole again after the inevitable disappointment of another crushing loss.
If you're a business owner or building manager, now is the time to upgrade to energy-saving LEDs. Universal Lighting of America makes it easy. As a 2025 service provider for both ComEd and NIPSCO energy efficiency programs, we handle everything from installation to paperwork. That means no hassle, just brighter lights, lower bills, and real savings. And your utility provider may cover up to 70% of the project cost through available rebates. Call now or visit ulasaves.com to schedule your free lighting savings assessment. That's ulasaves.com.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. Now is a great time to visit my friends at Howard Orloff Imports. They have pre-tariff prices on Range Rover and Range Rover Sports. The 25 Range Rover is a compelling premium class SUV with opulent luxury and impressive all-terrain prowess. And the Range Rover Sport is the definition of sporting luxury. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of Range Rovers, but at current prices, they're sure to move quickly. This is your chance to buy an outstanding premium SUV at a great value. So visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on the ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we got you here on this Tuesday morning. Thanks so much for being with us. Open phone lines for you, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago, and on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago.
So I have an update for you. Shay, here's an update on minicamp attendance. Micah Parsons in the building. They haven't said yet whether he'll be playing. Trey Hendrickson, Bengals, no show. TJ Watt, Steelers, no show. Terry McLaurin, Commanders, no show.
He's apparently really pissed off, too.
Really pissed off. Sauce Gardner in the building and will practice. And James Cook surprisingly showed up at Buffalo Bills camp.
Wow.
Damn.
So the Bears are going to get all those guys, or one of those guys? Or
I don't know if anyone's going to get moved or not. We see this every year, but and the people that want a running back, James Cook may be out there, and then Trey Hendrickson. That one's starting to fester.
That's what Waddle wants. He wants Hendrickson bad.
He does,
and rightfully so. By the way, anything to help the Bears.
Tell Tommy to pay for it.
Well, exactly right.
Money that guy's got.
Well, he's not going to move into a one-bedroom just for Hendrickson. He's going to be in his flat.
Are you all in for the Bears or not, Tommy?
Well, that's a challenge, isn't it? You told him to give up some of that money.
Waddle's a tycoon, man. He could afford that.
You're going to make Waddle pay the signing bonus just to lessen the cap hit?
That's it.
Oh, my God. Could you imagine?
That's it.
Less bourbon, then. Empty bottles.
Empty bottles of scotch all over the place.
That won't be any good.
That is it.
How about yesterday, the Chicago Cubs, they took on the Philadelphia Phillies for the first game of the series, and the Cubs lose to the Phillies 4-3. On the front end, Cap, I will tell you that the offense is lacking. When you lose 3 out of 4 games against quality opponents like Detroit and Philadelphia, you have got to be able to score more runs. Again, it's a long season, Cap. There's ups and downs. Right now, the Cubs are down offensively. That's why you have another game to be able to play today. However, in back-to-back games, we have an issue with umpiring. As I told you before, Cap, when you go through your timeline on Instagram or Twitter, you go, wow, that team got screwed. Wow, that team got squeezed. Oh, well, take that. And then it happens to your team. Now, hang on a second. It's different. It's a different vibe when it's your team, is it not?
It is. Let me just tell you something. The umpiring last night in the Cubs-Phillies game was a train wreck. Train wreck. You had a guy out clearly at first, call stands. You had a guy running on the grass down to first base. That is out of the baseline. Craig Counsell got tossed for it. Nice job, Craig. 2 days in a row. Like it. Like the passion. But guess what? He said the umpire told him Bush caught the ball. If he hadn't caught it, we would have called him out of the baseline. Either you're out of the baseline or you're not. It's like when I remember Coach McDougal, our old coach, yelled at one of the referees. It's like 17:50 to go in the first half. That's a travel. He said, we're just getting into the flow of the game, Coach. We let it go. No, it's a travel at 17:52.
Yes.
It's a travel with 1 second left. Yes. Whatever it is, call it by the freaking rules.
However, you got that call back at some point. It may not be that game, but you got that call. I remember, Coach. Gotcha.
I got you.
But here in baseball, though, and by the way, okay, I'm going to dispel this conversation regarding Craig Counsell. Good for him. He got thrown out back-to-back games. Cap, you must get your money's worth.
Yeah, I thought he could have got his money's worth more or less.
Well, wait a minute now. If you're going to get the heave-ho, don't just walk away like it's your spouse. All right, you know what? I'm going to bed. Take that.
I'm taking a shower.
No. You don't walk away. When you're going to get thrown out of the ball game, you explain your point. This waving and just like, well, okay, hon, whatever you say. That's what happened last night. The first time, a little bit more demonstrative. and made a great point. In this scenario, the Cubs, especially yesterday's game, I pointed out to you, Pete Crow had, I thought, a foul ball right there because the ball changed. When he hit that ball, the ball moved. It was a foul ball. It was strike 3 at the plate. Not reviewable, but something to point out to the umpires if you're counsel. In this situation here where he was thrown out, he's just saying, could you just ask any of your umpires what they saw? That's all he asked. Nope. Yeah. Out of here.
Wouldn't it have been great if he'd have walked out and said, you missed that one, and then walked down to the grass and went, he ran here, and then gone down to first and pointed.
What'd you want him to do? Pick up first base and throw it?
That's what Lloyd McClendon did.
That's what Lou Piniella did.
That's what you wanted?
No, I'm saying
Al McRae.
If he walked over there to home plate and went, that was a foul. That guy was out at first. And then go jog on the grass and go, that's where he was.
Yeah, do the Lou Piniella kick the dirt all over home plate, too? Cover it up?
Yes.
That would have been awesome.
That was a give up on last night. You saw it, Jay. He just waved him off like, okay, you won't ask and you're going to throw. That you don't go out sheepishly. If they're going to throw you out, you have to be able to raise the temperature because that didn't inspire anybody. Jay, I know what you wrote here on the sheet, but just like, okay, you got thrown in back-to-back games. Did that inspire anybody? It did not.
No, I was actually surprised, too, against the Tigers, how flat they got. And, I was sitting watching the game, and I'm like, oh, man, this might fire up the team. This might be what wakes up the Cubs. And then, 2 plate appearances later, I'm sitting there going, never mind. This game's over.
That's it. That's it. So, again, you appreciate him defending his players, but he didn't do much of anything out there. I'm going to bed, hon. Good night.
Right.
We'll talk about this in the morning. I don't want this argument to be the last thing we talk about at night. So I'll stop it. That's what happened. Waves him off. So counsel talks to the press yesterday about his explanation on that second toss.
Yeah, I mean, he said it didn't affect the play. I mean, I just disagree with that. I think it did affect the play. You know, it's a situation where if Michael doesn't catch the ball, they call him out. And because he caught the ball, they called him safe. He didn't deny that it was interference. He didn't deny that he was out of the baseline, but because he caught the ball, it's not interference. At least that was the explanation.
Here's what's crazy about you coaches, and you guys are nuts, by the way. You in particular, when you were coaching. Nuts, out of your mind. And most of your peers are, most of your coaching friends are out of their minds. I know they're listening right now. Hey, you listening to Cap, your buddy right now, you're out of your mind because you have a screw loose, because you're trying to teach, you're trying to win so badly, and you don't want anything to be taken away from you. So I can understand why you're so passionate about every call. I get that. But you know what's interesting about you guys? Etch-a-sketch. Because counsel's got to go out there with those umpires at home plate to deliver the card. I think that's him out there. And so you have to let that go from the night before.
Correct.
Like when you go crazy on an official when you coached and you know you got to play that same team in the conference on the road, you might see those same officials. How's it going? Good. How's it going? Yep. Have a good game out there. All right, take that. A-hole.
Yeah.
but you say it quietly though, right, Cap? So Etch-a-Sketch, where you know what? Last time I saw this guy,
shake it and get a clean screen.
That guy screwed us last time. That son of a bitch screwed us.
I can't tell you how many times you walk into a building and go, "Who we got? Oh God,
Ted Valentine, or someone of that ilk."
TV Teddy, we're in trouble. Yeah,
but you argued with the guy.
Well, who was that? Is it Scott Foster?
Yeah.
That Chris Paul has never won a playoff game with.
Bad calls.
I got that guy again.
But you have
Done.
But as a coach, you have to etch-a-sketch it, right?
You do.
So counsel has to be meek and mild, handing over the card. Evening, guys. How's it going?
See you tomorrow.
All right. Good. How's the family? All right. But in the back of your mind, you know that guy right next to me threw me out for no reason.
Yeah.
And you have to be quiet about it. That's why it's amazing how you guys are able to just etch-a-sketch it from one game to the other. Because I'm holding a grudge. Last night that was BS, right? That's what I'm saying if I'm counsel, right? That was BS.
Yeah.
And then you get thrown out again. at home plate before the game. That's happened before too, hasn't it?
It has.
Yeah.
That we've seen guys get tossed. Like you wonder if you walk out, guys, how's it going? Yeah. By the way, you effed us last night. You're gone. Got thrown out with the lineup card.
That's really the interesting thing about you and coaches like you. It's just like, because you know that guy screwed you. It's like, yeah, here's a card. Everything good? Yeah. By the way, that was a BS call last night. It was awful.
Yeah.
Ah!
You're gone.
Again!
I told you, one of the guys I worked for. Oh, did you ride in on the team bus with him? Gone.
Oh, God.
You're out.
Oh,
they
God.
give you the car, you be like, hey, how's the wife and kids? Oh, yeah, the kids are okay. Hey, man, don't be on that BS tonight, all right?
Oh, out of here. What do you mean? That was last night's game.
Brutal.
That's what I find interesting about guys like you. I find that fascinating because you know you're going to see that official again. And you know that sticks in the back of your head, but you can't let it show because if you do.
There's still a guy. He's not refereeing. He can't be refereeing anymore. We got screwed on a call with 1 second left. We got a blocked shot. He called goaltending with 1 second left, and we lose by 1.
Oh, God.
And I despised him forever. Forever. Every time I saw him, you missed that call.
Oh, my God.
I was announcing. Doing a game. He's like, you know how they come by the scorer's table?
How's it going?
How you doing? They shake your hand.
How you doing?
Hey, if we get anything, we'll come over and talk to your analyst.
Yeah.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
You grab his hand, and you're just like, hey, by the way.
And I said to him, his name was Sam.
Yeah.
I go, he's like, hey, Kap, how you doing? I go, good. You still effed us when we were playing Kent State. Kent State at the gun.
Oh, my God.
Yep.
You don't let him keep passing on. You just hold on to his hand.
I
like,
would tell him every time I saw him.
Yeah. Hey, so you know, you screwed us. Just so you know. Oh, my God.
I told him one day, I said, I wouldn't be announcing this game. I'd still be coaching if you hadn't effed us at the Rockford Metro Center.
Still bitter. Yeah, so overall, Kap, Council talks about the loss against the Phillies. It was unusual, but I gave you what I thought was interesting about the game from the Phillies standpoint. They're not waiting. They're not trying to work a count.
No, they jump you.
You throw your fastball, they're going to swing at it.
16 hits for the Phillies, 5 for the Cubs, 2 left the ballpark. Tucker and Happ. Solos.
Council not happy.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of a strange game. We gave up 16 hits and only 4 runs. So, we were kind of working out of some jams, and we got some double plays to get out of the stuff. But we did a nice job. Ultimately, we had 5 hits and 11 innings. So that's probably not going to create a lot of offense. We got it tied and had a shot, and they had a good 11th.
Yeah, it was. Watch this in the series if you haven't. And by the way, I said this about Cub fans about a couple weeks ago on the show. Kap, gotta watch. You have to watch. It's a must-watch ball club. Because even in the game yesterday, here's Wheeler hasn't pitched in a while, and he's controlling the game. Really well-pitched starters, for the Cubs and the Phillies. But you got to watch because the Cubs had a chance, and they took the lead, and then the Phillies came back to win the ball game. But you got to watch because it's very entertaining.
It is. It's
Cubs
a lot
baseball.
of fun. I can't wait for tonight. The White Sox back to work in Houston.
Yes.
Grant Taylor's been called up. That's super cool. So, again.
Lost 3 of 4, though, Kap. You getting a little concerned?
Sox haven't lost 3 or 4.
Not the Sox. Why would I ask you if you're getting concerned about the Sox?
I was talking about the White Sox.
You said you can't wait to watch tonight, the Cubbies.
Yeah, I'm not concerned at all. Not concerned in the slightest.
Got to get the offense cooking again, though.
Yeah, got to get it back rolling. Got to go out and add a little bit more pitching. Yeah, I'm not concerned.
16 hits and 4 runs is weird, but that's what happened with the Phillies with their victory against the Cubs. We'll see what happens tonight. And if you're on hold, you will be on the air. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood Show are presented by Ankin Law.
All right, let me tell you about my friend Steve Stahorek and his great crew at Automatic. Outside temperatures are finally warming up, and when it comes to make your home or business comfortable this summer, I recommend you go with Automatic. Their motto is, we make people comfortable. Yes, every HVAC company strives to make people comfortable, but they take it a step further. They make sure their clients are comfortable throughout the entire process. They offer fair, upfront pricing, no gimmicks, and clean, courteous technicians that don't push sales, John. They just push real solutions. Trust me, Automatic gets it right. Visit Automatic.com. That is Automatic.com.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So we show people how they can borrow cash to buy cash to beat inflation, right? So banks charge interest on your money. So I believe in reverse engineering things. So you borrow money, take the bank's money, and then go out and create increase. Do it by way of a business so you can create leverages, and then you can get tax rates for making more money.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
And you're your number one asset, but many times people don't insure themselves. So life insurance is a big deal. But it's also a vehicle of how the wealthy, basically shelter money.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
And then you can prepare yourself by putting money into insurance outlets that will grow compound interest and create generational wealth to have a living and a death benefits.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Those are some of the ways that you can use to create wealth and give yourself financial freedom while protecting your family.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
White Sox fans, a day at the ballpark is a classic summer activity, so grab your crew and take advantage of savings all summer long with our summer savings section presented by Wintrust. Now through the end of the season, enjoy select lower-level tickets for $20 on all weekday games and $25 on all weekend games while supplies last. Includes fees, some exclusions apply. To purchase tickets, visit whitessox.com/section.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Summer is the time for making memories, not appointments. It's why you should go to Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have time. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Job's not finished. Job finished? No, I don't think so.
On ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. This hour of the Kap and J Hood Show is brought to you by the Village of Bolingbrook, the best place to elevate your future of your business. Go to bebolingbrook.com today. So, Jay Moore, you remember yesterday's show? Actually, I'm sorry. I know that we have imaging for that. Let me find that. Yesterday's show,
Previously
Yeah.
on Kap and J Hood.
So, yesterday, the aggravated David Emmanuel Kaplan is looking over at one of our big screens here. And we have Unsportsmanlike on because they're on for 4 hours on ESPNU. And so it's just on, right? And yesterday, Baylor basketball was on.
Yeah, against TCU, who stinks.
So Shay, today, it's Baylor against Arizona on
They're
ESPNU.
just running back the Big 12 season.
Like, who's doing the programming there in Bristol?
I don't know. This is bizarre to me that it's got you so hot and bothered. Nobody's watching ESPNU at 9:20 on June 10th.
It's on in here.
We just get through Unsportsmanlike.
I understand, but now Unsportsmanlike's over. You can
Yeah.
flip the channel to something else. Here's the surprising thing, Cap. You have the remote. The remote is in there. If you don't like what's on the TV,
I don't have
change
the remote.
it.
I don't have it. I just would like to know who is doing the programming for ESPNU, because whoever is ain't real swift at it.
You're the programmer. What are you putting on?
I told you yesterday, the Women's Softball World Series, the College Baseball World Series. There's got to be stuff that's relevant, that's timely.
College swimsuits.
Yes.
College swimsuit competition.
Yankees, Red Sox. You throw in Sunday Night Baseball replay up there?
I mean, do a deal with SI to have the behind the scenes of the swimsuit
What are you talking?
magazine.
Do a deal? The whole reason this is on is because they own the broadcast. They can put that on for free.
Nobody cares. My point.
I love the idea that Baylor is on back-to-back days.
Yeah, I love Cap saying like, oh well, if they put the NCAA Super Regional replay up, then it would do numbers on ESPN.
16-9 Baylor.
This is white flag programming.
It is,
and it's got you all hot and bothered. I can't figure it out.
I tried to explain to you, man. It's their own property. They got nothing else. I wish it was original programming at ESPNU because I think it would be cooler. But they got this.
So you're looking for current content?
Yes.
Okay.
So would you like for us to be up there? Would you like the Kap and J Hood show to be up
Sure.
there?
Put it on.
By the way, speaking of, what's on Channel 200 these days?
Let's check it out.
Let's see. Are we too late for Channel 200 or?
Yeah, what do they have on now?
Yes. Let's see what's on CHSN.
Yeah, we're a little too late.
Paid programming.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Oh, well.
Danny and Keith haven't paid the bill.
Speaking of CHSN, Shay, we didn't get to the caller, James, yesterday that was complaining that he could not see CHSN on his antenna on WJYS 62.2. That's all dead now, right?
Yeah, in the Chicagoland area, the antenna is officially done. You can't get Chizen over the air.
The outer markets can still do that.
Yeah, if you live in
certain
Indianapolis or Grand Rapids, you can get Chizen over the air. But if you live in Chicago, no shot.
Yeah, because it's now on Xfinity, which the way it should have been all along. I'm glad they got it done.
If you already had the sports package before they made the transition,
then you've already got it.
Then you already got it. It's grandfathered
Correct.
in. So you don't
That's
have
correct.
to pay any additional money.
No, that's correct. If you already have it, you're in.
Isn't it a little like I always look back at the Portland thing. Portland, the Trailblazers got taken off their RSN. They had a whole event. If you went to the arena, they were giving out free TV antennas so you could get their over-the-air product.
Yeah.
All Chizen did was tell people who lived here, go buy an antenna and you can get it over the air. Then they get their deal done with Comcast and they pull the rug out. Your antenna don't work no more.
Well, they didn't pull the rug out. Xfinity said, you want a deal? You're getting rid of the antenna.
Right, but again, it's these two people made a deal, Chizen and Xfinity, and the person who ends up paying for it is the customer. Because you went out and bought an antenna so that you'd have access to this. Now that doesn't work. You bought something that's obsolete. You better go get cable.
Yeah, so
who wins here? Not us.
I'll ask you this. Do you know someone that does not have cable or YouTube TV or anything else? They just watch whatever the linear TV is. I don't know.
They have an antenna like this. Absolutely, I do.
Just antenna people.
Just antenna.
Who?
In
our business?
No, not in our business. Just a neighbor of mine does not have any cable. All they pay for is their Wi-Fi, and they have an antenna. But they're not huge TV people either.
So I told you that you bought me an antenna, and it didn't work in the alleyways of South Shore. Somehow I could not get CHSN. Damn. I tried.
And the antenna worked for me.
It just didn't work in South Shore for me. It just didn't work. So I told you the other stuff that's on there. Like, if you're not going to get CHSN, there's a good Barney Miller rerun if you want it.
Dude, there's 60-some channels you get for free with that antenna.
Get the Barnaby Jones channel.
Cap.
Yeah.
I mean, you know me. I love nostalgic TV, but I already got Me TV. But I'm getting, like, Buzzer, which is, like, when Richard Dawson was tongue-kissing the contestants on Family Feud.
Correct.
When that was pretty much assault.
That's correct.
which would be called assault now, but back then, oh, honey, Doris is here. Doris. Stop tonguing her down.
Remember that?
Dawson.
That's what he used to do. It was unbelievable. Shit, you're too young.
Now, if you want to have that as a nostalgic channel to watch on Antenna TV, that's fine, Cap. But the point is, though, is that some of the stuff I saw in there, Cap, we're sports fans.
Correct.
It's bereft of sports.
Yeah, there's not, without CHSN being on there, there are not a lot of sports. That is fact.
A lot of old shows, though. You want a good old Magnum PI rerun? I mean, it's all there.
You can get all that stuff.
But,
Underdog.
Yes.
I was watching the cartoon one day.
Cartoons
in my
on
office.
there?
I had it on.
Yeah. But
waiting
I mean,
for the socks.
But I can understand, Shay, from your standpoint, and anyone that feels like, hey, man, I had this antenna specifically to see CHSN programming, and now, the channel's back. Okay, so we're going to remove it. I just think that's bad. I mean, after all this time without it, why can't you do the fan a solid?
With no notice, by the way. You can't get a 30-day grace period? If you're an antenna owner, you were getting access to watching your teams. And
Buddy,
then out of nowhere,
this
your choice
was not a CHSN decision.
I understand
Xfinity
that.
said, you want to be on? That thing sunsetted as of Sunday. You want a deal? It's that way or the highway.
I understand that, but it's hard for me not to feel bad. People went out and bought an antenna so they could watch their teams and then had the rug pulled out from them.
I don't disagree, but there's nothing they can do.
Welcome, darlings, to Family Feud.
Oh, God.
Here's your host, Richard Dawson, fresh off of Hogan's Heroes. There he is, Cap, Richard Dawson. And there he goes, Doris. Come on, let's play the feud. How are you, darling? You're grabbing my ass! I love you. Hand behind your back, play the feud. Oh, God! My God! Is this Twister or Family Feud? Cap!
That was unbelievable.
So if you have
if
you have an antenna, you want to watch that, it's right there for you. I mean, listen, it'd be someone's wife. The husband standing right next to her, like an inch away from her.
He waiting for his kiss.
Darling. Stop it. Dawson. Freak. You don't see Steve Harvey doing that, do you?
That's all you get now. You bought your antenna for Chisin, and now you're good. You can get NBC in the fall if you want to watch Sunday Night Football, but you don't get Chisin anymore.
That's it.
Like what? An idea from the Twitch chat, there should be an antenna buyback. I actually agree. That would be a great goodwill program. Bring your antenna to Sox Park, and we'll give you $25 or a free 4-pack of tickets.
I like that.
I like that. That is a great idea. I don't know about getting them to write the check. I have no idea how they would. You get 4 free tickets.
Could you see those damn antennas stacked up in the
pack
cart?
the ballpark?
Yeah, they have an antenna buyback.
Cap, imagine all of those antennas just stacked up in a cart. It just throws. It's kind of like hangers. They're just throwing. All right, here's some tickets. Here's some more.
Here's a voucher.
Yeah, just a stack of antennas, just everywhere.
That'd be cool.
Because if somebody went out and paid $25, $35 to get an antenna, and now they don't have access to it anymore, and their option is $80 a month for the Comcast package.
Now you get the CHSN package, and guess what? You turn it on and it's packed. The first day they were on was Friday.
Yeah.
That was Mexican Heritage Night.
Sold out.
Yeah. So you turn it on, you're like, I haven't seen it. Wow. Super cool. It's packed here.
Yeah.
What if you could do that and bring in a bunch of people who are going to buy concessions, might buy a jersey or a hat or a shirt? Yeah.
I like that as an idea, Twitch.
I'll give you that. Whose idea? Was that your, Shay?
Twitch. No, it was in Twitch.
Twitch. Whoever it was in Twitch. I'm not on the message board there, but whoever it was, they deserve credit. Well done.
Yes. Give away your antenna and watch Richard Dawson just pin a contestant to the ground. That's exactly what I saw as a child.
It was unbelievable.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number.
I almost don't believe you. It feels like it has to be hyperbole. I'm going to spend the break on YouTube looking at Richard Dawson clips to see if this really was going on.
Would you tell him, Cap?
It's like, what is societal change?
Cap, would you just tell him?
Look, Shay, Richard Dawson would literally give me a kiss there, darling, and it would not be a peck on the cheek.
Tongue.
It would be tongue.
It was more like Freaky Dawson.
It really was. Well, there's always that.
What hotel did we put you up at?
Oh, my God.
Slide me the ring. I'll see you tonight.
Oh, my God.
I guarantee you he hooked up with contestants.
This young man here does not believe us. Just put in Richard Dawson.
I typed Richard Dawson on YouTube and it said kissing.
See?
Contestant.
See?
What he did.
I'll tell you the truth.
I'll guarantee you he went back to more than one hotel room and slept with a contestant.
My God.
Just telling you the truth.
I'm guaranteeing it.
312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Cap and I have a story for you regarding not taking care of your responsibilities when you're one of the leaders in a university. We'll explain next. Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10. Get your card out. Right.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Need insights on your favorite football team? I mean, do you want to know more than all your friends? Done. Courtney Cronin checks in often with breaking news, insight, and foresight on ESPN Chicago. Reports brought to you by Costa Ivory.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Feel the boom. The Schaumburg Boomers are back home for Father's Day weekend. Friday night is Princess Night, topped off with post-game fireworks. Saturday is Alzheimer's Awareness Night, plus another dazzling fireworks show. Then celebrate Father's Day with a 1 p.m. Sunday game featuring a Boomers baseball cap giveaway to the first 1,500 fans, courtesy of Illinois Bone and Joint Institute. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom this Father's Day weekend.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, Thursday at 7 at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
This Father's Day, help Dad be all he can be with a gift from the Home Depot, because he's not just Dad, he's the handyman of the house, the plumber in a pinch, and the emergency mechanic. Upgrade his gear this Father's Day with the Husky Mechanics 270-piece tool set from the Home Depot. Now on special buy for $119, a $695 value. For every kind of dad, find the perfect gift this Father's Day at the Home Depot.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Golf season is back, and the weather is finally shaping up. Seven Bridges Golf Club is open for daily play with a private course field just 30 minutes from Chicago. Enjoy lush fairways, GPS-equipped carts, and a perfect 19th hole at the Dock Bar and Grill. SevenBridgesGolfClub.com, 630-954-GOLF. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Oh, Kap J Hood, big fan, man.
Watch out, fellas.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap, have you ever been blessed to be able to have a corporate credit card to take care of things with a corporate credit card?
When I coached, I did.
Okay.
Or scouted, I had a corporate card.
Good money on that card, or just a few shillings? How much?
There was no balance, like no limit on it. Okay. But I mean, they went over that thing with a fine-tooth comb. Mm-hmm. Like I couldn't say, yeah, I bought myself 6 jerseys over at Dino's. No, not going to happen. But hotel, meals, rental car, yeah.
So you got to be careful with that corporate credit card. I'm sure we have some listeners that had some either heard stories or been involved with maybe doing too much in the corporate credit card. So we take you to Tallahassee, Florida. Florida A&M University Athletic Director Angela Suggs was arrested Monday on fraud and theft charges for allegedly using a corporate credit card for personal use, totaling up to $24,000 at her former job. Suggs turned herself in and was booked in the Leon County Jail. She was later released on a $13,500 bond. Was that on the corporate credit card too, or did she have $13,500 to get her out on bond?
She put it on the card.
Man, that is an unbelievable story that you sent.
So what do you think, man? I mean, so here's the thing. She was charged on 2 felonies, grand theft and scheme to defraud. She also was charged with 4 misdemeanor counts of false claims on travel vouchers. A lot of the money that she spent this on, Kap, was like on dinners at casinos. Dinner for 2 was up to $4,000.
Okay, unless you're like a wine sommelier.
Yes.
I think Peggy Kaczynski is a level 1 or 2.
Yes.
Sommelier.
Sommelier.
Sommelier. However.
Sommelier, yes.
I believe she is. But the interesting thing is, unless she's getting that kind of wine, where is she spending $4,000 on dinner?
Good question.
Got another good question. Twitch wants to know, is she hot?
Let me look it up. She's 55.
Yeah. I'm looking right now because Hoodie sent me the article. Let's see. Angela.
No. No. But the point is, though, is that she can't be doing that. She can't be doing that. Kap, she just ran up the corporate card at FAMU. And if I'm not mistaken, her biggest hire for the basketball team, I think she hired Charlie Ward.
I think she did.
For the basketball team? I think he's the new coach there, Charlie Ward. If I'm off the top of my head, I think that's who she hired. But, I mean, using that kind of money, you have a corporate credit card, and you're just out there spending it on dinners and wine at the casino time and time again.
That could have been going to NIL.
And it could have been going to NIL.
The AD could have been paying players.
You think Charlie
Unbelievable.
Charlie Wood is.
No, I don't know if that is the case at all, especially now.
By the way, not to hijack this, I'm doing Richard Dawson research.
Yes.
I can't believe this guy.
Well, see, we tried to tell you.
You didn't want to believe us.
Do you know that he met his second wife on the show? She was a contestant.
What did I tell you? He hooked up with contestants.
His second wife was 26. He was 49. She was a contestant on the show. He gave her an open mouth kiss and invited her to dinner. They got married 10 years later. They had a kid 9 years later.
Yep.
I just watched a video in the break where he looks at a 12. This is on the show. He looks at a 12-year-old girl and says, "In 8 years, we'll get back in touch." What? What are we doing? How was this on TV?
That was a regular thing.
Yep.
He didn't want to believe it.
No, he didn't. Told you.
It sounded like hyperbole, and I'm looking it up, and it's worse than I even thought.
Tracy remembers.
We're going to ask Tracy about it.
Oh, my God. So there
Tracy.
you have it.
Can you
What do you
imagine?
think of Richard Dawson?
Like Steve Harvey today. Can you imagine on Family Feud? Give me a call in 8 years to a 13-year-old. Like, what?
Immediately arrested. On the set.
Immediately.
Goodbye.
Dude, Kendrick would have a song out by the end of the day.
This was free love back then, Cap. You could just say what you wanted. Back then, and in 8 years, hon, me and you hooking up.
I mean,
She's 12. Cap.
Unbelievable.
I mean, and when we try to tell him, like, we saw this. I saw this in real time as a kid, and I thought it was weird.
Second wife was half his age and a contestant on the show. I'm in disbelief.
Tracy remembers.
A minor.
A minor. It's unbelievable. She's 12. That's wild. It's wild to me.
Insane.
And Tracy looked, and she's like shocked. She lived the era. She knows what's going on.
Oh, absolutely.
She watched the show. So that's just crazy to me.
And then I'm like seeing cuts of all the like in memoriam video of Richard Dawson, and I'm wondering how we're running this as like R.I.P. to Richard Dawson, and then there's all these videos. A 12-year-old girl, he says, "Give me a call in 8 years." What?
Yeah, that's crazy. I know, by the way, Cap, as we get ready to talk to Tracy Butler, as we get ready for our Grip and Pacific Classic golf outing, find out what the weather is going to be. Cap, I love the battle that you and Carm are having regarding Connor McDavid from the Edmonton Oilers. Greatest of all time. Is he going to the great? Cap, can I just tell you something? If McDavid does not win and the Oilers don't win the Stanley Cup, there's a case that you can make like, well, how great is he? Because I know it's about team, right?
Boy, they got crushed last night.
But you know the point, though, right?
Yeah.
You've been fighting this off about McDavid. I know, like, from a number standpoint.
I love him as a player. He's just not better than Wayne Gretzky.
I just think that to solidify his legacy, his quote-unquote legacy, McDavid needs to be able to make an impact for the Oilers.
Yeah.
In some way, shape, or form. I know individually he's great, but he's got to be one of these guys going to lift the team. That was a mess yesterday. And
Blasted.
By the way, you know, the great Stanley Cup final. Oh, it's just great. It's the best. It's the best. Marred with penalties like it's a game in January. That's not Stanley Cup final hockey.
Yeah, no, last night was a absolute blowout. Blowout.
This is why I asked you guys last week, is there any player in sports that needs a ring more than Connor McDavid? Fair. We are basically watching Michael Jordan's career, except no championships.
They need to win the next game.
If Aaron Rodgers goes out and wins a ring with the Steelers, look out.
Well, that won't happen.
Yeah, we're good there.
Okay.
We're good there. But
there's not a worry in my bones about that.
McDavid needs to be able to elevate this team. Great Stanley Cup final, huh? All I saw is fights. Let's have that happen in the NBA Finals.
Yeah, it wasn't great last night. I watched. It was not great.
Yeah. I mean, again, I can see this in December or January, Cap. In the Stanley Cup final, I want excellent hockey out there. Excellent.
Fair.
And the Oilers get so frustrated, and they're just like, okay, we're just going to fight you. Well, you know, Florida won on the scoreboard. You might have won on the ice, but they won on the scoreboard. Let's see what happens on next game. Oilers need to bounce back here. And if they don't, you'll see what happens with the Florida Panthers.
They'll be down 3-1.
That'll be all.
Boy, they got crushed last night.
Tracy, what's the weather going to be like tomorrow? Let's find out from her next on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood.
I'm proud of you fellas. You all kept your head on a swivel, and that's what you got to do when you find yourself in a vicious cockfight.
Mornings on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV, Godman, Sox fan. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Apt. My favorite store in the world is your number one destination for the home, and they're helping you make the most of the season with the latest LG tech. Experience the sights and sounds of summer like never before, from LG's brightest OLED G5 series TVs powered by AI to lightweight Gram AI laptops to the portable, powerful sound of the new X-Boom Bounce speaker. Gamers can dive into the action with the world's first 5K 2K OLED gaming monitor for an ultra-immersive experience. For free in-home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop where I shop at Apt, A-B-T, apt.com, pleasing people since 1936.
You want to change the way your money works for you. So when you book an appointment with BrandonMrFinance.com, what's it like?
I'm going to find out who you are. You know, it's important to know what you want, you know, what your needs are, because I want to focus on those things. And then I'm going to basically just come behind it and give you a lot of ways that you can grow, you know, so you can own your time versus sell it. Because, no offense, most people, they work their jobs, you know, it's selling the time, whether it's an hourly or a salary wage. But I tell anyone who works a job, there's nothing wrong with creating a business, because then you can tap into the tax code. So we're going to expose you to things that you've not been exposed to.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
We show people how to repurpose their life and organize money and then create, you know, wealth. Like in my household, if you're a family person, I'm gonna tell you that I don't pay anybody cash in my house. I give you a paycheck. I can write this off. But I'm also arming you to have qualified financials so that when you want to make applications for funding, you can verify income. So I'm setting you up to qualify for things that you want or you need.
So book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com.
I want to teach you how to grow, you know, but this time on your own time with your own terms.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Michaela's Mobile Spa, Michaela. Michaela got a quick business insurance quote from Progressive and chose from over 30 customizable coverages. Sure, it helps she's her only employee and does literally everything. But while others would rest on their laurels, Michaela was hard at work saving big. So take that, hypothetical other employee who doesn't exist. Be your own Michaela. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage is not available in all states or for all vehicles and coverage selections.
Hi, I'm Dr. Yates, the most experienced FUE hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest. My patients are men, women, young and old with all hair types. I know what works for each individual, and when you see me, you will have exceptional natural results. Visit DrYatesHairScience.com.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
I'm a winner. I'm going to win.
On ESPN Chicago.
And now time for the Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cuts Steakhouse Chamber.
Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut.
If the Hawkeye system's got a half-inch margin of error, then it's better than the human.
Okay, as Burns put it, if we cannot get something we feel is 100% accurate, then why take the job out of the guys' hands who've been doing it for 20 years behind the plate? And many players agree with him. They do not want this.
These are the same guys who didn't want the pitch clock either, and now everybody loves it.
Well, all I can tell you is this, is that the best umpire that we've ever seen is a guy from the Naked Gun.
Strike?
Yeah! Hey, it's Enrico Palazzo!
That's what you want back there.
Leslie Nielsen.
Yeah, that's what you want. Nielsen back there. He gave you a good zone.
And that's all, folks.
The Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse on the south, north side of the Chicago River. It's the best.
Let's go to the newsroom. ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Tracy Butler, meteorologist, is with us on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show. Good morning, Tracy. How are you?
I'm good, guys. I'm excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun, and I think you are going to get an A grade.
For tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
Can we keep that around for, I don't know, a few days?
Just be careful, Apple Shiner. Let's be careful with the A grade, number one. 2 years ago, could not breathe, almost had to take me out because of the fires. Last year, cicadas.
Yeah,
okay?
that's right.
So this year, what do we have in store? What kind of nonsense do we have this year?
Wildfires again, right?
We do, yeah. It's not going to be as bad as 2 years ago.
Okay.
But it will be a little hazy. I think the one thing that might get you a little bit more tomorrow is the humidity. Mm-hmm. So by noontime tomorrow, it's probably going to be around 83 degrees already. And that's when we tee off, correct? Noon tomorrow?
That's what they tell us.
That's what I've been told by my team manager.
Mm-hmm. Who's your team manager?
Mr. Zetterman.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, figured that.
What?
Yeah, he's our team manager as well.
Should I be nervous?
Oh, it's Danny. Of course you should be nervous.
Well, he says that he's developed his own rules, so, we'll see.
It's like him as a manager around here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, nothing surprised. So as far as you said hazy, but what about the air quality?
Okay, so air quality, again, has been better than last week, but we're still going to have some of that haze in our sky. The question is, does it make it down to the surface? Can we smell it? Tomorrow, it doesn't look like that will happen. Today, it may well smell a little smoky. The other thing I want to bring up to you, because I know about your allergies, Hoodie, the cottonwood is everywhere. Have you seen the cottonwood flying around?
Yeah.
So
I got my allergy stuff right in there.
Do you really?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's gin. Go ahead.
So, hey, whatever works. Whatever works. So, yeah, the cottonwood has been a problem for a lot of allergy sufferers, including yours truly.
Yeah.
So that's the thing we're dealing with right now, as well as grass pollen, too. So, yeah.
It kills me this time of year.
I know.
Eyes, all of it.
We could be a little sniffly tomorrow.
It's all right. I like the heat.
You'll get that.
Can we get to 90?
It's very possible. That would not be the hottest day of the year so far, though, because back on May 15th, we had 94 degrees.
I remember it well.
So we're going to be right around 90 tomorrow.
Can we plant our flag at 90 for about 2 months?
We cannot.
I don't understand.
When are we getting summer?
It's not summer on your calendar yet.
Yeah, it's not even summer yet.
20th.
I did research for this interview.
Oh,
we
really?
average 79.8 degrees on this date in Chicago.
That is correct.
Thank you.
If you saw me this morning, if you would have watched, I talked about what the average high is today. So
I was on the air, but 79.8.
Yeah. So near 80.
Yeah, I'd like to get that.
Okay, you're
Over
going
the
to get
weekend,
that tomorrow.
I'm looking, it's 64, and I'm like, what are they doing there?
What are they? It's a they who controls the weather, like a machine.
Meteorologists.
Oh, yeah, that's what we have a little summit, and we decide what we want.
Correct.
That's how it works.
That's
Wish
how it
casting.
works. That's it.
Yeah, you know what? You better be careful, because I think I hear Sam Frasco's in the building.
Uh-oh.
He said if I needed to get him after you, he'd be right up here.
That's my guy.
I know.
Do you remember Richard Dawson on Family Feud?
I remember Richard Dawson of Match Game. So that's how much I remember Richard Dawson.
Did he try to molest contestants then?
I wouldn't
on
use
Match
that
Game?
word. I would just say kiss. And people
vigorously.
And people always picked him on Match Game. They always picked him. I felt bad for Charles Nelson Riley never getting picked.
Well,
or Brett Summers.
But here's the thing. It's good for him to be on Match Game, right?
Yes.
Because he was in an isolated booth. He didn't have to attack anybody there.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah,
he was on the lower panel.
That's right. That's the difference, Cap. When you're one of 9, he didn't have to go attack one of the contestants.
They came to him for this, so
that's sad.
You know,
and he met his. Did you know that he met his wife as a contestant on Family Feud?
Second
right?
wife, yeah.
Second wife.
I
She was
did
half his
not
age.
know that.
How about that?
That I did not know, but I still watch Match Game.
Yes.
I just can't. It's so funny because you can tell which show they were all hammered on. Like
Yes,
they would
right.
record 5
Yeah,
episodes.
and they'd be liquored up.
My dad and I watch it all the
Shay,
time.
tell Tracy what he said to the one contestant.
There was a 12-year-old girl. I just watched the video. She was a contestant on Family Feud, and he said, "Give me a call in 8 years."
He said that on live TV.
I'm hoping because he was hoping maybe he has a son that was 12.
Oh,
and
come on.
maybe
There's
they
no
could get
benefit of the
together
doubt
and-
here, Tracy. There's no benefit of the doubt.
What are you doing there, Butler?
See, we could just be honest. He was
That makes me so. I
based on the
can't.
video I've seen. He was a little despicable.
Oh gosh. Oh yeah. I would have to.
Now imagine the host of Jeopardy doing that today.
Ken Jennings?
Yes, can you imagine Ken doing that?
Absolutely not.
How long would he last?
Not at all. Sir, Ken?
Tracy, remember the days of free love. That's how it was back then.
That's the way it was, man.
You all right with Aaron Rodgers? He's going to check in here.
I told you.
Yes, you did, but my dad thinks he'll be out by the sixth weekend.
Really? Oh,
That's what my dad
injury?
said.
Wow, look at that. He's got a voodoo doll on.
Aaron's
Aaron
leading you to
Rodgers.
double-digit victories.
You think?
Yes.
I
Yes.
think Will Howard will.
Yes, if you put 2 seasons together.
Will Howard.
Yeah.
If you put 2
He's our
seasons
third
together,
string.
Aaron Rodgers will get you to double-digit victories. That's for sure.
Cap, did you send her the picture? I sent you yesterday.
Oh, I didn't want to wake her up. I got a picture for you.
Okay.
Jay Moore sent me something for you.
Oh, gosh,
but I
I'm
knew you
scared.
when he sent it.
Oh.
It was like 7:30 and you're
Yeah.
already asleep.
So for Richard Dawson, Jay Hood with you. Make sure you check in tomorrow as Cap will be teamed with Adam Abdallah.
I'll be in 8 years.
So long, everybody.
Take that.
From Chicago.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Help provide for families in need with food items during Menards Food Drive. Simply head to Menards, place non-perishable food items in the collection bin by our exit doors. And that's it. All donations will be given to a local organization representing your community to help those in need. Head to Menards to help your community today. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
We're all better with help. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Take it from me, I use therapy all the time. But too often, people stay silent to avoid being judged. For over 10 years, BetterHelp has been finding the right therapist for people just like you and me. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout and get 10% off your first month of therapy. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout. And let's get the help today.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here. Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Tuesday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and on the Watch ESPN app. Dressed it down today. Just chilling. Nothing crazy on the torso. I got to tell you guys, though, Devin, by the way, is at the con, and Steele is on the board, so please say hello to the gents if you're watching on the Watch ESPN app. So a funny thing happens, guys, when you live on the West Coast, which is that things that happen in real time in the sporting world don't, like, resurface onto the sort of algorithm, if you will, until the next morning. For most people on the East Coast, and because I'm actually from the East Coast and a lot of my friends are there too, I often, after the initial sort of wave of consumption of something, hear about it the next morning in a way that is new and fresh, and it's always fun. So I don't know if you guys watch a lot of athletics baseball out there, chat, but yesterday, a guy named Denzel Clark had one of the most amazing catches you'll ever see in your life. First of all, did you see this catch, Devin, in a snag, grab, or stab situation? And what was your qualification of said haul?
So I certainly did see it, not because I was watching the game live, but because my social media absolutely blew up with that catch. It was incredible. In terms of, what are my options against snag, catch?
Snag, grab, or stab.
That's
America's favorite internet game, sir.
I want to say... Man, I want to say that was a snag, big time snag.
Yeah, it was a snag. Steele, your thoughts?
Yeah, I try to envision myself seeing it for the first time and being like, oh, that's a good snag.
Sure. Yeah.
So yeah,
okay.
It's a snag.
It's a snag. It was a great catch out of him, and there's a couple things I want to say about that. Number one, for those of you who don't know who Denzel Clark is, he's a Canadian. He played in the World Baseball Classic, and here's the other thing about that guy. I don't know how evident it is to the naked eye. Denzel Clark is one of the biggest people I've ever seen on a baseball field in my life. He's like 6'6" or whatever. He's a huge dude. So when you see that kind of upper body strength, that's not like some miraculous Superman moment. Like, that guy is actually that big. But it leads me to bringing up something that I like to discuss a lot, which is, in my opinion, literally the greatest catch of all time in center field. It ain't that one. That was a great catch. That's probably catch of the year. If you're listening and you're in a space where you can do this, go to your YouTubes, kiddos. Gary Matthews Jr. center field catch. Put it in your search. Devin, I need you to go to this right now and check it out.
Doing it right now.
Go to that. Check it out. Back when I was doing Black History Always for the Undefeated as a podcast, I did an entire show about this one catch because it is that incredible in the Texas heat. It's from probably 20 years ago. I want to say maybe not that long ago. But that catch, although there have been many in center field that were fantastic by a lot more famous people, Gary Matthews Jr. in center field is the best catch I've ever seen in my life. And Denzel Clark, bravo. Bravo, mon ami. But that does not unseat my guy.
Yeah.
A.K.A. Junior.
We're
you
watching.
Saw that, Devin?
I'm watching it right now.
Pretty amazing. Right?
He's not even looking. His body is completely turned away from the ball. He catches. He gets up on the wall, and then he has to again look above his head and then contort his glove in his hand and his body in a way to make this catch. And the best part about it is, like, as soon as he got down, he didn't really celebrate that much. He's like, yeah, routine. But my question is, like, with all these guys, right? And some people are better than others, but how do you not look at the wall. Like last night, he didn't he knew exactly right where the wall was. The warning track obviously can help you with that, but didn't take his eyes off the ball once and made that incredible catch. I can't wrap my head around it because I'd never be able to do it. Most people would never be able to do it, but it's incredible to watch.
I mean, it's also on the road, too, which makes that more impressive. It's not like it's your home park. Not that the A's have a home park. That's a separate discussion where you know every step of the way. But, yeah, no, incredible grab out of him, and he gave the requisite celebration, which was the scream, fist pump. And the best part about it is that everybody on the field just stops and stares at him because they can't believe it either. Great job out of the A's last night. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. It's easy to bundle your home and car insurance at Progressive.com.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines,
Extra, extra, read all about it.
or saving the best for later.
I can't wait.
It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
All right, we'll get to the pucks, kiddos. Don't jump down my throat about the Stanley Cup final. It was a blowout last night. We'll discuss that later. For now, however, the Bing Bong community, you are on the stand. Jason Kidd and the Knicks reportedly have mutual intrigue. Nothing like a little mutual intrigue to get you started first thing on a Tuesday morning. First of all, let's just discuss that phrase alone regarding the reporting on this. What exactly is mutual intrigue? Not mutual interest. Mutual intrigue. You know, sometimes you go to the club with your boy, you're like, man, I wasn't even trying to go out tonight, dog. I'm just chilling. I ain't even gonna put on nothing fly. I'm gonna just go as is. As Nelly used to say, I'm coming as is, do rags and Timbs. And then you see somebody there. You think, oh, what? Huh? What? Is that mutual intrigue? Is that what we're calling that? Because to me, that sounds like, I don't know, y'all about to do this, and there's just a matter of time before it happens. Now, that being said, I'm still mad at the Knicks for getting rid of Tibbs. I still don't understand that decision, but we can get to that in a second. Reminder, Jason Kidd is the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks. Currently. Let's also remind ourselves that the Dallas Mavericks had one of the more bizarre crash outs of the season last year, trading away, Luka Doncic. 2, that's right, it's written right over my shoulder, Crypto.com, other shoulder. Dang it, I'm always botching this on TV. Anyway, other shoulder for the Lakers. Now, the thing about this that's so weird on 2 levels is that, number one, I just can't imagine what a Mavs fan is going through right now in terms of how, you're thinking about the franchise completely sort of collapsing over the past, let's just say, calendar year. Kid has 2 years left on his Mavs contract. Multiple league sources expect the Mavs to deny a request to interview him, making this a little bit more complicated. AKA, you got to creep. This is a bad look, I feel like, for both sides, man. I get it. The Knicks need to make a trade. They want to make a bit of a splash. But a guy under contract, you technically probably don't have permission. You already kicked the last guy out to the curb. I said this yesterday, Devin. I don't know how great of a job the Knicks' job is. I understand that it's high profile. I understand that a lot of people believe in what is the legend of the New York Knickerbockers and Madison Square Garden. But in a current state of the NBA and the way that the Knicks are operating, I don't know that that's a job that's all that desirable to somebody who doesn't already have a ton of money in the bank and their entire, sort of status cemented in the NBA. You know what I'm saying?
100%. And if you're Jason Kidd, you know the Knicks, they're going to get rid of a coach pretty soon after they have him. Like, you need to show that you can win, at least get to the NBA Finals, which is no easy feat. And my thing is, if you look at the Mavericks, obviously, yes, Luka Doncic is not on the team anymore, but they're going to get the number 1 pick. They're going to get Cooper Flag. They have Anthony Davis. Kyrie's going to be working back from injury. Like, I think the Knicks, in terms of a win-now situation, are a better team, but, future-wise, I don't know.
I'd rather be the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks than the New York Knicks at this moment in 2025. For sure. This story is wild to me. Let's hear what Brian Windhorst had to say about what could happen with Jason Kidd.
The way I would describe this is there's mutual intrigue on both sides. And also, I know there's this whole thing about asking for permission. You don't ask for permission to hire another team's coach. When you ask, you're going to hire them. So essentially, when the Knicks express interest, the ball will be in the Mavericks' court. And they have three options as I see it. One, they can just say, no, thank you very much. Jason, we'll see you in the fall. Look forward to the season. Look forward to Cooper Flagg. They can try to make Jason Kidd have zero interest in the Knicks, possibly with the new contract. They did just give him an extension last year. Or they can negotiate a trade. And we have seen a handful of trades of coaches over the last 15 to 18 years, including Jason Kidd being traded from the Brooklyn Nets to the Milwaukee Bucks for 2 second-round picks 11 years ago. So it's not like Jason Kidd hasn't been in this situation before.
Can you imagine if Jason Kidd gets traded twice as a head coach in the NBA in his career?
That's got to be a record, right? I'll have to look that up.
Please do look that up. That's got bar trivia final boss question written all over it. Mutual intrigue is the name of the game. Let's hear what Mike Greenberg had to say. We are not in agreement on this about the situation revolving around the Knicks.
The West is loaded and the East is wide open this minute. Jason Tatum is seriously hurt. There is no great team in the East. There's no great team you can't get past. The West is absolutely loaded. And the Mavericks, is Kyrie Irving going to be healthy, and when? Is Anthony Davis going to be healthy, and ever? Is the rest of that roster outstanding? And the fan base is still disgusted that they traded away Luka Doncic. I think that the Knicks right this minute are a better situation if you're trying to win a championship quickly.
With the
than
same
Dallas.
personnel?
They went to the Final Four.
Not with the same personnel.
East.
I'm not buying that, Greeny. Respectfully. Mainly because of one reason. They've got the top pick. Has a coach ever walked away from a team that had the top pick?
I'll look that up too. But I got the coaches in here.
Let me know. What you got?
So the coaches, there's been happened 5 times in league history.
Okay.
Mike Dunleavy Sr. was traded from the Lakers to the Bucks for 2 second-round draft picks. Pat Riley left the Knicks for the Heat in '95 after a tampering investigation. The Knicks received a first-round pick and $1 million in compensation.
Tampering, by the way, is what happens on the bad end of mutual intrigue.
100%. Stan Van Gundy was traded from the Heat to the Magic in 2007 for 2 second-round picks. I wonder if they regret that one. Doc Rivers was traded from the Celtics to the Clippers in 2013 for a first-round pick.
Remember that.
And then, obviously, this aforementioned Jason Kidd was traded from the Nets to the Bucks in 2014. So, yes, he would be the first to be traded twice.
This is fascinating to me. The number 1 pick, and you say, nah, I'm good. I'm going to go hang out in the garden. That is wild to me on a lot of levels. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Let me know what you think about that. We got an NBA Finals game coming up demain, mañana. So we're talking a little NBA. Windy making some news here. I just can't understand why Jason Kidd would do this. Unless he has lost faith in the ownership group, Dallas, as a result of all the shenanigans that have gone on over the course of the past year with Nico Harrison and the like. Now, these are rumors, but I'm saying I cannot imagine being a Mavs fan right now. Can't win for losing, as my uncle used to say. Get rid of Doncic. Okay. Anthony Davis comes in. He gets hurt. Figure a couple things out. Get the luck of the draw. And now the coach wants to go. My goodness. It's been a long couple weeks in Dallas. And by weeks, I mean months. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Is the Knicks a better job for Jason Kidd than the Dallas Mavericks? Basic question. NBA coaching carousel. Sidebar, a lot of those trades for coaches were a lot more recent than I realized.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that I had that on my radar. The recess of my memory, remember all those guys coaching in all those places, not necessarily how they got from one place to the other. You know?
Yeah. And as far as the other question of, I haven't been able, I have to do a little bit more deeper research, so take this with a grain of salt, but I don't think any team coach has walked away from having the number 1 pick. There's obviously been coaches who's been fired before having the number 1 pick, but I don't think a coach in the NBA has ever walked away, or not walked away, went to another team while having that number 1 pick.
Mutual intrigue. What a phrase. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. We'll get to your phone calls after I tell you about Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers high-quality supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as access to product specialists who have the knowledge and experience to answer your toughest questions. Plus, their commitment to being your safety partner can help you keep your facility safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger, or just stop by Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Today on SC Plus, streaming exclusively on Disney Plus.
Denzel with the play of the year in baseball. Okay, all right, my man.
Truly a catch you have to see to believe.
Plus a Stanley Cup rout in Game 3.
And drama on the diamond. All that and more today on SC Plus.
To placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ES. Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads, race car bobbleheads, little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
Golf at night? You heard that right. Golf Center Des Plaines, the home to the only lighted golf course in Illinois. A stunning 9-hole par 3 course illuminated under the night sky, offering you the perfect opportunity to unwind and sharpen your skills after a long day. With their state-of-the-art practice facilities and expertly designed course, every swing is a chance to elevate your game. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, Golf Center Des Plaines is your one-stop shop for all your golf needs, day and night. 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select a local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
The Mick Ultra Foosball Tourney continues.
Hey, it's Shane Orling. Come out to Four Shadows on Ashland and Diversey in Chicago Saturday night. Mick Ultra is the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and they're inviting us out to watch the Chicago Fire FC take on Nashville and play some foosball. Someone will win a Messi Mick Ultra jersey, and if you win in Chicago, you could qualify for a chance to play in the national finals for 2026 World Cup tickets. Let's raise an ice-cold Mick Ultra at Four Shadows Saturday night at 7. Please drink responsibly.
This Father's Day, help Dad be all he can be with a gift from the Home Depot, because he's not just Dad, he's the handyman of the house, the plumber in a pinch, and the emergency mechanic. Upgrade his gear this Father's Day with the Husky Mechanics 270-piece tool set from the Home Depot. Now on special buy for $119, a $695 value. For every kind of dad, find the perfect gift this Father's Day at the Home Depot.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Waddle and Silvy, now weekdays 2:30 to 6:30 on ESPN Chicago.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I break your concentration? I didn't mean to do that. Please, continue. You were saying something about best intentions. What's the matter? Oh, you were finished. Oh, well, allow me to retort.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Clinton and Friends. If you're listening on the podcast, this is just me waiting for the song to hit. Talking NBA basketball today. The Knicks and Jason Kidd have mutual intrigue, according to Brian Windhorst, who is reporting that the head coaching job of the Bing Bong community, there's discussions with the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks for how that could go. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Real quick, let's hear what Marcus Morris Sr., new ESPN star, by the by, has to say about which of these is a better job.
I got to say New York, and the reason why, because let's just be clear. You get a chance to coach in the mecca of sports, the mecca of the NBA and the Garden, right? Like, how can you pass that up? I understand, you know, Cooper Flagg, the #1 pick. You revamp the team. You want to see how it goes. But you go into a Knicks organization where, obviously, Boston Celtics, you don't know what to go from there to go in the Eastern Conference Finals. So the path is a little bit easier. I'm not going over there, staying in the Western Conference Finals where I know I'm going to have to battle against teams every year. I'm not trying to take the easy way out, but I think New York is just a better place. I think going into this offseason, it'd be interesting to see the kind of moves that they make. But if I'm Jason Kidd, I'm taking the New York job.
Lowest of keys, that is a master class in how you campaign for an assistant coach job on a bench whilst you're in the media. Just saying. That's how you do that, which is a very smart maneuver if you're Marcus Morris Sr. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Max in St. Louis, what's up?
Hey, guys, I just wanted to say first I am a Mavs fan, but ever since old Marco Cubano left, the rumor is they're going to Vegas. And if I was Jason Kidd, I would want to get away from all that chaos, and, I mean, the Knicks is a great job. Thanks.
No problem. Guys, are we familiar with who the New York Knicks are? The New York Knicks are not Action Bronson and Patrick Ewing and Spike Lee. That's a rapper, a former player, and a fan. The brand is very different than the organization. The organization is owned by James Dolan, one of the top 5 wacky owners in the history of our lives. You're not telling me that the Knicks are a less chaotic situation than the Mavericks. You're just not. That doesn't even make sense. I understand that the move to Vegas might sour some people. But you're not moving from a non-stable to a stable situation. You know how I know it's not a stable situation? They just fired their coach after making it to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time in 25 years. That's how. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Mardi Gras Bob, Notorious MGB. What's up, dude?
Hey, John, pleasure to visit with you. Kid just he needs to stay right where he is. Going to the Knicks would border on moronic. You think this coach, Thibodeau, who should probably coach the Pelicans with a name named Thibodeau, he's got a 6-foot point guard and a 7-foot center that you have to hide on defense. Yes, a 7-footer you have to hide on defense, and took them to the conference finals and got his butt canned. Good luck, Jason Kidd in New York. Stay where you are.
Thanks for the phone call, Bob. Thibodeau. That was a great call. There's this movie about who is it? It's called Easy. It's called The Big Easy, where Dennis Quaid, I think, plays this like undercover cop. And he's not an undercover cop. He's a cop. Yeah, it's called The Big Easy. Dennis Quaid. And Dennis Quaid has the worst New Orleans accent I've ever heard in my life. Like, it's so bad. I mean, Mardi Gras Bob obviously has a real one, but like, anyway, that reminded me of that. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Thibodeau. Walrus, you're on the show.
Good morning, CY, Devin James, and all the friends out there. So this is news to me. Speaking of news, the New York Post back page reads, Kid Pro Whoa. How bad does the Mavs ownership have to be on the inside, less outside, for someone to want to go work for James Dolan, to your point, CY? I think what you and Greeny said, both things are true. There is zero job security in Bing Bong Town, but the East is more winnable than the West. Now, CY, we got Freestyle Friday in 3 days, 72 hours, or 4,320 minutes. Time for some of y'all out there to saddle up and come handle your business. Jay Boogie, Big Apple, and NC, we're talking about your team here. You know the day and time, 10 a.m. Eastern, on your phone, dialed in and ready to rhyme. Again, had that big talk from Jordan in Texas. Still looking to see exactly where your walk is. Riley and Indy, we know y'all have big gyms and courts in your state. Come back to the Watering Hole Cypher, this time wearing some shorts, okay? You know the date. My dog, K9, you got more to offer and can rap to those beats. Hide from your boss again. We need another kennel shout-out to Vivid Seats. Lastly, Mr. Akuyi, I do recall you saying you wanted in. We're here this Friday the 13th, so on your calendar, please do place a pin. Lil Dilly and I are ready to go and rock once more. Hopefully it won't just be our names on the proverbial marquee above the door. You all have a great day, and long live the horn.
Thank you, Aris. Jay Boogie needs to step into the Cypher. The Knicks are on the clock, so to speak, and Freestyle Friday is coming up. If Jay Boogie can't make an appearance, if we have another suddenly the truck situation didn't work out and I couldn't make it to the microphone, I think we're going to know what Jay Boogie's about. I'm just saying, Devin. He's got to make it to Freestyle
Listen,
Friday.
I'll let you call out Jay Boogie. I'm not doing it.
I like Jay Boogie. Jay Boogie actually has a you know what? We'll talk about that later. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Is the shot clock ready? Are we ready with the shot clock?
Yeah, once you hear the shot clock go on, you get 20 seconds.
Dylan in South Dakota, the shot clock is actually on. You're on the air.
That's so good, CY. DK, I understand you duck and boogie and steel curtain. Give me that cue. I'll say this. I mentioned breadcrumbs yesterday. Yeah. Today, open up. I'm going to give you the full loaf. So I am going to violate the shot clock, but it'll be worth it if you let me land the plane, Steel. I promise. So you guys are familiar with the Kevin Bacon 6 degrees of separation. Yeah. In 2025, Jason Kidd is K-Bake, okay? 10-year-old Presti, he cheered for the Celtics in the 86 chip as Carlisle perfected his shooting finals. He was 3 of 3. Kid. He wrote in 1994 a letter to the editor of the Boston Globe, and he said he wanted a clean house and draft Kidd. In 2000, Carlisle advised Presti as a Spur intern, become a guy that can't live without. In 2007, Presti turns the Sonic cap space to future SGA and picks, Domino's, Rashard Lewis, Kurt Thomas, Serge Ibaka, Oladipo.
Oh, that's too bad. Dylan, see, if you didn't set it up and you just went right into it, I know where he was going with that. That was actually really good. That was one of the more thoughtful things Dylan has done in a while. But if you didn't set it up and just got to it, you could have got it all before the shot clock ended. We had to do it. All right, go ahead. We're kind here. Go ahead, Dylan.
I'll respect the shot clock next time, but this is good. Okay, so in 07, Presti turns that Sonic cap space to SGA and picks. The dominoes were Rashard Lewis, Kurt Thomas, Serge Ibaka, Oladipo, Sabonis, playoff P, and then now our MVP and picks, including J-Dub. Kidd and Carlisle won the Larry O'Brien in 2011. In 12, Presti's Young Thunder swept them. In 20, Carlisle coveted Halliburton. In 21, Kidd replaces Carlisle to Indy. And now the 25 full circle. Here's the plane landing. In February, Kidd sat next to Nico, post that Luka trade. Right now, you can see Kidd passing in Halliburton and leadership in Shea. Carlisle versus Presti in the finals. Tibbs firing. The Bakers have this mutual intrigue, which I think that's an old school courting. Possibly they're necking by the end of this. Dolan throws the bag at coaches. The East is easier and plays the playoff pathway. And Cooper's going to need time to develop. Remember, Kyrie and AD are street clothes. So in the words of the 16-year-old Presti on the Cal sophomore kid, this applies to the guidance of winning the finals today as well. Incredible skills, but impresses coaches more is his knowledge of the game. Very rarely do you see Kidd make the wrong choice. So that is the Kevin Bacon, Jason Kidd in 2025. Thank you. I will be shot clock ready next time.
No, you won't. Goodbye, Dylan. We love you, but you're lying.
You can't say, I'm going to land the plane, and then 30 seconds into it say, all right, here's the plane landing. That's not how this works.
Dylan, if you pick him for your bunk, will have everybody up all night yapping. That's how it goes. Great guy, great mind. Not exactly clock cognizant.
We might have been too nice to him there.
It's okay. That was actually a good theory. There's a lot going on there regarding who's connected to whom, but it is what it is. Tune in Wednesday for Game 3 of the NBA Finals as the Pacers host the Thunder. Coverage begins tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Clinton and Friends.
All right, Clinton, Game 3 back in Sunrise. Oilers have been great on the road, and Brad Marchand's already scored.
And the Panthers are on the board early. Brad Marchand.
Call courtesy of 560 WQAM. Carter Verhaeghe gets one on the power play. Panthers have the barn rocking after one.
The Oilers get a power play goal.
Behold the phone, folks. The worm strikes to start the second.
Sam Reinhart gets the Panthers up by a pair once again.
And then the Sams answer right away.
Bennett scores!
In the third period, Florida just humming on the man advantage. Ekblad has a net the size of Alberta to score on. Lots of whistles all night. Game-long parade to the box, especially after this scene from Slapshot.
And now we've got mayhem breaking out. Big punches.
Call courtesy of 630 Ched. 140 penalty minutes, 6-1 Cats, Stuart Skinner stinker. But Panthers look every bit the defending Cup champs that they are. Florida holds a 2-1 series lead. We have friends everywhere. Emily Kaplan is one of them, and she joins Clinton right now.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
Joining us now, friend of the program, another Around the Horn alum, and of course, ESPN hockey reporter. You can find her on the internet at Emily M. Kaplan. First of all, Em, thank you for joining the program. Second of all, I haven't actually talked to you about ATH yet and how it's ending. I know you're in the middle of the Stanley Cup, but, I just want to get your thoughts.
Oh, Clinton. Well, firstly, thank you for having me on. And as you know, it's just like a super sentimental time. Anyone someone mentions ATH, right. I feel this wave of emotions. And one of the biggest emotions is gratitude. I'm just so grateful that happened to me, that I was, inducted into this family with such great humans and such role models, and the fact that I was included is so great. But also sadness, because I know how much it meant for my career and for me to find my voice and my confidence on TV. And I'm just sad that others won't get that opportunity, and it won't get the opportunity to live on.
Very, very well said. That said, you are traveling all over the continent for the sake of the Stanley Cup final. What's the wardrobe situation looking like at this point? I know it's difficult when you got to pack when you're going all those miles between all these different cities.
Yeah, it's 2 cities I've become very accustomed to now, thank goodness. And
right.
I love the good Winners in Edmonton. That's like their version of a TJ Maxx. I cannot tell you how many packs of socks I've bought in there. It's easier than doing laundry sometimes on these long trips. But we got the big suitcase, I'll tell you that.
Very well. Emily Kaplan joins us here, ESPN NHL reporter, the Stanley Cup final. The Panthers blew out who I like to call Los Petroleros last night, 6-1. What was your quick takeaway from that skate overall, Em?
The Cats just dominated it start to finish. Like, when they're able to assert the type of game they want to play, they're a really tough team to shake off that. And I just felt like often they were themselves, and the Oilers did not look like themselves. They were completely disjointed. It was just a tale of two teams. But this is a double off-day situation. Connor McDavid has learned a lot of emotional lessons from last year, and I just don't know if momentum from the blowout is going to carry over to Game 4.
Brad Marchand, I mean, this guy continues to make history. You know, he scored in each of the first 3 games, and very hateable player, but his brand is strong. I mean, what are we to make of this guy right now and this run he's on?
Make of a guy that just earned himself a couple extra $1 million in free agency in just a month from now. Like, he's 37 years old, and he wanted to stay with the Bruins. He never wanted to leave. They got an impasse in contract talks, and they basically were like, look, we know your injury history, and, like, a scares us. And so he comes out here, and he balls out so hard that there's going to be a bidding war. He's like, yeah, no problem. We'll take Brad Marchand at 37, 38, 39, 40, whatever it may be. So I'm happy for him because it's almost betting on himself. And it would have been easy just to take that team-friendly deal in Boston where he was the captain. But, you know, he's got to take care of his family, and he's got to do what's right for him. And he's just gelled in so well with this team. He hasn't been afraid to be a leader. You know, he's been very vocal, chirping the guys since day one. It's hard to do that when you're walking into the room of your biggest rivals, but that's a man who's confident in himself, confident in his abilities, and it's just been really fun to watch.
You know, that's an interesting standpoint because he was always looked at as hateable when he was a Bruin, but the idea that he didn't want to leave and he had to sort of reestablish himself in another city that actually is a good team as well, I actually think kind of turns that heel tale of who he is on its head a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Totally. And I just think there's so many of these characters in hockey, and I don't know if it's necessarily unique to hockey, but because there is so much drama on the ice sometimes, you know, with the chirping and the scrums and fights, you do get these guys where it's so common to hear, I absolutely hate him, but if he's on my team, he's my favorite guy in the world. Tom Wilson. I know you know the Caps very well.
Yeah.
Another great example.
Absolutely right. Emily Kaplan joins us here on Clinton and Friends on a Tuesday. We're talking about the Stanley Cup Final. The Panthers blew out the Oilers last night. Stuart Skinner, 5 goals on 23 shots. He got pulled. I was here in Los Angeles when they were chanting his name, when they pulled him against the Kings. I mean, what's going on with this guy? Is this more about defensive breakdowns, or is the Panthers' attack really just that good?
They were very good last night, but this was a team that just was not good in front of him. And so I don't know anyone in that locker room who would blame this loss on Stu Skinner. I find him to be one of the most fascinating characters. He talks about the roller coaster. He talks about needing confidence, needing the city and his teammates behind him, and what he does when he's low. And I just think it's really cool just to be so open about it as you're going through it. He's also a really young guy. Like, he's 25. It's kind of hard to think about. And he also has so much pressure, right, being from Edmonton, having to show up for this city. So last night was one of those games where you're like, oh, this is how bad it can be. Like, you know, he made some mental mistakes. Puck over the glass penalty was ultimately what doomed him. They pulled him shortly after that happened. All of that is to say they've got another great option in Calvin Pickard, who went 6-0 as a starter, and the only reason he lost his job is because he got injured. So we got a little bit of a controversy drama heading into Game 4. Like, who do they start in net? My gut says they stick with Skinner, but we've got options right now, so that's interesting.
How about that? All right. There was a major brawl in this matchup. The gloves dropped. Things got testy. What are we going to expect in terms of physicality going forward in the series, or was this just kind of a one-game situation with feelings boiling over?
First, I just have to say, if you don't know Jonah Gadjevich, the nicest human in the locker room, the guys that swear by him, but I'm contending. In this league, there is one person, like, who scares the heck out of me. I'm going up against him. He's my top 3. Like, he's a bad man. He's big. He's thick. He's a bit unhinged. Matthew Olivier is another guy that comes to mind. Tanner Jeannot is kind of like that. So this was a case of, you know, his teammate Sam Bennett just kept, you know, eating what they were thinking was cross checks again and again. He had to stand up for him, and discipline showed up in a big way for the Cats, right? Like, so many penalty minutes, they end up with an 11-6 edge in power plays. So that was like a really fun, like, oh my goodness, like, this is how crazy hockey can be. But I think the physicality will carry over. Discipline needs to be honed on for both of these teams, specifically the Oilers at this point. And those type of fights, usually there's not carryover. Like, there's no unsettled business. You're not going to see them drop the gloves in the first period or anything like that. It'll be a brand new day.
Oh, I thought that's why everybody liked hockey, though. Four Nations Cup, everybody drops the gloves within 30 seconds. I'm kidding, Em. You know that I like the skating and the actual hockey
exactly.
as much as
And then
anything.
what happened the next game?
Right, precisely. Last thing I'll ask you, Connor McDavid, this feels like a very disappointing situation for him, for people who are rooting for him to get to a cup as a result of the skill he has and the sort of the pedestal he's on. I mean, if this doesn't happen for the Oilers, what do they got to do to turn this around for this guy?
Oh, my gosh. And, what I really appreciate about Connor McDavid is he's going through an evolution, too. He keeps getting better and better on the ice, which is just crazy to say because he's a magician. He's now the best player to ever play the game. He will surpass Wayne. Just the skill level is off the charts.
Wow.
But he's gone through this evolution in terms of, understanding the emotional maturity of it. Last year was such a roller coaster, and now he doesn't ride the highs as high. He doesn't dwell on the lows. He's much more laser focused, even keeled. You saw that again last night. But this summer would be one of soul searching, where you have two golden opportunities where the cup is right there, and how could he not get it done? I think the Oilers have done a good job of complementing him with some younger guys around him. You look at some of the players that they've picked up. Jake Wallman, for example, a really good guy. McDavid that can grow with him. I would expect them to sign him long term. Bouchard is going to get a big contract this summer. But it always comes down to goaltending with them, defense with them, and I think they've got a great coach. But I would wonder about the goaltending situation. As much as they love Stu Skinner, is that area where they could upgrade this summer, because Cal Picker's been great, but he's at the end of the road here.
She's Emily Kaplan. She's an NHL reporter. She's a former ATH alum, and she's my friend. Be safe out there, Em. Appreciate you.
You're the best, Clinton. I hope you have a great rest of your show. It's so good
Thank
to connect.
you. Ciao. Man, it's been a while since we talked to Emily. I haven't talked to Em in a long time. But this is her busy season, of course. Stanley Cup playoffs, never mind the final. And that's life about buying socks at a department store when you're on the road covering a series is real as hell. Coming up, the Men's College World Series is set. And we might have found ourselves a darling of Omaha. We'll explain that next. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is Clinton and Friends.
Is this a lie? Possibly. Go do less.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
One moment, life is moving forward. The next, an accident changes everything. Medical bills pile up, work is put on hold, and the insurance companies start making excuses. It's frustrating, overwhelming, and unfair. That's where Postman Law steps in. They have recovered over $3 billion for injury victims, delivering speed, ease, and results when you need them most. Hurt in a crash, injured on the job, sidelined by a serious fall? No matter how it happened, they fight to get you the compensation you deserve so you can focus on healing while Postman Law handles the rest. No upfront fees, no red tape, just real results. Insurance companies have teams of lawyers looking out for them. You need a team looking out for you. At Postman Law, they take on the fight so you don't have to, guiding you through every step of the process and making sure your case gets the attention it deserves. Don't let someone else dictate your future. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Don't miss your chance to see iconic rapper, singer, and songwriter Flo Rida live at Rate Field this summer. Be here on Friday, June 27th, as the White Sox take on the Giants at 6:40 p.m. Everyone with a game ticket will have the chance to enjoy Flo Rida perform a post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola. Want an up-close on-field experience? Well, exclusive Field Pass packages are on sale now with limited availability. To purchase your tickets, visit whitesox.com/concert.
Bub City Rosemont is raising a glass to number 14 bourbon, your whiskey of the month all June long. Taste the strength of bourbon, softened by the sweetness of real Vermont maple syrup. Sip on handcrafted cocktails like the Maple Old Fashioned and Blueberry Smash. Or stop by Friday evenings for sampling events to explore the flavor firsthand. Plus, number 14 Bourbon is turning up the volume as the proud sponsor of select shows at Joe's Live this month. Come for number 14 Bourbon. Stay for the music at Bub City Rosemont.
Is your old air conditioner running all the time, but not cooling your home? Stop wasting energy and money. Call Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric today for a complete AC cleaning and tune-up. And we'll include, absolutely free, a 1-year, no-breakdown guarantee, all for just $89.95. That's right, we guarantee your AC will cool your home for an entire year or your money back. Call 866-4-SEASONS.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4-SEASONS.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ, that's JOEQ, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
There's an app for that. Download, listen live, podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
Let's go. Down 1, 2 outs, the 2-2. Ground ball to first. Ball game. Murray State has done it. Upset in Durham. The Racers race on to Omaha.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Clinton and friends here. What you just heard there was the call on ESPN. Murray State advanced to their first ever men's college World Series in program history. Murray State is in Kentucky, if you don't know that. They beat Duke in the Durham Super Regional, a.k.a. at Duke's home field. And that call isn't even the half of what actually happened at the end of that game. I don't know if anybody was watching here in the studio, but what happened was on the previous batter, there was a ground into a double play situation, and the runner from Duke going first to second kind of took out the shortstop. Maybe, really, not really. Umpire called interference and ended the game on a call. They went to review. They said it wasn't interference. They got back, and then that happened, meaning there was a dog pile that could have been reversed for Murray State. So the second time around, they didn't do it again, but it was a lot of drama in Durham last night. And congrats to the Murray State Racers for making it to Omaha. Now, let's go through the squads. Coastal, Carolina, Chanticleers. The home team of Clinton Friends. Ben Smith, our social guy, pitched for the Chants. My man Sam is the voice of the Chants. I'm going to see Sam this week. Happy about that. They won 50-plus games, and they're back in Omaha for the first time since 2016 when they won the whole daggone thing. Speaking of teams coming back since they won the whole daggone thing, that would be UCLA. They won it back in 2013, and they're back again. Arizona's there. They had a decent Big 12 campaign. They got banged out 18-2 in the first game of the Super Regional, came back to beat North Carolina. Unreal. Louisville returns to Omaha for the first time since 2019. They had a nice little barn burner against the Miami Hurricanes in their Super Regional, which they hosted. Shouts to my man Mike Farron on the telecast. Oregon State as an Independiente, former Pac-12ers. They're going back. They've won a national title recently. I want to say it was 2018. That's when they beat. Oh, another team that's there, Arkansas. The number 3 seed nationally. They're still looking for their first men's College World Series championship. Excuse me. And last but not least, of course, are the LSU Tigers. They're the number 6 national seed. They missed Omaha last year after they won the national title in 2023. I was there. We remember because we were there. The team had, guess who on it, Steele? Oh, that would be Paul Skeens, current Pittsburgh Pirates pitcher. So there's the roundup of who all's going to Omaha.
Way back whenever he could get some wins, huh?
Sure, whenever he was allowed to continue through games. Now, here's the thing. Of all these teams, you've got some real identities here. LSU in Omaha is a sort of a perennial darling because they go so often and their fans are so great to the people in town. If you look up those old clips of Rosenblatt where people have the campers in the back out there in the outfield past the fence, past the hill, all those people were LSU guys for a while. Louisville's got a fun history in Omaha. Oregon State's obviously been there for a while. But Murray State are going to be the darlings of Omaha, I can tell you that right now. Anytime you get a first-timer at Schwab Field, the people of Nebraska get behind you, for sure. Got a quick phone call here. Scott in Florida. Make it quick. We don't got a lot of time. How are you today?
I'm doing fine. I just wanted to say props to y'all. Love your show like a breath of fresh air. And go Santa Claus! Yeah!
Thank you for the phone call. Great job, Devin.
I wonder if Ben's going to make that a promo just for the personal collection. He might know Scott. It sounds like he's a real booster to the program.
I mean, nothing wrong with that. The Shots got there and won it in a blur of a situation, by the way, when that happened. They were going nuts in their super as well. That was one of the better college baseball wins that we've seen in a while. But like I said, if you're new to the situation, that is the Men's College World Series, Omaha adopts a team every year that they get behind to try to get them better because everybody knows what it's about when these young men are competing at the highest stage in places they've never been before. The Murray State Racers head coach, Dan Skirka, he's a guy that mows the lawn at their field. That's the kind of program they're running. Murray State Racers, congratulations. Duke Blue Devils, I'm sorry you didn't make your first ever, not your first ever, but your first College World Series in, 50 years. Coming up, it's ESPN's Flag Day, and we'll be joined by 2 very special guests to discuss the emerging sport of flag football. Clinton and Friends, ESPN Radio.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, Chicago's medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Weekend appointments available. Call now. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Chicagoland, are you ready? Steinhaffel's newest furniture and mattress superstore is coming soon to the Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. Established in 1934, Steinhaffel's is 100% employee-owned, family-run, and the first choice for thousands of families for quality, selection, and service. Steinhaffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. To find out more and shop, visit steinhaffels.com. And remember, your new room is only a click away.
The Mick Ultra Foosball Tourney continues. Hey, it's Shane Orling. Come out to Four Shadows on Ashland and Diversey in Chicago Saturday night. Mick Ultra is the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and they're inviting us out to watch the Chicago Fire FC take on Nashville and play some foosball. Someone will win a messy Mick Ultra jersey, and if you win in Chicago, you could qualify for a chance to play in the national finals for 2026 World Cup tickets. Let's raise an ice-cold Mick Ultra at Four Shadows Saturday night at 7. Please drink responsibly.
Feel the boom. The Schaumburg Boomers are back home for Father's Day weekend. Friday night is Princess Night, topped off with post-game fireworks. Saturday is Alzheimer's Awareness Night, plus another dazzling fireworks show. Then celebrate Father's Day with a 1 p.m. Sunday game featuring a Boomers baseball cap giveaway to the first 1,500 fans, courtesy of Illinois Bone and Joint Institute. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom this Father's Day weekend.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A good Karma Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push.
They know what the play was, or they're just going on the term tush push. That doesn't sound very proper.
Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie!
I haven't done that.
Ouchie!
Kap and J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates! Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates.
People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to our friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Tuesday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and the Watch ESPN app. Looking at my TV, I just saw a quick headline. Deion Sanders out with unspecified health issue. Head coach of Colorado, who you all know well, College Hall of Famer, NFL Hall of Famer, Pro Football Hall of Famer, Wishing that guy well as Colorado heads into summer camps. He has absolutely changed the face of college football on every single level. However, joining us now, Stephanie Kwok, NFL Vice President and Head of Flag Football, and Bobby Taylor, former Pro Bowl cornerback and Flag Football Ambassador. Welcome to the program, y'all. How y'all doing today?
Great.
Great. Thanks for having us.
No problem. ABC and ESPN and the Disney platforms are set to present 33 hours of coverage from the second annual NFL Flag Championships on Friday, July 18th through Sunday, July 20th. ESPN will showcase 15 games from the girls under 17, 15 games from the boys under 14 tournament, and 3 games from the international tournament. Stephanie, I'll start with you. As the NFL's first vice president and head of flag football, what are the priorities here in terms of what you all are trying to do overall?
Absolutely. Well, flag football is at this really amazing inflection point. So it's been around for a while as a sport. A lot of us played as kids in intramurals for college. That's when I first formally picked up flag football. But right now it's at this really interesting inflection point again where it's going to be in the Olympics in 2028. And you can play in college as a woman on scholarship. You can play in high school. And so as we think at the NFL and with the 32 clubs about flag football and our priorities, it's really around helping to grow the ecosystem, helping to professionalize the sport, and really take it to that new level.
Bobby, you obviously have played the game at the highest level. Where does flag football fit in to the ecosystem that Stephanie is referring to in terms of football overall? And kind of, how do you think you're going to find the best way to attract new players who look at it and say, well, it's not football. I can't hit anybody. What are we doing?
Well, correction. Well, first, it is football. It's just a different version. It's very accessible. It's our most inclusive version of our game, and we feel like the access – you can start at any age, and that's the great thing about it. I remember I never had the opportunity to play flag football. It wasn't even offered. And so now, let's just say if you have a son or a daughter who may not be ready for a specific level, but flag football just offers all of those different pathways for family. They can make those decisions together when they want to enjoy, I feel like, the greatest sport in the world.
Stephanie Kwok, NFL Vice President, Head of Flag Football, and Bobby Taylor, former Pro Bowl cornerback and Flag Football Ambassador, join us here on Clinton and Friends on a Tuesday. Stephanie, I think where, for me, this personally has the most overlap of interest is what this is growing from the girls' side in terms of participation and sports that girls can play at younger ages, to be able to have that team experience, never mind the athletic input. What is this like for you guys in terms of how you implement things on the lower levels, not just college, but all the way down to high school and middle school as well?
Yeah, absolutely. It's, as you said, you know, flag football there are girls who have been playing tackle, but flag football provides this new opportunity for girls who love football. We know there's so many girls and women who are fans of football and of the NFL, but they haven't had those opportunities that their brothers, that their cousins have had in order to play organized football. And so that's really important for us to make sure, as Bobby mentioned, that there's that accessibility. The clubs, the 32 clubs, do so much, especially at that earlier, younger age, to introduce kids to the game. We also run an NFL flag program, which is another opportunity for boys and girls to play together. And then from there, as you said, if you're interested in continuing to play competitively, you can continue to play through NFL flag. You can play in the NFL flag championships that you mentioned earlier, but then you can also play in high school and then on to college, as you mentioned.
Bobby, in your role at the NFL's Youth Advisory Committee, what do you think the benefits are to flag football in terms of athletic development and skill sets and so forth?
I think there are many benefits, but probably one of the most important is just confidence, because if you like a particular thing and there's an access for you to be able to play it and you're having fun as well, which is very important, I think kids, boys, girls, they can just flourish in so many different areas, and not just athletically, but academically as well. And we just feel like flag football just really offers that opportunity for all kids.
Stephanie Kwok, NFL Vice President and Head of Flag Football, and Bobby Taylor, former Pro Bowl cornerback and Flag Football Ambassador, join us here on Clinton and Friends on ESPN's Flag Day. Now, I got to say, the situation regarding the NFL getting involved with the Olympiad has been of some controversy. We've heard players come out and say, listen, we've been here for a while. We know what we're doing. It's not the same game. Bobby, where do you sit on that? And this question is for both of you, in fact, in terms of the idea of NFL players just kind of parachuting into what has obviously been an effort that a lot of people have put a lot of work on for a long time.
Well, the Olympics, that's the grandest and the largest stage of all. I could remember my first experience watching the Olympics because my first love was track and field. And I just feel like if I was a current player right now, I just would want the opportunity. And I understand there's probably been some guys that have been part of flag football. I think maybe they're a little bit misinformed as far as all of the work that's been happening, not just publicly, but privately as well. And really, at the end of the day, let's just let it be a competition. That's what it's all about. And I feel like if our guys, for example, there's mini camps that are going on right now. Myself and Stephanie, we probably can take 20 of our top players, have a flag football mini camp, and I would team them up against anybody in the world.
Well, what I was going to say, too, Clinton, is the NFL players, they won't just be parachuting in. There will be tryouts. USA Football is the national governing body for football in the U.S., and similarly, there are national governing bodies in every country, and there will be a tryout process, right, where, similar to what Bobby mentioned, NFL players who are interested in playing, as well as the members of the current men's national team on the men's side, and then, of course, the women's side, they'll be competing for spots on the team. And, you know, I think that a great outcome would be for the Olympics. You've got NFL players who are obviously some of the top football athletes in the world, but then you've also got these players who, as you said, have been helping to build flag football, who have been on, by the way, the men's flag football global gold medal championship team, and they bring that flag football knowledge and skill as well. So I think that could be a really interesting combination come the Olympics.
Shout out to Hoos.
Okay, last thing, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Last thing I'll ask you both, what kind of information do you have for people that want to get more involved, either as players, coaches, volunteers, or supporters? And that's for both.
Yeah, I'll start off on the playing side. So join your local league. There are local leagues where you can start playing for the first time, join a team, as Bobby said, have fun. NFLflag.com, you can find your local NFL flag league. But we also need coaches and officials. And I don't know, Bobby, if there's anything you want to share about that, having run a league yourself.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there are women that are out there that are coaching. We provide resources through clinics, and they can also go to playfootball.nfl.com to find out as much information as they need.
All right. Stephanie Kwok, NFL Vice President and Head of Flag Football, as well as Bobby Taylor, former Pro Bowl quarterback and Flag Football Ambassador. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you guys dropping by.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us.
ESPN, ABC, and Disney platforms are set to present 33 hours of coverage from the second annual NFL Flag Championships. It's Friday, July 18th through Sunday, July 20th. ESPN will showcase 15 games from the girls under 17, 15 games from the boys under 14 tournament, and 3 games from the international tournament. By the by, Jada Vick, who competes in women's flag football at the collegiate level, she was the quarterback at Reinhardt University, and is the daughter of NFL legend Michael Vick. She's set to join the ESPN broadcasting team for the entirety of the event. Clinton & Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business needs, from quick repairs to adjustable coverages, even payment options. Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Couple quick phone calls here. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Trey in Florida, what up?
Hey, man, I just wanted to thank you for mentioning the flag football. I'm a high school principal in Florida. I have 3 daughters, one who's an athlete. Looking forward to her coming to the high school in a couple of years and possibly playing. But what it's done at our school the last 3 years with getting more girls involved in the growth, they mentioned the confidence in these young ladies that love football, and now they have an opportunity to play. Our local college, Florida Gateway College, has won a couple national championships at like the Jurko level. Mm-hmm. So it's an amazing thing, and it's definitely growing. I've seen it firsthand at our high school here in Florida.
Trey, let me ask you another question. How many other schools are playing? Like, what is the opportunity in terms of not just at your educational institution, but how fast is this spreading where you are in your neck of the woods?
Taking off like crazy. I'm in a kind of a rural area. We're a larger school in that area, but in the cities, the Jacksonville, the Gainesville, Orlando, I mean, it's like crazy. You wouldn't believe the growth. We have about 1,600 students at my high school, and like what the numbers that we have in interest the last 3 years. It started off slow, trying to fill a team. By year 3, I mean, you got some of the top of our female athletes that play other sports trying to figure out, hey, how can I play this too? Because of the opportunities there for them.
All right, I'm going to ask you one last question, which is, what's the setup? Like, the kids come out to the games? How do you do it? Because I happen to think that girls flag football is one of the best ideas we've had as a sporting nation, period, in a long time. And I'm just really hoping that things are off to the best start and you guys can get all the support you need to get.
There's some fans coming out. It's obviously not like the Friday Night Lights for the boys.
Sure.
But it is growing, and I think it's only going to continue to grow because we're starting to get now a little, maybe some more talented girls. So that what the display you're getting to watch is getting better every year. So it's going to continue to grow, no doubt.
All right. Thanks for the phone call, Trey. I appreciate it. I know this is going to sound weird to say, but I genuinely think that, again, not unlike volleyball inside, not unlike on some levels, different sports, girls playing flag football is a more competitive, it's a better product, I think, than it is on the other side. That's just a personal opinion. Not to say that overall it doesn't have a lot of obvious, tools and things that help players develop, but the fact that we found a way to get this at the high school level for girls to have more opportunity to play, to me, is tremendous, Devin. Like, opening up avenues for more sports for young women to be able to do things athletically, I think is huge to this whole thing.
I mean, absolutely. We've seen, like you've mentioned, the growing sports for girls and women's, in volleyball, softball, all across. Why wouldn't this work? I mean, absolutely. I mean, it's a no-brainer.
No-brainer. All right. Coming up, we'll break down a landmark decision in college athletics that could shape the future for a very, very long time, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton & Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is the NBA Finals. The Thunder respond in tighter paces at 1. Now the series shifts to Indianapolis. Game 3 of the Pacers and Thunder. Coverage begins tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern with tip-off at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ABC. Presented by Indeed.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. One moment everything's going your way, the next an accident changes everything. Medical bills start piling up, paychecks stop coming in, and the insurance companies try to give you the runaround. This is where Postman Law comes in. With over $3 billion recovered for personal injury victims, they deliver speed, ease, and results when you need the most. Car accident, workplace injury, slip and fall. No matter how you got hurt, Postman Law fights for you, so you can focus on getting better while they handle the rest. No upfront fees, no hassle, just real results. Getting the compensation you deserve shouldn't be a battle. That's why Postman Law makes the process simple, guiding you every step of the way and standing up to the insurance companies so you don't have to. Don't let an injury keep you on the bench. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over at Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, Thursday at 7 at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to win the new White Sox City Connect swag package. This month's winner will receive a collection of exclusive City Connect merchandise, including a custom jersey, hat, and more. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is the humble abode.
Oh my god, it's so humble.
FX presents Adults.
You don't know your social security number?
No, I do. It's just my mom, knows the whole thing.
A new comedy about 20-somethings achieving zero anythings.
What is the worst that happens? I go broke. I can't pay my loans. I start an OnlyFans, but only you guys subscribe.
Can't do OnlyFans.
Yeah, you wouldn't make it on there, so sorry.
FX's Adults, Wednesdays on FX. All episodes streaming on Hulu.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago, brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
This is Clinton and Friends.
I have this very unit in my home.
Really?
Yes, I do. But of course, I got it modified with the TK421, which kicks it up another, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 quads per channel, you know. But that's technical talk. That doesn't really concern me. You're still a little uncertain, aren't you? Yeah. You know what you need? You need a test drive. That's what you need. You need a test drive. I mean, it's one thing to hear it from Buck's mouth. It's another thing to hear it from the TK421. So let me just pop in this 8-track, and you just give a listen and tell me what you think, okay?
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. For those of you who don't know what that clip is that you just heard, it's from Boogie Nights. Don Cheadle plays a guy named Buck Swope. And if you don't know what a TK421 is, it's not a stereo component. It's for Star Wars. It's a stormtrooper of the male variety. Anyway, that's what makes that clip funny on 2 levels. So the show behind the show is happening here, and we had something come up during the break that we have to discuss. Isaiah Hartenstein, who we know went from the Knicks to the Thunder, now playing in the NBA Finals. Hartenstein, born in Germany. His dad's black, by the way, in case you didn't know that. Born in Germany, I believe on an Army base, most likely. He posted a picture of himself wearing a Sonics jersey. Now, some of you might be familiar with the player whose jersey he's wearing. James is very familiar with him. Devin, in different ways.
Yeah, I'm very familiar.
Oh, I'm familiar.
Good friend.
Devin, would you like to explain whose jersey Isaiah Hartenstein is wearing on the tarmac on his way to Indiana?
Yes, listen, like I don't know who this person, Detlef Schrempf, is actually rooting for in this series because obviously he played for the Pacers.
Right.
And he played for the Sonics, who are now the Thunder, moved over. So I don't know who he's rooting for, but
I can tell you, we asked him.
Well, no, let me say my piece first. Thank you, James. Detlef Schrempf, obviously a legend. We were scheduled to have him on the show, not once, not twice, but 3 times.
3 times a lady.
And listen, life happens, things come up. He wasn't able to join us, unfortunately. We were disappointed. But we got a group chat text from James. James produces on the weekend, saying, "We got Detlef Schrempf, like 4 caps." I said, "No way. You think you do? You think you might have him? But listen, at the 12th hour, 11th hour, it might not happen." But of course, he called in their show and had a great interview. James.
Yeah, called him up. We had the number. Called him up. Asked him who he was rooting for. He said he had never been a Thunder, so he was rooting for the Pacers. He was a Sonic. He lives in Seattle too. I know all these things because he came on the show. He's like in Seattle, and is always pushes to get the Sonics back.
Did he screen the call? Did he say, "Is this Devin?" If so,
no. No, he knew it was
right.
me. He knew he was coming on that show.
Listen, no love lost for Detlef. I wish we could have him on. Obviously, Detlef kind of, he had seen a resurgence after his playing days. He was featured in Parks and Rec episode. So, listen.
In Indiana, so.
Again,
love
legend. Listen, if anyone displayed Indiana basketball, it was Detlef Schrempf.
Show behind the show, doing wonders. 888-ESPN. 888-729-3776. Lewis in Chicago. You want to talk some baseball? You're at the plate.
Cliff, how you doing, man? It's nice to hear your voice.
Cliff.
I just want to say.
My name's not Cliff, but go on.
I thought it was. I'm sorry. I just want to say your show is awesome, man, and I love listening to it.
Appreciate it.
Also, I want to say that the truly great catch ever in baseball, my opinion, It's the King Griffey Jr. broken wrist play where he runs full speed and he jumps into the wall like Spider-Man with his glove, arm, wrist turned backwards, makes the catch, and then breaks his wrist, but still holds on to the ball. And he did that catch twice in his career.
Thanks for the phone call, Louie.
Clifton and friends.
What up, Cliff?
We're not making this a thing. We are not making this a thing with that. I mean, he came off the top with a confident Cliff. No. Okay, so to that question, to that point, rather, here's my thing. It's hard for me to give credit to plays where you hurt yourself. Like, that's just like my natural mentality is if you end up breaking a bone making a play or injuring yourself making a play, well, the play, I understand how some people think that that's more tough, but for me in a baseball context, especially when you got to play so many games, not as much. By the way, my man Travis Rodgers, who hosts Travis and DeMarco here on ESPN 710 Los Angeles locally, he chimed in and said Tim Salmon diving towards center field is obviously the catch of all time. So, yeah, it's a good call.
Wasn't that Jim Edmonds?
What did I say? Did I say Tim Salmon?
Yeah,
I confuse Tim Salmon and Jim Edmonds all the time. So, yes, it was Jim Edmonds. Whatever. I get them often confused. The point is, Gary Matthews Jr. is still the best center field catch of all time. That's just me.
Listen, anyways. I know I told you to take this call. He hung up. But I want to say real quick that we mentioned Indiana basketball.
Yeah.
And the phone line's lit up.
Call the show.
It's unbelievable.
Give us your thoughts on Detlef Schrempf if you really want to. 888-ESPN.
Good guy.
888-729-3776. Great guy. Really, really tremendous guy in the community. He really gives back. Very, very easy to get in touch with. Very, very personable and marketable. 888-ESPN.
Picked right up.
888-729-3776. Bill, welcome back to the show, sir.
Hey, always nice to be with you guys. The greatest catch that I've ever seen, I believe the year was 1973. Joe Rudy, left fielder for the Oakland A's, when they were playing in Riverfront Stadium against the Reds, made the most phenomenal back to the ball catch that I've ever seen. So that's always number one on my list.
I'm watching this play right now, and it is a fantastic catch. He goes up against the wall. Wow, that's a pretty good grab. He holds the ball up in the air. What's funny about this game? So the 1972 World Series was between the Reds and the Oakland Athletics. And back when we were doing ESPN Daily, we did a full week series called Death of a Sports Town, where we went to Oakland and we did all these different things, and we ended up at the last game of the Oakland A's. And this was one of the stranger things I've ever experienced, where before the game, these people were there all day. And there was just, there was no way around sort of what the awkwardness was of the entire situation. And how do I explain this? So we're traveling around and we're walking around the park. We're doing all these different things. And they had something on the screen that was one of the strangest things I've kind of ever seen. They were just playing the World Series games. It was me and Tim Kuhn. They were just playing the World Series game from that actual series on the big screen. Like, think of this. Imagine being in a ballpark and you know that the last game ever is being played there, and they're playing a game from the 70s. There's no graphics on the screen. There's no wacky score bugs. Nothing. You know what it looked like? It felt like watching a movie as opposed to a baseball game, because there was literally only players on the field playing ball. I was struck by this in a way that really messed me up. So that was a good reminder of that. Joe Rudy, heck of a player. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Tony in Syracuse, what's up?
I think the greatest play I ever seen is it wasn't so much the play, but what happened after when Bo Jackson cut that ball going out to the outfield, then he just ran up the I'm like, wait a minute, is that even possible? For me, it was one of the greatest things I've ever seen, So
yeah. Thanks for the phone call. You people have not seen Gary Matthews' catch. He did that whilst catching the ball. Go check it out. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Marty in South Carolina, what's up? Marty Marr, you're on the air. Opa, 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Michael in Indianapolis, you know the rules. High school, mascot, gym capacity first. What's up?
Years ago, Dallas Shrimp was playing for the Pacers, and all at once the entire arena realized there were 5 white guys on the floor for the Pacers. I don't think it's happened since then. Larry Bird said this is a black man's game, but in like 1980, it happened to be the deadlift and his 4 white guys on the court.
Michael, where did you go to high school in Indianapolis?
He dropped. He was scared to say.
Come on!
He was scared.
Come on, Indiana basketball. We've come all this way. We have our rituals. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Old friend, Stinky Pete. What's up, dude?
Hey, not much. Best catch, got to be Kirby Puckett, 91 Game 6 World Series, and then top it off with the walk-off home run. That's the best moment of Minnesota sports fandom of my life.
Thanks for the phone call. We're talking about 2 completely different things here. I'm convinced you guys don't watch that much baseball. You guys need to check in the Snag Grabber stat. I don't do it as much this summer because I've been busy with this show. But I like to highlight catches from all over the place. Not just Major League Baseball. Denzel Clark, though, has made like 3 catches in the last 2 weeks that have all been phenomenal. That one obviously was the pièce de résistance last night. On the road, against the Halos. You guys just aren't unseating Gary Matthews for me, though. It's just not happening. Let us not forget also that Gary Matthews Jr. did this in like 105-degree heat in the Texas summer. You know who hit that ball? You don't know who hit that ball. You don't know who hit the ball that Gary Matthews Jr. caught. I do, because I talked to him about it. His name is Mike Lamb. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business's needs, from quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even payment options. Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
The Oklahoma City Thunder again bounce back after a loss in the postseason.
I just thought we were the aggressor tonight, even when we had a lead.
The good thing is now it's 0-0 for us. We just got to kind of understand what kind of energy they're going to come out with and what kind of like punch they're going to throw and be ready for that.
Mark J. Spears, he's a rock star, Anscape senior NBA writer, joins us now on Clinton and Friends. You can find him on the internet at Mark J. Spears. Got to see him when he was last in California and break some bread. That was excellent. Mark, I got to say, I got to toot my own horn a little bit here. I picked Thunders in 5, but I said specifically that the Pacers would win Game 1. As far as your prognostications have gone, where does this series lie, and has anything surprised you to this point?
Yes and no. I actually picked Thunder in 7.
Okay.
I really, respect the Pacers fight, and which was evident in Game 1 and how they came back. And what did Robin Harris said? They're Bebe's kids. They don't die. They multiply. That's the Indiana Pacers, man. They don't give up at all. They never get up. And, the Thunder have to run through the tape. They can't coast through the tape. People that have coasted through the tape against the Pacers have ended up losing a lot of times. The Pacers are basically, this is an incredible stat to me, they've been around since 1967. And I don't know if this stat includes their ABA days or just their time in the NBA since 76. But 6 of the top 30 comebacks in franchise history have taken place this season. So you have to, really account for their fight, their ability to not give up. And to me, you can't trick off games in the finals.
Right.
And that's what kind of scared me about OKC is, even with the lesson from the Denver series, they still lost that game. And I think the Thunder are a better team. But it's that fight from the Pacers that makes me believe that this could be a long and interesting series.
That said, Shai Alexander has had an incredible 2-game run. I was asking Justin Tinsley this earlier, and he didn't really even have an answer, which is, if this continues at this pace, where will this stand as far as finals performances that you can remember and you've covered in your life?
That's a very good question. I mean, obviously, right? They have to win.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's important. And, the one thing that, certainly makes me nervous not nervous for Shea, but needs to happen for Shea is it's not tennis. It's not track and field. It's not a one-person sport. He needs these other guys to play well. He needs Chet to play well, J-Dub to play well in order for them to win. So it's funny. Somebody told me that in the playoffs so far, he's like averaging 36 at home and 25 on the road. And I'm like, 25 is still incredible.
Right.
Right. But if you look at the records of, in the finals, there's Rick Barry with the record 36, Michael Jordan 33, Jerry West 30, Shaq, LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Bob Pettit, Hakeem Olajuwon trying to round it out. There's big company there. So
yeah,
if he could get in that Rick Barry 36-point range, which is what is he averaging so far? You said
32. He's had 32, and I think 30, whatever the second game was. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean he's in that Michael Jordan, Rick Barry conversation now. So it'll be interesting to see how he continues. But the guy Iverson had the previous high before, but Iverson lost in 5 games. I do like Shea's chances a lot better.
Mark J. Spears joins us here on Clinton and Friends discussing the NBA Finals. You seem to be very high on the Pacers, and I understand that completely. And that's important because, they're going back home after a split, even if the first game was weird. How much do you think that changes things? Because Oklahoma was good against the East all year, and they beat the Pacers twice.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, I think if the Pacers won Game 2 and not Game 1, we'd be probably beating their drum a lot higher. Like, I think people are a victim of the moment.
Okay.
But they split. They split in Oklahoma. Like, that's an amazing thing for an underdog to do. And they've had this mentality that they, quoting Halliburton, they're playing with house money. So there's not any pressure. They split. They're in the advantage still, even though they lost Game 2. They split. And now they're coming home. And to me, I think a lot of people don't realize, because, we always talk about these bigger market franchises, how storied and beloved basketball is here.
We know.
Speaking to former dunk legend, 2-time champion Pacer, Darnell Hillman yesterday, and he said, basically that basketball is bigger in Indiana than anywhere else. Like every driveway all over the state has a basketball hoop on the garage. And, Lloyd Pierce told me that every kid here had a jumper. Like they've had basketball here since '67. They won 3 ABA championships, the last in '73. They've been eager and hungry and wanting a championship in the NBA here for a long, long time. They've been in the NBA since '76. They haven't been back to the finals since 2000. So I can almost imagine, like, not even just an Indianapolis party, but what a statewide party, this would be, because like Oklahoma, the entire state is behind it. But the cool thing is, like, now going back to this, this new arena that they've kind of tried to make into like an old barn, like Fenway or, Wrigley, to your baseball fame.
Sure.
I think they will get to hear one of the more incredible, historical stories of the league over the next couple of days here.
Mark, you have no idea how much we've been talking about Indiana basketball on this show for the past couple of weeks. People have been calling in, telling us the capacities of their high school gyms, not even being asked. So it's been incredible. Switching gears here a little bit, and this is the last thing I'll ask you. What's going on with the Knicks, man? Mutual intrigue between them and Jason Kidd? You're going to be out here stealing people's coaches, potentially? What is that about? What have you heard regarding Kidd leaving the Mavs? Yet another situation in which it seems like Dallas can't figure out what's going on.
Well, I've been so much in finals world that I ain't worried about the Mavs.
Yes!
But, I mean, it sounds like they're going to talk to a lot of people, a lot of intriguing names. I've heard Mike Brown, Michael Malone. And,
right.
Johnny Bryan is a really intriguing name. should have got the Pacers job. I mean, I'm not sorry, Pacers. I'm tripping. Rick Carlisle's fine. The Phoenix Suns job.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. I'm in finals world. I really don't understand the hiring there, respectfully. But Johnny Bryant, who's an assistant with Cleveland, was an assistant for the Knicks for a long time. He's like one of the hot names. You know, I think that's, you know, could be an intriguing hire there. But, I mean, this is an odd off season where there really hasn't been a lot of coaching jobs. Like, you know, interim coach in Denver gets it. The interim coach in Memphis gets it, right? So this is in a coveted job. I mean, only one open. Typically, there's several open at this point. And so I'd be really curious to see who ends up getting it and all the back working behind the scenes that are taking place to get a team that, you know, was a storied franchise in New York City that made it to the NBA Finals. One of the candidates who I'll leave nameless, I'm like, hey, man, that's a lot of pressure that comes with that job. You know, like, yeah, but it's in New York, and all the jobs have pressure. I said, what? Duly noted. Noted.
He's Mark J. Spears. You can find him on the internet at Mark J. Spears, senior Anscape NBA writer. Be safe out there in Indiana, brother. Talk to you soon.
Oh, yeah, man. It's a lot going on.
Talk to you later. There's a lot of hot seats in the NBA. Hot Seat is brought to you by Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Get great deals on the hottest tickets. Experience it live. I love how honest Mark is. He says, man, I ain't worried about no Knickerbockers. Get out of here. I'm in Indiana basketball. Forget the Knicks. Forget the Mavs. That was funny. Coming up, got a couple more of your phone calls, and we'll go to the watering hole next. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is Clinton and Friends.
This is the land of your people. This is not the land. This is Glendale.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ, that's JOEQ, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
History had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, then the tech boom. But right now, it's the Wi-Fi boom, and the Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Streaming, booming. Gaming, booming. Video calls, booming. Even when your boss schedules a meeting that definitely could have been an email. And now you can get Xfinity Internet and mobile together in one all-in plan. Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile gives you faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go. So your Wi-Fi is booming wherever you are. Now through June 23rd, new customers can get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data, and get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all in one plan, all for $40 a month for 1 year. So whether you're working, watching, or panning for Wi-Fi Gold, one thing's for sure: Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees are extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of data usage. Data thresholds vary. After 1 year, rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply to all services up to $143 a month. Actual speeds vary.
The lush forests of Vermont create the best maple syrup. What happens when you add pure Vermont maple to bourbon whiskey? You can feel the warmth, can't you? Number 14 bourbon is exactly what you've been craving. Named number 14 in honor of the 14th state, Vermont. Taste the strength of bourbon, softened by the sweetness of the maple. Get number 14 bourbon at vermontspirits.com or at select Benny's locations. Number 14 bourbon, 90 proof, copyright 2024, Vermont Spirits Distilling Company, Quetchi, Vermont. Please sip responsibly.
Feel the boom. The Schaumburg Boomers are back home for Father's Day weekend. Friday night is Princess Night, topped off with post-game fireworks. Saturday is Alzheimer's Awareness Night, plus another dazzling fireworks show. Then celebrate Father's Day with a 1 p.m. Sunday game featuring a Boomers baseball cap giveaway to the first 1,500 fans, courtesy of Illinois Bone and Joint Institute. Get your tickets now at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom this Father's Day weekend.
At your Chicago area IKEA store, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience. Transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals, to kitchens full of inspiration, to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation. IKEA's home furnishings combine form and function to fit your lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA in Schaumburg or Bolingbrook today, or shop online at ikea.com/US and check out their new local pickup points in your neighborhood.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Why would we trade our best player?
Well, at least you got to watch him in person when he was here.
I named my only son after him.
So you'll always remember his name.
Yeah, but what do I do with this jersey?
Luckily, the company has a great return policy.
I wore it for 6 seasons.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Carmen and Jurko. Weekdays, now noon to 3 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Got a lot of things we got to get through before the end of the program. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. John in Jersey, what up?
What's going on, guys? How we doing today?
Pretty good. What you got?
Man, you guys were talking about that Clark catch, and I got to tell you, one of the best things I've seen in baseball in a while, and it got me thinking about a play that also blew my mind, and that was in about 08, 09. Don't quote me on that.
Okay.
But it was the Phillies versus Mets, and Eric Bruntley turned the unassisted triple play to end the game. And it just left you with that feeling of, you know, like, wow, we went from no outs to 3 outs, and the game's over. So it just had me thinking and reminiscing. You guys are great. I love listening to you every day. I really appreciate you taking my call.
Thanks for the phone call. No problem. Yeah, you get an unassisted triple play. That's going to be burned on your brain forever. No doubt about it. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Scott in Illinois, what's up?
Yeah, the Dwayne Wise catch in the Mark Burley perfect game. Not the best catch, but in the circumstance. under the circumstances to make that catch under that pressure.
Yeah, no, good call. I remember that. These are different conversations, and I appreciate everybody calling in. I'm not trying to be like some gatekeeper on this. They're all different things. I mean, I think what we're talking about in terms of Denzel Clark, by the way, Cal State Northridge guy, right up the road here in Los Angeles, is the athleticism of the play itself. Not the moment, not the grandeur of the stage, just the play itself. A's Halos in June is not some major baseball moment, don't get me wrong, but it was absolutely a major baseball catch. Good job out of him, the Canadian. Oh, man, I'll never forget the first time I saw that guy with my eyeballs. I was like, whoa, who is that? That guy is playing center field for the A's. Say it again? Anyways. All right. Let's go to the watering hole, kiddos.
Time to check my social media, y'all. To see who loves me
Oh, the dulcet tones of Dustin Akui and the circle of life, where we take stock of the day that has been and what we have achieved. Not going to lie, Devin, this is another day where some side thing from a day before has banged down my mentions to the point that I'm barely even checking them, and it's getting annoying. Getting annoying. That means the show's getting more popular. Nothing wrong with that. I mentioned yesterday that Sabalenka's emotional scapegoating of self after the French Open was one of the most embarrassing things I'd ever seen. All you people hitting me up talking about you don't watch tennis, you didn't watch the match. First of all, you're wrong. Second of all, welcome to the program. And people have been hitting me up left and right. My mentions won't stop. They won't stop. She was emotional. Somebody should have come to her in between. Yes, that's all true. But there's your reminder. She's 27 years old. Coco's 21 and showed miles more grace in a situation that they both dealt with and one of them won. Don Jenver says, switching gears, James Dolan is one of the worst owners in sports with a long track record of being bad at the job. Real hard for new owners to take that particular battle from him, despite how hard the new Mavs owners have tried. I agree. I don't know that you are upgrading your ownership situation if you go from the Mavs people, who people allege are trying to move things to, Las Vegas, to the Knicks. I just don't. I really don't. Coconut Michael says, is it just me, or does Clinton and Friends have the best callers ever for a national sports talk show? I mean, that's high praise. That's very high praise, but I want to thank all the listeners, obviously. No doubt about it. Daryl Smith, at Daryl Smith 110 says, love that you cover everything, and listening about college baseball is awesome. You're my favorite show while driving for work. I watch the clock waiting for you. Well, I appreciate that. We do our best here. I'm genuinely a human with many interests across the sporting world. That's why this is all fun to me. My boys always get on me, my homies, because I've always got some wacky side sport on because of my addiction to live sports as an entertainment product. That's not just because I'm trying to be some goofy guy. I genuinely like this stuff, which, hello, is why I'm here. No doubt about it. At Ant Poet 1 says, Knicks do not need J. Kidd. It will cost them draft capital. He hasn't proven he's a winner and usually comes with drama. Hire a coach that has won and not cost you more picks. Focus should be on improving the roster depth as well. Well, we all would love to have that if we could. They're not just growing great coaches who won things on trees and not giving up picks. Mike Budenholzer, by the way, he's won something. Probably won't have to give any picks for him. Anyway, and with that, the circle of life is closed. Want to thank Emily Kaplan. She's on the road, ESPN NHL reporter covering the Stanley Cup final. Talked with her about the final days of ATH and what that means to us and how this series is going. I want to thank Stephanie Kwok, NFL Vice President and Head of Flag Football, and Bobby Taylor, former Pro Bowl cornerback and flag football ambassador, for coming on to talk about what NFL Flag is doing for the world of football and sports. I want to thank Mark J. Spears, Anscape Senior NBA writer. You can find him on the internet at Mark J. Spears. He's been covering the NBA Finals. All my friends out there doing all the things, covering all the sports, making sure you know what's going on. Why am I pumping my arms like I'm Chris Farley on SNL? Because pretty soon, I'm going to get to do that too. You can see me in a van down by the river in Omaha, kiddos. We might do some shows from there too. Clinton and Friends. Joe Q's up next. I'll see you on the internet, kiddos.
Coming up, it's Carmen and York. The good kid is back. Cubs drop a tough one in Philly in extras. The White Sox bring up another young prospect. A gross game in the Stanley Cup final last night. Series has been good up until Game 3 last night. Plus, we'll get you ready for Game 3 in the NBA Finals tomorrow. The latest on Jason Kidd potentially moving to the Knicks. And the Bears have another mini camp going on. Talk about the varying levels of pressure facing Caleb Williams and this offense. Not to mention the lunch rush and, of course, a list. We'll see you coming up at noon.
Purple Wave Auction remains the trusted leader in online equipment auctions. What makes the difference is you. You are part of our growing global community that continues to trust Purple Wave with the equipment that builds and feeds America. This trust placed in us by our community, from construction to ag producers and fleet drivers, brings great equipment opportunities to their next owners. Join the Purple Wave community today. purplewave.com.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly. At QC Kinetics, we're all about keeping you in the game, helping you get lasting relief from joint pain. That's why we're excited to announce that QC Kinetics is now partnering with the National Pickleball League. So many of our satisfied patients are avid pickleball players, and they're thrilled with how we've helped them get back on the court. As lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League, we're committed to help pickleball fans of all ages with the latest, most advanced regenerative cell treatments. These treatments use your body's own healing power, revitalizing and restoring damaged joint tissue the natural way, with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Whether you're a pickleball fanatic or enjoy golf or running or tennis, stay in the game with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics, proud to promote active, pain-free living as a lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hey, this is David Kaplan for Apt, your #1 destination for the home. Get ready for summer's high heat. There's no better way to prepare for soaring temperatures than with a new air conditioner from Apt. Explore their collection of window ACs, wall units, portable and whole house central air units, or even ceiling fans that help to circulate air. Whatever the size, discover the right air conditioner for your space with help from Apt specialists. For free delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop Apt, ABT.com. Pleasing people since 1936.
White Sox fans looking for family fun that everyone can enjoy? Bring the whole crew to the ballpark with a family pack presented by ExxonMobil. Starting at just $19, each family member gets one ticket, hot dog, drink, chips, cookie, and a souvenir water bottle. Plus, every Sunday home game features family-friendly activities. Kids run the bases post-game and more with Family Sundays presented by Coca-Cola. Tickets starting at just $10, includes all fees. To get yours, visit whitesox.com/offers.
Hey, it's Kap and Hood here with Howard Ank. And Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck. I'm here to help. My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal. I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note, all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, Thursday at 7 at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy
train station.
Please drink responsibly.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
First pitch on the way, and Kemp hits one on the ground out in front of the plate. It checks up with a funny spin, and Kemp is going to reach. Otto Kemp, his second hit of the night. He is aboard. And Craig Counsell coming out to argue perhaps runner interference. Kemp was running way inside the baseline, but Kelly didn't have the ball. And by the time he did, Kemp was already at first base by the time he let that throw go. And Counsell arguing with Stu Sherwater.
Second straight game, Craig Counsell gets run. He doesn't get run a whole heck of a lot, but he's been tossed out of the last two, and he wasn't overly demonstrative. But I think he had every right to be a little bit annoyed. It started in the first inning when the home plate umpire refused to check with the other umps on a non-reviewable play in which the Cubs got hosed a little bit. PCA clearly made contact. The ump thought it was a swinging strike 3. PCA foul tipped it. For some reason, that's not reviewable. Then in the ninth, Otto Kemp is clearly running on the infield grass and not on the dirt out of the baseline. But as you heard the announcer say, by the time Kelly picked up the ball, he was back on the dirt, and it didn't really affect the throw. And apparently, the umpire told Craig Counsell, Bush made the catch, therefore it did not impact the play, and the runner was safe. And it almost makes you think, if Bush would have dropped it, would the Cubs had the benefit of the doubt of the runner being called out? Sometimes baseball's weird, Yerk. And like last night is another one of those examples. Like, what is the rule exactly?
Well, it's if and only if then, if and only if then this, like if certain things happen, then the decision goes one direction, and then you follow the path, it can go to another direction.
Isn't it weird? Yeah. Like, we all watch baseball a long time, right? Like, you still sometimes don't know the rules. You're like, wait, how is that not interference? Oh, he was back in the line. And
the fun part is when they make up their own rules. That's when it really gets
Sometimes it feels
fun.
like they do that, and the ump told him, well, he was out of the baseline, but by the time Kelly got the ball and fired it down there, he was back in it, and Michael Bush made the play anyway, and I think Counsell was left to wonder, what happens if Michael Bush dropped it?
Subjective, Carmen.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's subjective sometimes.
And what I don't get is some of what is and is not reviewable, and why, oh why, what is the point behind not reviewing foul tips? Is it because it would just delay and slow things down too much? Is that what it is? In my estimation, those types of plays would go the quickest. It's pretty simple to see if a ball makes contact with a bat. Tag plays, close bang-bang plays at first. There was another one in extras that they reviewed, the Cubs reviewed it, and it took forever. It took like 5 minutes because, man, it sure looked like that ball was almost in Michael Bush's glove, and it looked like, who was it? Who was running? Was it Brandon Marsh? I don't even remember now. Forgive me. Like maybe his foot was on the bag. Maybe it wasn't. Like those plays could take a lot of camera angles and a long time. And that review had to take maybe 5 minutes is a slight exaggeration, but I bet it wasn't much less than that. I mean, that review seemed to go on forever. Isn't it pretty clear if a foul tip happens? Like, why? What is the reason? There's got to be some very simple explanation that maybe I'm just not thinking of. What's the explanation for, nope, that's not reviewable, when clearly PCA should have still been at bat in the first inning? And I'm not insinuating that any of this matters.
What's your explanation? All right.
What is it?
They make a decision at the beginning on exactly what they will and they won't do. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, okay? This will be, this won't be. They've changed a handful of things. They've done a lot of great things for the game of baseball.
They have.
Okay? So at some point, they want to speed up the game. They can't go back and slow down the game. And I think ultimately that's what it is. And over the course of a 162-game schedule, you're going to get some and you're not going to get some. So you've got to leave a little bit of that out there is what they're telling you. And even though you think it's simplistic, it may not be. You would think an out and a safe call wouldn't need 5 minutes to be adjudicated.
Yeah.
When you're looking at the replay.
Foul tips are not challengeable in MLB because they are considered a definitive part of the play, and there's no objective standard for a review. A foul tip is always a strike. That's true. And if it's a third strike, the batter is out, regardless of whether or not the ball actually touched the bat. What does that mean? That doesn't make sense. This is an AI overview, and sometimes that's very wrong.
Yeah.
A foul tip,
Well,
obviously,
that's why you
on
can't
strike
trust
three.
AI. Everybody thinks AI is the next best thing in the world. Yeah, I've seen a lot of craziness with AI also.
A foul tip on strike three, if a catcher does not secure the baseball, is obviously not a strikeout. The at-bat would continue. The ump last night just thought that PCA swung and missed, and JT Realmuto quickly got up and tagged PCA. There is no advance to first, and the batter is out. But it clearly did make contact with his bat, and I'm telling you, those are very easy ones to see on review because it doesn't take a whole heck of a lot. Welcome in on this Tuesday. It's Carmen and Jurko. The good kid is back, by the way. He is fresh. He's feeling good. How many rounds? 4 rounds?
5 rounds. 5 rounds of golf. 2 on Saturday.
Nice. 5 rounds of golf in 4 days.
Played American Dunes. I'm going to
Nice.
tell you what the most impressive thing I saw, and I kept this away from you guys in the meeting.
Was it a sand crane?
No, it was not a sand crane. It was not a bird.
Okay.
Though
Because I know you love birds.
you might consider it a war bird. 2 F-16s came flying over American Dunes at noon.
Really?
On the dot. 2 F-16s buzzed.
What was that all
They
about?
buzzed the tower. Well, Folds of Honor is the major charitable arm that comes out of American Dunes. So Saturday, noon, we're on about the 15th, 16th hole. These 2 birds come out of nowhere. Yeah, and just maneuvering.
Do that again.
That's what they were doing. So one went by, and he was doing a little bit of stuff, and the other one went by just straight over the top.
That's awesome.
And when they came overhead, let me tell you
feel it?
something, champ. Yeah. There was no gray area. And at 12:30, obviously, they played taps.
Wow.
Yeah, it was.
They do that every day?
It was moving every day. And then they got Reveille at 0700.
Holy cow.
Yeah. So we had a great time. It was fantastic.
Awesome.
All the fellas up there had a good time. We played 36 that day. 18, then went to Wisconsin and played 18, then up to Tullymore to play St. Ives and Tullymore. So
Tomorrow.
good times, Carm, had by all. Money's won. Everybody played. No rain, no inclement weather. A little bit of fog on Monday morning, but that did not derail us.
It never does.
Did not slow us down. We forged ahead.
So tomorrow we're right back out on the golf course. It'll be my first round of golf in 9 months.
I've played 28 rounds already. How many you got, Chris?
3 times as many.
How many rounds?
I'll look it up. I can check for you.
Yeah,
Give me
you can
1
check.
second. Let me count.
Abdullah, how many rounds for you, my friend?
Whatever Chris says, like a third of that.
Okay, 1/3 of well, you got the little one.
I bet you Chris has played 20 rounds
Chris
of golf,
has played
right?
at least 20. I've probably played 5.
Let me count.
All right.
Maybe.
I got to check my CDGA account, guys.
Yeah.
17-7 right now.
Tomorrow is Grip It and Sip It at 7 Bridges. And starting with Kap and Adam Abdallah at 7 a.m., we're live and local there all day tomorrow. We're playing golf, and it'll be me, you, and Bleck from 10 to noon. Waddle and Silvy is going to be Silvy and J Hood, I believe, in the afternoon time slot. I'm not sure who's actually in our time slot. We're going to be out on the golf course by noon, but we are going to be live and local starting at 7. Kap is going to do the show with Abdallah, and then we will hop on. Me, you, and one Chris Bleck will hop on at 10 tomorrow. So we will be on a little bit early. We'll be live at 7 Bridges. If you're going to Grip It and Sip It, we hope to see you. If you're not, and you just want, if you're out in the Western Burbs, if you're in Naperville, Downers Grove, Woodridge, obviously, Lyle, Bolingbrook, anywhere nearby.
All the greats.
If you want to stop on by and just say hello, Darian, come on by and say hi.
Come on by.
Of course, Seven Bridges is open to one and all. You can't golf, but you can come by, say hi, watch the shows.
You can have a liquid lunch.
Yes, you can. You can have a delicious lunch and some liquid with it.
What'd you guess?
I guessed 20.
Yeah.
22.
I'm 27.
22.
I was dead on
You
at 5.
played about 7?
I was dead on at 5, yeah.
5. All right, there you go. I played 0.
Some guys love the game of golf.
Yes.
I'm playing 3 at least this week.
Me and
if you
Blake.
include tomorrow.
Are
so,
you?
Yeah.
Well, I will be playing for the first
Tomorrow,
time. I haven't swung
Thursday,
a club
Saturday, and
since-
Sunday for me.
Since October or September.
And playing Flossmoor on Sunday, Father's Day.
Ooh, are you?
Yeah, getting out there with the old Bitek's and the Bedkowskis.
I'm a little jealous.
Pete Verdoliak's going to be out there
a
slapping
little
the little
jealous.
white ball around.
A little jealous.
Having a good time, The who's who, the South Suburbs.
Dude.
Making it happen.
Do a lot of golf.
Just
man.
ask me.
Yeah.
I'm not important. I'm just the average, everyday Joe. That's who I am.
So Cubs lose in Philly. They fall 4-3 in extras yesterday. Matthew Boyd pitched pretty well again. I mean, despite the throwing error.
Despite the loss.
To haunt him, yeah. Well, he didn't get actually tagged with the loss, but despite the loss, it would have been, I'm assuming, Palencia, right?
Yeah, it went to the 11th inning.
Yes.
Sure.
But Matthew Boyd was pretty good again. 1 earned run over 6. Jesse made an astute point yesterday. He was in for you. The only
First time.
First time
Can you
first
play
time
the
for
music?
everything. There's only the last time.
Yeah,
not the
that's
first
right.
time.
No, there's a last time. They had first time music.
I don't remember. I don't know what it was. I can't remember.
I forget too, but we'll find it.
The old Mac Yurko and Harry. This will be the last time.
The last times were great. When's the last time
The
this
last
happened?
time.
Oh, boy.
Matthew Boyd is about, in his next start, he's going to surpass any season total of innings he's pitched since 2018. Since 2019. Forgive me. So it's been a bit since he's been close to 100 innings. I think he's at like 72 innings right now. And Jesse made the point that if you were worried about something going wrong in the back half of the season or how sustainable this, all of this is, what the Cubs are doing, it's maybe some of the issues and the holes within the pitching staff. Now, you're going to get Imanaga back at some point healthy, and that'll help. But how is Cade Horton going to hold up in his first big league season, especially when you get into the dog days and then crunch time potentially in October? How is Matthew Boyd going to hold up when he hasn't thrown anywhere close to really 100 pitches? I don't think it's anything over 74 innings, since you got it all the way back to 2019. And have you really solidified some of the issues in the bullpen? But Boyd continues to go out there and give the Cubs very good starts. He does have a sub-3 ERA over his last 2 seasons. Again, that's combined only about 110 innings. But he's pitched again, like he did last year for Cleveland, to a sub-3 earned run average, and he keeps going out there giving the Cubs pretty good starts. But they lose game 1 in Philly, and then again, it feels like, not that the umps are costing the Cubs games. I don't want to insinuate that, and I don't think that was the problem on Sunday, but the Cubs have been a little testy here with the umpires. I guess we're even going back to Saturday's game when Doug Eddings had the dish, and it seemed like the quick hook yesterday 2 days ago, the quick hook for Nico Horner was kind of more about the Cubs giving Doug Eddings a hard time when he was behind the plate on Saturday. And
I heard Silvy's impassioned plea.
Yeah, about not
and
letting
whining
the
and
umps interject
crosstalk
themselves.
yesterday. Yes,
Yeah.
I heard that yesterday. Yes.
Well, he's right. The ump shouldn't really be the story. At the very least, I think counsel not once but twice last night what ultimately got him run, and he wasn't overly demonstrative. I mean, he's not the kind of he's not Lou Piniella.
He's not Earl Weaver.
He's not Earl Weaver.
He's not going after
normally
you.
pretty calm, but he did enough to get tossed. But his contention was check with these other guys. If we can't review this stuff, at least have a conversation and check. I think that's what really had him hot in the first inning because he was just asking, talk to your third base umpire right now and see what he saw because the ball clearly touched PCA's bat.
Yeah, have some communique. That's what we're looking for.
Communique.
God forbid you talk to your crew member.
Right.
Yeah.
We got a busy day today, so here's what's happening. We'll take your phone calls. You want to talk about the Cubs with us. Coming up next, I'm going to read you something from Bradford Doolittle at ESPN.com, the moves that all the contenders need to make before the trade deadline. I'll read to you what he writes about the Cubs. We have OTAs going on up at Hallis. This is it before everybody gets a break for the rest of the summer before they come back for camp. The veterans aren't there. This is for rookies and for second-year players. There are some mandatory mini camps happening around the NFL, and there are some no-shows. So we'll talk about that today. We've got a list. We've got the lunch rush and the final 10 golfers in our U.S. Open contest, courtesy of the great folks over at Golf Center Des Plaines. One lucky listener is going to win that $200 gift card just by listening, getting a golfer, and then cheering on your golfer to win the U.S. Open at Oakmont. That golf course is one tricky, challenging test of golf. The last two winners at Oakmont were DJ in 2016. He was -4. It's a pretty good score at that course.
Yeah.
Angel Cabrera won it in 2007. You remember what he was, Yerk, by any chance? What his score was? The winning score at Oakmont in 07?
+1.
+5.
Whoa.
Yeah. And they're already, you said you've seen some of the
I've seen a lot of
See
footage.
the rough and the speed of the greens.
Speed of the greens.
A tough golf course.
Looks like it's going to be unbelievable. And it's been cool enough, too, across the Midwest. And if you include Pennsylvania as part of, like, the easternmost part of the Midwest.
It's Western PA, so.
But the point is, it's been cool.
Yes.
Steel belt. They call that steel belt.
The Rust Belt,
right?
the Steel Belt.
Rust Belt.
Yeah.
But they did things on 2, and they're going to make it drivable one day. And he showed where he just dropped the ball on the green halfway up, maybe one of the hole locations, close to one of just dropped it. Like a note. And then he goes, guys will be coming out of the bunker, and he throws the ball like it's coming out of the bunker with a little bit. He couldn't put juice on it, but they could put juice on it, and the ball goes 30 yards off the green. It's going to be. I love this.
You do? You like them?
Do. I love watching. Kicked in. I love watching them struggle. I love watching them trying to pop the ball up in the air and it go up and come straight down. I love it.
Okay.
I love watching them struggle. They're the best at the best.
They are.
And you've got to make smart decisions sometimes. And smart decisions sometimes dictate bogey is going to be a good score on a hole. And when they get greedy, like we all get greedy, when you get greedy, you got to pay the price. And we're going to watch it. We're going to watch guys get greedy, and they're going to pay the price. And at the end of the round, they're going to get in there, and they're going to get interviewed, and they're going to blank and moan. They're going to blank and moan about the whole thing, and I am going to love it. The character of the individual you'll be able to see in this U.S. Open. That's what I want to see. Right. Who can, who cannot.
All right.
Now, I have a feeling Dustin Johnson doesn't have the wherewithal anymore to want to compete.
I don't think so.
Looks like he cashed in. He's got a beautiful wife. He's got his own habits, and he does what he wants to do, which is unfortunate. Yeah, because I'd love to see him, kick some ass. I'd love to.
I feel like it's been a while since DJ's kicked some ass.
It's like he checked out. I mean, I don't think Brooks Koepka's checked out, but it just seems like, if Brooks isn't hot early, then he just says, the hell with it. I don't want to play, which is unfortunate.
Well, listen, some of it is a product of the money they got from Liv, though, right? It's like, what is the incentive for DJ anymore? Some guys are going to have that drive no matter what. DJ might not be that guy. He hasn't won a major since 2020, and, it does feel like his best days are behind him. Not that he can't still play great golf, but how committed is he really? He hasn't been much of a factor in any of the majors in recent years. He was cut from the first 2 majors this year. He was cut from 2 of the 4 majors last year. He was cut from a major in 2023 and had only 1 top 10. So in the last 10 majors DJ's played, he's had 1 top 10, top 20 finish, Jurko. 1. That's not really competing in the majors when you're as good as DJ. 312-332-3776 if you want to ring us up today. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
Carmen, Jurko. Don't worry. They'll be right back before you know it. Right here on Chicago's home for sports and the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet. So no swallowing pills. And it's all done online, fellas. No awkward doctor visits, no waiting in pharmacy lines, no announcements going, Mr. Yurkovich, your pee-pee pills are ready. Oh, heavens. And it ships right to your door in a discreet package. Their licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. All made right here in the U.S. of A. Because Blue Chew ships direct, it's also less expensive than the pharmacy. When you're a Northsider, whether you are a Northsider, a Southsider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every time. And here's the winning play. Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com. Use promo code ESPN and pay only $5 for shipping. When it's your moment to deliver and bring the high hard one, chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Chicagoland, are you ready? Steinhoffel's newest furniture and mattress superstore is coming soon to the Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. Established in 1934, Steinhoffel's is 100% employee-owned, family-run, and the first choice for thousands of families for quality, selection, and service. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. To find out more and shop, visit steinhoffels.com. And remember, your new room is only a click away.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Save up to $4,000 on new air conditioners and comfort systems with Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. New AC units start at just $39 a month, and furnace AC combos from $57 a month. For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now. Live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
All right, Bradford Doolittle at ESPN.com. What all 30 MLB teams must do before the trade deadline, even the crummy ones, Yerk. 4 on his list, the Cubs, with a win average of, in their projections, Yerk, of 97.33 victories. He's giving the Cubs a 96.7% chance of making the playoffs and a 12.3% chance of winning the championship, winning the World Series. And that is up from his last projection at 8%. It's a pretty good little increase right there, from about 8% to just north of 12%.
Maybe they were anticipating the Chicago Cubs kind of withering at this point.
That's 50%. That's a 50% increase.
Yeah, if they were still like 6 games over 500, which is what they were before when they got done playing that tough portion of their schedule.
Right.
Now they've had the ability to stretch their legs out a little bit.
Yeah.
Then the longer they play well, the more likely and the more confidence prognosticators have in them is what they're looking at. So
50% increase is pretty good.
It only makes sense. It only makes sense that people are looking upon them with a little bit more favor.
Yeah. So here's what he writes, what they need to do before the deadline. Chicago is on pace to average its most runs per game since 1930, the season that the Cubs' Hack Wilson set the RBI record with 191. Even if some regression is inevitable on offense, the Cubs' needs reside entirely on their below-average pitching staff. Lately, the bullpen has been terrific. Since the last stock watch, the Cubs have racked up 7 saves and 19 holds with only 1 blown save while putting up a second-ranked bullpen ERA of 2.17. The rotation has ranked 20th in ERA during that span, largely due to issues keeping the ball in the park. Some of that is a product of design. The Cubs starting pitchers throw pitches in the zone more than anyone else. But adding to the rotation is a clear top priority for a club in the mix for the NL's #1 seed. Cub fans have to love hearing or reading that. It is
the Cub fans are going to love seeing quality baseball, good baseball being played for the rest of the Major League Baseball season.
That you're in play for the #1 seed?
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that, but they got to keep playing better. They got to get everybody kind of ticking on all cylinders. Yeah. What kind of baseball? Can they sustain this level of play?
Yeah, can they win 97, 98 games? I think they might be able to.
It's not necessary in their division to have to do that, I don't believe.
Oh, I don't think so either. Yeah. Everybody lost last night. The Brewers lost again, right? The Reds are getting hot now. The Cardinals, I think, lost again last night. Cubs obviously lost, so didn't gain any ground. They've got a 4-game lead in the NL Central right now. The Pirates are the hot team all of a sudden, I feel like.
Oh, the
Pirates won again last night.
Pirates
but
are hot. Yeah, they're terrible.
They stink.
You don't worry about them, Carm.
You do not worry about them.
Oh, boy.
The Cubs, still have that 4-game lead on St. Louis. It's 5.5 on Milwaukee, and the Reds at 34 and 33, they've made a little charge here, are still 6.5 games out of first place. All right, this is what he writes just real quick about the White Sox, too, real quickly. Why not? How about the win average, though? It's, the Sox are all of a sudden trending for like 55 wins. Hey, let's throw a parade. 58.2 is the win average right now. In the playoffs, 0.0%.
I like it.
Championship, 0.0%. What they need to do before the deadline. Make a call on Luis Robert Jr. This season has really been a worst-case scenario for the White Sox when it comes to Robert. His numbers have been bad from the outset and somehow keep getting worse. Robert's offseason work to improve his swing decisions have resulted in a career-best walk rate, but at the expense of just about everything else worth value. His 21 stolen bases and good defense mean he can help a team, but his 546 OPS means they aren't going to treat him as if 2 $20 million club option years are worth anything. Right now, he's a defense and speed short-term outfield pickup with a $2 million buyout. So, should the White Sox unfurl the white flag and take any deal they can get? The answer is probably tied to how willing Chicago would be to pick up the first of those options in the absence of a deal. Otherwise, the vultures will be circling. It's a pretty good breakdown on the decision they have to make. I think you take anything you can for him. I'm not sure there's going to be much in terms of rebuilding his value. Maybe I'm wrong on that, and a year from now, he's awesome again, and he looks like the 5-win player from a couple years ago, and they can trade him when he's much more desirable. But I find it hard to believe. I mean, we're getting into a pretty big sample where the offense just has not been consistent, and he might be a prime guy for just a reset in a different franchise in a different spot right now, and maybe he recaptures some of the old magic at the plate, Yerk. But he is certainly a corner outfield addition. Center, obviously he could play center for a lot of teams too. Don't get me wrong. I feel like a team acquiring him, and I know for sure there is one American League contending team that is kicking the tires right now on Luis Robert. I will tell you that. They would play him in a corner as a late-inning defensive speed replacement and hope to get whatever they can out of his offense that has really slumped over the last plus year. I think you probably take whatever you can get. I hate to say that, but
that's where you're at.
I think that's where you're at.
That's where you're at.
Yeah.
That's all you can do. Hope that you hit on whatever you get.
It's been really bad.
Yep.
I mean, Luis Robert right now has a negative .1 WAR from Baseball Reference. He has only 11 extra base hits. That's what's so shocking. A 177 average, but man, oh man, he does have 25 walks. As Bradford pointed out, that's up a little bit. His walk rate is up because he's been slightly more disciplined at the
How many
plate.
steals?
He has 21 steals. He doesn't get on base, and he's got 21 stolen bases.
He's stuck on 21. He's been there a while.
Can't get on base. What are you going to do? 11 extra base hits, though, Yerk, in 233 plate appearances, a 56 OPS plus. Ugh. It really is a worst-case scenario. There's just not going to be much that they're going to be able to get for, at least I don't think, for Luis Robert at this point. Looks like they might have done well in the Garrett Crochet trade. I hope, because I didn't like them being so willing to trade Garrett Crochet or feeling like they had to trade Garrett Crochet. But Mydroth looks like he can play. I don't know how high the ceiling is, but he looks like a competent big leaguer. Teal is up. 3 for 8 over his first weekend. We'll see how this goes with Kyle Teal, who was one of the best prospects in their organization post-trade. And the gem of the trade is still 22 years old and in the minors and probably not in the big leagues for another year and a half, and that's Braden Montgomery. I mean, he's the real, potential, look how well you did for Garrett Crochet piece, and he's not even close to being up yet. So maybe they did okay in all this. I did not like their attitude trading Garrett Crochet. I'm sorry, I didn't. But I really hope that at the very least, 3 years from now, you're looking at it going, wow, they're three
Look
pretty
what
good.
they got. Yeah.
Look what they got.
Look what they got.
Braden Montgomery's a stud.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it's going to be dependent on Braden Montgomery being what they think he could be and what people around baseball think he could be. He's going to have to be the stud. And if he is, and this is my draw, and Teal's good, you'd be like, oh, okay.
Not bad.
Still don't like the attitude about, no, we can't keep Garrett Crochet, but maybe somehow there's a silver lining in all this, York, down the road. And maybe someday I'll get to watch them again, too, because they're off free TV now. Their over-the-air signal's done. So with the Comcast news. I don't know if you saw that.
I saw that. Yeah, no, I saw that. I saw the agreement.
Us, huh?
Yeah. Nice. What are you going to do with that antenna now? I got a couple ideas.
I asked, what should I do with it? Do you want me to bring it to the
Moon River?
Should I bring it to the golf outing and auction it off tomorrow?
Auction it off.
What should I do with that HD antenna?
Give it away as a door prize. That's what you should do.
Would that be funny? Should I show up tomorrow with the? You want me to bring it tomorrow?
Whose didn't work? Who had one that didn't work?
Sylvie's never worked.
Sylvie should bring it and give it away too.
Describe the size of it.
It's about the size of this book that I'm holding. Now, you can't see that unless you're on YouTube. Like and subscribe, youtube.com/@Carmen and Jurko. Make sure you hit the subscribe button for us if you're there. Or Twitch. It's about the size of this. This
is what you should do. Bring it tomorrow.
Should I bring it?
And we will set it up with a couple of tees, and we will lay it out, and you take your driver, and you smash it.
That's actually not a bad idea either. Let's try.
Off the first tee, you set the antenna, tee it up, and then you take the driver to it.
I'm going to try not to forget this tomorrow. I hope I'm not halfway to Seven Bridges and I go, oh, damn, I forgot.
And see how far you can hit it.
Yeah. It's not a bad idea.
Set a reminder for yourself right now.
Yeah, put it in the icon.
Right now. I need to. Do not forget the antenna, because what good is it for me? That antenna no longer serves any purpose.
Give yourself a notice. Yeah. Put it down. Give yourself a notice. Right, a note, an alarm that goes off in the morning that reminds you to put that useless antenna in there.
I'm going to put it in the calendar right now. Would you like coffee? Waddle is offering.
Absolutely.
Yes,
I love
Tommy.
coffee.
Of course he wants coffee.
Just a large.
Just a large. Cream and sugar?
Just a large. Sandwiches, you said, Carmen?
No, cream and sugar.
I heard you owe again.
I don't owe again.
What happened?
Chris said
I got back into the meeting, and somebody said, yeah, you owe.
Chris said he'd buy sandwiches if I went and rewatched the French Open. I liked talking about it yesterday with these guys, and I'll watch Wimbledon if they're in the final. It sounds like these two are studs.
Sinner and Alcaraz?
Yeah, but I'm not going to rewatch a 5.5-hour tennis match.
Yeah, I watched some of the highlights and was perfectly enthralled.
Chris said he would have bought sandwiches had I done that, but no, I'm not. I was watching the Stanley Cup, although the Stanley Cup game thoroughly disappointed me.
I'm not accusing you of being selfish.
Well, you could.
But sometimes you need to think about the team.
Yeah, that's
right.
I'm not watching 5.5 hours with. I wouldn't even know where to find it.
You could fast forward through the commercials, the break sets. It might not have been 5.5.
Yeah, I'm assuming.
Oh,
it's on
you
YouTube.
can find it.
Isn't TNT owned by Warner, right?
Yeah, you can find it on
So
Peacock.
it probably would be accessible on Max, I'm guessing.
You know what? Maybe it is on Max. You're probably right, Chris. Maybe I could go
Well,
back.
if you watch it, this man's gonna.
Yeah, I'll buy sandwiches. It still holds. If you watch it, if you sit and watch and you text us through the entire event of you watching all 5.5 hours, I will absolutely buy sandwiches.
I don't think it's going to happen.
For the team.
You can fast forward through the commercials.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Any bathroom breaks, you can fast forward through that.
I don't think they took bathroom breaks.
That's incredible. Well, I guess when you're
Adele,
sweating
you
that
were watching
much.
it too. Do you recall a moment when they took a period of break throughout the match?
No, they didn't do the Jokovic where he's like, all right, I'm going to go get
the faking of an injury. And
I'm going to go get a tea and a crumpet real quick. I'll be right back.
God, no one does that to perfection like him. He gets down in a set, and then he fakes an injury, disappears for 10 to 15 minutes, comes back, and he is just lights out.
Breaks the momentum of the other guy.
Every single time.
It's that guy cold.
312-332-3776 if you want to ring us up. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Astros.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
All right, we are just 2 days away from the June Whiskey University. It is this Thursday night, June 12th, starting at 7 at Slightly Toasted in the City in the West Loop on Clinton. So if you're walking to Ogilvy or Union after work, don't get on your normal train. Stick around, hang with Waddle and me, and take a later train home because we're drinking Old Forester bourbon. We're drinking some scotch as well. Glenglissa, of course, single malt Highland scotch from Speyside, Waddle's favorite. We're with our Brown Foreman friends, so we're going to get after some fantastic bourbon and scotch whiskey. Come hang with us for Whiskey U. It is me and Waddle together at Slightly Toasted downtown near both train stations this Thursday starting at 7. And please drink responsibly.
Take it from me, when you want the job done right, you call the pros. And that's why Chicago trusts Window Works. For over 30 years, they've delivered custom windows and doors that fit your home, your style, and your budget. No cookie cutter stuff, just certified pros who get it done. And it's not just about beauty. These windows can help cut down your energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation today.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. Jesus apply in app only.
Your tee shots can use some straightening. Your chips can use more finesse. Your putts, let's not even go there. Help is around the corner. Golf Center Displays, a year-round automatic driving range with heaters and fans on all stations. A short game area, a 9-hole course that you can even play at night. This is one-stop shopping for any golfer who needs a little help. And don't we all? Golf Center Displays, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sale, you'll find the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. Everything you need for your backyard fun. And right now, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. The summer celebration sale is going on now, so come in and see us or visit us online. American Sale, bring the fun home.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places that I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
Joe's Live in Rosemont has the best live music in Chicagoland. See Faster Pussycat rock the house on June 18th. Bone Thugs and Harmony on Friday, June 20th. And Chris Lane on June 27th. And this fall, don't miss the legendary Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters on September 16th.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Frank has just been ejected for the second day in a row. Stu, I'm just asking him, just trying to have a conversation here.
I think he also said, I'm just asking you to ask.
He asked Stu earlier in the game to ask on a ball that was fouled by PCA at the plate. It was ruled a swing and a miss, and it was clearly a foul ball, and there was no conversation between the umpires on that occasion either.
That's Boog and Jim DeShays on Marquee talking about the situation in the ninth. Yeah, I think it was just a frustrating night from start to finish for Craig Counsell because it did start in that first inning when PCA was called out on a swing and miss on strike 3, but he clearly did make contact, and the ump decided not to talk to any of his other colleagues on the field. I wonder what goes into that decision. Like, he was just so certain, but he was wrong. I mean, he was wrong, and it is not reviewable, as we talked about. So there's nothing you can do about it, really. But Craig Counsell was just urging him, talk to your guys.
Communicate.
There's 4 of you for a reason.
Just communicate with each other, guys.
And he didn't want to do that. I don't know what the protocol is for the umpires in that situation. He was so convinced.
Curmudgeon. Stubborn.
I don't know.
Stubborn, curmudgeoning. Yeah. It's a problem.
They can be problematic sometimes.
You know how they are.
Yeah.
You know, when they believe they've seen what they've seen and they believe they're right, that's it. They're just steadfast.
I do think they have a very difficult job, that said. I think they have a very difficult job. But that's your job.
There's a lot of people in the world that have very difficult jobs.
Amen.
Carl. We don't shed a tear for them when they make a mistake.
We generally do not.
When that nuclear power plant went to crap over in Chernobyl was, I mean, what's going on? You think anybody felt for them as they went to prison? They killed thousands upon thousands of people?
Great.
I mean, really, Carm?
Great segue.
Absolute analysis there.
Did you ever watch the HBO documentary?
Yeah.
I
saw it.
Oh, my God.
Docudrama?
The docudrama? Yeah. Boy, was that good or what?
Yeah.
Holy cow. Oh, my God. I'll never forget that scene where those guys are tasked with, they got to clear that whole area.
They go to the mines, and the guy goes in there to tell them.
Too.
The guy goes in there to tell them. And then the guy in the mine sits there, and he looks at him, he goes, and he describes it to him. He goes, so basically you're asking us to die.
Yeah. And basically they were like,
and then he comes out naked. Right. And they go, well, sir, why are you working naked? You need to have your suits on.
Yeah.
Like the suits were going to help him anyway.
They weren't going to help him.
He goes, too hot.
Too hot.
If you want us to get this done, just stay the hell out of the way.
Yeah.
We'll get down there and we'll get it done.
Do you remember when they, they have to evacuate all the people and they hire these like squads to go through and they have to kill all the animals, both wild and domestic.
Yeah.
They feel like there's no choice at this point. And boy, the scene where the kid walks in and the puppies are there. Oh, it's like, oh my God! I almost cried. When we did the movies on the list. What made us cry?
You do a lot of crying there.
Oh, holy cow! I'm like, no, I'm like, no.
Snoopy.
It was the worst scene. And his superior basically comes in. He tells him, "Get out. I'll do it. I'll handle it." Oh my God. Couldn't even think about it. Paulie's in Palm Beach on ESPN 1000. What's going on, Paulie?
Hey, guys. Good show.
Thank you.
First off, did you extrapolate today?
Did I extrapolate?
Might have this morning in the shower, maybe, but.
I mean, wow. That's a personal question.
Well, the White Sox are 22-44.
Oh, the numbers.
They're on pace for 54. I didn't mean to confuse you.
They're on pace for 54 wins.
Yeah, that's over.
Yeah, that's
and
over.
I had called you guys to tell you that when they were 2-2, we took the under 60. I don't know if you remember that.
I remember.
We got a middle going on. But we do have under in the Cubs, 86.5. I will say that.
That one I think you might be in trouble on. I think you might hit the middle on the White Sox there, Paulie.
Yeah, hope so.
They'll get close.
So let's talk a little bit about what the latest announcement means for the Chicago White Sox. You will never outbusiness Jerry Reinsdorf. The guy is just a genius. What he has done, he has created an out for anybody that wants to sell to Ishiba in 29 or 30, 28, 29, 30. Now, look what happens around that time. The lease is up.
Yep, lease is up.
In 2028. Yep. The strike will be over. It'll have been like a year and a half. They'll get about a half of 2028 into play. And the values of the teams will have gone up 25% because you will have created the salary cap. So now you define another variable. Combine that with then moving out to Arlington Heights to this entertainment mecca that's going to be created now by the Bears and by Arlington Heights, and you create more value for the team.
They're going to move to Arlington Heights? I don't know.
Oh, yeah. That's a done deal.
It's a done deal. I mean, really?
With all due respect, Paulie, you did say that the Bears would be staying in Chicago, too. So
no, I didn't.
No, you
never.
did. Yeah, you
I
said
don't know if Paulie said that, did he?
I believe that you've been wrong like 95% of the time of stuff that you said.
Oh, you're wrong.
There will never be a salary cap in baseball.
I don't think there's going to be a salary cap, Paulie. I'm telling you, I don't.
That's what the strike is all about, and it's being led by Reinsdorf. I told you that the Bears had to wait for Jenny McCaskey to die so the kids could buy her 5% at $300 million. Then they were moving to Arlington Heights, and that minute it's worth $600 million, and they pay off their investment. I never said they were staying in Chicago.
I don't think Paulie said they were staying in Chicago. I don't think you did.
Or ever.
Now, I'm not so sure that the White Sox are moving out there. From what I heard, Ishbia does want a downtown location. That's easier said than done. There's not a lot of land. There's not where you're going to get it. Could you do it on the 78? I suppose. I was enlightened by Paulie, thanks. I was enlightened by Jesse a little last week. You were gone when he was talking about
enlightened by Jesse. There's a miracle
about the it's hard to sometimes contextualize these things. Like I hear 62 acres. I go, 62 acres. Oh, okay. I mean. It's like the deficit. I don't know. The hell is the deficit? But 62 acres. In my mind, like, can you just close your eyes and picture 62 acres? Is that a lot, a little? Seems like a lot. I guess when you frame it next to the 300 plus at Arlington, it gives you a little bit of a scale.
Yeah, so 1/5 of what you see.
But they could do
chop it up in both
stadiums, I guess.
I imagine they could. Yeah.
Like I heard Ishbia does his big dream is to try to have a downtown stadium. I don't know that they're going to Arlington Heights. Paulie's initial point of Jaire Reinsdorf being a very good businessman is accurate. Being a good owner, not so much. But a good businessman, he's made money. And lots of it. Dennis is in Downers Grove. What's up, Dennis?
Hey, guys. Boy, after Paulie's call, I don't please want anybody to take this like I'm a Sox hater or anything, but by the way, thanks for your show. I'm an Army vet. I love the summer, and I love listening to you guys at a pool with a cocktail. You really make my summer.
Oh, thanks, Dennis.
What I wanted to comment on was, I was in Vegas recently. Was around Boston guys, New York guys, and LA guys. So I really got into it that we're the best fans. Each city's great sports towns. So, I really stuck up for Chicago, and that's kind of why I called, because they kind of tried to screw me up by mentioning, Carm, your White Sox, not because they're bad, for a couple other reasons. And I know you're an intelligent Sox fan. It's just that if you were a millionaire or whatever, why would you buy the White Sox? My point is, you might want to check this out, but I think when they won the World Series, they were in the middle of the pack in attendance. We have some lousy teams right now in Chicago, and they still draw great. So, that losing aspect, we have the Bulls and the Blackhawks still draw great. The Cubs always draw. I don't want this to come out like I'm a Sox hater. It's just that if you're doing the numbers, why would you buy the White Sox?
Well, because these franchises are valuable. Live sports and sports franchises are valuable, Dennis. That's why Tom Ricketts is full of baloney all the time. These billionaires all want in for a reason. There's value. There's value in the TV deal. And Dennis, thank you for the phone call. When the White Sox do well, they draw fans. The year after the World Series, the White Sox drew over 2 million fans in 2006.
That's
they
pretty
were good. Ultimately, they came up a little bit short. They were good. But they drew over 2 million fans. In 2005, Dennis, to your point, you're right. They were still kind of middle of the pack. They were in 2005 when they won. They still drew 2.3 million fans. The next year, the White Sox were, hold on, I'll find it for you. They were top 10, Dennis. They drew 3 million fans in 2006. Coming off of the World Series.
When they're good, people will come.
In 2008, the Sox drew 2.5 million fans. So when they are good, people will come out. 2008 I used because at least it was another playoff year. In 2007, they drew almost 2.7 million. So you went from 2.3 to 3 to 2.7 to 2.5. They will draw fans, and there's great value in these TV deals. Even in a sport like baseball, if they somehow figure out how to have like a YouTube TV, which is the rumor, like YouTube will buy up the rights and bundle it on its own in some way. I don't get all that, but like they might strike some sort of a deal where MLB controls, instead of the RSNs doing it, which is a little bit more of a dying breed, the teams will get the benefit of MLB doing it as a whole. They still have national TV money, though. They still could end up back on ESPN at some point in a renegotiation. They still have Apple TV money and TBS and Fox money. And that's why these billionaires want these entities, because they're valuable. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
All right, now is a great time to visit my friends over at Howard Orloff Imports for pre-tariff prices on Range Rovers and Range Rover Sports. They'll be your friends, too. You're going to love Bill and the Orloff team. These people are great. They want to make it a wonderful car buying experience for you, and they want to welcome you into the Orloff family. It's a family-owned operation, after all, and it's been that way for decades. And when you go visit them, you're going to see what I'm talking about. It's not BS. It's not a line. It is real. So experience the Orloff difference for yourself. Back to those Range Rovers in the sports. With the combination of opulent luxury and impressive all-terrain prowess, the 25 Range Rover is a compelling premium class SUV, and the Range Rover Sport is the definition of sporting luxury. It handles like an absolute dream. The engine is fantastic. I got to test drive one once, and it is awesome, to say the least. Howard Orloff Imports. They got the full lineup of 25 Range Rovers. At current prices, they're sure to move quickly, so visit today. This is your chance to buy an outstanding premium SUV at a great value. Visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage. That's right. Check out the showroom today if you're in the city, or explore more online at orloff.com.
Everyone loves a fresh haircut for summer, but with the weather warming up and the kids out of school, this season is the time for making memories, not appointments. That's why I go to Great Clips. I can use convenient online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut whenever I have time. They even send me a ready next text when it's time to come into the salon. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips save my haircut details in clip notes so I can get the same cut next time, no matter who I see. And the best part, Great Clips haircut prices are so affordable, I can look and feel great while still having money left over for all of those fun summer adventures. So what are you waiting for? Stop wasting time and money on appointments at overpriced salons. Get in, get out, and get back to enjoying the season with cool summer haircuts at Great Clips. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs. White Sox winner and a World Series. And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix. And they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
We're all better with help. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Take it from me, I use therapy all the time. But too often, people stay silent to avoid being judged. For over 10 years, BetterHelp has been finding the right therapist for people just like you and me. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout and get 10% off your first month of therapy. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout. And let's get the help today.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ, that's JOEQ, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Working from home or back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
We got a list coming up just after 1, plus 10 more golfers to give away for the U.S. Open contest. Oakmont is the site this year, Western PA. They're going to tee it up on Thursday. We gave away 10 spots yesterday, 10 more today, so stick around for that before 2:35. Winner will get a $200 gift card to Golf Center Des Plaines. We'll cross-talk with Waddle and Silvy at about 2:35. They'll get you home until 6:30, and then it's White Sox and Astros. White Sox on their both teams out of town here early in the week. Cubs wrap up the series these next couple days against the Phillies before coming home for 4 against the Pirates. The White Sox start a road trip against the Astros in Houston as Lance McCullers will throw against them tonight. Jurko is back. It's great to have the good kid back. I missed
It's good to be back.
Good to have you, my man. I missed a couple shout-outs yesterday, but...
What'd you miss? Go ahead.
I want to give 2 shout-outs, Jurko.
To who?
We did our softball and boys baseball Little League home run derbies on Sunday night. The rain, mod on. We thought, well, this isn't going to happen, but we got it. We made it happen.
You got it in?
Avery Stojak won the softball home run derby. Cam Moog won the boys home run derby.
Sure.
So congrats to both. And another great turnout and a lot of fun, and the kids really like it, and they have a good time. And
Wonderful.
When we started this event way back in 2020, our local Little League started it in 2020.
Sure.
COVID year. We're like, hey, this will be something fun for people to
Yeah,
do
we're
outside.
outdoors.
Yeah, we're outside. COVID year. Our inaugural winner, he was 12 at the time, was Tommy Georgelis. He'll be a senior at LT. Guess where he's going to play college baseball? Take one guess.
Eastern Illinois.
Eastern Illinois University.
Yeah.
Tommy's all grown up now.
They got a good ball team. They won the OVC this year.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah.
He came by to hand out throw out the ceremonial first pitch since he was our inaugural
isn't that
winner.
Wonderful.
And he said he's
giving back to the
guess
community.
what? I'm going to EIU. Yeah.
Good. Wonderful.
Pretty awesome, huh? And I said, Jurko's going to be happy.
The alma mater, Carm.
Some shout-outs. Avery, Cam, good job on Sunday. Nicely done. All right, we got a list coming up. We got the lunch rush, and we'll start giving away more spots. Adam, who is the best golfer left? Did you give out Scheffler yesterday? Boy, so Scotty's still alive. He's like 2-1.
Yeah, Scotty's still alive.
It's like Tiger numbers going into a major.
Bryson is still alive.
Bryson.
He's plus 650.
Son of Bryson.
Bryson could win this thing. The way he hits it, you need length at Oakmont.
Well, you need length, but you need accuracy, Carm.
Yeah,
John Rahm is still, he's 12-1.
How about Hideki?
Hideki didn't make the cut.
Yeah, he's not in the top.
He's the field?
19.
He's the field. Hideki was the cut, actually.
Was he?
He was 20th, so he was actually labeled as the field, and the field was given away yesterday.
Okay. All right, so some good golfers left. We'll do that coming up as well, plus a list to get things going here to kick off the 1 o'clock hour. 312-332-ESPN if you want to join Carmen and Jurko. We're back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
At Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, we make home service easy. We guarantee same-day service and installation with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. Family-owned for 53 years, Four Seasons has over 30,000 five-star Google reviews and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. For all your plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical needs, for all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
If you're the unwitting victim in a calamitous mishap, anticipate compensatory damages, subrogation relief, or tort claims under...
Guys, what are they even saying?
Coast-Ivoni ads don't sound like that.
Lawyers like that are exactly why people call us. No legal mumbo-jumbo, just real talk.
We're from Chicago. We talk like you, we fight for you, and we have real conversations so we can help you.
They get where you come from, they get what you need, and they get you. Coast-Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers, because they are Chicago. 708-4million.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note, all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, Thursday at 7 at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Tomorrow's Grip It and Sip It. I hope to see you at Seven Bridges. We are live and local all day starting at 7 when Kap goes on the air, and Abdallah's going to be live with him. And then me and Jurko and Black will do 10 to noon. Hopefully you're playing. If not, stop by, say hi. We'll be broadcasting live outside the Pro Shop, as we always do at beautiful Seven Bridges on Route 53 in Woodridge. We love Don and his team in that place. They're always great hosts to us.
Yeah.
It's going to be warm tomorrow, like pushing 90.
Steamy,
It'll
huh?
be a steamy day.
You have to wear the old deodorant.
Yes, don't forget the deodorant and the powder. I heard
And the water.
And the water.
Yeah.
Heard the course is in great shape. Can't wait to get out there. And it'll be my first round of the year.
I think a lot of the courses are in great shape. We've had enough rain.
Enough rain, yeah.
We've had enough rain.
I think so.
So that's helped the golf courses get to where they need to be.
Thursday night, don't forget, is Whiskey U. And you can hang with Waddle and me at Slightly Toasted. It's a great, fun place right on Clinton in the West Loop, right by the train station. So
yeah,
normally you're getting on the train, maybe tell the missus you're coming home a little bit later, or the mister that you're coming home a little bit later, and say, I'm going to catch the 10:30 train. Come hang with us, 7 to 9, or the 9:30 train. 7 to 9 at Slightly Toasted. It's me and Waddle with our Brown Foreman friends, so we're drinking some Old Forester, including the 1910, which is always great. Love that Whiskey Row lineup. And then Glenglissa, I think is how you say it, a single malt, a Highland single malt that is in the Brown Foreman family. Got to have a little single malt scotch when Waddle comes by.
I'll find out. I'll be there in a couple of weeks. I'll let you know.
Oh, yeah. Jurko's going to be drinking a lot of good scotch in a couple of weeks.
Going to get hammered.
Oh, my goodness.
And then I'm going to drink.
Have you thought about your cocktail of choice over there? Because they don't probably make a lot of old
Scotch neat.
Scotch neat. Oh, wow. Look
about
at you.
that.
Okay.
Scotch with an ice ball.
You're really going to get after
it. I mean, I don't know. They don't make Scotch with anything, do they?
Well, sure. Like a Rusty Nail is a pretty good cocktail.
I've stepped on a Rusty Nail, Carm. I've never drank one before. Had to get a tetanus shot after that. Yeah, silly bastard.
You better. That's a good.
Oh, Rusty Nail, my aching panachkis.
I wonder if that's on the list at some point. 5 favorite cocktails.
Yeah.
I think
Stop giving away lists.
This guy, it's all Carmen does.
I think it's Drambuie and Scotch, right?
I think Carmen's going to go with my 5 favorite NASCAR series or NASCAR races.
Yeah, Scotch and Drambuie, Jurko. So there you go.
Drambuie.
It's good. Rusty Nail's good. Yeah.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Then you have a Rob Roy.
The Rob Roy
is another one.
Oh
yeah. Do the Rob Roy.
What's a Rob Roy, Carmen?
Scotch and Vermouth.
Scotch and Vermouth.
Yeah.
The good Vermouth.
Yeah.
The fancy stuff. The one we love.
Kind of like a Manhattan. It's just with Scotch.
Okay.
The Rob Roy. So.
The Rob Roy.
Keep that in the back of your mind. For
How about Robert the Bruce?
No, I don't think they have a Robert. There's a great beer, Robert the Bruce. I don't know if they. I'm not sure.
Isn't that 3 Floyds?
It is 3 Floyds.
I believe so.
Yeah. All right, let's do a list
Let's
for
do a
the
list.
day. We are,
All right, gentlemen,
86 days?
86 days away from the
that?
start of the NFL
How
season.
about that?
Bears are up at minicamp right now, mostly rookies and Rome Odunze. He's the only one that said that he was going to be there.
Love
from
Rome.
That's not a rookie.
I love Rome being there.
I mean, we'll find out from Ben Johnson a little bit later on, maybe who else was there and various reporters and whatnot. All right, 86 days. We spin the wheel. I click the button and it spins and spins and spins and spins and spins and spins.
Click
and
it,
spins
baby.
and spins and spins. You guys are on 10 to noon tomorrow with Chris.
Yeah.
I'll be there. Maybe I'll jump on and do the list with you guys if you'll let me. If I'm allowed. If I'm allowed.
Maybe group vote. Should we?
I say yes.
Yeah, he's allowed.
You're in.
All right, thank you. Oh,
I want to clear it with Jurko.
I love this one. When I came up with this one, this is one of my 2 favorite ones on this list.
I'm sure you do.
This is one of them. Okay, number 96. Things Gen Z never had to deal with.
All right, that's really good.
I love
That's
this
a good
list.
one.
I love this one.
I didn't like a lot of the things on the list, but this is a good one.
Remind me, Gen Z is...
Gen Z is like Tyler, Shay, Jack.
They're not millennials?
And-
They're
No.
millennials?
No,
they're
we're
younger.
millennials.
They're about 10 years younger.
They're
Yeah.
younger.
Yeah. So you're talking about people in their 20s.
Chris and I are the oldest millennials. We're elder millennials.
Yeah.
This is
Crusty millennials, as some would say.
Gen
Crusty
Z
millennials.
never had to deal with. Holy cow.
I know my number 1 for sure.
Really?
Oh, yeah, it's easy.
It is?
You're talking. I don't want to give something away, but like the rotary telephone.
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah,
You specifically gave something
I
away.
don't want to give it
on
away,
mine.
but you literally gave it away.
Gave something away on my list, Jurko. Yes,
I
but yes.
apologize.
But yes, you're correct. Yes.
This is a good one, man. But I feel like this is going to require so much thought.
Yeah.
I mean, most of these are just like fun, silly, and they rush to the top of my head. Like, I'm trying to think of what I had to do when I was a kid that these guys never had to do.
Okay, I'm ready.
Are you serious?
Walk to school.
How is that possible? Yeah, do they know? Well, that's not true. Kids walk to school, don't they? I mean, my kids walk to school. Oh.
I take that back. I got 4. I need one more. Hold on.
Yeah, I need one more. My other one was just like what I had already.
Which I would imagine there's a lot of that.
Okay,
stuff.
I'm ready. Number 5 for me. I'm ready. Number 5, MapQuest. Going to MapQuest, having to print out directions, something I had to do as an intern when Mac, Jurko, and Harry would be on remote somewhere. Part of my internship would be, Chris had to do it too, would be to print out directions for the 3 of you to whatever establishment you were going to.
I've got something similar on mine. Yeah.
So MapQuest. Number 4, music when exercising. You couldn't run with a Discman.
No.
You couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it. That's
it
a
would
great
skip.
call.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You had to just
That's a good
be
one.
in your thoughts when you were doing things.
I remember early 2000s. I'm talking like 2001 or 2. There was a new development. These little MP3 players.
Yep.
You could load on like 50 songs or so.
I remember. I had one.
And that was a big deal because you could work out with
huge.
your music.
Now all of a sudden you could remember they used to sell like the armband because you could stick it in the like in the armband.
I'm talking pre-iPod.
Oh,
you know,
absolutely.
right? Like you go to Best Buy, they sold them for like $50.
Yes.
They were kind of cheap looking as well. They weren't great.
Very good call.
Number 3, COLLECT. Call and collect.
Call and collect.
And most importantly, call and collect to your house and saying, Mom, practice is done, come pick me up.
Exactly.
And then hanging up. Number 2, trust. Just trusting that people would be places when you told them to be places.
Yeah,
We're
they've never
meeting
had
for
to
a
do
movie that starts at 6:30. I trust that you will be there and I will not be seeing a movie by myself.
I worded it differently, but I've got something like
and
that.
number 1, finding weed when your dealer doesn't have any.
That's a great one.
Can't go to a dispensary. You got to call another person, be like, hey, does your dealer have any? You got to go to your secondary dealer. It sucked, man. When your town was dry, it sucked. Now there's dispensaries everywhere. You don't have that problem.
That's a great point. That's
All right,
a very
that's my
good one. I mean, that's a pretty good list. It's a hell of a way to start us off.
That really is impressive. I got it.
You ready? Okay, go.
Blockbuster videotapes.
Yep.
Yeah, I have like something similar.
Picking them out, returning them.
I have
the whole thing.
I have something similar.
Latchkey kids.
Latchkey kids,
Wait, that doesn't exist anymore?
Doesn't exist anymore.
I don't know. Are you sure?
Oh, no, believe it or not.
Yeah.
You know, some of these subdivisions don't even have, I mean, there's some places don't even have sidewalks that connect the city.
I would imagine that parents today, that if they heard that another family was that situation, that there would be a giant uproar that the kids were unaccounted for, taking care of themselves.
Those kids are at home by themselves?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, my God. Rand McNally, the Atlas.
Yeah, I have it.
Yes.
The Atlas. I used to drive with an Atlas at my side all the time to get through Atlanta. If something happened, like in Atlanta heading south, how do you curry comb the countryside to get through Atlanta, you know?
Yeah.
Number 2, encyclopedias.
Yep.
Never had to deal with encyclopedia.
Having to like go to the library to like do a project.
The Dewey Decimal System.
Yes.
Microfiche. They never had to do microfiche,
no microfiche,
right?
kid. I had to handle microfiche. And number 1, the rotary telephone.
It's a good list, Jurk.
There's a lot of overlapping here. Are you ready, Carmen?
I'm ready. Yeah, you want me to go?
By the way, Charlie texted us, I think, the winning comment.
That's the best.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the ability to purchase a house. Walk off from Charlie. I agree.
That is a walk-off.
That is a hell of a
Your
great
interest
statement.
rate might have been 35%, but your house was $30,000.
It costs $150,000 for a four-bedroom with a pool in the backyard.
Like 16%
but how much was the house?
Yeah, the house costs $150,000.
Nothing.
What was the average salary back then, though?
Probably $40,000.
Really?
Still obtainable.
What year?
Well, I'm trying to think
you got to look it up because
I'm trying to think like when I was like a teenager. What was the average salary in the U.S.? Maybe $30,000, $35,000, $30,000?
Charlie's right.
That's a great one.
It's a great comment.
All right, here's my list. Ready? Number 5. They've never had to get up to change the channel or adjust the volume on the TV.
Stand up.
Yeah, you never had to stand up and do that. Now, number 4, kind of similar to what you guys were saying, they've never had to learn to read a road map. I delivered pizzas, you guys. You had to look at the map. And you trace your route, like, I've got to go to Ashbury. Okay, and let me see where that street is. And then I think I know. And then, I mean, you had to read a map.
You pulled out the street that I grew up on.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, I think about that. These kids today, if you're delivering a pizza. Number 3, they never had to rewind a videotape. That was the worst part, right? When it was done, you had to sit there and wait for it to rewind.
And getting dinged for it if you didn't.
And getting dinged.
Yeah, there was a fine.
There was a fine. Number 2, pouring through the TV or TV guide or watching the channel guide.
Yeah.
And if you missed the channel you wanted, you'd have to wait until the scroll came back around. And then number 1, I wrote down call waiting. You guys remember call waiting?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey, I got another call.
Yeah. They
click, dial, click.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I shouldn't say they never had to deal with that. They've always they never had to deal with a busy signal. I should have phrased that differently.
Nico chimed in as a youngster. Charlie with the best one by far.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
When
Charlie's
we were kids, like there was no such thing as call waiting. You know, when you called your friend,
it was just busy.
It was busy. Or if you were like, "Mom, I'm waiting. Tim's trying to call me. We got to go." Too bad. Like all he did was get a busy
Do you guys see
signal.
what Apple announced yesterday? Talking about going to the past. Going to the future, Apple announced that the new software for the iPhones will pre-screen phone calls for you.
Oh, wow.
So if a telemarketer calls, you can then see that it's that and blatantly ignore the call. Or if Carmen calls me, the phone call will be picked up and you are to announce yourself, and then it will show text on my screen, and I can decide whether or not I want to talk to you.
Wow. I mean,
so like that's taking it to a whole
new level
step. And then they also announced this feature where, you know, when you get put on hold when you call for customer service, it will do that for you and it will alert you when the human is ready to talk to you, so you can go about your business doing something else.
That's crazy. I mean, it is taking it to a next level. I mean, I remember if you left the phone off the receiver on accident. Remember when people couldn't call the house?
Oh, the internet.
Yeah.
Or the internet. You'd get bounced. Like, they've never got bounced off the internet from somebody picking up the phone. They never had to deal with those things. So a lot of it to me is like phone related. They never called a friend and got a busy signal. I don't know that they would know what it is. If they called a friend and it just went beep, beep, beep.
Or calling a friend and having to talk to the parents to then get to the friend.
Yeah. Hey, hi.
Hi, Mrs.
Hi, Mrs. Aki. It's Charlie.
Yeah.
Is Tyler around?
Can he come out and play?
Can he come out and play?
Like, you know what, Charlie? You call here too damn late.
You tell
Every
somebody
day you're calling too late.
Maybe you tell a lady when you were going to call.
Yeah.
And so they'd pick up like right before the phone actually rang.
And
like
then,
more than one ring.
Do you remember? We got to get Chris's list. Hold on. But do you remember the one friend you called and his dad was always annoyed?
Yes.
That was Mr. Burke. So like you'd call and you'd be worried that Mr. Burke would pick up the phone because you might be disturbing him, and he'd pick it up. Yeah. Hey, Mr. Burke, it's Carmen. Okay. What do you want? Is Tim around? I don't know. Hold on. And he was like, oh no, Mr. Burke's going to pick up the phone. He's going to be annoyed that I'm calling. They never have to deal with any of that. All right, Chris, what's your list?
All right, I added 2 more to mine because there's a lot of overlap. So you're going to hear some that have already been picked. So like dialing a rotary phone is on mine. The TV guide channel, which was something. So that was picked already. Abdallah said it a little differently, but I was going to go with going somewhere because you said you would be there. Right? Like, and that's kind of what Abdallah's saying is like you and your buddy agree we're going to go to the mall at 3 o'clock and we're going to see a movie at the mall at 3 o'clock, and you just show up at 3 o'clock, and there's no way to communicate in between the decision and actually being there. And what would many times take place is that the other person wouldn't necessarily be there, and you would have to figure it out. Figure out what you're going to do. Walk around. Look, like...
What about just like being stuck? Like you couldn't go anywhere because you couldn't get a ride?
Yeah, right. Like God. It was... So that's on my list. I have looking up something in the dictionary. Right? Like good. No one does that anymore. You would have to go to the dictionary to spell this correctly. Yeah. What's the definition?
That's a good one. That's a really good one.
I had the picking up tickets from the mall, like Ticketmaster.
If
you're going to a concert or a sporting event, you had to go somewhere to get your tickets before you went to the sporting event or the concert. So you go to Ticketmaster at the mall to pick up your tickets and wait in line at Ticketmaster at the mall before you could go. And then my 2 bonus ones were waiting for TV shows that were a specific time and date. So Thursday at 7 p.m. is the only time you could watch this show. I know that still works to some extent, but mostly everything's on demand anyway. That was a thing that you lived your week knowing that if you liked something, you had to be available at that time.
That was it.
And then the final one is they never had to deal with these scrambled channels.
Yeah, I was going to say that one. We're getting a lot of that in the Twitch chat.
Scrambled channels.
A lot of pervs in the Twitch chat. No shame.
They don't know. They don't know the struggle of the scrambled.
Nothing
channels.
like doing that to a magazine.
We used to have to look at pictures, dude. We have to go
we just had to use our brains.
Yeah, you have to use your brain. Like if you stumbled upon a Penthouse, it was like you hit the jackpot.
Wee magazine
or a Hustler. You hit the literal jackpot.
Club Confidential.
Yeah. Like, oh my God.
The best thing we had was like Wild gold. Things. That was it.
Yeah, like they don't.
What a movie.
They have no idea. That's a great call. They have no idea. They've got copious amounts of porn at their fingertips.
The screen is all fuzzy and scrambled, and you're like, wait, what was that? Dude, what did I just see? Is that a
pictures? We used to have to use pictures.
And you always knew you were at the right spot because you could hear the audio. So you could hear the music of the scenes, but you were trying to figure out what was actually taking place. Not a lot of dialogue in those scenes.
I wish I would have thought of that because that's a great one. And the other thing you said about the tickets, like, do you think maybe Tyler, he might be old enough, or like Charlie or Jack, do you think they ever were meeting a friend at a game or a concert and that friend had the ticket and said, okay, I'll leave yours at will call? Probably not, right? Think about how many years now we've just been transferring tickets via email on our phones. Do you remember when if I had the tickets, Dirk, I'll meet you and Chris there.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave yours at will call.
It wasn't that long ago, guys.
Oh, I bet you that's been a good 8 years, Yerk, since you had to do
every
that.
time I gave up my Blackhawk ticket. That's 10 years ago. But I used to get the hard tickets, and I'd have to do that.
Like, I'll leave yours at will call, and you'd have to go wait in line.
It's a good point.
To get your tickets at will call. It's been a minute since anybody's had to do that.
But if you said 8 years or 9 years, I think when COVID came,
maybe
everything transferred over at that time.
You might be right.
Yeah, Yurko's right. COVID accelerated a lot of that.
Accelerated it all.
You're probably right about that.
So up to that point, you could still get tickets, and then when COVID came, nobody. And then that's when they went to cashless over at Guaranteed Rate, where you can only use a card.
Pretty much.
Same thing with the other joint. What's
UC.
that joint over there? Yeah,
you're right.
Same thing with the UC.
Yeah, like my kids will never be like, I have to go wait and will call. Like that, never in a million years. 312-332-ESPN. This was a great list, and the lines are lighting up. It's Carmen and Yurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey guys, it's Peggy Kaczynski. And I'm Dionne Miller. We are very ready for the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic. If you're selected for Team Peggy and Dionne, you understand we are bringing a significant advantage to the course. Okay, that is a silly play on the fact that Advantage Dealer Group is the sponsor of Team Peggy and Dionne. I actually just meant that we're way better golfers than the rest, but okay, yeah, that works too. See you June 11th at Seven Bridges Golf Club for the Grip It and Sip It Classic presented by Yingling Flight.
That's right. Tomorrow, our Grip It and Sip It Classic will be presented by Yingling in Abdallah and Chicago. Yingling's finally here, so let's make some room in the beer fridge.
That's right. After 196 years, the oldest brewery in America, where we were this weekend, has officially landed here in Illinois. And we're not just talking about one beer, Chris. They're bringing the whole dang lineup.
Let's start with the legend, Yingling Traditional Lager, smooth, rich, and it's a beer that's been around longer than the North Side-South Side rivalry.
Then there's the light lager, that famous Yingling taste, but crisp and easy drinking. You've got the Golden Pilsner for that clean, refreshing finish. If you want a little extra flavor, the Black and Tan is a perfect mix of dark and light. And like you just heard, Flight is their newest to the rotation.
So next time when you're at the bar, on the course, or grabbing a six-pack, don't just go with the usual. Try a Yingling. You've waited long enough.
Chicago, the wait is finally over. This is officially Yingling country.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
The stock market has been all over the place, and if you're nearing or in retirement, it's probably got you nervous. Will you have enough to retire? Are you worried about running out of money? Are you sick of hearing, just ride it out? What can you do differently to ensure that you have enough to retire comfortably with an income that's guaranteed to last your lifetime? Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth, and I've got great news for you today. I'm a featured expert in a groundbreaking film called The Retirement Deception. This film reveals exactly how you can create a guaranteed income with your nest egg protected from market volatility. Wall Street may not want you to see this film, but I do want you to see it at no cost. That's right, it's absolutely free when you call today. I want you to know the truth about retirement. A secure retirement is achievable. Call today to speak with one of our retirement specialists to get your free copy of The Retirement Deception. Call 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hey guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90Nation because now is your best chance to get new windows, especially with prices going up. Right now, they've got a great deal. You get 4 windows free when you buy 4, plus a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. And check this out. No money down for 2 full years. It's a smart move, so do not wait. Do what I did and call Window Nation at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
The Peace Lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Meller agrees with Black. I think they might. Black and Meller might have had the winner. Like the easy access these Gen Zers have to smut and pornography is like they have no idea how hard it was for us. Pun intended. I mean, like literally looking at pictures, still pictures. That has to be so lost on them. The idea of that.
That's where
it's the easy winner.
The blank bank term came in.
Of course.
Like, you got to put it in the memory for later.
Yes.
Because I got to just close my eyes and hope baseball doesn't come up or something.
Exactly.
My mind doesn't fail me.
Yeah.
File it away. Yes. You'd have to concentrate so much. And these kids today, boy, are they spoiled. Mike is in Oak Park. What's going on, Mike?
Gentlemen, how you doing? I'm a little older than you guys, but just a couple really quickies. First of all, the old-fashioned phone book, and then the yellow pages, and then of course the old lady at Walgreens, the checkbook.
That's
hang up and
good.
listen.
That's pretty good, Mike. Yes. Remember, you used to write a check at Jewel. You know. Yeah. The phone book's a good one too. I like the phone book one. They didn't have to pour through there. All right, let's go alphabetical order. Let's see. Durwood's in DeKalb. What's up, Durwood?
Hey, I'm in Mike's range. Sounds like age-wise. There's pros and cons to this phone-related one because there's a benefit when you grew up in the 60s and 70s. But caller ID.
Mm-hmm. You had no idea who was calling. You just had to pick it up and say hello, right?
Yeah, but Bart Simpson would have had a big trouble with it at the bar.
That's true, Durwood. Durwood, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
When you call Mo?
Oh, yeah.
Al.
Alcoholic. Is there an alcoholic? Let's say hi to Andy in Bloomingdale's got a good one. Because this is all like the phone-related stuff, but I like this one. What's up, Andy?
Guys, remember when you had to remember every freaking telephone number of every friend and anything you ever wanted?
Yes.
I mean, my God, was it terrible. And the last thing is, when you lived on the second floor in the city and running down, and it's just the news, local kid wanted $4 for the press paper, you know what I mean? No ring doorbell, no telephone to even find out who's that down there. You get down there, and by the time you get there, nobody's there.
Somehow, Andy, we found room in our brains to remember, like you said, every family member, every friend's phone number. Your grandparents, all your friends. I'm embarrassed to say this a little bit. I don't know to memory, this is so bad, my children's cell phone numbers. Like, God, and I should memorize them because, like, God forbid in a pinch, if I'm, you know, like if I don't know my kids' cell phone numbers. That's terrible.
The batteries go out, of your phone, and you can't access it. Now all of a sudden you're like,
that's
what
right.
the hell's
That's
going
it.
on?
Like, right, and I need to.
I understand what you're saying.
It's exactly right, Kirk. Like, what if in a pinch I needed it? And like, and when we were little, you remembered everybody's number.
Well, I still remember my first one, 891-6092. Then we got rid of that one with 891-8534 in Calumet City. So I remember those because you had to dial them, so or give it out so much, or you'd be dialing home that you remember your numbers like it was nothing.
Do you guys remember the year they added the area code, that you had to dial the area code?
Yes.
Yeah. It was such a pain in the ass.
You're like, wait a minute, now I have to dial 1 in the area code?
Here's the other thing. I went to Walgreens, and they asked me for my number so they could plug it in and see how much. I had to remember my house number. I haven't had a hard telephone for 10, 12 years now.
Right.
Right? You just canceled it at home. You don't need a telephone at home. You've got your cell phone. I still remember it. It's 219-865-6528. I had to go back and recall it. Oh, one of my earlier cell phones was 544-1010.
I remember that, actually, I feel like.
Just had to go back, go back the numbers when you had to remember them.
This is a good one right here. This is Alex in River Forest. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, back in the day, you had to go sit outside, pump your gas a few times, the gas pedal before you let the car warm up. And then you had to sit in there and try to stay warm or cold, whatever. There was no automatic starters or whatnot.
Warming up the car in winter, Alex, is a great one. No, we didn't have apps to start our cars remotely. I love that. These spoiled brats. Carlos on the north side. This is another good one. Go ahead, Carlos.
Hey, guys. Going to the movies when you were a kid, you had to find out the times, so you had to get the newspaper out. Or you had to call movie phone. That was when we were a little older. Call movie phone and sit through that whole thing.
Yeah.
And find the theater and all that and all the movie time.
Seinfeld made a whole
Why
episode
don't you just
of it.
tell
Remember?
me
Yeah.
what movie you want to see?
You have chosen Agent Zero? If yes, press 1 now. Why don't you just tell me where you want to see the movie? Ken in Colorado. What's up, Ken?
Sorry, I'm laughing at that last one. Having to wait until after a certain time to use your cell phone to call long distance because it was a lot less expensive.
Very good call. That's right. And certain off hours were less expensive.
And are you still there?
Yeah, we're still there. Go ahead, Ken.
Oh, okay. And how about having to call the sports line to get the sports call?
Do you know how many Chicago sports luminaries started exactly the way Ken is talking and describing? There was an old thing called Sports Phone. And I'm talking like Grobber, Dave Wills, Steve Olkin.
Our buddy from Balmoral, remember he used to be out there? Balmoral started there too. I want to say Freddie Hubner.
Well, Freddie Hubner.
Tom Kelly.
Tom Kelly, you're right. I said Olkin, David Schuster. All those guys, Canellis, maybe even Bruce. I think Bruce Levine might have started on a thing called Sports Phone, and you'd call and they would read the scores off of the games before the ticker and before the internet and everything else. If you wanted to know the score, and it was a lot of times gamblers wanted to know. My grandfather would call.
Or you had to watch CNN, and you'd wait every 30 minutes. They'd come up with the scores. Jerome Drenovich.
But even before that, and I can. My grandfather used to call because he was a gambler, and so what's the score of the Dodger game? What's the score of the Philly game?
Yurko just reminded me of a good one. My dad would sit there and watch for stock prices.
Yeah.
You couldn't just open up the app on your phone or Google it. You had to sit there and wait for your stock to come through. My dad would have that channel on all day and just sit there.
Great call.
The example would be the ESPN bottom line was just a phone number that you called, and it was just automatically reading what appears on the bottom line now.
National League scoreboard.
Yeah, right.
The Phillies beat the Mets 5-2. That's exactly right. Chase on the south side. Go ahead, Chase.
Hey, guys. Hey, so you guys remember radio cassette player? When you listen to the radio, to the music, and you pull in a radio cassette player, you say you want to buy a favorite artist, you had to buy the cassette player and play it. And you remember how if it goes bad, the string of the tape pull out, now you got to buy a whole new.
Yeah.
And then so I make this quick. My parents, if I want to listen to certain songs, I would steal a old cassette players where they had like the old Temptations, and I would record over their song. If I wanted to listen to a favorite song that I really liked, they own like the old radio stations like GCI and all them 106.3 hip hop back in the early 90s. So I used to love those tape record, the tapes, the video cassette players.
Chase, thanks, man. Remember when the old tape, like Chase was saying, when the tape would come out of the cassette, you'd to take the eraser on the pencil. Remember, did you guys ever do that? And you'd stick the eraser in and you'd twist it backwards. Remember to get the tape back in? Oh, I got to grab a pencil with an eraser. I got to get the tape back in. Ray's in Aurora. Go ahead, Ray.
Hi. I wanted to say I'm 55 years old, and when I went to school, in grade school and stuff like that, teachers were allowed to spank you.
Oh, yeah. Waddle and Silvy were just talking about this, Ray. Like last week, something came up about discipline, and they were sharing stories. Like they used to make you stand in the corner or put the dunce cap on, or that the nuns would hit you with the yardstick or the pointer.
Or the pointer.
Yeah, like you couldn't do that today.
Right. I mean, the nuns, they're the ones. The lay teachers weren't bad at all.
The lay teachers weren't.
They're more psychologically abusive with their words.
Yeah, the nuns were.
But the nuns would hit you.
Vicious.
Yeah.
Absolutely vicious. They'd embarrass you. They'd smack you.
Yeah.
They didn't care. Nobody was going to stop them.
No.
And then when you told your parents,
they'd be mad at you.
Responded, "What did you do?
What did you do?"
And it's like, what did I do?
What did I do?
I'm in first grade.
She's an evil woman.
Yeah, and I'm like, she's the one smacking me. Like
Sister Flavian was the one that smacked me.
Yeah. Well, there must have been a reason.
And Sister Lydia. I was a smart ass. That's why. She
guess.
popped me in front of another set of parents. Sweet Veeds did have a problem with that one, though. That one drew the ire of Sweet Veed. Yeah. He went in there and said, "You want to hit him, you and just him?" He goes, "In front of other parents?" He says, never again.
That's good.
Then he walked up to the guy that was complaining, that complained about me, and the old man took care of him.
That's good. Are we breaking or are we going to Ben? Yeah, we'll take a break. Ben Johnson's going to meet the media. We'll carry that. Thanks for playing. That was a good one. What a list that was. We got the lunch rush coming up in a little bit, too. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Astros.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch, Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. In the North Shore and North Side of Chicago, there's only one name you need to know for fences. It's FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. They stand out as the locally owned, operated fence company dedicated exclusively to this community. From the timeless appeal of Western red cedar wood to modern no-maintenance composite materials for a contemporary look, FenceWorks guarantees custom quality that meets your needs. Take the first steps to keeping your family and your home safe by visiting theguyon41.com. That's theguyon41.com.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Fat Poor Tap Works is the ultimate game day experience with locations in Wicker Park, McCormick Place, and Lincolnwood. Games always on, dozens of ice-cold beer on tap, and great food coming out of a scratch-made kitchen. Check them out today at fatpoortapworks.com.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Cross-talk in about an hour. Tommy Waddle coming up big, bringing some coffee. Thank you, Tommy.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Pick me up. It's time right now for the lunch rush, and we'll give away some golfers here before 2, so stick around. We got 10 more to give away as the U.S. Open tees it up at Oakmont coming up here on Thursday. All right, lunch rush time. Abdallah.
All right, guys, we're still waiting for Ben Johnson, so he might interrupt us at any point here.
That's fine.
So, mandatory mini camps have started for most teams. Obviously, the Bears had theirs last week. Everybody was present and accounted for. Yeah. There were a couple excused absences, but no holdouts or anything like that. There are a bunch of holdouts around the NFL, though. Hendrickson is not with the Bengals, and TJ Watt is not with the Steelers. And there's this weird situation going on with Shamar Stewart.
Well, I don't know how weird it is, but I bet you it's more this offset language, right, Adam?
It is. It's this offsetting language.
He's the rookie in Cincinnati out of A&M, just so everybody knows.
Here's what it is, and maybe Jurko can explain this a little bit more as he is a contract savant here.
Well, let me hear it.
The new clause in Stewart's deal that they want to add would turn a default in any given year into voiding all remaining guarantees. Now, in normal contracts, if you default, you void your guarantees for that specific year only. The Bengals want to add this. It's the first that's ever happened. And Shamar Stewart is saying, I'm not going to be the guinea pig. He hasn't signed anything. He is at training camp. He is just not participating. He's meeting the media right now and saying that he doesn't want to be a guinea pig for this. He doesn't want to be the example. I'm reading some stuff about his agent, too. His agent is a new agent. He's very young. He's like 30. And they believe that maybe the Bengals are trying to get one over on a new agent. And so they are saying, nope, not going to do that.
So this is an offset language. This is a little bit more complicated. This is if he were to somehow, are we saying he did something that would put his contract in jeopardy? Like he was violating something in his contract and it would...
Yes.
Void?
So in prior contracts, a void wiped out only the guarantees for the year in which the default occurred.
When they say default, York, do they mean some sort of like violation of the contract?
You got arrested for drunken driving.
Yeah.
You
got it. Okay.
Got in a domestic dispute.
That's what I'm asking.
Arrested.
So they're saying instead of what is normal practice, your money
for the rest of your contract,
the guaranteed money is gone that year. It's gone for the rest of the contract. I wonder what would precipitate that kind of effort from the Bengals.
Well, they're the Bengals. They're notoriously cheap.
Well, I mean,
but you're also assuming then that your guys.
Carmen, what are you asking? Why would owners or why would the league want to try to implement something and then try to make it just part of the standard contract in the NFL? You're asking me why they would do it?
On all this, I guess.
Cincinnati's more than happy to be the guinea pig here. Wow. They're notoriously cheap, right? They are.
Yeah,
I mean, if there wasn't a floor, they'd be well below the floor. That's how they like to operate.
You're right.
That's the way they've operated forever.
Huh.
So why wouldn't it be somebody, and Mike Brown would be more than happy to go ahead and volunteer and say, yeah, that's me.
Okay.
Doesn't he also vote against everything?
Yeah, I think he does.
Anything they've ever introduced, when Jerry Jones was trying to get the league into the modern business world, he voted against everything. Everything. So... yeah, they're trying to put something in there to try to sneak something by. And now, unfortunately, you force the player to say no. No,
okay.
That's fine. No.
Stewart
absolutely
is one
not.
of 5 first-round picks who is still not signed. Travis Hunter, Jedi Barron.
I never
Maxwell
thought
Harrison.
the players would give away a year of free agency, but they did.
They did, yeah.
They did. And the players or the owners convinced them that, this would be better for you if you did this. And you had idiots in the NFLPA that went along with it. So... what are you going to I never thought they'd give it up, and there they did. For first rounders, they gave it up. Why? Because they're not the brightest bulbs. They're not the brightest
bad
bulbs.
Advice. I don't know.
I was an NFL player. I can include myself in that. Not the brightest bulb. They're not the brightest bulbs in there.
I'm 100% right. I'm not asking for nothing y'all have never done before. But in y'all case, y'all just want to win arguments more than winning more games, Stewart said, per Sports Illustrated.
I almost feel sorry for guys that get drafted by Cincinnati. I do. It used to be the Minnesota Vikings were like that a long time ago. They would just give you the contract offer and say, this is what you're getting coming out of the draft. There ain't no negotiations. This is where we're at.
All right. So, yeah, that's one of the more significant things that's happening amongst all the rookies. What else, Adam?
There's a new thing popping up at camps that I'm noticing. I haven't noticed in years past, maybe because I just wasn't paying attention, but General Soreness, I served under General Soreness.
So did I.
That now Trevor Lawrence is dealing with general soreness. He's wearing like a sleeve on his arm. And they're saying, so this is C.J. Stroud. Anthony Richardson now went back to his the doctor that did his surgery on his AC joint to get a better look at it. They're saying he'll be back for training camp, but right now he's not playing. Trevor Lawrence is playing, but he's wearing a sleeve on his arm, and they asked him why, and he said general soreness.
Yeah, keeping it warm.
Why are these quarterbacks you haven't thrown in how long? What are you coming in with general soreness?
I've never heard of this as being much of a problem. This is a baseball issue, not a football issue. That's bizarre. You don't hear about ACL injuries or even that many shoulders.
UCL.
Yeah, UCL. Excuse me. UCL. Sometimes a shoulder, like it happened to Drew Brees. People were scared to death of it. He bounced back and had a brilliant career, obviously. But normally you don't hear of too many shoulder, rotator cuff, lat, elbow, forearm injuries with football because the mechanics are just very different. The ball's different. It's usually not a problem. So it's bizarre to hear that now. I don't know where it's coming from, Adam. I'm not sure. What else we got?
We got a list from Fox Sports now that Aaron Rodgers has officially signed. They gave their their QB stock market, whatever they want to call their rankings. It's their rankings. Ranking all 32 starters here. It's more fun to go worst to first because we all know who the top 10 are, okay? Number 32, Joe Flacco. Number 31, Tyler Shuck hasn't played yet. Number 30, Cam Ward hasn't played yet. Number 29, Russell Wilson. Number 28, Anthony Richardson. Number 27, Michael Penix. 26, Aaron Rodgers.
Wow. Jeez.
25, Justin Fields.
See, I don't know about that. I'd probably disagree. But
24, Trevor Lawrence.
That seems silly.
23, Bryce Young. 22, Kyler Murray. Notice what I haven't said yet until now.
Said Caleb.
21, Caleb Williams.
All right. It's not a terrible spot, I guess, coming off the year he came off of. Let's hope it gets better.
Aaron Rodgers really that bad?
No, I don't think so.
No.
I think that's
he's obviously not that bad.
Yes.
He threw 28 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, and had almost 3,900 yards, 63% completion percentage. Those numbers we'd kill for here. You'd kill for it here, would you not?
Yeah,
I would absolutely kill for those numbers. For any quarterback to have those numbers in a Chicago Bears uniform, I would kill. And I'm no Aaron Rodgers apologist. He does what he does. He makes his own bed. He gets to sleep in it. But for that rating to come out that way, that's stupid. That's somebody who's got an axe to grind, wants to be a jackass. So congratulations. You are a jackass. It's official.
There you go. What else, Adam?
Myles Garrett met the media, speaking of Aaron Rodgers, and was asked about Aaron Rodgers joining the Steelers officially. He said, I think it's a good opportunity to put him in the graveyard. Now, for context...
Well, we know what he means, yeah.
For context, Myles Garrett, during Halloween, has a display in front of his house of the tombstones of Joe Burrow, Mac Jones, Kyler Murray, Lamar Jackson, other quarterbacks, and he wants to add...
Yes, of course. I think we know the context.
Well, you do. Not everybody does. I'm just telling it for everybody.
He's not being literal there. That's fine.
He might be being literal. You don't know.
I don't think so. Put him in a body bag, Johnny. What else?
That's it.
That's the lunch rush. We'll give away some golfers coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago. Chicago's home for sports.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Advantage Dealer Group makes car buying simple and fast with their 60-minute guarantee. They know the process starts online, so every one of their dealerships has designed the experience with you in mind. Browse the wide selection of new and used vehicles at Advantage Chevy, Toyota, and Acura. Use their payment calculators, explore financing options, and stop on by. They value you and your time, getting you in and out with your new car in 60 minutes or less. Advantage Dealer Group, where car buying fits your schedule.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Hey, it's Kap Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck. I'm here to help. My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, sit with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. And drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
hawkauto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Financed on select models with approved credit.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ, that's JOEQ, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
All right, Ben Johnson is addressing the media up at Hallis. Let's take you there now on your home for the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
And it's good to see the guys that turned up. It tells us a little bit of something that they're committed and they want to get better. So with that, I'll go ahead and open it up.
What does it tell you about Caleb that he's here and leading those guys out there?
Yeah, I think he's committed to learning the offense. We're not where we need to be yet as a team, and he understands that. And any chance he gets to get a few more full speed reps, it sounds like he wants them.
What kind of momentum do you think you've created here throughout the spring for the big picture team purposes?
Yeah, I think really I alluded to it last week. There were a lot of objectives we had for the offseason program, and specifically phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and we met that criteria. I think when these guys walk away, they understand what the expectation level is. I hope that they also understand our coaching staff a little bit better as well. We haven't fully come together as a unit, a full team yet, just offense, defense, special teams. But I think we've made some headway there, just getting to know each other, because really training camp is going to be a lot about building trust. And I think we got a head start there. But when we come back, it'll be the fundamentals, techniques. They'll know what that's about, how we want to practice, what's allowed, what's not allowed. I think really they're going to take that and run with it. Our vets will. And then we'll really just be able to focus on getting good at football plays from there on out in situations. And so I'm pleased with the progress we've made over the last few weeks. Alluded to it last week. We got a lot of work still to come, but we're right on track.
What will you do during the break personally to both get away and then also to lock back in and set up the runway?
So that is a personal question. There's plenty of things here going on. I'm still tying down the loose ends of training camp and getting that schedule finalized. Had a good meeting with the coordinators here this morning on that. So that's really project number one there. And my family's coming in this weekend, so that's a step in the right direction. 4 months without them being here full time takes its toll. And then, being in and out of the office, I've always, whether it was as a position coach or coordinator, I viewed the summer as a great opportunity to get ahead a little bit. I think you can get some creative juices flowing as you start studying some of the tapes from around the league and some other places, maybe college ball. So I've had a process that I'm committed to, and so I'll be in and out of the office a good bit, and then at the same time probably get away for a minute as well.
Do you guys expect Loveland to be good to go for the start of training camp?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I haven't even looked that far ahead. We will get that before we officially break for summer, just the expectation for camp and who's going to be full go day one and who we're still limited and working in. So I don't have that answer for you at this moment.
What does Colston know now about being an NFL player that maybe he didn't know when you drafted? I hope he knows.
I think that's a good question for him. I would say I think what I can gather from the walkthroughs, from the meetings, is he's very professional. He takes everything seriously. I think he's going to fit in really well once we start getting him to go full speed. I know Coach Dre's said to me numerous times how impressed he is for the types of questions he's asking at his young age.
Ben, how would you describe the progress that you personally made in terms of getting to know Caleb's strengths, getting to know Caleb as a player, as you work to build the offense around him?
Yeah, we've loaded him up. We've tried a number of different things. Long play calls, multiple plays at the line. We've dabbled here, tempo. We've dabbled here, there, and everywhere really throughout the springtime. And some comes a little bit more natural than others for him. But I do think we've seen him get better in really all facets. And so we'll have to sit down as a staff before we leave and when we come back just to make sure we're honed in on what direction we want to go all together. But I feel pretty confident the things that he's put on tape that we can go ahead and get after a little bit.
Is there anything specifically stood out, or like, whoa, that really impresses me with Caleb?
There's always a throw or two every single day. The movement stuff outside of the pocket, it's what we thought coming into town here was the ability to create. And I don't, sometimes you get wrapped up when you're in the multiple play call game, being in a perfect play all the time for the perfect coverage, that look of the defense, and really with him, it doesn't matter so much what the play call is. If it's the perfect play versus the first, then it's great, it's there. And if it's not, then he's able to find a way to make it work. And so I think there's a little bit of that's going on right now and figuring that out. But he's done a great job so far digesting. He's working hard, and there's still some hiccups out there when you're watching it, some turnovers or needs to play one more time, and that's part of the growing process.
You sort of look at it like if he can play on time, then he'll take off?
I think he's going to play on time when the receivers present themselves that way. And if they're not there, if number one or number two is not there, I think he's got the ability to make it right for us.
And we saw you guys doing some goal line or near the goal line stuff today. What are teaching points for any quarterback but Caleb when everything's condensed like that? Yeah,
it's tighter windows throughout, and so we emphasize different types of throws: front pylon, back pylon, front line, high back five on the back line throws, and so there's some of those that you're working in a team setting or a 7-on-7 setting, and you're just trying to find an open receiver and fit it in. But then when you're in routes versus air, you can really hone in on the detail of where you want to put that ball and the placement of that ball. So we've had, I want to say that was our third or fourth red zone experience here over the last few weeks. And so that's always the one I think takes the longest as an offense to get really good at the red zone passing game.
We haven't seen a lot of Burden since the last day of rookie minicamp. Do you think he'll be ready? Not to ask another training camp question. And what does he miss in being unable to be out?
Yeah, no, he misses a lot. I mean, anytime you're not out there, if you're in the training room when the rest of the guys are practicing, you're losing valuable time with your coaches, valuable reps with your teammates, the ability to build the trust that we're talking about. It's not just the coaching staff having trust in you doing the right thing over and over, but it's also your teammates. They got to be out there. They got to see you do it. They got to know that the guy right, left of them, that they're going to do the right things and they're going to make the plays when called upon. So, I think it's for everybody, and it's a shame that he got dinged up and missed all that time, because for a young player, it's really where you get the most reps and you can get better in a hurry that way. So that's really for every player on this team.
I hate to repeat myself, but do you anticipate he'll be good for training camp?
He will, yeah. Thank you.
There is Ben Johnson answering a few questions, mostly the rookies and some second-year players, including Caleb. Good to hear that Caleb is there. I think that's important. He should be. He's learning a new offense. He's a second-year player, learning a new offense, and a lot's on his shoulders, and a lot of is expected of him. So glad he's there.
Uneasy is the head that wears the crown. When you're the quarterback, you are the king of what everything is going on with your football team.
Yeah.
So I'm glad he's there.
Yes, me too.
Good. Wonderful. Mature.
I would have been a
like
little bit
it.
surprised if he
Yes.
weren't, actually. I've been like, that's not the best sign, maybe. All right, coming up, let's give away some golfers, actually, right now. Let's do that. How about callers? We'll do 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. Callers 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. You'll get a golfer in the top 19 in odds at ESPN Bet for the U.S. Open, teeing it up in just a couple days at Oakmont. And if your golfer wins, you will win a $200 gift certificate to Golf Center Displays. Crosstalks in about 35 minutes. It's Carmen and Yurko back in 2.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. I love my new windows from Window Nation. Now it's your turn. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, plus a free entry door. No money down, no interest or payments until 2027. Call 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Yates, the most experienced FUE hair restoration surgeon in the Midwest. My patients are men, women, young and old with all hair types. I lost my hair in my 20s. I tried everything. I know what works for each individual, and when you see me, you will have exceptional natural results. I know you have many choices, but go where all the doctors go for hair restoration, where experience and expertise matters, not just the bottom line. Visit DrYatesHairScience.com.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
I hope everyone's having a great day. We sure are having fun. Yurko's back. Crosstalk in 35 minutes. Waddle and Silvy get you home until 6:30. Then Jeff Miller's pregame for White Sox and Astros as they start a road trip down in Houston a little bit later. Cubs play game 2 a few hours from now against the Phillies in Philadelphia. We talked a lot about some of the umpiring things that went on in that game last night. Nothing like that's overly dramatic, and I hope we're not being that way in the way we talk about these things the last couple of days. And I don't think anybody's insinuating that the umpires are costing the Cubs games, but sometimes things are strange with these umps, and you had the dust up that occurred Sunday, which seemingly was a quick hook, but maybe had a lot to do with the Cubs doing some chirping in Doug Eddings' direction on Saturday during their game in Detroit, and that kind of spilled over into the Sunday game where Nico Horner was thrown out for just turning around and saying to the ump, "Hey, you're having a bad day." I don't know that necessarily constitutes an ejection, but I don't know. Maybe the umpire was having a bad day. Maybe he was a little frustrated.
Yeah.
Maybe something happened before the game he found out about that he wasn't happy about. I don't know. Maybe he was a little annoyed. He's like, you know what? I'm not going to deal with it. And he threw him out. Yesterday was a little strange because Craig Counsell not once but twice was asking the home plate ump, hey, check with your colleagues here. Check with the other umps on the field. He didn't do it. And the second time he argued, it got Craig Counsell ejected for the second straight game, which is an oddity in itself because he doesn't get run a whole heck of a lot. He wasn't overly demonstrative either. He's never going to be, I don't think. Like Jurko said, he'll never be mistaken for Earl Weaver or for Lou Piniella or even Bobby Cox. You're not going to see Craig Counsell react that way very often. He is much more even-keeled. But he was upset. One of the plays occurred in the ninth inning before the Cubs lost in extras on a ball in which Otto Kemp, a little bunt out in front of the mound. Was that the ninth inning or was that... Yeah, I think that was the ninth, right, Eric? I'm trying to keep the game line.
I'm thinking it was the ninth, too.
Or was that already when they were in extras? I think it was in the ninth before they got to extras. When he bunted in front of the plate and he was clearly running inside the baseline on the grass. And these rules in baseball can get weird. Where is the runner allowed to be, especially home to first? They did change that rule a couple of years ago. You can be out of the baseline, but in the dirt, and it's okay. He was clearly in the grass, but then got himself back to the dirt by the time Carson Kelly had the ball. And that's what the home plate umpire explained to Counsell. And Counsell was annoyed by that because he felt like he was still impeding maybe Kelly making a play. The umpire said, well, Michael Busch caught it anyway. And to which I think Counsell quipped, so if he would have dropped it, we would have gotten what? A different call? The result would have been different? You would have called interference? And the batter would have been out. This is the way it sounded as they were reviewing things on Marquee last night.
Craig has just been ejected for the second day in a row. Stu, I'm just asking him, just trying to have a conversation here.
I think he also said, I'm just asking you to ask.
We asked Stu earlier in the game to ask on a ball that was fouled by PCA at the plate. He was ruled a swing and a miss, and it was clearly a foul ball, and there was no conversation between the umpires on that occasion either.
That was Boog and JD on Marquee last night. That was the first inning. PCA struck out, but he didn't. It was clearly a foul tip. And that is not reviewable. Jurko and I were trying to understand sometimes why they deem certain things reviewable and,
you looked
not
it up.
reviewable.
And you looked it up.
Yeah, I don't know. That was an AI description, though, and I'm not sure we were satiated with that.
Well, you're not sure that it was right. That's why
that's
you
what
got
I
to be
mean.
careful when you're looking at artificial intelligence.
Yes. I think maybe it's got something to do with pace of the game, speed of the game, or they don't want the umps being subjected to being wrong there. There's no great disgrace on missing that. The ball's coming in at 97. You're dealing with a catcher in front of you, trying to call balls and strikes, keep an eye on the batter. There's a lot happening. I don't think there's any disgrace in how could the umpire miss it? Maybe it should be something that a little video replay could assist. It takes 2 seconds. It's easier to review a foul tip at home than it is to review safer out at first base on a bang-bang play or a tag at a base, Yerk. You clearly see if the ball is deflected and changes direction from making contact to the bat. It would have taken all of 6 seconds to go, PCA's bat contacted that ball.
We believe a lot of these calls would only take a handful of seconds for that to be able to be done. The bang-bang plays at first base, you said the other one took 5 minutes the other day. Is the ball in the glove? Is it not in the glove? Even when you slow it down frame to frame, when does it actually hit the glove?
Those are a little harder, though, I feel like.
Yeah, but they shouldn't take 5 minutes.
Yeah, they shouldn't. That's true. It took forever
The whole process is not here to find out if it's going to take 5 minutes or not.
It took forever last night.
Yeah.
So it was another one of those weird ones a little bit. And Cubs didn't hit enough either. They got another good performance from Matthew Boyd. That's for damn sure. Despite a throwing error, he did a lot of good things, and he went 6, and he gave up just a run. He didn't miss a lot of bats, and he didn't strike anybody out. He's about to pitch more innings this season than he has in any season going all the way back to 2019. And Jesse Rodgers, who was in for you yesterday, was making that point. Let's see how he holds up as the Cubs keep turning to him and relying on him for big starts, especially in the absence of Imanaga before he's back and without Justin Steele the rest of the year. He does have a sub-3 ERA the last 2 seasons. It's only about 110 innings, but it's pretty impressive. Pitching is still going to be the one thing in which the Cubs go out and target that part of the market come trade deadline time, which, the days are falling off the calendar pretty quick. I mean, we did the list an hour ago, and we're already 86 days away from the start of the NFL season, and before you know it, it is going to be mid-July. I hate to say it. Let's enjoy the summer a little. But before you know it, we're going to wake up. It's going to be mid-July, and the clock's going to be ticking, and certain teams might try to beat the market or get in early and see who's available and who's not available in terms of pitching and some other things that are going to happen across baseball. You got a lot of contenders. You got a lot of teams that feel like they're in it. And so as teams jockey to get the best guys, like who are the Cubs going to walk away with when it's all said and done? Don't hold your breath on Chris Sale. Sounds like the Atlanta Braves aren't going to be interested in trading Chris Sale. They've got a beyond reasonable option on Chris Sale for next year, and they probably feel like, hey, we're a good organization with a good young team and a lot of good young pitching, and we'll be okay next year, even though this year is going to be a setback. Their start kind of buried them, whatever it was. They were like 2-14, whatever that start was, sort of buried the Braves this year.
Killed them.
Yeah, and I think they're eyeing next year as, hey, we'll still be good, and we'd like Chris Sale, even at 37. To be part of the mix. So I don't know that he'll be available, but there are going to be guys around the league that will become available. And it's just going to be a matter of who the Cubs end up getting. And Bradley Doolittle at ESPN.com wrote about that today. That's the one glaring weakness right now. Bullpen's been straightened out a little bit, but the depth of their starting pitching, especially with the Steele injury, makes you wonder how sustainable it is. Will it hold up? And if that's the market the Cubs need to focus on. Offensively, they're good. I know they didn't hit a ton last night, but the Cubs are one of the best offenses in the league. I don't really see that slowing down. I think they're deep and good. The other thing the Cubs have going in their favor is how exceptional they are on most nights defensively and on the bases. And those things don't slump, Yerk. Offense can slump. Good pitchers can go through.
Yeah, usually if you're a good defender, you're a good defender, period.
You're a good defensive team, right? And the Cubs are a very good defense.
And if you run the bases well, usually you run the bases well.
Usually you run the bases well.
That doesn't hurt.
Those things don't slump, and it is a huge part of what has made the Cubs very good.
Every once in a while you'll boot a ball, or you'd make a wrong decision throwing the ball to somewhere.
Right.
But on average, you're doing it less than everybody else.
Yes. 312-332-3776 if you want to talk about the Cubs or anything from last night. By the way, did you see the catch in Oakland? Well, in Anaheim, but the catch
where he
that
climbed the fence, the center fielder.
My God.
Stayed up there forever, had a firm grasp of it, and just kind of got it.
That highlight is something, and it went viral in an instant last night. And I mean in an absolute instant. That was very cool to see, and everybody's celebrating it. That's a defense. Now, that's a web gem. I don't know how you top that catch this year. I don't think it's possible.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
I don't know, man.
You will be surprised.
That was thievery of the highest order.
What if somebody goes flying in the right field, right by Pesky's pole, and he plants his left or right leg up there, does a balancing act, catches the ball, falls into the crowd as he gets it. I mean, yeah. I mean, I gave you a scenario.
Stood up on the wall, made the
There's your scenario. How does it get better? Or you get the Brian Downing, Fred Lynn catch in the left center field where they end up intertwining and one guy comes down with the ball. Used to be on Twib Notes this week in baseball. You'd see that highlight of the two of them just smashing into each other.
That's pretty good.
One coming down with the ball. Yeah, I mean, that's a good one.
The Cubs dropped the first game in Philly. White Sox start a series, as I said, in Houston, and we've got the pregame at 6:30. They called up another one of their young prospects. The hard-throwing reliever Grant Taylor is coming up, and at some point, a few more of these guys are going to be up as the season goes on. That's the exciting thing to track here for the White Sox, is they've played a better, more respectable brand of baseball, to say the least, right now. 312-332-ESPN if you want to ring up Carmen and Yerk. The hockey game stunk last night, and it's been great so far, but it stunk. And it didn't really look like a Stanley Cup final game. It was very chippy.
Not if you were a Panther fan.
Yeah, that's
true. And the third
true,
period went to hell.
The third period went to hell. And that's kind of what I mean from a fan perspective. You don't really expect a game like that in the final. And the first two, you saw the ridiculous skill of both these teams, and it was so much fun to watch the first two. They were nail-biters. They were overtime games. One went to double overtime. Last night was a blowout, and I think both sides let the emotions get the better of them. I thought Edmonton definitely did. I thought Edmonton tried to junk up the game. It was a crummy game, unfortunately, for the Stanley Cup final last night, and Edmonton just got absolutely smoked by a Panthers team that is so good, so deep, so talented. And they know how to get under your skin, and they know how to capitalize on every little moment, man. I'll tell you. And I thought 5-on-5 for the most part, and out of their zone and through the middle of the ice, I thought they completely worked the Edmonton Oilers last night. And the only other thing I'll say on that, watching this playoff so far, these playoffs, and watching Florida and now watching the final, Seth Jones and Gustav Forsling were Blackhawks defensemen. And boy,
things look different.
It sure looks different.
It looks different than when you play for the Hawks.
It sure looks different. Doesn't it? I mean, it sure looks. They maybe gave up on Forsling a little too soon. Seth Jones, it just, I mean, I don't blame them, but boy, has he rediscovered himself.
No, it's not. When you're the best player on a crappy team with a dearth of talent, guess what happens? The stench comes on you.
I guess you're right.
Whether you like it or not. Hockey's not a one-man game.
Yeah.
Even ask Connor McDavid. It's not a one-man game. Everybody's got to come to the party.
That's true.
So it's not a one-man. When you are the best player on the Chicago Blackhawks and you go to the Florida Panthers, guess what? You're no longer the best player.
Yeah.
You're at ease. You get to play relaxed.
I guess you're right.
Yeah.
He's played great.
Yep.
And Forsling, I mean, my goodness, he's Gustav Forsling in a position to maybe win back-to-back cups. It's just like, whoa.
They signed Seth Jones like, at least we'll have one, good player, somebody that's been around. But imagine his frustration level having to play with what he had to play with.
Yeah, pretty bad.
You think he's frustrated? He's got to keep a straight face and got to smile, and it's going to get better. It's going to get better.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
Yesterday was the anniversary.
Used to be people wanted to play for the Blackhawks.
Not right now.
Yeah.
They might find a free agent that might.
They're not as bad as the White Sox, but.
No.
Yeah,
it's
but
bad.
What happens is you've got to really pay somebody now to come in here.
Yeah.
That's the way it works. So you change what? Change Big Mo.
Yeah.
Right? Hobby Bullen, Brian Campbell. Remember those signings?
Of course.
But look, the Blackhawks did it. Oh, my God, they're signing free agents. You remember?
I do. It's been 15 years since that first Cup run in 2010.
Mm-hmm.
The anniversary was yesterday. 15 years.
Long time ago, Philadelphia. I remember exactly where I was at.
I do, too.
Game 7. I was at the bullpen bar. And not bullpen.
Game 6.
Buddy and Pals. Yeah, Game 6. Buddy and Pals.
Buddy and
Cherville.
Pals.
Yeah, it was jammed.
Yeah.
Filled to the rim with brim, kid. Unbelievable. The amount of energy, the air of the electricity that was in the air.
Rim with brim.
Yeah.
An overtime winner.
Overtime winner. I saw it go in.
Canner's goal, man.
I saw it go in. I'm celebrating. Everybody's looking at me like I'm nuts.
Yeah.
And our guy was confused. The announcer.
Doc Emmerich.
Doc Emmerich.
Yeah.
A man that knows.
Good times.
Yeah.
The good old days. We seem so far removed. I can't believe it's been 15
Remember the
years.
idiot Pronger grabbed the puck and didn't want to give it to a Blackhawk?
Somebody
Do you remember that?
I think I saw did I see on social media scrolling yesterday that they still don't know where that puck is?
Yeah, Pronger
Could
stole
that be
it.
true? Pronger stole it?
After Bufflin knocked him, knocked his lights out in that corner when he tried to go and play the puck, and Bufflin just smashed him.
Jeez, yeah. I mean, I do actually. Now that you bring that up, I don't know that they know whatever happened to that puck.
Ask Pronger.
He's on.
Back to be taken by Campbell. Here's Campbell handing on to Kane again. Lots of head fakes there, trying to shake Timonen. Threw one in front. Oh my! It rattled around and it kicked on back and it scored. We saw no light. We saw no signal, and we're not sure if they've set a signal of a goal yet. But they are celebrating at the other end of the ice. What chaos! One of the more unusual finishes, but it's a goal. The Stanley Cup to the Chicago Blackhawks.
Poor Doc Emmerich got turned inside out.
And then he's like, it kicked back. Like he actually saw the puck kick back somewhere.
I think he assumed.
He found the puck. He found the puck when nobody could.
I think he assumed. Like it was so chaotic and weird, and it was so hard to tell.
I love him. He should have said, "Where the hell is the puck?"
That would have been great.
Yeah.
I swear that moment is how you can determine whether or not you're an expert sports viewer. Because I was watching on TV. Yerk, you said you were there, right?
Yeah. No, I was watching on TV,
Oh,
too.
watching on TV.
I was with Buddy and Pals watching.
Okay, so for everyone watching on TV, this is how you know you're an expert viewer. Because you knew before everyone else in the room, because you were focused on Patrick Kane's reaction.
Yeah.
And the fact that before he even passed the back of the net, he was raising his hands, you knew it went in.
He knew it went in.
He knew it
had
went
the
in.
view.
He knew it went in.
Yeah.
And so if you're an expert TV viewer of sport, then you were focused on his reaction and immediately knew before everyone else in your room or your bar that they just won the Blanken Cup.
It was so wild, man. 15 years ago, the first Cup. Yeah, the anniversary was yesterday, June the 9th. A couple other anniversaries here we'll celebrate in the next few weeks. The anniversary of the third Cup against Tampa, I think, is
coming up.
I think on Friday, if I'm not mistaken, but I got to double check that.
It's coming up shortly.
The 17 seconds.
The Bruins
is later because that was the season that started late. That season went into almost July because of the lockout.
The strike. Remember the start the Hawks got onto that year?
It was like 21 straight games.
24.
Or 24
without a loss.
Yeah. Right. Without a loss.
Yeah. Or with a point. You might be right.
Yeah. With a point, right, yeah, which is just insanity. The Heat were on their run, and the Hawks were on their run. And they were like LeBron's talking about the impressive start to the season for the Chicago Blackhawks. I remember that. Let's give away our final 5 golfers here for the Golf Center Des Plaines giveaway. Someone will win the $200 gift card to Golf Center Des Plaines. If your golfer wins the U.S. Open, you will win. It's as simple as that. We'll do callers 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. Callers 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. You win at 312-332-3776. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for going to Great Clips for a haircut." The skilled stylists at Great Clips salons do millions of haircuts a year. But with Clip Notes, they save every detail of your hair, including the secret to taming that cowlick. Oh, and if your wallet could talk, it'd say the price looks pretty great too. Isn't it nice when everyone's happy? For the haircut you love for less, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
All right, Abdallah, let's set the scene. A hot summer day, ball game on the radio, burgers on the grill. What's missing?
A beer that won't slow me down. I'm grabbing a Flight by Yingling.
Flight is the next generation of light beer. It's crisp, it's refreshing, it's only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's perfect for extra innings or extra rounds on the 19th hole.
And it's Yingling, so you know it's legit. The oldest brewery in America does not miss.
So Chicago, when you're soaking up summer at the ballpark, the golf course, or just hanging with the crew, make it a Flight by Yingling.
Flight, because light beer should actually taste great.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Help provide for families in need with food items during Menards Food Drive. Simply head to Menards, place non-perishable food items in the collection bin by our exit doors. And that's it. All donations will be given to a local organization representing your community to help those in need. Head to Menards to help your community today. See store for details. Save big money at Menards.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-646-5959. That's 800-646-5959. 800-646-5959.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
If this crazy stock market has you looking for a different way to secure your retirement, check out MitchLionsWealth.com. Mitch is a featured expert in a documentary called The Retirement Deception that reveals strategies to protect, grow, and win retirement. He wants you to have a copy at no cost. For your free copy, go to MitchLionsWealth.com.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Saw FanDuel announced, we knew this was coming. FanDuel has issued an aggressive response, an announcement today to new sports bettors because of the taxes that recently passed in the state of Illinois. The sportsbook's parent company, Flutter, announced this morning that beginning September 1, just in time for football, boys, each bet made on FanDuel will be subject to a 50-cent transaction fee. Last week, with little notice, Illinois, like in the 11th hour, right? Illinois passed new taxes on sportsbooks in the middle of the night, subjecting them to a 25-cent tax for the first 20 million bets and 50 cents per bet thereafter. I don't rage too much against these. We call these sin taxes. I understand it. It's your taxes on alcohol, on tobacco, on marijuana, on gambling. I do understand it. I could choose not to gamble. And so if I want to, I'm going to have to pay the tax. I like how you always call that the sin tax. That's what it is, and that's fine. You knew some of it was going to probably get passed down. What does it look like, if you're you bet during football, college and pro, let's say you make 6 bets a weekend. I probably make somewhere between 3 and 6 bets a weekend for football season. Cost you what, another $100, $120 over the course of the year, right?
If that's what you do, yeah.
Yeah.
You base 60, but 60 bets?
Yeah, right? Let's
say you make 200, it's 100, right?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
For 100, it's 200.
That'd be exactly right.
That's it. How many ever bets you place, it's 50 cents for each one of them.
50 cents for each one. I would think that everybody else follows suit here coming up, right?
Beats me. I don't get it. Not every state does what every other state wants to do. As far as
I'm saying I would think every
FanDuel,
other in Illinois.
Yeah, DraftKings.
Right.
Anybody that's in ESPN
Fanatics,
Bet.
ESPN Bet, Bet365, right?
Yeah.
That they say, hey, it's going to cost us more. We got to pass it down. So we were wondering how it would look. Does it go baked into the juice? I figured this is the way they would do it. You just pay a per bet fee on all the bets you're going to make. Yeah, and they'll do it just in time for football. And I don't think it'll drop the handle too much.
It's pricier to live in the state of Illinois.
It is pricey to live in the state of Illinois, Jurko.
You know what I say? Your next-door neighbor, Wander, Indiana. We're wide open, guys. Come on down.
Is that the motto, Wander, Indiana?
It used to be back in the day.
Yeah?
Yeah. Come on down. We're right next door. 35 miles door to door, guys.
I remember when we were kids, or at least when I was a kid, Jurk, There's more than corn in Indiana.
That's right.
Remember?
Yeah, that was a good one. But that was specifically a commercial for Monticello,
it
right?
was. You're
Lake
right.
Schaefer.
Yes.
That was very specific.
100% right.
Tommy,
come on in with us.
I'll
Tommy.
have you know, we'll welcome you, as Creed once said, with arms
wide open.
Yeah. We will welcome you. Come on down. If you're tired of being abused financially and fiscally by the state of Illinois, come on down, guys. More than happy.
Tell Waddle's
to have you.
Waddle's happy I left a couple of presents for him.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah.
He was carrying him in his arms. Look at him.
Come on in, Tommy. Show everybody.
Look at how overjoyed he is.
A couple of bottles at Tommy's office. Look at that. He came in. He's all excited.
What is that called there, Carmen?
How do you say Glenglissa? Glenglassa?
Glenglassa.
That's got a little. That's got a little hint of sea salt.
Does it?
Says. Yeah, read it.
Yeah.
The bottle is beautiful, like with the waves. They call it
Sure, salty to the touch.
Because they say that it's
Let me see this.
aged with the air and the waves of the North Sea.
I got
Bottled in Scotland.
In Scotland.
Where in Scotland?
I don't
It's
know.
Highlands. It is a Highland. Highland single malt.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in the Highlands.
This is my preference. What is the other style that I'm not a real fond of?
You don't like the
it's
peated
peaty.
stuff.
You don't like the peaty
Isla.
stuff.
No, I don't like
You
Isla.
don't like Isla. He doesn't like you don't like the Lafroigs and the
No.
Bowmores.
I like the
on Satin Bay. Satin Bay.
Highland.
Highland. You like Highland.
I like
single
the
malt.
Highland.
Space-side Highland.
Yeah, Highland.
That's
Oh.
you're the Highlander.
Carmen.
Well, these are for you, Tommy.
You can't kill the Highlander. You know how you kill the Highlander? You got to
Cut his
off.
head off. Yeah. This is matured in bourbon, sherry, and Manzanilla casks for luscious waves of
I
flavor.
like waves of flavor. Isn't the bottle cool? Now, how long will it take you?
I'm going to go swimming in that bottle tonight.
Port Soy.
And
Port
the
Soy,
waves.
Scotland.
How long is it going to take you to drink this bottle?
2 days.
like a week.
Half a day.
Look at
week.
that.
Port
12
soy.
years old. Look at that. So Tommy and I tomorrow night, not tomorrow night, excuse me, Thursday night,
Oh,
7
yes.
o'clock, slightly toasted, right by
I've
the
never
train
been
station.
there.
It's great.
Never been there.
Great place, right by the train station, on Clinton there in the West Loop.
So you please drink responsibly. You can travel responsibly.
That's
Yeah,
the best
great.
thing. You just hop on the train later. Here, I'll put this back in. You don't want to lose this.
Sweet.
We'll
You know
be
where
with
it's
Old
right next to,
Forester.
Carmen? I could stop by. Because we're
When
going to
you're
be
there playing golf?
We're going to be playing Cruden Bay, which is the neighbor in Port Soy up there.
Cruden Bay.
Cruden Bay is right
on the
next
North
to
Sea.
It is
not Scottish. It's crap.
It's off the Moray Firth.
The Moray Firth.
Right. And Port Soy is right there, too.
The Firth of Fort.
Well, we'll be having fun up there. You ain't got to worry about it. I might stop and get a little bit then.
Yeah?
Since we'll be up there anyway.
This trip this guy's going on is going to be.
I'm sure it's great.
Is going to be epic.
Well, you're not a Scotch guy. Do you think? Will
No,
you be
I'll
a
enjoy
Scotch?
Scotch, though. I've drank Scotch in my life.
Right.
You know, I'm not against Scotch.
But you will be an officially
Right.
a Scotch
I mean, when we
man.
went to Ireland, I drank nothing but Irish whiskey all the time.
Yeah?
That's when I was introduced to Redbreast.
Redbreast is awesome.
Her name was Amy. No.
Should we do a live tasting real quick with that one, Tommy?
Sure. Which one do you want?
Either
12
one.
year. Do the 12 year.
Okay. Let's pour one out here.
Do the 12 year.
I love the live
Open that
tastings,
up.
by the way.
You want to get a sniff of this?
Oh,
Put
would
your
I
nose
ever?
down in my
Well,
bottles?
single
Give
malt.
me a sniff of it.
You know that's going to be nice, bready, malty, honey, orchard fruit. You could already, I'll tell you already.
second.
So, do you get on that?
Yeah, get on it. Oh, my, Carmen, that's very aggressive.
Tommy likes it.
Get on
Tommy
it.
like wingy.
Tommy, oh, smell that.
Oh, not as close as I thought.
That's Scotch, all right.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
a
you smell those
little bit
apples in
away.
there? Honey and apples.
We're about 21 miles away.
21 miles.
Do you
That's
normally
nothing.
test
21
it like
miles.
this?
I usually don't.
Or some would say 35 kilometers.
That's right.
All right, bring
That
it
is
down.
smooth.
Yeah, you like
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
Well, we'll
Tommy,
be
bring it
drinking it
down.
on
Let me
Thursday.
try some of
That's
that.
slightly toasted.
Let's bring that.
I know the bosses love this,
It looks
drinking
a
on
little
the air.
darker. Well, this is a partner, guys.
It is a partner.
It is, yeah.
Brown Foreman is a proud partner of ours.
Remember. Well, I'm not going to say it.
All right. I'm wearing a few whiskey shirt, too.
Oh, how
You
smooth
like it?
is that?
Yeah?
Yeah. Get down in my belly.
Oh,
Yeah.
Ooh,
Give you a bit of a stinger, won't it?
Just warmed the cockles of my heart. Look at them goosebumps.
Yeah.
No, it's only 90 proof.
Those are goosebumps, kid. Do you see them?
I do see him.
Ooh, when's the last
Smells
time
like
a
Scotch.
When's the
Yeah.
last
Can't wait.
time a drink gave you goosebumps?
It's been a while. All right, we'll be drinking it Thursday, so come hang with us. Waddle's here. Sylvie's rolling in. Crosstalk is coming up next.
Hold on. Let's find out. Tommy, I'll give you 100 if you finish that bottle by 6. 6:30.
What are you talking about?
By Aki's A-list.
You'd be...
Aki's A-list.
No.
From what I hear, Aki might help you finish it.
That group.
That group is fun.
Oh
dude.
my goodness! Yeah,
I'm telling you.
They called you. I got a text from Shay with a bunch of pictures.
Yeah, I'm getting texts. Come on out. I'm like, come on out. It's 10:30. I'm like, what, like, guys, it doesn't work that way. Yeah, I need some.
They're
some
just
build-up
pups.
time.
Tyler's claiming that it was like 8:45.
We're all Gray Wolves.
8:45. No, was it?
He said check your messages.
Yeah, that's what Tyler said. Tyler said it was pre-9.
I thought it was late. I thought it was later. Maybe he's right. Maybe it might as well be 10:30 at 8:45. Are you kidding me? I mean, my daughter had a soccer game.
My God, sound like you're 70.
2 baseball games.
I know.
Dance
He
recital.
depresses
Well, we're close.
I get depressed.
Chris, I'm 12 years from 70.
I know, but saying
I'll be 12
8:45 might as well be after 10.
I'm closer to 70 than I am to 40, Johnny.
He's right. It was 9 o'clock.
2 months.
Yeah.
I thought it was like 10:30. Tyler's right. It was about 9 o'clock. But it was a long day. Like I said, soccer, baseball, dance recital. I was on the couch rewatching Cubs and Tigers.
Yeah.
I'm like, no.
Where you were not going to go over to Tyler's place and punch holes in his walls.
What? Somebody punched what?
Yeah. It was a destroy Tyler's apartment party.
Was it your home?
A lot of puking, too. Smokey passed out in his bathtub, puked all over the place, and clogged the drain.
Awesome. It reminds me of being young, though. We've
What
all
was he
been
eating?
there.
Wieners? What was going on there?
I love it, dude.
Nothing plugs a drain like wiener vomit, you know?
Oh, God. All right, crosstalk.
Chunks of wieners. I'm going to name my band Chunks of Wieners.
Crosstalk is coming up next. I've got the final word.
Carmen and Jurko present today's final word.
Because you had to be a big shot, didn't you? You had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word
Had to have the last word.
on Carmen and Jurko.
The easy access these Gen Zers have to smut and pornography is like they have no idea how hard it was for us.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Come on, Jesse.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
We're all shaped by those who came before us, including Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So at 15, my mom became an investor. She created the marketing for the largest, I'll just say, telecom company in the world, and they disposed of her. But they kept her marketing, though. Gave her the buyout in 1991, and then I watched her when I was 15 start buying real estate. She opened a print shop and decided that, hey, I wanted to create increase. But within 6 months of her doing real estate, she had made $200,000 buying property, fixing property, renovate. After she fixed it, she refinanced it and pulled cash out and her initial investment. And I looked up and she owned the whole community.
Put some real life experience to work for you. Visit BrandonMrFinance.com.
She made me go in there and do work, so I had to learn how to do drywall and floors and masking mud and tape and paint, but it gave me several skill sets today. So I recognize, how things should be done when it comes to real estate.
BrandonMrFinance.com. Make an appointment today.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. You've heard me profess love for my 25 Defender from Land Rover Chicago and Howard Orloff Imports. And right now is your opportunity to buy your Defender at pre-tariff prices. From my travel to the draft in Green Bay, to my weekends with my son's travel baseball team, every trip is an adventure, and the Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you expect from Land Rover. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of 25 Defenders. At current prices, these are sure to move quickly. So visit them today just off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select the local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
The Home Depot has fast, free delivery on the perfect gift to help Dad do more this Father's Day. Because Dad is more than just a dad. He's groundskeeper of the yard, the perfecter of the patio, and the cleaner of the clippings. Power Dad's doing with Ryobi cordless outdoor power tools from the Home Depot. Like the Ryobi 40-volt string trimmer kit for $159. For everything Dad is, find the perfect gift at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see homedepot.com/delivery for more details.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale includes 4 free windows with a purchase of 4 windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments till 2027. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Thank you for listening and calling into today's show. Thanks to Bleck and Abdallah. Remember, tomorrow, Jurko and Bleck will be together from 10 until noon.
Excited.
Hopefully, we're going to see you at Seven Bridges for Grip It and Sip It. If you're not playing golf, come by and say hi.
Balls
anyway.
in the
Have
air
some
at
lunch.
noon.
It's
Balls
a
in the air
big
at
to
noon.
do. It's a big to do, guys.
Yep.
Well, that's asking a lot for you guys. You got to go straight from the broadcast to the first tee.
We'll make it happen.
Okay.
I haven't
you ain't
swung
gotta
a
worry
golf
about
club
that.
in 9 months.
I'm working on my flexibility. I've played 27 rounds.
We'll make it happen.
So between
It's
the
a
two
lot.
of us, we're averaging 13 and a half rounds for the
good.
year.
It's
a lot for a show.
Yeah.
It's like Michael and Wennington going for 57.
Exactly.
And make sure you hydrate because it's going to be a scorcher tomorrow.
Or when I played with Reggie White, I played with Sean Jones and Steve McMichael on the same line.
Yeah.
We had over 400 plus sacks, and I had like 7 of them.
There you go.
Perfect.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Thank you.
Nothing wrong with
Hand
that.
in the air. 7 all 7.
Somebody needs to get those 7. I'll bring
That's right.
cigars for the
I'm
morning.
glad
too.
I got cigars too. Don't you worry about it.
Jurko always has cigars.
I got plenty of cigars.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
No more cicadas this year. We were just reminiscing. If we would bring up the audio from last year's shows, it was like as loud as a truck. It was louder than that, Carm.
It was crazy.
A lot of humming.
I remember. It was at its peak, I think.
It pretty much
may have
was.
been, yeah. I wonder if that bald eagle's still surviving out there.
I don't know.
Remember we saw that
Yeah.
bald eagle out there at Seven Bridges?
Majestic.
Yeah.
Beauty. An absolute beauty.
There is one that's out there.
I told you guys when I went up to the Rivers course in Kohler, Wisconsin, they had a breeding pair.
Oh, really?
With the youngster. Breeding pair with a youngster in there.
We're talking
off
about
the
bald
11th.
eagles, right?
Yeah, bald eagles. Black wolf front. Beauteous.
Man, it's majestic.
And then we played whistling, and there was an eagle out there. I didn't know if it's the same eagle. This eagle swooped down and got himself a fishy.
It's awesome.
Oh, I love
He
that.
got him in action. We saw eagle in action.
It's the best, isn't it?
I mean, what are you going to do when you see that? Eagle in action.
You're
You know why? I felt like Marlon Perkins from Mutual of Omaha. I had tears in my eyes.
Hanging out
It's
of
this
the
poor
helicopter.
little fish. This poor little fish was like with his wife.
You're taking.
He's with his wife, and they were canoodling, and they were hugging, and the next thing you know, he's snatched out of the water by these giant talons of an eagle and just shipped off into the sky. And he's like, I'm flying.
Night.
And now my eyes are being eaten out by an eagle.
Yeah.
It's incredible. During COVID, when I finally got away, when we were given the green light, in 2020, late 2020, I went to Naples. And we were walking down the street. I don't know if you guys remember
Italy.
the video.
I love Italy.
And I am
There
going to Naples,
was a tree
Italy.
murder.
Yes, this was a bald eagle in Naples, Florida, in a tree tearing apart a squirrel.
Oh, yeah.
And I had never seen a bald eagle at that distance. Like, it was so close.
Working.
And it was so cool to see that.
It is cool.
Circle of life, my friend.
That's what it is. Yes.
Circle of life.
Just going to town on a
I don't
squirrel.
sound like Elton.
Poor squirrel.
Yeah, too bad for the squirrel. You know what they say? Get out of the way.
Yeah, well.
Get out of the way. If you're the squirrel, get the hell out of Dodge, my friend.
We were dissecting the zebra yesterday.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about they caught the zebra. He was on the run for a few days, right?
Like, we were asking what zebras do.
The zebra, I think.
Frolic. They eat grass, right?
Yeah.
They
Frolic.
Yeah, I mean, it's
It's not a very
They're
exciting,
procreate.
not a very exciting animal. I don't
Well, they
think.
stay away from crocodiles out in Africa.
Lions.
Yeah.
Lions. Lions. They're looking at zebras going,
They're constantly
I bet you
evading
that tastes
predators.
good.
Constantly.
Yeah.
In the wild.
They're just trying to mind their own business, and next thing you know,
The
crocodile's
hyena.
trying to get you.
Pack of hyenas. You ever see those things hunt?
Oh, they're
they
horrible.
got video?
Yeah.
Terrible.
Boy,
They'll go after lions.
Listen,
If they get them solo, right?
Yeah.
they organize.
Yeah.
Yes.
The hyena organized hunt.
Yeah.
If you've ever seen it, they
It's a
know
good
who's
listen
going
and
left.
teamwork.
They know who's going right.
Yeah.
They know who's going up the gut. Yeah. It's like they're coached by
It's like
Andy
the
Reid.
Eagles. It's like the Eagles'
Yeah.
defensive front.
They're being coached by a hyena that's got a red jacket on with a big bushy beard.
That's right.
Named Andy Reid.
Andy Reid. They call him Coach Reid.
Yeah.
The zebra doesn't have a lot of natural defense. Like, at least the gazelle has its speed, and they can evade.
Well, they got the hooves. Hooves.
What, the zebra you're saying?
Yeah, the zebra got
I
hooves.
feel like they don't have a lot of natural defense.
They'll kick you. They'll kick you.
And like here.
Like a donkey.
Yeah, they'll kick you. They'll rear back and get you right in the choppers. Kid.
Here, if you, like, I feel like horses are bigger than zebras, right?
Yes,
like
and they
don't
run
have-
faster.
And they run faster.
They're
They don't
tall.
have a-
Yeah, that's
and
what I was
horses don't
asking.
have a lot of natural predators because they're big. Most like coyotes.
I was
and
asking what the
wolves aren't
difference
gonna
is.
mess with them.
Right.
Besides the stripes, what's the difference in the zebra
I
and the
think they're
horse?
slower
I don't
and
think,
smaller.
but I don't think if
They're not
zebras
as big.
were what's the word would be here in the United States? What would you say if they
Endemic
were
in the
Inhabited.
United States.
Inhabited.
I don't think that like they'd be taken down by wolves and coyotes.
No,
Oh,
maybe
I
not.
think the wolf
Really?
can get him. If a wolf can get a buffalo,
because they can, but they
Wolves
don't mess
are
with
bigger.
horses, do they?
wolves
no,
are
I
bigger
don't
than
think they go.
coyotes.
I think the horses can run away from.
I
it.
think they
but
can.
not only that, they can run away, but the wolves hunt in packs too. But you get kicked by a horse,
yeah,
you
kill
got
you.
problems. Yeah. They'll crush your skull.
That's why I
Now-
love this. Is so much better than talking about the Cubs and the
If
White
I'm a
Sox.
zebra and I'm roaming on the Serengeti, right, where the Maasai people roam, I am avoiding water at all costs, but just to drink. I
Just
am
to
not
drink.
crossing a river.
But sometimes they have to.
I am not crossing a lake.
To go
In
where,
the rainy
Carm?
Well, because
season,
they have to get
Carm,
across in
I'm
the rainy
eating
season.
grass, and I'm not being nomadic.
No,
I'm
you're right.
staying
Like,
in one
sometimes
place.
the
They're really
migration-
stupid. Like
No,
because they
sometimes-
just
Hey, look, we could cross the water.
Next
Let's
thing
go
you know,
swimming.
you're
they
a
know the
gator
danger.
bait.
You
Boy.
see how you see the trepidation.
Yeah.
But sometimes they have no choice for the migration patterns. They have to. They have to roll the dice.
if I was going
Marlon
to come
Perkins
back
just walked into the building.
as an animal on the Serengeti,
Cheetah.
water buffalo.
No,
I think a water buffalo
as
is
a
a
lion.
No.
They got horns.
I'm
Carm.
coming as a lion all day.
They got horns.
What
You
is
can
it?
defend yourself with those horns.
What's the sneaky, angry, tough animal? Is it the hippo?
Hippos are
The
not
hippo's
sneaky. They're-
responsible
yeah.
for more deaths.
Yes.
They're vicious.
The hippo.
hippo?
They're very
Plus, you get
territorial.
to
Jurko, you
wallow.
could be a hippo.
I'm sure I can. I could wallow in the water with the best of them. One of my favorite hippos, Peter Potamus.
Hungry hippo?
And Henrietta the hippo.
See when the hippo farted on the people in the zoo?
I saw that. It was awesome.
They cleared out. They
Yeah.
knew what was going on. Cleared out. He goes, you guys bothered me.
Yeah.
I want a moment of privacy, please.
Yeah.
He went up against the fence and just cleared it
You
out.
think he knowingly did that?
He knew what he was doing.
I think the cheetah. Nothing could catch the cheetah.
Yeah, but I'm coming back as the lion. The lion,
Really?
you're still
Cheetah?
the king. You're
Right.
the king of the jungle.
Can't catch it, but the cheetah runs in bursts.
Yeah, he can only run that.
He runs
far.
in bursts, and then he's got to go chill for a while up in the tree
for hours.
Yeah.
They have to rest for hours to recharge themselves.
Got to refuel
because of the lactic acid buildup. They don't have Gatorade.
No, they don't.
They can't take
Time out,
vitamins.
right?
No.
How do you know the
There's
lactic
no Gatorade.
acid buildup of a cheetah?
I watched
that's the
Marlins
truth.
Perkins,
Yeah.
though.
He knows
Come on.
Don't doubt him, Waddle.
It
Do you
literally
not know?
it takes
They're
them.
going.
It takes
Those
them
bursts.
hours
Yeah.
to be able to move again. They have to recharge.
Why?
Yeah.
Because there's
Yeah,
what he's saying.
lactic
There's
acid buildup.
There's so much between that and the energy
Look it up,
they
Tommy.
use.
I don't mind you.
Listen,
I'm here to educate him.
But the lion doesn't have the same issue, huh?
No, because
They
he's
don't
a
run as
more
fast. They
don't run as- I
powerful
got you.
runner,
Yeah.
and he's not a distance guy either. Hey, let me tell you, a lion, if he found a dead carcass, would be a happy camper.
Yes. Do you know that the
Heck,
cheetah
you
can run from anywhere between 50 and 80 miles per hour?
Yes,
not
they're
shocked.
streamlined. Their heads are smaller.
I am not shocked.
Than most of the big cats. Their heads are smaller. And they're
Yeah.
like
I don't ever see cheetahs getting mauled by other cats or other animals.
Well,
they can climb trees like there's no
Right,
tomorrow.
that's my
too.
point. Like, so I don't know
Boy,
that
I tell you,
they-
they're very agile.
Hey, I have a cat question for you. I asked this earlier. We should know this, being the hockey show. How long have, and I know it's in the cat family, how long have the Florida Panthers been called the Cats by people in the know?
I don't know.
I never heard that. Have you heard that?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard
Referred
their
to
fans.
them as the
I mean, I know
Cats?
their fans refer to them as that. Yeah. I
don't
never,
know if I like that.
I never call them that. I always call them.
Yeah, they're the Panthers.
They're awfully.
We
good.
ever call the Carolina Panthers the Cats?
No.
No, I am not. I've called the Wildcats the Cats.
Yes, because
Right.
it's in the
Cats.
name.
That seems natural.
The Cats.
Yeah.
By the way, I got breaking Aaron Rodgers news.
Oh, really?
Do you want it?
Yeah.
Yurko was
Go ahead.
talking up Aaron Rodgers early in the show. I heard you.
Well, I gave you one simple stat: 28 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, 3,800 yards. We'd kill to have that.
Do you agree with that,
We'd
Waddle? I
kill
was
to
thinking
have
about
it.
that. Would we kill for Caleb to throw for those numbers?
Yeah, 28.
I think if Caleb threw for those numbers, we'd have a really good season this year.
Look, still not 4,000, still not 30.
I'm not worried about that.
But
that will
you'd
come.
still kill for it.
That would come. I mean, that
They'd
before
be
he's done
near
as a
highs.
Bears quarterback, he'll get
They'd
back.
be near highs
Yes.
in every statistical category.
This team is still going to run the ball too. So
Yeah.
So this is the breaking Aaron Rodgers news. Aaron Rodgers at the podium says the ring on his finger is indeed a wedding ring, and he has been married for a few months.
Wow. All right. Congrats.
to who?
Not saying anything.
Congrats.
That says more than like you not saying anything.
Of course it
I'm
does.
not saying anything.
Of course it.
I'm looking. I do.
Nobody
Tyler, do you-
famous. Nobody famous.
He has been a perennial fame dater.
Of course. Danica, Olivia Munn.
Yeah,
right?
2-year relationship on the
Shailene
dot.
Woodley.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. 2-year
Who is
relationship.
Aaron
wizard in there
Rodgers'
at one point?
possible secret wife, Brittany? Is that who it is?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not saying anything again.
Congrats to Aaron Rodgers.
I'm not saying a word.
Maybe marriage. I don't know what to.
Congratulations. Congratulations
Yeah,
go out
well,
to
Carmen's at a
Aaron
loss
Rodgers.
over here.
I'm
What
at a
are you
loss.
looking for?
I was like, maybe marriage changes Aaron Rodgers, but he's like 41 or 42.
He'll stop
Changes him
talking
in
to
what
her
manner?
in a year or two.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
You know.
Should changes.
Yeah. He's an odd duck, but he can really play, or at least
He
could in
has
his prime.
alienated a good number of people in his career.
Yes.
He went to Cam Hayward's golf outing. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
Yeah. Did you guys know that? I did not. Yeah. So
How
kind
did
of
you know?
ingratiate.
Yeah, because Cam was the
with his
one that
other
was
family.
saying
I read it on the
months
line.
ago, like, hey, yeah, Cam Hayward was like, I don't, you're either going to come and be on the team or you're not.
Do you think he's mostly well liked by his peers, though? I feel like Aaron Rodgers is.
I heard, like, at least in previous years, I don't know about the last couple of years, I always heard his teammate, Tauscher always says that his teammates love
him,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
Right.
I
TJ Lang always loved him.
Yes.
That was later in his career.
Bulaga, obviously.
In
but
the
I mean,
Hard
like,
Knocks, it sure seemed like when he had former coaches on the other team there, that they would like come up to him and he would say, I love you to them. They'd say, I love. Like, he's loyal to the one thing that Aaron
Jimmy
Rodgers
Campen. It
is.
was Jimmy Campen that really had a nice relationship with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, is that the
Offensive
O-line coach?
Yeah.
Yes. And you know, the guys that he likes, they're in forever.
Forever.
You know that based on, it's kind of like the Michael guys.
Yes.
Where Michael would, like, the Charles Oakleys of the
Yes,
world
that's
always
right.
go to bat for you.
That's right. Yeah, I think he's relatively well liked. So I don't know how much it's going to affect that division. To be honest, but somehow
look, it would not. But it would not surprise me, Carm, if he played well this year.
No, not at all. And I don't
wouldn't
think
surprise me if he'd be the best quarterback they had in a little bit either.
Oh, I think that's for sure. I think he
Since
will be the best quarterback.
Here's what I'm
better be.
Here's what I'm interested in seeing.
Yeah.
I think he and Mike Tomlin will be fine. How does he get along with and adjust to what Arthur Smith is? Like, Arthur Smith has never coordinated an offense that seems to fit Aaron Rodgers' skill set.
No, not really.
So how is that relationship, that dynamic going to play out? And who's, I mean, you can see the potential for some tense moments on the sidelines between Aaron Rodgers and Arthur Smith if things aren't working early in the year.
Could be.
That, to me, is the interesting relationship
Somehow
question.
That team defies.
What's their schedule? What's Pittsburgh's schedule look like early?
I heard
it would help if they had some buddies.
Did you guys? I heard
they're opening up against Justin Fields and the Jets.
And I could have swore I heard Greeny say that he heard Nance say on the Sunday broadcast of golf. Greeny's watching the golf, obviously. That Romo and Nance will be in New York for that game, but the 3:25 window features Lions. Packers.
Oh, Lions, Packers.
And I was like, they're sending them to Jets, Steelers over Lions.
That's a 12 o'clock game.
It's a 12 o'clock game. The late window national game on CBS is Lions, Packers. And, I mean, that seems to be the better game than Jets, Steelers. But I thought Greeny said, Nance said Sunday.
Yeah.
That he and Romo know they'll be in New York for the opener.
Steelers go to the Jets to open the season, as you discussed. They're at home against Seattle the following week. Then they travel to New England. At home against Minnesota, they have a bye in week 5.
All right, well, see, that's not a bad-looking schedule, if you ask me, where you might be able to take advantage of something. Minnesota with J.J. McCarthy still got a great defense, though. No matter what anybody says about Minnesota, their defense can play their ass off.
Yeah, and they they fortified the interior of their offensive line like the Bears did.
And their skill guys, come on.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think the Vikings.
Okay, what do we need? If a wide receiver, you're a skilled wide receiver, you're a skilled tight end, you're a skilled what do you need? Service from the quarterback.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping J.J. McCarthy is successful because he's a local product.
Local kid.
I want him to be successful. But you got to do it on the field.
Yes.
You can't do it anywhere else.
Would you say, because this was a point of contention, I think, on Get Up the other day, I contend that I think, actually, that Caleb Williams has got as much or more pressure on him than any quarterback in the league this year for a number of reasons.
Yeah.
I think the fellas on, one of the guys on Get Up said he thinks McCarthy has more pressure.
Schrager said that, yeah.
McCarthy's still, first of all, McCarthy was what, pick 22?
No. Before
7.
that.
Well, I thought it was like in the top 10. I still think he was top 10.
He was like 11 or 12.
11.
Either way, he was not one of the top 3 quarterbacks taken.
No.
And he's still going to be given the rookie kind of leeway here because he's never played. So
Right.
I think
how much
I think
pressure is on?
every quarterback in the league is going to have pressure, but I think there's actually
It's a good, like, we talked about Caleb being in a good spot to start your career last year, and we despite the coach and offensive coordinator in line, like you said, they fortified their line.
Yeah.
They've got a great coach. He's got I think, the best skill guys in the NFL. I mean, if you're going that group,
yeah.
If
Jones is
it's
back,
not
right?
top,
It's close.
It's close
It's
with
very-
a tight end and 2 wide receivers.
yeah. And Aaron Jones is back, right? Isn't Aaron Jones back?
Yeah,
there?
he re-signed.
Yes, and Darrisaw's back healthy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, was
a
it
good
Darrisaw
spot.
or Neal that got hurt last year? Darrisaw
No,
got
Darrisaw.
hurt. Yeah,
Darrisaw tore his ACL
got
and his
hurt
That's
last
when they
year.
went and traded for Cam Robinson.
Yeah, that's right.
Remember that?
Yeah, because Darrisaw got hurt, so Darrisaw's back.
Yeah.
You've got the great skill position players. You got a great coach. You got it's.
And it's not like J.J. McCarthy hasn't played in a pressurized environment. Look, I get
he
it.
has.
This is
Oh,
the
he's
NFL.
had to play for Harbaugh. Boy,
But
I
right.
tell
So
you.
and he played and won a national championship.
10th pick for McCarthy, but that was the 5th quarterback.
5th quarterback.
Yeah.
The
What
other
a
3,
draft.
Penix. Yeah.
And I'm going to ask these guys, too, coming up. But we're going to start with Bears because Ben Johnson spoke, and I thought it was great stuff again on Caleb. But we were just talking about the intriguing quarterback matchups on the Bears schedule. Like, what's the most intriguing in your mind? Think about the schedule. Is it facing Aaron Rodgers again? Is it?
It's Jaden Daniels.
Is it Jaden Daniels in that
Daniels.
rematch?
Yeah, that's up there. There's
a
lot of them. That's a Monday night game.
There are some fun matchups with the Bears.
I mean, how about you get to face Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson?
Yes.
I mean, like Caleb Williams versus Joe Burrow. Let's see how you stack up, right?
Seriously. Yeah, I mean, you're going to get Dak Prescott healthy.
Dak Prescott. Is it Ben Johnson against Detroit again?
Yeah. Good. I don't expect you to maybe necessarily go toe-to-toe with Lamar Jackson or Joe Burrow if you're Caleb in year 2. But let's see.
Yeah.
It's good. Yeah. All right, boys.
So we'll start with some of the Ben Johnson stuff and what he said. We'll do that. We're all over the Cubs. We have a very good guest list today. Barstool Big Cat in studio. Nice. He'll be in our studio today, 3:30, a little earlier and a day early because we've got the golf outing tomorrow, so he's on today. Yeah. We've got AJ Przinsky today.
Oh. Did anybody invite Big Cat to the golf tournament?
No. His talent fee is too high.
Yeah, I think it's way.
Yeah,
that's what I heard. Yeah.
You think he's just showing up?
Well, you could invite him. He can always decline the invite.
A little pricey.
AJ on the change of ownership when it comes with Jerry, where he stands right now with Jerry, because I know they had a little bit of a falling out. The umpire stuff, I think, is good, too. And just baseball in general. Then we've got Wilbon at 5.
Nice, loaded show.
So, yeah, it is loaded today. We are ready to go, Yerk.
All right, guys. See you tomorrow at the golf outing at Grip It.
You're loaded up, guys.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Really good stuff.
Waddle and Silvy are next.
This is Waddle and Silvy. Waddle and Silvy. On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV, Godman, Sox fan. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Everyone loves a fresh haircut for summer, but with the weather warming up and the kids out of school, this season is a time for making memories, not appointments. And that's why you should go to Great Clips. You can use convenient online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have time. Plus, their skilled salon stylists save your haircut details and clip notes so you can get the same great cut next time, no matter who you see and where you're at. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to enjoying summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
The Mick Ultra Foosball Tourney continues. Hey, it's Shane Orling. Come out to Four Shadows on Ashland and Diversey in Chicago Saturday night. Mick Ultra is the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and they're inviting us out to watch the Chicago Fire FC take on Nashville and play some foosball. Someone will win a Messi Mick Ultra jersey, and if you win in Chicago, you could qualify for a chance to play in the national finals for 2026 World Cup tickets. Let's raise an ice-cold Mick Ultra at Four Shadows Saturday night at 7. Please drink responsibly.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
White Sox fans, a day at the ballpark is a classic summer activity, so grab your crew and take advantage of savings all summer long with our summer savings section presented by Wintrust. Now through the end of the season, enjoy select lower-level tickets for $20 on all weekday games and $25 on all weekend games while supplies last. Includes fees, some exclusions apply. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/section.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Bring gas.
It's locked, cocked, ready to rock.
I want to talk about the Bears back.
Love these guys.
Like he loves Ben Johnson. He made that clear.
Shaw Local.
But if Shaw Local had to make a pick, Bears in playoffs or out of playoffs, what's he say?
Out of playoffs.
Yeah, I think he would pick out.
Out?
You know why?
Text me, Silvy.
No, he doesn't have to text you.
If he had to pick today, you're telling me Mark Silverman would say the Bears are not going to make the playoffs. I understand his restraint at going over the top. Admirable. I don't know if I can live in that world. But
we know you can.
You're telling me that Silvy would not have them in the playoffs.
He didn't want to fall in love with a team and a new coaching regime off the rip.
He already professed his love for Ben Johnson.
I was going to say.
Love these guys.
I missed that part. I heard the early portion of the show. I had an 8 o'clock appointment. Little stretching today, Waddle. You ever go to one of those Stretch Works? Big listeners of the show.
No.
They stretch you out. You lay on a table and they stretch you out.
Really?
So I missed the part when they were talking about that. And
did you hang from anything?
No, I'm not quite that advanced. They do have some hanging apparatuses there.
That's what I think that's what's most appealing to me is actually the hanging factor there.
You know what I enjoy most is you just lay there. Like it's a massage and you just relax and they move your body for you. And
boy, that sounds like the ultimate in lazy. You can't even stretch yourself. You lay on a table and they stretch you for you.
You would be surprised how energetic you get afterwards.
Okay.
I met the owner at one of our Bears broadcasts. He's a big listener.
I'm just saying I've never done it. I'm open for anything. It just sounds like maybe the laziest approach in the history of the world. You're so lazy you won't even stretch yourself. You wait for someone to stretch you.
Have I just introduced myself to you? I am looking for a shortcut. Especially with fitness. I'm wearing a shirt today that says kind of fit, sort of fat.
I like it.
I think that sort of describes me perfectly. I'm not really in shape, but I'm not out of shape.
How long of a stretching, whatever did you go through?
An hour. I do an hour stretching? I do about an hour a week, yeah. Every week I do about an hour.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Makes
helps
you
my
limber?
body, yeah.
Make sure you get that golf club further back to create more torque.
I got that getting ready for tomorrow.
And what
to
do
not
you
swing
going to
the club.
say when you have made all of these fantastic advancements in your limberness and your flexibility, how do they manifest themselves in your everyday life?
We go to bed then.
Wow, I'm feeling really limber and loose. Good night.
I think there are many ways, and we'll get to the Bears here in my prediction that Kap wanted in a second. But I think the ultimate in you're old when ...
You lay on a table and people stretch you.
That's a good one. But what I was going for more is that you feel more beat up after you wake up in the morning. You feel like like when I wake up in the morning now, I'm sore.
Yeah.
I get sore from sleeping. I think that is where the line is in the sand of you were young and then now you're old. It is basically when you wake up sore.
And you don't have back issues, do you?
Like just muscular.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like around here.
Yeah.
Like the belt line. My psoas has been flaring
Excuse
up.
me,
My
your what?
psoas. Do you know what the psoas is?
Yeah, that's your ass over there.
It's right near the hip flexor, I guess.
Uh-huh.
So that's enough about
that.
But I think that's, you're old when. And I think the perfect one is.
I understand that you don't cut your own hair or clean your own teeth or do all that stuff.
I'm sure you feel fantastic. I've never heard that you go somewhere where they stretch you.
They're like trainers, though.
That's awesome.
I mean, they're helping you. They're helping you, yeah. And then you got to do your homework. At home, you got to continue to
I stretch 30, 40 minutes every day.
Yeah.
Just don't have anybody that stretches me.
We are so old. 312-332-3776. All right. So Cap's, you know the answer. I mean, like Cap, I was texting Cap, then I'm like, hey, I missed this part. One of our tweeters pointed it out to me. Then Charlie emailed it to me saying that, yeah, we'll play this. This is not any sort of a debate here. You know my answer by doing the show with me every day.
You're not going to predict they go to the postseason.
No, I am saying they will not make the postseason.
At least now. You may change your tune before the ball's in the air first Sunday of the year.
No, yeah, at least now, but I'm not changing. I'm
not predicting a trip to the postseason either. I'm just taking the over 8.5.
And I think that was the easiest thing to just connect the dots. That if you've listened, you know, with the total mostly at most places, I think you can get it with a lot of juice at lower, but it's not real good value. I think some places have it at 7.5, but it's like minus 170. 8.5. You know, I've told you I will not bet financially on the over.
Yeah.
Surprise me. Like I could get there in my mind, but I will not put any money down. And I will be late to the playoff party.
Okay.
I will be late. I am not going to like pound my fist on the table and tell you the Bears have no shot to make the postseason. No, that would be dumb too.
I'm not projecting or predicting they're going to the postseason, but I wouldn't be shocked if they did.
Yeah. I'm just, if you
5 wins, what did they have last year? 5?
Yes.
5 to 9 is a pretty sizable jump in my world.
Yes, in that division with the schedule of the AFC North.
Yes. The schedule is a meat grind.
And then like a couple of the teams that were bad last year, like the 49ers, who knows what Pittsburgh will be. Like some of the lesser teams are not so lesser. Even the Raiders are going to be improved. The Raiders have won some offseason votes of confidence as well. Pete Carroll's now coaching them. I'm hoping they go to Vegas and they win that game.
Cowboys should be a better team this year with Dak back.
I don't think there are many walk in the parks, especially when you lost in Arizona last year and you lost at home to the Patriots. So I will not. If you're asking me, are the Bears in the playoffs or out of the playoffs? I'm telling you they're out of the playoffs. I won't scream that they can't get there, but I'm voting no, and I'm going under 8.5.
Going over 8.5, but I'm not putting them in the playoffs. Charlie, do you have them in the playoffs before? Listen, it's June, what is it, June 10th?
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say they make it in as wild card.
Okay. What's their record?
I think they get in at like 9-8, 10-7.
Okay. Tyler.
I have them at 9 wins, but is 9 wins good enough to make it into the playoffs?
I would say because of the strength of their division and the NFC in general, I'm going to predict no. But again, I won't be shocked if they get there because I do believe they will be a much improved team.
I don't think the path for the rest of the division to take a step back is all that narrow. Detroit loses both their coordinators.
Yes.
Who knows what kind of regression they'll experience. They just lost their center. Minnesota, if J.J. McCarthy just isn't that guy, then, who knows what that could look like.
And I think the Packers could regress.
Exactly. And, we still don't know what exactly Jordan Love is. So I don't think it's a crazy idea to think that all those things could happen in unison.
Totally agree. But 15 wins, 14 wins, and 10 wins? The difference between that 11. And the 11 and the 5 we had, there will be regression on their behalf, and there will be progress on our team. How much of that gap will be narrowed, I think, is a really interesting question.
I think it might be pretty bunched up this year. I think Detroit, hell's coming for breakfast. Hell's coming to breakfast for Detroit.
I think losing Ben Johnson is going to be
both coordinators.
Yeah, but I think
some of the assistant coaches.
I've never been a big Dan Campbell guy.
I like Dan Campbell. I don't know how the new guy is actually going to get the most out of Jared Goff in the manner in which Ben Johnson did.
Hasn't, in one thing, whether or not you believe that Dan Campbell's the smartest guy in the room, hasn't he proven to you, though, that he knows how to hire guys?
Well, he
puts together a pretty good staff.
He did it once. It's very hard to put together a good staff twice.
But I think he's earned the benefit of the doubt until proven otherwise, at least from my seat. I'm with you. I think Dan Campbell's a good head coach. Now, does the guy who fills in for Ben Johnson pick up and carry the ball the way that everyone thinks he may? I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if Jared Goff's going to be as good for this guy as he was for Ben Johnson.
Yeah, this isn't like Kansas City losing Matt Nagy or
where Andy was in charge anyway.
Right. It's Andy. So this is you bring up a good point because he is not either of the coordinators. You know, he is a guy who's had experience coaching tight ends and offensive linemen, but he is not a specialist at play calling except for going for unconventional downs and distances.
Who is the Lions OC this year?
He coordinated. Do you remember that Jets team with, I think it was Ryan Fitzpatrick, that was like pretty good. They had a fun offense, and then they almost snuck their way into the playoffs. He was the offensive coordinator of that team. So he's been around. He's kind of an NFL lifer.
John
Morton. And then their defensive coordinator is Kelvin Shepard.
Okay. Yeah, well, those guys have big shoes to fill, as they say.
They didn't just lose, like, they lost Antoine Randall. They lost J.T. Barrett, who's their assistant quarterbacks coach. They lost their defensive line coach, who's now the
they lost Frank
defensive
Ragnow.
coordinator for the Patriots. Yeah, exactly. So, like, they're not just losing coaches. They're losing assistants.
And I think you could be both, getting back to what those guys were saying. I think you can be very, very favorable on Ben Johnson and think that he's going to be a long-term success here. But just based on 1 year making that jump with the schedule, with the competition, I still think we can leave the year without them making the playoffs and say Ben Johnson did a good job. The quarterback arrives, and they just got beat because it's a really tough schedule in some of these games, and they don't cost themselves with play calling and timeouts and different things like that. I still think we can leave the season 8-9, 9-8 with the arrow pointing up.
It's time for them to have a winning season.
Oh, I agree with that, too.
I mean, it's been way too long. You've invested a lot. You've had the ball, dropped in your corner. It's going your way. The wind's at your back on a number of fronts. Like, it's time to win. It's time to win more than you lose.
Is the wind? I want you to answer that question on the other side. If the wind is at their back, like, I want to know what you mean by that. When is the wind at their back? I also want to play you what Ben Johnson said today. Ben Johnson said this was for rookies only today. It was the last time he spoke until training camp. And he said, while for rookies only, there were 2 veterans who did show up. And he was impressed by that. We'll play you who those were coming up next.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
All right, guys, want to tell you about my friends over at Window Nation. Yeah, it's finally starting to feel like spring and summer all together. It's nice out there today. Window open, weather in your house, air that thing out. But do your windows not open properly? Do they not seal shut properly? Then when we get the heat tomorrow, we've got the air conditioners blasted. Are you going to lose money on your heating, on your cooling bill, because the warm air comes in and the cool air escapes your windows that aren't sealing properly? Call my friends over at Window Nation. You've been putting it off. Call them now. It's the perfect time. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, or go to windownation.com. You can still get in on their semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free. That's 8 windows for the price of 4. Plus, when you get a house full of windows, they're going to give you a free entry door. Plus, to make paying for this project easier, no payments till 2027. Nothing down, and even more importantly, no interest payments for 2 full years. Call them today, 866-90-NATION. My guy, Alan Favada, will give you the free in-home estimate. Got nothing to lose. He'll tell you what you need and why and educate you on the entire process. A-plus rated from the Better Business Bureau and 5-star reviews across the board. 866-90-NATION, or go to windownation.com and let them know that Silvy sent you.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online.
No awkward doctor visits. No pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note, all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, Thursday at 7 at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at ServiceTitan.com.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Silvy. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
All right, so the Bears had a OTA today that was open to the media. Then they'll wrap things up here with the week ending, and then they'll get those, the 4, 5, 6 weeks off before training camp.
Then it's ready to go time.
Yeah, then the offseason basically officially ends. Like, the only real dark time in the NFL is about after these mini camps end, and it's about a month.
Yeah.
And then that's really the only quiet time in the NFL ever. Then training camp starts, and we're in the season.
Let's get it on.
Yeah.
Look, real quick, this is what I mean when I say the wind's at their back.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams with an inferior interior of his offensive line and the coaching staff, and that entire offense was running uphill against the wind. Now you've got Ben Johnson, who was the most sought-after offensive coach out there. Maybe most sought-after coach, regardless of which side of the ball he was functioning on. You've addressed the interior of your offensive line. Like, there are no excuses any longer. You've got a coaching staff, in my humble opinion, that is as dialed in as you were ever going to hope to get. You've got Antoine Randall, you got Eric Bieniemy, you got Dennis Allen. You fortified the O-line. Your quarterback's a year wiser. He's got a great offensive coordinator / head coach. It's time to win. Like, like last year, we knew they didn't do enough on the offensive line. We knew that the coach wasn't the right guy, and yet I still was telling you they were going to win 9 games and possibly get to the postseason. Well, a lot of that friction doesn't exist anymore. So that's why, I have even less tolerance for them not being significantly better in 2025 than last year. You got a little bit of wind at your back. I would say having Ben Johnson on the sideline and in your building is wind at your back material for a young quarterback.
It's interesting. I term, and maybe it's just semantics, I still think they're on an uphill climb. They're still on an up, and it's going to be hard. It's still hard to arrive. And, I think of wind at your back, when you've already been established. It's still... They've got to put it together still, but it's probably just semantics. I know what you're saying. There is no more penalty anymore with the coaching staff.
No.
They're going to help you instead of hurting you.
Correct. That's the
opposite,
point. Yes. They're no longer a hurdle. They are actually a helper.
Yeah. Here's Ben Johnson today. Roma Dunze and Caleb Williams were out there. This was for rookies today, and it was optional, but Caleb was there, and so was Roman. What does it mean to have your quarterback out there?
Yeah, I think he's committed to learning the offense. We're not where we need to be yet as a team, and he understands that. And any chance he gets to get a few more full speed reps, it sounds like he wants them.
I love that. I'm not giving him bonus points for that, like you always say, but I think that's the right move, and I'm glad to hear that.
Me as well.
And then he established today, remember last week during the mini camp, he talked about how Caleb wasn't on time when he was coaching him at one time. So the question was asked to Ben Johnson today, if Caleb Williams plays on time, is he ready to take off?
I think he's going to play on time when the receivers present themselves that way. And if they're not there, if number 1 or number 2 is not there, I think he's got the ability to make it right for us.
So within the structure of the offense, he wants them to play on time, but then he could do his thing once those things aren't available.
I also like the fact that he's not taking the cheese either, about making these very over-the-top optimistic proclamations.
Me too.
I mean, I think he's doing a really good job setting expectation levels where they should be. Like you said, they still got a lot of work. The situation is significantly better this year than last year, but there's still a lot of work to do. And I'm glad he's not out there over the top praising all of these guys when he's never actually been their coach in a regular season game.
Here's Ben Johnson on the progress from Caleb Williams here over the offseason.
Yeah, we've loaded him up. We've tried a number of different things, long play calls, multiple plays at the line. We've dabbled here, tempo. We've dabbled here, there, and everywhere really throughout the springtime. And some comes a little bit more natural than others for him. But I do think we've seen him get better in really all facets. And so we'll have to sit down as a staff before we leave and when we come back just to make sure we're honed in on what direction we want to go all together. But I feel pretty confident the things that he's put on tape that we can go ahead and get after a little bit.
Kind of watching what he does well, what he hasn't handled well, then design things from there.
I think he's managing expectations as well.
Yeah, he's not saying, oh boy, Caleb's come a long way since the day.
Or he's going to be a breakout in year 2. No. Haven't heard any of that.
Here's some more details about that, though, on if anything has particularly stood out. And notice the balance in here. This is exactly, I think, if this is the bite I'm thinking of, the balance that you're talking about and not just going over the top with praise.
There's always a throw or two every single day. The movement stuff outside of the pocket, it's what we thought coming into town here was the ability to create. And I don't, sometimes you get wrapped up when you're in the multiple play call game, being in a perfect play all the time for the perfect coverage, that look of the defense. And really with him, it doesn't matter so much what the play call is. If it's the perfect play versus the first, then it's great, it's there. And if it's not, then he's able to find a way to make it work. And so I think there's a little bit of that's going on right now and figuring that out. But he's done a great job so far digesting. He's working hard, and there's still some hiccups out there when you're watching it, some turnovers or needs to play one more time, and that's part of the growing process.
And I love that. Like again, he didn't go on these platitudes saying everything's great. There's still this, and it's natural. Like he said, that's part of the process. It's not like he's behind, but yeah, there's still turnovers. There's still play calls that he needs it repeated and everything. It's a learning process.
I think the coach needs this as well, because I think the most important thing facing Ben Johnson with regard to getting Caleb Williams pointed in the right direction is getting him to be more fundamentally sound and getting him to play on time while not neutering that special talent that he has to be creative at different times. And it's a really hard thing to balance because you want him to play on time. You want him to play in structure. But you also know he can make throws and do things that a lot of other quarterbacks can't. So you've got to be able to marry that with the discipline that goes along with playing for Ben. And I think that that's something that will take time throughout the course of training camp for them both to get a feel for one another.
All right, I just saw Barstool Big Cat come out of the elevator, so he will join us in studio. Did he know that Aaron Rodgers was indeed married? And has he sent him a wedding gift?
He knows everything.
We'll talk to Barstool Big Cat in studio coming up next. It's Waddle and Silvy.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
What's up? It's Jonathan Hood.
And this is David Kaplan.
We are excited about our team for the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic.
Hoodie, we are going to win. I know it. You can take that to the bank.
As long as it's Republic Bank. Yes, Republic Bank. Proud sponsors of Team Kap J Hood at Seven Bridges Golf Club on June 11th.
Presented by Yingling Flight.
Yes, Republic Bank. Ha ha ha.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands, and right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. $13.89 per month per thousand. Financed on select models with approved credit.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Enkin.
Hey, what's wrong, Cap? I slipped on the court and I pulled a hammy.
You did a slip and fall?
I know who to call.
He's playing hurt.
Seriously, anyone who experiences a slip and fall injury should call me at 312-6-million. Auto, truck, rideshare, medical mistakes, I'm here to help.
Yeah, but this one was Cap's fault.
I need some new shoes.
I might be able to find a cold pack for you.
Injury Law Made Personal is Howard Enkin, our attorney on the Kap J Hood Show. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
The Mick Ultra Foosball Tourney continues. Hey, it's Shane Orling. Come out to Four Shadows on Ashland and Diversey in Chicago Saturday night. Mick Ultra is the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and they're inviting us out to watch the Chicago Fire FC take on Nashville and play some foosball. Someone will win a messy Mick Ultra jersey, and if you win in Chicago, you could qualify for a chance to play in the national finals for 2026 World Cup tickets. Let's raise an ice-cold Mick Ultra at Four Shadows Saturday night at 7. Please drink responsibly.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ, that's JOEQ, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Summer is the time for making memories, not appointments. It's why you should go to Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have time. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN1000. This is Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Barstool Big Cat, host of Pardon My Take, and voluminous tweeter at Barstool Big Cat. It's time for his weekly conversation with Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000.
That's right, and he's in studio today, so you can watch this on YouTube. Our YouTube page is youtube.com/@Waddle and Silvy. Make sure you subscribe. Or our Twitch channel, twitch.tv/ESPN1000 Chicago. You get us in all the usual spots as well. If you miss it, you can listen back later, but you wouldn't be listening to us now, so that message was stupid to even say.
I followed
Sorry,
it.
don't beat yourself.
Yeah, I followed it pretty
You're
closely.
a short roof guy.
What is...
A short chimney.
Short chimney.
Short
that's
chimney
right.
guy.
Yeah.
I listened on Friday.
Yeah, Eddie.
He's
like,
stealing
I'm
Eddie
like,
from me again.
He's the best.
Yeah.
There's
Did
nobody
you guys
more
talk
laid
about
back.
the
He's got short chimney.
Having a chimney but no fireplace? Did you guys talk about that?
I didn't bring that up.
No?
That's when I grew up.
Yeah.
I have a fireplace now.
Right.
He said Waddle was surprised that when I grew up in Skokie, we just had a modest 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, and we had a big chimney
And no
fireplace. No fireplace.
Yeah, I don't.
That doesn't make a lot of sense
I think
to me.
I have a fireplace in my house. I don't think I'd ever put it on.
Yeah.
Why would you
Certainly not in the summer.
No, and then
Wait,
also
wait, you don't put your fireplace on?
No.
In the winter, you don't like a
No,
nice fire?
that's what heat is for. What are we?
Wait
what
a
are we
minute,
leaving
that's
200 years
ambiance?
ago?
Oh, there's nothing like a fireplace.
I don't need ambiance.
No?
No.
Oh.
I don't need any ambiance.
Waddle, you're a fireplace guy.
I either way, I'm fine with my wife has got the fire on even in August.
Really?
Like, oh yeah.
So you're a big time ambiance guy.
Well, she goes from like in the morning it's a little cool, so we'll turn on the fire, and then in the evening it's hot, so we'll turn on the air conditioner.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
You ride
You're
the
just
roller
playing
coaster.
games with it all day.
Absolutely. And you know who wins? ComEd.
Yes.
and Nicor. That's who wins, not us.
That's
By the
true.
way, Big Cat's brought to you by Blue Chew. Blue Chew has the first chewables that give you confidence in the bedroom. Go to BlueChew.com today to get your first month for free. Just pay $5 shipping. And Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee, your win is waiting.
Did you know?
Do you stand the whole time?
Sometimes it depends. Like if I get tired, I'll sit down.
Do you know why?
Got it. Why?
Because he's loose. He's limber. Because he went to a place where you just lay down and they stretch you.
Have you heard of these?
Stretch Lab.
Well, this is Stretch Works.
I did Stretch Lab.
I do. Well, they're different because they're all in different. They're different
Because
businesses.
one's a sponsor for you and one's not. Is what you're trying to tell me. Just say it.
Stretch Works are fans of ours.
Yeah,
and he recruited
one paid
me.
you, one didn't. I know how the game works.
I pay for my stretching. This is not like
I'm going to start bringing competing ads. Stretch Lab is my favorite.
Okay, well, we'll battle. Let's have a stretch off. Let's
Use
do that.
promo
We're gonna-
code Big Cat.
You said stretch off,
We're gonna have
right?
a stretch off. Let them stretch you. Let them stretch me, and see who's.
They said
most
they
limber?
were shocked when I went in there. They were like, "We've never seen a guy this flexible." They were like, "Well, you don't need this."
There's no chance you're
Yeah,
flexible.
that's the biggest. That's one of the biggest lies you've had. That's one of the biggest lies you've had.
I get my.
Show us.
I get my leg pretty high. Ready?
Oh,
That's pretty
he
high.
like went
That
to
was
do a
pretty
kick.
high.
I can't. I don't think I can get it
Yeah,
up.
right. Exactly. Come on. I won this contest. That was easy.
Is that the measurement for being flexible?
I just proved it.
I went.
Give me a shell.
I started to try to
Really?
kick.
Can either one of you do the splits?
No.
No.
God, no. I
Can
did
you
go.
touch your toes?
Yeah,
Yeah,
of
I can,
course.
without bending
Let's
your knee.
see.
Yes. What
Let's
are you
see.
talking
Let's go.
about? I'm not old.
Could you go to Stretch Lab?
Can you touch the floor with your palm?
I can.
Palm. No, I can't do palms.
No.
Yeah, I'm more flexible.
Yeah, but I'm also significantly taller than you.
Oh, so you got
With
so you
giant
have
le-
longer
you
arms
super
and
long
longer
arms.
fingers.
Significantly
Yeah.
taller. No, my arms aren't that long.
So you think that I accused him earlier of just being ultra lazy, so that's not the right thing.
Tell him how good it is.
what?
Well, because
Oh no, it's the laziest thing you could possibly
okay,
do.
thank you. That's what I thought.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
you're 100% right.
Okay.
You're basically saying I am so lazy I won't
stretch
myself. I want
right.
someone else to stretch me.
That's my
It
point.
is the laziest, the bougiest thing you could do, but it
it's
felt great.
Yeah.
Felt great.
Okay.
It makes you feel good.
Yeah, felt great.
Speaking of that, Danny Zetterman, and we have people here from Madison, from GKB, and Milwaukee. And
What is it? There's like a party going on? Big
no,
Carmen brands?
I think they're doing meetings. They meet more than anyone
Got
you've
it.
ever seen. Zetterman goes from one meeting to the next to the
Yeah.
next. They're just doing it all.
But doesn't
person.
work Fridays.
Doesn't
Doesn't
not
work
here.
from the office. on
Not here.
Fridays.
When people say they're not coming to the office, they're not working.
I'm just
You,
trying to.
you think so?
It's a fact. They're
So
doing an hour of work.
So we brought up how you were coming into the studio, and he said, "Ask him with the cream team, how fat are you going to get?" And
We'll
then I
see.
said, "I'm going to bring that up and ask that you asked this question." He goes, "No, say it was from a
No,
listener."
Zetterman, yeah, because he's one of those guys who got in shape and then judges everyone else.
Yes.
And don't eat the sugars and don't do this and watch my Instagram post with like 25 people watch it and they're like, the complex carbohydrates and all that stuff.
I think he spends like $1,000 a month on supplements.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. The guy he's Barry Bonds. All right, so I got
Minus
back.
the muscle.
Minus the muscle. I got in the home runs.
And the home runs.
He's same attitude though.
Yeah.
I am working out again because I know that I got to get ahead of it. So I basically work out just so that I can eat more ice cream. That's it. I go to the gym.
How much weight have you gained since the ice cream machine made
Only a
its way
couple
in?
pounds.
Okay.
But that's only been around for less than a week. But either way, going to the gym again. So there it is. I'm getting proactive. Actually, this is probably going to be good for my health.
Oh, time out.
Oh.
What do you do in the gym? You just confessed that you don't stretch yourself. You hire
don't.
someone to stretch you. Do you hire someone to work out for you?
No, like
Jersey
the old
Jerry
Babe
is
Ruth.
doing the lifting.
Yeah.
Yes.
You ever see those old Babe Ruth videos of him training when it's just like a guy throwing a
With
ball off
smoke?
his stomach? Yeah. He's just lying on his back and it's just a medicine ball off his
With
stomach.
a heater in his mouth?
No, I walk a little on the treadmill and then I lift heavy weights. That's good.
Really? What kind of heavy weights?
Not heavy. I'm lifting weights. Maybe it's not heavy, right? I'm actually not lifting heavy weights. I'm lifting weights that I lift. I put plates on both sides.
Yeah.
I do 5 rounds of 10 squats. 5 rounds of 10
Wow,
bench.
you're doing squats with straight bar on your back?
That's how you got to get your testosterone up so you can eat more ice cream.
Yeah, that's how you also
This is
blow
where
out a
to
disc
go.
in your lower back.
This is I need the libido up so I can eat ice cream. That's what I need.
Really?
I come in
powers
hungry.
your ice cream consumption?
I'm hungry when I come in. Yeah.
Wow.
Ready to go.
An ice cream libido.
The only problem is I used to, or I guess I shouldn't say used to because it's literally been 5 days. I like to eat ice cream at home after dinner. I can't do that anymore. Like Friday night, I finished dinner with the kids and I was like, I'm going to go get a bowl of ice cream. But that would be my 6th ice cream today. So I can't do that. So it's a problem.
Does the cream team deliver to your home?
No, although one of the guys did say he would, and I was like, you're going to get a soft serve ice cream cone and then drive, like 10 minutes. It's not going to be,
Pack it in something.
Yeah, no, it's. I said I don't need you to come to my house with it. So
Well, I think that is a solid offer from a member of the cream team.
Well, yeah, they would die for me. They would do anything for me. They
great.
would.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So did you know about Aaron Rodgers?
I didn't. I saw the ring. Maybe it was a week ago when he signed. When he signed, I saw the ring and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting. Maybe it's one of those aura rings. I don't know." But yeah, I guess he got married.
He got married. He said he's been married for a few months.
Congrats to him.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Do you believe it's someone famous?
Probably not.
Because he has dated
but there's no way it's someone famous. We would know.
We would.
You would know.
We would absolutely know.
Do you think it will change the way that he goes about his business?
Probably not.
Yeah.
I mean, unless this is like a long play Aaron Rodgers where he does like the immunized, he's like, I didn't say who I got married to. I got married to the game or something like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I remarried
Would you
football.
be willing? Is this?
Oh, that would be so
But
bad.
it wouldn't shock me.
Okay, this sounds awful, but what would you wager on how long this will last? A lot of relationships.
I believe in love. I think it's going to last
forever. Okay.
Forever.
But do you believe in Rodgers' love?
Oh, that's a really good question. That's
Probably
like
not.
saying I
Probably
stretched
not.
this morning,
Yeah, probably
but
not.
actually you didn't stretch.
Right.
You went somewhere and they stretched you.
Probably not. He's an interesting cat. He looks weird in that Steelers uniform, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's just like it kind of was jarring.
I wouldn't be shocked if he was throwing it all over the yard this year.
I agree. I was saying that to someone, and they were like, "No, he's 41. He's too old." It's like, listen, I think that the Achilles injury, the whole conversation after he had the Achilles, like he's going to come back faster than anyone. No, he wasn't.
No.
He's 40 years old. I think when you get an Achilles like that, it is like a 2-year process. So I think
Especially
this
the
is
older you are.
right, and his arm is still there. It's just, can he get a little bit of the mobility back? Yeah, I think he'll be good. And he's better than what the Steelers have had.
Yes. My only question is can he and Arthur Smith find common ground?
Yeah, that would be a tough one.
I mean, I've never really seen the Arthur Smith offense kind of look like it would fit Aaron Rodgers.
I've never seen it look great.
That's I mean,
it looked good in Tennessee with Tannehill.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, how he got hired in Atlanta.
Yeah, but that was a lot of Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
They don't have Derrick
Tannehill,
Henry.
I mean, people forget he threw well over 30 touchdown passes.
He was good that year.
Didn't he?
Who's their running back now? Because Najee's in San Diego.
They
Chargers.
drafted the Iowa
Oh, that's right. He's good.
He didn't even have to change uniforms. He's just bringing his college uniform with him to Pittsburgh.
Although he can't. He's not great catching. So that will be interesting. Because Aaron Rodgers would like to probably dump a couple off to him. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I don't care about the Steelers. We just got to win that game November 23rd.
Right. Yes.
And he's going to be fired up. And he's going to play his best game.
I'm excited for it though.
Yeah. Do you think they'll flex it? Is it it's an afternoon game?
Yeah, they may. I mean, if the Bears are good.
Yeah.
The Bears are in flex territory, and then they're also in territory to be flexed out.
Yeah.
Late in the year. So what are you hot about right now? You want to talk some Cubs? You want to get into...
We got bunted to death.
Yeah, that's what Charlie said.
It's like I forgot how awesome Rizzo was against the bunt. Those 2 bunts in a row were just brutal. Like, brutal. I'm very interested to see how the rest of this series goes because I don't know if you thought the same thing, but obviously this weekend against the Tigers, losing 2 out of 3 wasn't a disaster, but this 6-game stretch is the first time we've played real teams in a month, so it's like I'd like to look good.
They've struggled with real pitchers. The last 4 true solid pitchers were Gore, Skubal, Flaherty, and last night Wheeler. they've scored 2
They
earned
almost
runs
had
against those
Skubal,
4.
too.
Yeah.
Did you guys like him? He's the man.
He's great.
Skubal,
so great.
Yeah.
We name dropped you, of course.
$400 million. He's going to make more, probably.
Yeah.
Would love it for the Cubs.
Yeah, so he's a free agent after 26.
Yeah, year and a half.
Do you think he goes to free agency or?
Yes, he does, because he's Scott Boras.
Okay.
So he guarantees goes to free agency.
Sure, and that's what Scherzer did back in the day with the Tigers, right?
Scott Boras, I don't think lets anyone sign.
The Tigers don't have a huge payroll, do they?
No.
Like they are not a spend-free franchise.
And our old guy, Scott Harris, is there. He does a great job there. He was Theo's guy. He's very smart.
Who came up through here. One of my favorite stories that when I'm like, oh, kind of stuff that I say matters. Back in the day, I said the same thing you said about Boras.
Yeah.
It was, I forgot who it was, what the client was. I go, Boras doesn't let anybody sign early. And then the next day when we had landlines, my phone rings. And Scott Boras is on the line.
That's awesome.
And he goes, hey, I heard I have a friend in Chicago. They mentioned this. I want to tell you how things go with extension. And he did the math for me. He goes, look, if they want to buy us out of free agency and give us fair market deal, but if they're we give them a spreadsheet on how much they'll make going into free agency versus how much you'll make if you sign today, and we just follow the math, and we'll sign early if they pay us the market price.
It was an informed conversation, not an ass chewing.
Yeah. He's a good agent.
It was fun. It was a fun conversation.
Yeah. I've been to his offices. Very intimidating. Very intimidating.
Does he have an soft-serve ice cream machine?
I don't think he did, but they were
You should send
intimidating
him
offices. He doesn't need anything.
I know,
He's made
but it's
so much.
I know, but that's
so much money.
That would be the perfect gift for someone.
How much did the Auchevel ice cream go for?
I bought it for $7,000.
What is it? What is market value? If Scott Boras was selling it on the open market.
Well, now that I've used it, it's got to go up.
Oh, you think
now
so?
that you've used it, it's had like 3 Tommy Johns.
I'm just saying.
It's had to be repaired 3 times.
It's like Dusty Baker with Mark Pryor.
It's
a game used Big Cat ice cream machine.
Soupy.
Value's got to go up. Yeah, I'll sign it. Do the whole thing. But yeah, I would like to see Cubs playing real teams. It just like I know it's a 162 game season, and you can't get upset about one loss, but I would like them to win the next 2 games so that I can feel like, hey, we just played some real teams and we went 3-3.
Scale of 1 to 10, the chance of the Cubs making a move for Chris Sale.
I think it's up there. I mean, the Braves are bad, right? Like they have to kind of start moving some pieces. I would love Chris Sale. That would be awesome. He was awesome last night.
How great would it be?
Yeah, that would be great. Chris Sale, Kevin Gossman. I was looking at his contract the other day. This is where I'm at, where I'm just like looking at random guys' contracts.
What does a Chris Sale cost you in trade?
A lot.
Probably
especially
a lot.
with an
How
extra
long is
year.
he under contract?
He's got 1 more year, and it's a team option of under $20 million. I believe it's like $19 million.
But then you got to ask yourself, if you're the Braves, are you going to be? Is this an anomaly year? Or are you going to compete next year?
I don't think they're going to trade him because I think the Braves feel they're going to get back to being the Braves next year.
Right. So then Kevin Gossman. I mean, the Blue Jays are not terrible, but he's got 1 year left on his deal. Who else is?
What about what if DeGrom became available? It's a big roll of the dice.
Yeah.
It's a big contract.
Well, he's got like 2 or 3 years left,
maybe
doesn't he?
if you take the money, you don't have to give up the prospects, but you've got the high reward. If
but then you're not getting. They're never going to sign Tucker if you do that.
No, and then DeGrom's going to get hurt, and then you don't think they're going to sign Tucker anyway?
I don't.
Yeah, you've said this.
I hope I'm
You're
wrong.
on the record.
What are you? Are you on the record for yay or nay?
I think they have to. Otherwise, I'm gonna riot.
But that's not an answer.
And when I riot, I'm gonna I'm gonna tweet some mean things.
So you think they're gonna sign him?
I've convinced myself that like he's having so much fun playing next to PCA. He's like, man, this is where I want to be.
I feel like a kid again.
Yeah.
So you're banking on him taking a team-friendly deal
because of PCA. Yeah, this is what I've done in my head.
Yeah.
Mental gymnastics.
Yeah. So instead of taking the extra $50, $80, $90 million just for the fun of playing with PCA, he's going to stay here.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
We debated this. Speaking of money, John Boy, you know John Boy?
Yeah.
He reads lips and he does the whole baseball thing. He's very entertaining. He just, I guess, sold part of John Boy Media.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, just part of it to MLB.
Oh.
So
how much?
I wasn't sure, but like they were saying, like these leagues know they can't compete with the good content creators anymore. So hire them or buy some of them.
Yep.
Would you sell, pardon my take, or a stake of it to one of the leagues?
It would have to be the NFL.
Would they be the least likely league to buy you guys?
Probably. Probably. I mean, for the right price. And then just mail it in.
So if baseball called or the NBA
the
called,
Saudis want to buy it, they could do it.
You'd
You'd be
I'd
the
take a
live.
PIF money.
You'd be on part of the live team.
Do PMT, do fastest 2 minutes for a couple sheiks and no one else. I don't care. That would be awesome. Just like a podcast for 10 people.
Ching, cha-ching, cha-ching,
personalized
cha-ching.
podcast.
Just ringing the register.
No, I mean, it would be tough to sell it to a league because then you can't say certain things, right?
What if they gave you the McAfee treatment, where they said, "Look,
I don't think the
do
NFL
your
ever
show."
would.
What if Adam Silver came and goes, "We want to be in business with you, Big Cat"?
Probably not.
We want to get the
I could
logos
just
back
bully.
on the
I could
court.
bully. The NBA is the easy. They get bullied so hard on everything. The court thing. I don't know. Did we talk
All-Star?
When did we talk? When was I on last Thursday? The court. It pisses me off. Does it piss you off?
It doesn't. I understand you being pissed off, but it doesn't bother me. But it is.
Well, you aren't watching the NBA Finals.
I'm not in front of my television at tip-off. I will tell you that.
So game one,
right?
They didn't have any intro. They didn't do the players' intros.
The anthem.
They didn't do.
Why not?
There's not the final script on it because I don't know. It's stupid. They don't treat what should be the shining crown jewel of their league special. It's nuts.
Bring
the
the
Larry
pomp and
O'Brien,
circumstances.
the trophy wasn't there?
Nowhere.
The trophy's not at center court, and then those logos that are at the quarter courts.
The final script.
Yeah.
And my whole argument is, in 20 years from now, if you watch Halliburton's shot, you're like, okay, this doesn't feel that. I know it's like kind of stupid, but it's like, I want to see the finals logo. I want to feel like it's a special big moment. Instead, it looked like a game in February.
What has their explanation been?
They just said they're going to look at it, and then they put on some weird clip art on.
Did you hear about this?
Yeah, on Sunday night they put like a graphic image of the Larry O'Brien trophy that was like so cheaply done.
It's stupid.
Just paint the wood.
Yeah.
Why not?
They said, I guess it was for health reasons, but yet they paint
such bull.
Yeah, they paint the wood for the NBA Cup.
Of course they do. They make it so you can't even watch it. I keep going back. Like, imagine tuning into the Super Bowl and having not a single Super Bowl logo or anything on the field.
It's so true. You do bring up a great point with that.
It would be nuts. And like, imagine October and the Cubs are in the playoffs and there's not that big wild card round right by the batting circle. Like, that feels special. You got to make it feel special. Make me feel special.
Yes. What about
you always need somebody to make you feel special.
I need this to make me feel special.
By the way, what kind of hat are you wearing? You've got a bear.
This is a
with a
Bears,
football.
Jerry Garcia band crossover. I had someone make it for me custom.
That is.
So it's a Cats Under the Stars is the album. If you pull it up, and it's a cat, but he made it a bear.
That is I think that's one of the coolest Bears hats I've ever seen.
Appreciate that. Yeah, the guy made it custom for me. Dome swap out of Wisconsin.
It's from 47.
Yeah, 47 brand that's the only hats I wear. Shout out 47 brand.
You got a big head?
I have a decently sized head. Yeah. What about you? A lot of brains.
Smallest.
A lot of brains.
What are you, 7'8"?
I don't wear fitted.
So you don't know what it would. Do we have a tape measure?
My helmet was a 6 7/8. I had a tiny head.
That's a tiny head.
Small brain.
I'm like 7 1/4. I have a bigger head than
Do
you.
You really? Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. My helmet.
Yeah.
What? What does that mean?
You do have a bigger head than him. He played in the NFL, and you think you're more important. That was
very true.
That was a layup.
Very good.
Zetterman's lingering around here somewhere.
He's probably trying to get me to eat a carrot or something. Yeah. I don't want that.
I think he's actually trying to measure your head right now.
Yeah, we got to find a
little weird.
Okay, that is a little weird.
And then since we're on the NBA,
you're gonna play in our golf tournament tomorrow?
I will pass.
You're invited, by the way.
That's a hollow invite
tomorrow.
That's a pass. I do have some golf coming up that I'm going to have to play. I'm not looking forward to it. I'm bad at golf. I wish I was good at golf. I wish I had more time to golf. I think I actually play golf the worst amount of time in a summer. I play 6 to 8 times. I think that is the single worst amount of times you can play golf.
You have access to a simulator year-round.
Yep.
You're limber.
Yeah, I
You're
am.
flexible because
That's
somebody
true.
stretches
Athlete.
you. You're an athlete,
6
a
to 8
natural
times,
athlete.
though. That's my argument. I think that if you play 2 times, that's great because you probably went out, you had fun, you hit a couple shots. You're like, oh, I'm not taking it serious. If you play 40 times, that means you're getting better. 6 to 8 times is the worst amount.
You're right.
I'm not going to get better, and I'm going to frustrate myself, and I'm going to be pissed off every single time I do it.
Yurko's played, 29 rounds, did he tell us?
27, I think.
27
Yeah, you
already.
can get better.
Yeah.
What is his handicap?
I don't know. I think it's like 12, 13, something
You're
like
a good
that.
golfer, right?
I'm getting better because I'm playing more.
Because you got the simulator in your house.
You would be sick.
Yeah.
If you watched him, I don't know how
Yeah,
many.
but he's just an athlete.
That's what I mean. If you've ever seen Waddle play any sort of a sport, it's one of those instances where it doesn't matter. What are you, 57 or 8 now?
58.
He's 58.
Closer to 70 than I am to 40.
And he doesn't look like a football player, but then you're like, oh, yeah, he's in that 0.001% of guys who just is incredible at everything he does.
So what's your handicap?
Right now, I'm a 7.
Besides having a co-host with a big head.
Like a 7.2 index.
Oh, that's pretty good.
So
7.2.
So you're shooting what, like low
between
80s?
80 and 85.
Yeah, but that's
usually,
fun.
really
That's
consistent.
fun golf. If you're shooting bogey golf, you're having fun. I'm in 110. I'm having a terrible time. I just leave balls out there.
Well, you've got to play consistently
I know.
to get any
6 to
better.
8 times the worst time.
You're never going to be any good at playing 6 to 8 times.
All right, before we let you go, are you pissed at the umpires?
For the Nico?
Well, Nico, and then yesterday was a bad umpire day, too. Council got thrown out again. And I've never seen anyone get thrown out with less passion.
Enthusiasm. Yeah.
I know.
He's no Lou Pinella.
No, he's not.
He's the
He's
oppo.
not. No, I'm not pissed. I have the same take every time when it comes to the umpires, to refs. If you make it robotic or AI or whatever you want to do, we're going to have like 50% of the less conversations we can have with each other as guys. Like we need to be able to complain about something as guys. So you make the game perfectly called. You got nothing left. Like, what am I going to talk to you
They're
about?
the
weather?
perfect scapegoat when the Cubs don't play well.
Of
then we can
course.
just blame the show.
You never lose. It's someone else's fault.
That's good.
It's a really good attitude.
That is good. That's good.
It's a real healthy attitude
approach.
to live in. Yeah.
All right, Big Cat,
All
you're
right,
the best.
Are you golfing tomorrow?
No. I do the noon to 3 show, and then I take a golf cart around.
Love
and
that.
I greet
like
people.
the mayor, yeah.
Hey, everybody. How you doing? Welcome to the...
You guys swing a couple clubs.
And I always get, hey, Silvy, you're not golfing?
Yeah,
and I'm like,
that's-
I haven't golfed in 20 years.
You need to just say you have an injury or something.
You think so?
Yeah, just be like, I'm a scratch.
I think they already know that he doesn't play.
I'm jealous of you. That's the correct decision to not play.
He threw his clubs in the lake.
Yeah, it's a maddening sport.
I once had Mark Grace's hand-me-down clubs.
And you threw them in the lake?
And I threw them away.
That's funny. I actually used to bring an extra club just to throw, because I would just
15th club.
Yeah, I'd just be like, I had like a set from like Goodwill, and I would just take one of those out and just throw it in the lake.
It's like the hat trick hat. Like you bring a special hat.
Yeah, the guy who switches the balls in the bleachers when he catches a home run ball, he switches out real quick and then throws
You
out.
just have an extra club that you throw in the lake every round.
Yeah,
that's
just
awesome.
like, here you go.
Big Cat, you're the best.
All right, thank you, boys. Great seeing you.
Barstool Big Cat in our studio. Coming up next, AJ Przinsky. He'll weigh in on Jerry Reinsdorf deciding that his days are numbered, but there's a little high number involved there. We'll get to AJ next.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood Show are presented by Hankin Law.
Set sail this June for a boundless bounty at Potawatomi. Come aboard, and you might win a share of $300,000 in cash and prizes. Just play with your rewards card for entries. Prize drawings on Thursdays. Boundless Bounty this June at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. Your win is waiting. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STAPLE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text STAPLE to 321-321. That's STAPLE to 321-321.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Well, right now it's time to talk to AJ Przinsky, a White Sox great, a world champion, and now he's awesome, not only on Fox and doing all the media, but he's got Foul Territory, which is one of the best, if not the best, baseball podcasts out there. You can watch it on television, too. I always think it's hilarious when I turn on Marquee Sports Network and there's AJ Przinsky on the Cubs network. But that's how big the show is, and I don't know how he agreed to that, but it's a thing. And AJ joins us right now on our Yingling guest hotline. AJ, how you doing?
I'm doing great. By the way, it's not a podcast, really. Everyone calls it a podcast. It's a TV show. I mean, we're on a lot of networks, so everyone wants to call it a podcast, but it really is a TV show.
It started as a podcast, did it not?
Yes, it started as a podcast and YouTube. Yeah. And then now I think we're on 17 networks because we're on all the FanDuels.
Wow.
Which used to be the Bally's, and then we're on Marquee, obviously. Some of the other channels that cover baseball and sports. So, yeah, it's not just on one; it's on numerous.
When I've watched a lot of different shows hosted by former athletes, and there are a lot of guys who aren't willing to go to places that you're willing to go. Did you make it a conscious decision that you're just going to be open and honest with everybody how you do it on your show?
Well, that's kind of what we want to do. I don't really know. I don't know how well you guys obviously know it pretty well. I don't really have another way to do things. So, I mean, I'm pretty much open and honest about most everything. I try to be, at least, when it comes to giving my opinion on stuff. So I don't think that it's going to change. And we're trying to give real conversations that players would have with other players in the locker room. We try to make it like a locker room atmosphere and and talk like players talked when we played, when mostly Kratz and I played. So, and then we have other players on. We talk to them like we would talk to other players. So it's just trying to be truthful. Now, do we get things wrong? Yeah, there was some that came up today that I got wrong, and I was corrected, and I apologized, and then I went on and said the real story and moved on.
Are athletes today a little more sensitive, AJ, than back in your playing days?
Yeah, for sure. I just think that what it is now is everyone has a brand, right? Everyone wants to show off their brand. Like, look at my brand. I'm this or I'm that. And I just don't think that guys back when I was playing, and I hate saying like, oh, when I played, but I just don't think that guys thought that far ahead. They were just in the moment, and they weren't worried about their Instagram or their Twitter. They were just there to play baseball, and it's changed. And it's for the good, I think, because guys are much more aware of bigger surroundings and bigger things than what they used to be. So I think that's a good thing, but it's just different.
Do you think that they still function at the highest level despite some of the attention from the game maybe being pulled away from the performance and more about their brand?
No, I think they're fine. I think guys have grown up with it, right?
Right.
So guys have grown up with different things than what I grew up with. There was no, there was social media kind of at the end of my career, but during my career, there was, it was not what we were raised on. But now the kids today are raised on social media, and they know all that stuff. So that to me is not a big deal. I think we try to make it a bigger deal because we want to make it a bigger deal and say, oh, this guy's distracted by this. But at the end of the day, they're not.
Right.
Because they're used to it.
It's funny because there was a time, I go back to my playing days with the enemy. We had a really good relationship with the media, but then it became the media was the enemy. And now, as you say, AJ, because a lot of these guys have their own social media brands, that they're part of the media, so they can't be the enemy any longer.
Well, they still can't.
No, you're right. Well, social media is the media, isn't it?
Right. It's crazy.
So, on the 05 team, if social media was around, if Instagram was around, if Twitter was around, who would be the guy who would be on that all the time or sort of give you the most insight on social media like the kids do today?
Geez, I don't think we would have had anybody.
Nobody?
I really don't. I don't think we didn't have those kind of guys. We had guys that were just wanted to play baseball. I'm trying to think of anybody that I could even come up with that. I'm thinking about it now. Like, we don't even have anybody that's really big on it now. I only do it because I have to for my job. But like nobody else.
Can you imagine?
Well, the manager obviously is the choice.
Yeah. Can you imagine Burley with an Instagram account?
Or Creedy?
Yeah, like it'd be the most boring Instagram account on the face of the planet.
I mean, I don't know what they would say.
Right. Hey, look at this fish I caught.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm on my lawnmower today.
We didn't have guys that were like that. I mean, I'm going through guys now, and other than Ozzy, there's no one else that's even on social media now, is there?
I'm trying to think. From that team, I don't know.
Jermaine does a little bit.
Does Frank
Jermaine does a little bit of stuff. Frank does a little bit. Frank, see, people talk about Frank, but I don't consider Frank on that team because he was on the team, but he wasn't in the postseason, right? So I don't know. Maybe but he was on the team, and he had a great month there when he was healthy.
Carl Everett would have tweeted some weird stuff.
God, yeah. Oh.
Well, he always had weird stuff. Yeah. But that was Carl. That's what made him so special. That's why we loved him.
Yeah. Yeah. What a great team. So we were talking before we get into some of this stuff that we called you for. You know what we do, and now that you're in the business, like there are some days here in the summer and the Bears aren't hot. And we're just in the middle of the baseball season. We were talking about an all-Chicago quarter-century team because I think it was The Athletic who originally came out with baseball's all-quarter-century team. So we decided, okay, let's go around the diamond on if you would combine the Cubs and the White Sox for the all-Chicago quarter-century team. And we had a couple of debates. Can I share them with you?
Sure.
All right, so catcher was one. I think we were trying, like, is it you? Is it Wilson Contreras?
I mean, I'm going me, but I was there longer, wasn't I? And I was the main catcher when we won a World Series. No offense to Wilson, but
that's right.
I'm pretty sure David Ross and Miguel Montero were the guys who did most of the heavy lifting in the playoffs.
Well, I think AJ just solved your
I love
your
that,
problem.
and that's why I started there. I wanted to see how he would go, and it went the right way. I think first base is one of the more interesting ones. You've got Rizzo, you've got Konerko, you've got Derek Lee, and you've got Abreu. So Abreu, I believe, out of the bunch, is the only MVP. And we're talking about Frank in the quarter-century team as the DH. But of those four, who are you putting on the team?
No, Konerko.
Now, you just being loyal to your guys, or do you mean this?
No, I mean it because, Paulie was there longer than any of those guys were. And also, I mean, I know Rizzo won a World Series. Paul won a World Series. Paul has almost 400 home runs, doesn't he? Or over 400 home runs.
400, yeah. Over.
And almost all of them were in Chicago. I don't think there was many that he hit as a Dodger. Or people forget he was a Cincinnati Red there for a little while too. But I mean, he was the captain. He was the guy, and so I don't know how you don't have him as the guy. I mean, he had more homers. He was here the longest. He played basically his entire career here. Rizzo went on and played in a few other places, and so I don't know how you can't listen. I love Derek Lee. I think Rizzo's a great guy, and Frank's the DH. But I don't know. And Abreu won a MVP, but never won a playoff series. Never did some things. So I think it has to be Paulie.
AJ, to the here and now with the White Sox, what do you make of the news that Jerry Reinsdorf has in fact put together kind of a plan where he is willing to move on and sell this team ultimately at some point?
I think it's great. I think it's what we need to do. He's talked about selling it as soon as he was, has passed away. So now we have a succession plan in place. And I just wish it was a little bit clearer. I guess people in the know what it is. But to me, the biggest thing is that it's got to 29 or something.
Yes.
I think Jerry's a little bit afraid that if he does finally sell the team, then he might, he might not have anything to look forward to every day. So I think he's holding on to that. But I mean, I love it. I mean, according to everyone, the Ishbia brothers are great, and they're going to come in and they're going to revamp some things and get this organization back to the top, hopefully.
Wait, so if you could have a conversation or tell Justin Ishbia and his brother Matt, some of the things that have lacked, and you've been vocal about it, like you said, you're honest. What would you tell them that they should prioritize as the new owners of the White Sox?
Well, I think finding winning players is number one. Finding winning players and spending money the right way is what I would go with. That should be number one. And then from there, I think, you got to make players feel comfortable. And if you talk to players that have played for the White Sox recently, they'll tell you of deficiencies and things that players get in other organizations that they don't get here. So I think that's where you start, and then you go from there. But you want to make every place a destination, like Los Angeles, right? Like L.A. is a destination for players. They want to go there. They want to play there. So that's what you have to try to make the White Sox.
And like I've said to Waddle on the show, and now I'm not coming at this as a Cub fan trying to stir anything up. We are the home of the White Sox. I am a Bulls fan, so I've seen this with Jerry and Michael with the Bulls, so I feel it too. My question, AJ, is what I've asked to Waddle is why. I know that he wants to look forward to something, but you could still go to games and still divest. Why do you think, other than just looking forward to stuff, he's not good at it anymore? Why does he want to continue to do it? Have you asked that to yourself?
I think it's because I think if he doesn't have that to look forward to, then, you see it a lot of times. Joe Paterno is like the perfect example, right? He quit coaching and he passed away rather quickly. I think people are afraid of that. If you don't, listen, you got to wake up every day, I feel like, and have something to look forward to, whether it's owning the White Sox, whatever that might be. And I think that's what Jerry does. He looks forward to that in the games every day. And so it's a big deal.
How much money is actually invested in, whether it be their analytics or their,
I don't know. You're asking the wrong. I don't know. I don't know that answer. I know they're trying to make it better. I know since Chris Getz has taken over, they've definitely gotten better about it. But as far as that goes, I don't know.
But
I know they used to have a small department. It used to be one guy. I think it's gotten bigger. But, I mean, some of these teams have 20, 30 guys.
Well, that's kind of where I was going, because I believe this, and I don't know the specifics of what was announced either, but between now and 2029, there's supposed to be money that the ISPIA's pushed towards baseball operations. And I'd be interested in knowing where that money is going. Is it going to be to build out certain things? Is it going to be used for player free agency acquisition? There's a lot of gray area still there, AJ, like you said a little bit earlier with what was announced the other day.
What they said is he needed capital, right? Well, capital usually gets spent, I thought.
Yes.
Right? Doesn't capital usually get spent on the team? So I would hope that's why, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Yep. We're talking to AJ Brzezinski. It's Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. What do you make of what PCA is doing on the north side?
Well, I said he's the MVP. He's got to be in the conversation in the National League. I know everyone looks at Shohei, but for me, he's got to be involved. I mean, he's not only does he amazing defense, but he's hitting homers, he's getting big hits, and that's usually the definition of an MVP is when you play. Everyone knew he played unbelievable defense, but what he's doing offensively is on another level.
Have you crossed paths with anyone that thought he had this kind of power potential?
Craig Counsell.
So
that's it.
Yeah.
So Craig
Counsell thought he was going to be the best player in the league, and so far he's proven him right.
Wow.
When did he tell you that?
Well, I mean, he just said. If you remember last year, people wanted PCA gone, right? They were talking about him being sent down and all this stuff, and Counsell was like, "Nope, he's my guy. I'm sticking with him. He's got potential to be a great player." I don't even know if he thought he'd be this good, but I think he's close.
Speaking of the Cubs, we just had Barstool Big Cat in here, and we were talking. This is gaining steam, at least, amongst the fan base. Do you believe that the Braves would trade Chris Sale? And do you think if you're the Cubs, you should do anything to get him?
Yes. Yes. If he's healthy and he's pitching the way he pitched last night, I mean, he crushed the Brewers last night, didn't he?
Yeah.
11 punchies in 7 innings or whatever it was. They're your main rivals, absolutely. And I think, by the way, tell Big Cat, when I met Big Cat, I didn't know who he was, so it was hilarious.
I think Waddle was the same way. And a lot of people, Waddle used to think that it was Big Cat who played for the Bears, Big Cat Williams.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, the first time I met Big Cat was at the NASCAR race last year, and I didn't know who he was. It was hilarious. I knew who White Sox Dave was, but I didn't know who Big Cat was.
Oh, that's going to sting. That's going to leave a mark.
That was awesome.
So we go to the NASCAR race last year, and everyone was like, "Hey, can I get a picture with you?" And they were talking to Big Cat, and I'm like, "Who the heck is this guy?"
They were asking him to take a picture. It's so great.
That is good.
I'm like, "Wait, I want a picture now too."
Yeah. He's terrific, too. You'd love him.
With regard to Sale, do you think that the Braves would be interested in moving him, or they think that, this is a blip and next year they'll get back to being one of the elite teams in the National League?
What's his contract status? He has one more year?
He's got one more. It's a team option, I believe, for $19 million next year.
Cheap.
Oh, really? Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know if the Braves are moving because a lot of their core pieces are still there, but if they got the right deal, I'm sure they would. I don't know who the Cubs would have to throw in there, but yeah.
I'm sure you've talked a lot about this, AJ, in the past, but especially with you being a guy like you are and being a catcher, what drives me crazy is the ump show. I understand that umps are going to miss calls. It's like just all humans miss stuff. But when I get upset as a fan is when the ump acts like he's a player and someone's come to see him. How do you feel about umps who have a quick hook and umps who stir things up a little bit?
Are you talking about Nico Horner?
Well, that's what fueled the latest conversation, but we've talked about this for years, whether it be NBA officials or it had to do with, Joe West, for instance, would always tick me off. And I know some of the players liked him, but he made it about him a lot of times.
No, he did. I don't know. I think umpires have a tough job, and I think that they try not to get in the way, but sometimes it's not possible because of their job. But man, Yeah, the one about Nico the other day was hilarious because he kind of knew what he was doing when he did his post-game press conference. So, I don't know. I think umps need to just do their job. They have a very hard job, and they do the best they can, but it is tough.
Yeah. Have you had a chance to talk to your old buddy Bobby Jenks, and how is he doing right now?
Last I heard, he was doing okay. I'm still hoping we see him at the reunion in the middle of July. We'll see, but I think right now he's fighting it. Toby Hall gives me an update every once in a while. I actually am glad you guys said that. I got to reach out and find out what's going on recently.
Okay. All right. You do that now, AJ. It's always great talking baseball with you. Congrats on the television show, no longer the podcast, all over the country. You do great work. We really appreciate you. Thanks,
AJ.
Thanks, guys. Talk to y'all soon.
There you go. That's one of my favorite athletes in Chicago over the last 25 to 30
Always been
years.
willing to tell you how he feels.
It was a great move. I think Kenny Williams made the deal. If you forgot about like how AJ got to the White Sox, he was a great player with the Twins, and obviously a nemesis and a guy like I always compared him to Lambeer. The thing about Lambeer back in the day, like everyone always thought that he did all the cheap shots, but he was a really good player.
Yeah,
Bill Lambeer would and the more booing, the better he would play. And AJ was like that with the Twins. Yeah. And then when AJ went to San Francisco, I think it was a free agent deal. I forgot how he got to San Francisco. It was a terrible match. And it didn't work. And they were like, I don't think he got along with everybody. And it was, I think, only a year. And the Sox sort of bought low. Like, it's always what I say about, there are trades to be made that won't win the public relations battle right away. But if you buy low on some of these talented guys, and they got him from San Francisco, and he became a Chicago sports legend.
And now he's a legend in the podcast television arena as well.
Yeah. What did you think of last night with the Cubs? Did the umpiring stick out to you again? Like the out of the baseline thing?
No, I mean I didn't see the entire game because I had to pick my daughter up down at Midway, which is just a treat coming out of work here and then going down there and then getting back north in the suburbs. But
what was the toughest? Going outbound at 55?
Everything. That wasn't the worst. The worst is just kind of meandering around to try to find a way to get to the northern suburbs. 294 is all jacked up. I basically took the back roads to 290 and then circled around.
You either have to get out of the airport transport business.
No, I'm not doing that. Not with my family.
Or lean into it and start having you pick up some of our listeners too.
No, I'm not picking up listeners. The reason why I do this is because it's my family. And my daughter was coming home from college. By the way, it cost her $450 to send 3 bags via Southwest because all the bags were over 50 pounds. Anything under 50 pounds, $35 or $40. Anything over 50 pounds, $150 a bag.
Oh, this is what you were talking about. Waddle mentioned this yesterday, and he said, boy, she's costing us a lot on stuff being sent home. And I thought it was just like being shipped.
No.
Like, this is just bags on Southwest.
Yeah, she had other bags that she left out in California.
$450 bags on Southwest.
Correct.
Does she not store stuff out there?
She does, but...
And still $450?
Yeah. Now, what she should have done, do the math, is get a 4th bag, okay?
Yeah, and spread it out.
And spread yes. But she was in a rush, and she had to change flights. And so, anyway, I didn't see the entire game, but I wasn't... that wasn't... What I walked away from that game thinking is yes, this Cubs team is legit, but they have struggled recently with quality pitchers.
Yeah,
that was the overwhelming feeling I had.
I don't know how to calculate it either. Should I say, well, with the really good pitchers, they don't hit, or what Tyler countered with is most teams don't hit good pitching. The Cubs could also be going through one of these. Teams are not going to stay hot offensively all the time.
No.
And they could, they had won 7 straight series. So even if they do lose the series to Philly, and they still have a couple more where they could change that. But if they do, is it that big of a deal? Or should we look at it and say, well, you know what? They're a team who doesn't have a true frontline pitcher.
Well, they don't, but that doesn't necessarily. That's not something if I was a Cub fan, I'd be really over the top worried about until we get past the trade deadline.
Okay.
You're going to get Shota back.
And then the other part is if they don't manufacture runs as well. Like, it's all or nothing. It's sort of what we complained about after the 16 team when they started. But I sent you guys a graphic where I think the Cubs are second with runners in scoring position with a really, like, batting 290 or something like that.
They've done a great job getting guys in, different people at different times. I mean, listen, one of the things that I think you are most frustrated by, and I think a lot of Cubs fans are, Dansby Swanson is going to peak and valley you to the point of you're going to need to check yourself in somewhere.
There is never like a productive at bat for Dansby Swanson if he doesn't double or hit a homer. You know what I mean? Like
last night, what you needed him to do was get a runner in.
It's strikeout, double, homer. Those are those are his outcomes.
Struck out on a high fastball, I think, is what he did, didn't he?
Less than 2 outs, runner on third. They had gotten one across. That you knew that's vital because you always try to say to yourself, expect one by the opponent. Can you hold your opponent to one or less? And the Cubs got lucky that they didn't score in the bottom of the 10th. And then, they left PCA, and then finally the 2-out hit, and then you needed to get that second run across.
The other thing, too, is which is, I know this master of the obvious, but that kid affects every game. Now, he was 1 for 5 last night, but he came up in extra innings when they needed someone to drive in a run to give them the lead. I don't know. I think it was 1 out. I think there was 1 out when he hit the double.
Out, that's right, because then he was on third base after the pass ball for Dansby.
But you look at the box score and you've got 1 for 5. But that hit came in a moment where you had to have him drive in a run.
And it was another extra base hit.
Yes. Like, he affects, even if you look at a box score and it's 1 for 4, he affects every game in some significant way every night. So, I mean, that's one of the other things I know everyone is dialed into watching him. But, they're a fun watch. Even when they are struggling against good pitching, there are still things that catch your eye, for sure.
And I said it on yesterday's show, what Matt Shaw is doing at third base, I believe is remarkable. I think what he's done since he's been called up, both offensively and defensively.
Well, he's naturally a second baseman, right?
Yeah, and it was one of those things that when we talk about PCA's offense, we never would have expected this. I never expected Matt Shaw to make those types of plays at third base in the first half of his season at third. He made 2 yesterday late in that game that saved the game for the Cubs.
Yep.
And his defense, I think, has been spectacular. All right, if you want to talk to us, 332-3776. Really good stuff back-to-back with Barstool Big Cat and A.J. Przinsky. We'll talk to Wilbon coming up in a half hour. Waddle's World is next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. For example, when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists, they come and they go. Even our taste in music will change. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's only one thing that will stay the same. That's the price of your internet. How about that? Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Well, life is full of them as well. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees are extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August of 2024.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients, fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
I've been playing sports all my life. Little football, basketball, pickleball, cross training, mud events, Spartan races and things like that.
For Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor, staying active means everything. So when nagging knee pain slowed him down, he didn't want drugs or invasive surgery. He found a natural way to get lasting relief. QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies.
We're using my body's natural abilities to get better. And that's huge. In time, that's going to be the way of the future. Using your own body's ability to heal. Now I can play day to day and not have that severe pain.
Now he's back out there doing what he loves, thanks to QC Kinetics.
Life is good. You're not going to slow me down.
Leave the pain behind and get moving. Book your free consultation today with QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
When I'm not hosting a spectacular game day party at the house, Fat Pour Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience. It's the best spot to watch any game in the city or nearby suburbs. And besides the brews, Fat Pour has great seasonal cocktails and a made-from-scratch menu that's better than anything I could make at home. Even if your team stinks, which is likely if you're a Chicago sports fan, Fat Pour has everything to make you feel whole again after the inevitable disappointment of another crushing loss.
At Costa Ivone, we get you.
What do you mean, we get you?
You're a Chicagoan, right?
I am.
You know about all the things that make this city what it is, right?
Of course.
And when you meet a fellow Chicagoan, there's that connection.
It's a pride of being part of the greatest city.
Nobody's going to tell you you're the second city or the third coast.
All right, already. I get you.
No, it's we get you.
This is Courtney Cronin, and my friends Anthony Iavone and Julio Costa are ready to fight for you, Chicago. 708-4million.
Costa Ivone, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Don't miss your chance to see iconic rapper, singer, and songwriter Flo Rida live at Rate Field this summer. Be here on Friday, June 27th as the White Sox take on the Giants at 6:40 p.m. Everyone with a game ticket will have the chance to enjoy Flo Rida perform a post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola. Want an up-close on-field experience? Well, exclusive Field Pass packages are on sale now with limited availability. To purchase your tickets, visit whitesox.com/concert.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply in app only.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, Thursday at 7 at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
Or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Waddle's World here coming up shortly. Chicago sports fans, it's summer vacation season. Oh, it's beautiful out there, and it's time to swing into action with a brand new Toyota from the 2025 lineup. Leading off the RAV4, a utility all-star that delivers in the clutch. On deck, the spacious Grand Highlander. More room than ever, followed by the fuel-savvy Corolla. Next up, the Slugger, the Tacoma, bringing upper deck power every at-bat and rounding out the lineup, the playmaking all-hybrid Camry. You can check out the full Toyota lineup at Toyota.com or do what I did and go visit your Chicagoland Toyota dealer today. I drive the Sequoia and absolutely love it. Toyota, let's go places.
Did you see this? Well, you mentioned it, but did you watch the video? The couple of people got shot in Vegas outside of the Bellagio.
From what I read, but it was early in the story.
Double homicide.
Yeah, and was this over a YouTube beef? Two YouTubers?
I believe so. Yeah, this is not... I don't have the specifics, but I believe you're correct about that. But
it was in front of the Bellagio with a lot of people around.
Double homicide.
And took out the guy and I think his wife or something?
Yeah, not good.
It's that time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
I would say that's an understatement, that a double homicide, not good. I can't believe, too, the video that I actually, it was yesterday.
I watched. You watch the video,
yeah.
It's on TMZ.
I'm not sure I've ever seen...
Just cold blood shooting.
Yeah.
He sought out that guy, and he was streaming, too. He was online outside the Bellagio, and then this rival YouTuber shot him.
Not good.
Yeah, thanks. We should do the Tom Waddle not good story of the day to end it every day.
I may be able to find one.
It's the opposite.
Charlie, see if you can find a murder story.
It's the opposite of how the real news ends. Like back in the day, remember like this water skiing squirrel in Anchorman?
Yeah.
Except we give you, like all of Waddle's World is those types of stories. And then at the end, we give you one murder story and you punctuate it with not good.
Not good. Not good. Do you remember the story I brought to your attention a while back about the high school baseball player who peed in the opponent's water jug?
Yes. And
they all remember?
They all got suspended, didn't they? The whole team.
I don't know about that, but I think the guy who was tinkling in the water jug got in trouble. Anyway, Rio Rancho High baseball player accused of urinating in water jug no longer is facing charges.
Well, that's ridiculous.
I figured that this would be...
That's a felony.
A high school baseball player accused of peeing in an opposing team's water jug is no longer facing criminal charges. According to the district attorney, what the player did was not a crime. In New Mexico, battery consists of the unlawful touching of another person in a rude and insolent manner. So in this case, we don't have any touching of another person, said Chief Deputy District Attorney Jessica Martinez.
They got to change the law then. How could intentionally peeing in someone's water jug to get them to drink it, how is that not a crime? I understand what they're saying, but there's got to be some, and I think when you screw with someone's food or drink, felony.
How long of what kind of sentence would you suggest?
At least a year in prison.
So you think the 18-year-old kid, or however old he was, 17, I don't see his age, He should be in jail for a year.
You don't mess with people's food or beverage.
I get it. So you think 16-year-old? You think he should go to jail for a year?
Juvie, yeah.
Juvie for a year?
Yeah, whatever. Then
some students drank from the contaminated jug. The player was facing 15 battery charges, according to the local police, one for each person who drank from the water. Wow, he sprinkled the infield for sure, didn't he?
Literally.
My goodness. Battery charges don't apply in this case, according to the district attorney. In fact, they said no criminal statute applies. New Mexico doesn't have a statute that makes it criminal for someone to mess with someone else's food or pee in a water bottle.
How do you feel about this?
While the act is gross and not right, it is not a crime in New Mexico.
That's ridiculous.
Not good. Not good. I don't think you should live in New Mexico, depending on how you feel about this.
How do you feel about it?
I don't think a year in jail would be warranted. He's a 16-year-old kid. We do stupid things.
Okay, well, you may not agree with the 1 year,
but I don't. I do believe that this is. I believe that this is behavior that is. It's justified to punish him in a manner.
I've got two areas on the axis here. I've got no penalty, or I've got a year in prison. Which are you closer to?
I'm closer to the year in jail, but I'm not giving him a year in jail.
Right, I understand that.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure.
I don't think it's I don't think it's a crimeless act. I do believe that, yes. I mean, there are more egregious transgressions. Don't go peeing in anyone's water bottle.
No, and don't be encouraged by this. Don't think that,
all of a sudden you're going to move to New Mexico and just start peeing in people's water jugs.
Yeah, or if you live in New Mexico, don't break bad and pee in someone's water jug.
How stupid is this? There's a no barking sign at a Montreal dog park.
Yeah, that's dumb too.
Like, what do you...
Not dumber than someone not getting penalized for peeing in someone's water jug.
Okay, so now you're locked in on a full year incarceration for the 16-year-old in juvie.
Yeah,
seriously.
But that is dumb too in a dog park.
No, we'll get back to the dog park. But so you're locked in on a full year.
I think you've got to show people that you can never.
Whatever the story,
with someone's food.
Okay, I don't think you should be messing with someone's food. I'm just trying to figure out what the appropriate punishment would be.
What would you make it?
I don't know, but it's not a year in jail.
What would you make it, Charlie, Tyler? Well, if you
how about a significant
guilty,
fine?
And
$10 grand?
How many? Oh, come on now. You've got to spend a day behind bars at least. You've got to show people that this is not allowed. This is not permissible.
You have to consume the food that you contaminated. I think that's fair.
Oh, little Hammurabi's code right there.
Yeah, eye for an eye.
Yeah, I'm sure anyone
like that
would encourage people to do this.
That's just part of it.
Because the penalty is not. Yeah.
I'd probably go.
Bear Grylls has probably done that 100 times.
I don't think that encourages it.
No, if you had.
I don't think it discourages it in the manner in which a year in jail would. If you get caught peeing in the opposing team's water jug, you got to drink some of it. Versus, hey, if you get caught peeing in the opponent team's water jug, you're spending a full year in juvie. You tell me which is.
I was suggesting you do both. Like, that's got to be part of it.
No, I'm not.
How about a week in jail, but the victims get to serve the food?
I like food. Yes. I'm in for that. Oh, look who's behind the cafeteria line. It's the guys who had their water jug peed in.
Then you're okaying the same crime as retribution.
An eye for an eye. I'm with the guys on that penalty. Jail and. You like it? How you like it now?
I don't think a year in jail for that is.
I think
Tyler's. That's a little stiff.
I'll settle for a week, and those guys get to serve the food.
A week in juvie or a week in in maximum security prison? He's 16 years old.
Are you trying him as an adult?
No, because he's 16.
I know, but sometimes they try someone as an adult.
I'm not going to try you as an adult for peeing in the other team's San Lobo's, Wolfpack water jug. I'm not.
Now, I want to hear this no barking.
Some Montreal dog owners were stunned this week to learn the dog park they've been taking their furry friends to has suddenly outlawed barking. Violators could be fined between $500 and $2,000, according to a new sign posted on the gate to the park at the corner of whatever street it is in Montreal.
So this wasn't even a slip-up. This is intentional with a
sign
fine.
stipulates that it is forbidden to let your dog bark, whine, or howl. It's too much. It's really too much. I know it's to scare people, but it's not fair, said local dog owner Melanie Richer. Not Richard, Richer.
Dogs, when they get together and they're playing, they bark. Isn't that part of the...
This is one of the dumbest things I think I've ever read.
Just don't have a dog park. You clearly don't like dogs.
If the noise is getting to neighbors, shut that dog park down and build it somewhere else.
Charlie, you think, not only $2,000, but maybe you got to drink some urine and spend a week in jail as well?
I feel like
if your dog barks?
I feel like there's a little bit of middle ground in these two situations.
I feel like the person who created this rule should have to, try to sleep with sound effects of dogs barking in the background for a year.
How about this? Is this a little bit over the top? Japanese streamer arrested for wearing women's underwear on his head. That sounds a little harsh. You think that's harsh?
Again, we're fining people for having a barking dog in a dog park. One dude is just having a little fun on the old internet with underwear on his head.
You had a hot dog at the Sox game when I went and saw them play the Mariners. Smothered in underwear.
But I did that to myself.
Yeah, you had
that was
underwear
when
on
I
your
punished
head.
myself.
And then, but the guy who is peed in water jugs gets off scot-free. How does any of this make sense?
I think you're bothered.
I really am.
Yeah, I'm not condoning it in any way, shape, or form. Do you think
girl's holding up a thong?
Not good.
I think Carmen should
not
do
good.
a Whiskey
Not good.
Wednesday with some underwear on his head.
Tell me how you feel about this one. I haven't really read this one through, so you're going to have to exercise some patience with me here. Indoor park with waterless slides opens first Ohio location in Columbus. This is the quintessential Ohio story. We couldn't get a license for a water park, so we're just going to build an indoor park with slides with no water. Columbus, Ohio, an indoor park with a one-of-a-kind waterless slide or slides is now welcoming thrill seekers to their first location in Columbus. Slick City Action Park is now open. The 35,000 square foot Columbus Park is home to 15 waterless slides from the Slick Slide portfolio, a series of slides that leverage proprietary slide surface technology in order to generate an experience like that of a water slide in their speed and performance.
Okay, so are you going down on something with wheels or something?
It sounds just like a slide.
Yeah, it is a slide.
But wait a second. Slick City's a family entertainment center. It's made for all ages. We have a patent technology that we coat the slides with. We pair that with the slide mats that we give our guests to use. And that combo adds that slickness to the slide and allows you to get that speed you're going down for.
You know those slides that they have in carnivals where you're
like
on
in a
one of those
potato
mats?
sack or something?
Yeah, this sounds like these thrilling water slides with twists, turns, and tunnels, except you're going down on one of those mats.
I'm bored out of my mind just reading
so you
this.
need to get wet.
It seems like it's
yes,
just...
I do. Like if I'm going to go inside like in a slide.
I'm dirty. Can a slide be fun? A water slide be fun?
Well, it's not a water slide. It's a waterless slide.
Right.
Yeah. Can a slide? I'm not all jacked up to go in and go sliding.
Are you going into a pool?
No, there's no pool involved. There's no water involved in this. This is why I'm saying this is really weird. This is just a warehouse with a bunch of slides. Tickets for guests
Honestly, could rock.
ages 4 and up can be purchased online for $28.99 per person.
I think my kids would like this.
For 90 minutes and $33.99 for 120 minutes.
If the slides truly are thrilling, I think kids would love them.
Yeah,
also features a cafe, an arcade, and a programming lineup like certain adults-only nights, family day, homeschool socials, and after-school events.
Get the boys together, ride some slides.
25-foot slides can kind of be intimidating for some people, but I think most people find a thrill going down, said the owner.
Is 20 feet that big of a slide?
25 feet?
No, that does not sound
It's
very
like a pretty
It doesn't-
standard size
That's 2.5 stories.
Yeah.
I've climbed higher waters, higher waters.
It's
Yeah.
not like some
water
Great
park,
Wolf
though.
Lodge stuff.
But there's no water involved.
You don't need water.
There's just, hey, come on, let's go into this big warehouse and do some slides.
Feels like an investment opportunity.
It sounds weird. It sounds
Investors?
like, it sounds like a Ponzi scheme.
Maybe at the new Bears Entertainment District.
Oh, yeah. No.
Like, I need a Bernie Brewer level slide.
Yes. Yeah.
Because that thing is probably,
Okay,
what,
would
30,
you be
40
more
feet?
willing to do it if you could dress up in your favorite team's mascot gear?
Well, that probably helps create, the slide.
The slide mechanism.
Yeah.
That's what I wear to adult night.
Excuse me?
Yeah, just dress up in a costume.
That's what you're going to do on adult night?
Yeah, why not? Bring a football, run some routes.
Just throw the ball around with the fellas
Toss the rock.
on adult night?
Adult night. Who wants to go down?
Do you have one of those stories that is, do you have a murder story for us when we come back, Charlie? Otherwise, I've got a headline here that kind of fits the not good kind of proclamation.
Sounds like you got a murder story.
Maybe do. I don't think so. Doesn't really get to the murder point, but it is just the essence of stupidity in crime committing. I'll bring that to your attention when we come back.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Yeah, not good.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Astros.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Guys, you could save up to $4,000 on new air conditioners and comfort systems with my friends over at Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. New AC units start at just $39 a month, and furnace AC combos for $57 a month. At Four Seasons, they guarantee to beat any competitor's estimate by up to $1,000, including those so-called buy one, get one free offers. You can trust Four Seasons. I do for everything. I got new air conditioning units through Four Seasons just a year ago. We have our tune-up coming up here next week. Call your trusted local experts and schedule your free in-home estimate with Four Seasons. Visit fourseasonsheatingcooling.com. For all the right reasons, call 866-4SEASONS. That's 866-4 Seasons.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
If you got money in 401ks and 403bs and TSPs and deferred comps and 457 plans, that's not really to your benefit. You're delaying the inevitable, more taxes, because of accumulation. So you over 20 or 30 years of work, you're going to build more money, which is going to put those monies in a higher tax bracket.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
I say pull those monies from those things, invest with me, or put money into what we call qualified accounts, the insurance vehicles, the annuities, the IULs, to where you can get the compound interest and then protect family, but also create generational passive income, right now residual income streams, leveraging insurance, because insurance is the biggest business in the world, the only one that cannot fail.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
I don't do any risky things. I like the money to go to work, and I like to see it.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at HawkAuto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at HawkAuto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
All right, Abdallah, let's set the scene. A hot summer day, ball game on the radio, burgers on the grill. What's missing?
A beer that won't slow me down. I'm grabbing a Flight by Yingling.
Flight is the next generation of light beer. It's crisp, it's refreshing, it's only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's perfect for extra innings or extra rounds on the 19th hole.
And it's Yingling, so you know it's legit. The oldest brewery in America does not miss.
So Chicago, when you're soaking up summer at the ballpark, the golf course, or just hanging with the crew, make it a Flight by Yingling.
Flight, because light beer should actually taste great.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Chicagoland, are you ready? Steinhoffel's newest furniture and mattress superstore is coming soon to the Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. Established in 1934, Steinhoffel's is 100% employee-owned, family-run, and the first choice for thousands of families for quality, selection, and service. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. To find out more and shop, visit steinhoffels.com. And remember, your new room is only a click away.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. I love my new windows from Window Nation. Now it's your turn. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, plus a free entry door. No money down, no interest or payments until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Silvy. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
You remember the other day I mentioned Macklemore? Just out of the blue.
You were wondering what happened to Macklemore.
Well, you know what happened to him? His home was just raided by a group of masked intruders who bear sprayed the nanny and demanded where are the jewels.
That's terrible.
Yeah, that's what happened to Macklemore in Seattle. That's kind of odd, isn't it, that I just mentioned his name? Hey, whatever happened to Macklemore?
And sure enough,
his home was raided by masked intruders who allegedly stole jewelry.
Were you part of the scam? Was this a whole scam?
Yes, I took some time away from normal activity and went to Seattle to bear spray his nanny and steal some jewels.
By the way,
not good.
Thank
you, me.
A lot of people have called and they've also tweeted saying
they slide.
Yeah, that they go to Slick City in Aurora. They should have us out. Slick City in Aurora, have us out for a broadcast where we could slide with some of our listeners.
You and Eddie want to do a tandem slide?
I would trust a Northside Eddie on any of those slides. No, they're like
two-man bobsled down the 25-foot hill.
I think I would trust Chase on the I'm trying to think of some of our regular callers.
Bongwater Chad.
Bongwater Chad would
be share a plastic sled with him.
He'd be very fun to hang out with at Slick City.
What do you think of this headline? Men started dealing cocaine while under investigation for selling cannabis.
Throw him out the trail.
Not good.
Well, they say it's a gateway drug, right? The cannabis?
The cannabis, yeah.
Yeah, gateway to selling
not cocaine. Not cocaine. And also, did you know singing is good for your brain, even if you're not a talented singer? Same way that if you really don't have good jogging form, jogging's still good for you.
Yeah, that's a good comment.
You know what I mean?
Do you sing in the shower?
I do not.
You don't sing in the shower?
No. Do you?
I can, yeah.
Here's an interesting story. You probably have already read this because this is up your alley. It's from page 6, I think, of the New York Post. Travis Kelce's NFL pal may have accidentally revealed tight end and Taylor Swift are secretly married. It's one of those,
really?
It's one of those headlines that kind of catches you, and then you're like, no chance. There's a local connection, though. It's Cole Kmet. Congratulations to Cole Kmet and his wife. Cole recently married, I think, this past weekend.
Yes, congratulations to Cole.
My computer just went. Oh, here we go.
But what does this have to do with...
I'm about to get there, sir. Travis Kelce's NFL pal may have inadvertently let it slip that the Kansas City Chiefs tight end and Taylor Swift are secretly married. Bears player Cole Kmet's event planner, Ellie someone, shared details on his Saturday wedding to his fiancée, Emily. I don't know how to pronounce Emily's last name, so I won't even try, but congratulations to Emily and to Cole, revealing that Kelce and Swift were on the guest list. The planner revealed the personalized touches at the ceremony, including a letter that was addressed to Taylor and Travis Kelce in elegantly calligraphy with a Table 13 assignment.
So they invited them with one last name.
And then, yes, and that sent several fans into a frenzy over the possibility that they may have already been married.
If she gets married, she's not changing her name. She's keeping Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that Cole Kmet was friends with
I didn't either,
Kelce.
By the way, Taylor and Travis did not make it because Travis had I believe he was at his cousin's wedding with Taylor on the same day. But congratulations to Cole Kmet. In a roundabout way, I got an opportunity to say congrats. Do you think that Taylor and Travis are married?
No, but the rumors have been hot and heavy that they, like an upcoming announcement over an engagement could be happening soon.
Okay.
I have no intel on that, though.
A really boring day in the world of odd news.
Yeah. Wilbon's going to join us coming up next. How does he feel about all this umpire stuff? The Cubs, NBA Finals. Wilbon joins us next.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Everyone loves a fresh haircut for the summer, but with the weather warming up and the kids out of school, this season is the time for making memories, not appointments. And that's why you should go to Gray Clips. You can use convenient online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut whenever you have the time. They even send you a ready next text when it's time to come into the salon. The skilled salon stylists at Gray Clips save your haircut details and clip notes so you can get the same cut next time you're in, no matter who you see. And the best part, Gray Clips haircut prices are so affordable, you can look and feel great while still having money left over for all of those fun summer adventures. So what are you waiting for? Stop wasting time and money on appointments at overpriced salons. Get in, get out, and get back to enjoying the season with cool summer haircuts at Great Clips. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
If you're a business owner or building manager, now is the time to upgrade to energy-saving LEDs. Universal Lighting of America makes it easy. As a 2025 service provider for both ComEd and NIPSCO energy efficiency programs, we handle everything from installation to paperwork. That means no hassle, just brighter lights, lower bills, and real savings. And your utility provider may cover up to 70% of the project cost through available rebates. Call now or visit ulasaves.com to schedule your free lighting savings assessment. That's ulasaves.com.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, Thursday at 7 at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
Who are you talking to? As a business owner putting hard-earned dollars into advertising, that question is everything. So who are you talking to? How about a very loyal fan base of a great Chicago team? Send your message out to White Sox fans all over Chicagoland. The Sox fan is hungry for a new start and ready to support a business that supports their team. So who are you talking to? How about you start with talking to us? Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Uh-oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Guess what today is?
It's Wilbon Day. Woo-hoo! Chicago native Michael Wilbon, host of Pardon the Interruption with Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
Joined every Tuesday, 5 o'clock. It's time for our friend Michael Wilbon. He joins us on the Yingling guest hotline, and he's brought to you by Waddle's Guys at Hawk.
HawkAuto.com. Looking for a newer pre-owned vehicle? Shop HawkAuto.com and search over 3,000 vehicles at 9 convenient locations. Find your next car at HawkAuto.com.
Wilbon joining us right now. So the last week or so, the Cubs have struggled with some of the top pitching. I'm trying to figure this out in my head, Michael. Is this something that just all teams struggle with the great pitchers, or is this a warning sign for the Cubs offense?
Both. It is both. I get frustrated. I was not as frustrated yesterday. I mean, Philadelphia had lost whatever it is, 9 out of 10 games. They had sort of bottomed out. I expected they would bounce back. When I looked at this road trip, what was it, a 9-game road trip? I kept thinking, okay, if they can come out of this 4-5, I'd be happier with 5-4. They need to get at least a game in Philly after starting off winning 2 out of 3. I thought, okay, this can be something that's a mere hiccup, especially because St. Louis and Milwaukee have tough games. But to the specifics of the hitting, I'm watching all these condensed games now if I can't see the Cubs, and so I do see the entire game. And I was actually not upset with the shutout. They got good at bats. They were half got thrown out at the plate, which was could have been a critical situation when the score was like 1-0 or maybe 2-0. They're good at bats. It's not like those Cubs teams 3 or 4 years ago. Even when the Cubs were at the end of their run with Rizzo and Bryant and Javi and all those, they would have just bad, awful at bats, like a run of them. This team doesn't seem to have that. And I'm not covering this, and I'm not able to talk to coaches and hitting instructors and all that stuff like I used to. But just to my eye, as somebody who's watched a hell of a lot of baseball for 50 years, I'm still like, all right, they've got what it takes to break out of slumps. They don't have to manufacture runs. They're good on the base paths. They have guys who are not prolific home run hitters who can still drive in runs. Suzuki has some bad at bats, but not like the Cubs' more talented teams of 5 and 6 years ago did. So, when you look at going into Detroit and having that ace go against you, I'm like, okay, this is all right. We're going to get Imanaga back. By the way, what is the latest on Imanaga?
It's
He's getting closer, isn't
yeah,
he?
I mean, but it's been a long haul. Is it still like another week? He threw yesterday,
And maybe
according to
they're
Tyler.
holding him. You can delay it. When you got a 5-game lead or a 4-game lead, you can delay that.
Yeah.
You know, you don't need to rush him back. As a matter of fact, even if he was scheduled to, I'd say, okay, we got a 4-game lead. You can take another 10 days. It's a hamstring, right? Those things are, you know. So
yeah, the hamstring with him. That's right.
Yeah, it's a hammy. Yeah. So part of it is, okay, the Cubs don't have a rotation of aces by name, but these guys are pretty damn good.
Yeah.
You know, Cade Horton, he's nobody. He's pretty good. Tyone, nobody. They've been consistently good. So if I got to go into these series, and Detroit's got the best record in baseball, so I'm trying not to overreact. And Philadelphia, I know, lost 9 of 10, but that may have been their real scoop out period because they're a team that really is going to look at winning a National League East.
Mike, as you mentioned, you've watched a lot of baseball and been a huge baseball fan your entire life. Baseball ratings are up. There's some great stories, whether it's Aaron Judge or it's Shohei again or it's PCA. Baseball in a good place, or does it just feel that way because the Cubs have been so exciting?
Well, the Cubs being exciting is part of what puts baseball in a good place. You're talking about when the Cubs, Red Sox, Yankees, Dodgers, and Giants, throw the Giants in there, and Cardinals. When those teams are good, it reverberates. And their fan bases are not just large, they're old. And their fan bases have moved about like seeds being thrown out by the wind. Their fan bases are everywhere. Did you see what the attendance was like in Detroit? In Detroit.
3 straight standing room only, right?
It's insane. Okay, so did I say, if I didn't say Detroit, I meant to.
You did.
So you got you don't have like a original 6, but it's close to. I mean, it's something like that, and it's more than 6. It's more like 10 or 12 teams, and when those teams are good, it's good for baseball. And right now, you've got that mix. The Reds, don't let me leave them out. I don't put the Indians in the same category as the Reds. Maybe I should, but there's about 10 or 12 teams that when you have that. And then you get bonuses regionally. You know, people pop up if the Nationals pop up and they're good and people care in that region, which is a big metropolitan area. When the Diamondbacks are good, remember, Phoenix is the 5th biggest city in America.
Mm-hmm.
So when the Diamondbacks are good, you got a built-in natural base. But it's not like when the Cubs or Red Sox or Yankees or Dodgers or Giants or teams have been around for 140 years. So they're one and the same to me. And when those teams are good, baseball's got a good situation.
How do you feel about when Nico Horner says to the home plate umpire after getting called out on strikes and the pitch was in fact a ball, that he turned and he calmly said, "You're having a bad day," and he got thrown out?
I think you know how I felt because I think I said it yesterday on PTI. Okay? That guy behaved like a bum. The home plate umpire was a bum. And he ought to be suspended for being an ass. and I purposely, for family radio purposes, restrain myself from using the second word in the hyphenation I'd like to.
Is that in the Major League Baseball bylaws? We can suspend you for a week or more for being an ass.
I don't know, but it should be. But you know what? And even if it's not, I prefer ridicule to the suspension.
Yes.
I prefer ridicule.
And I agree with you, Wilbon. Like, nothing gets me going more than the ump show. And like, what are, like, when we define this, what are they there for? They're there to be the arbiters of the game and to just make sure that the athletes are playing fairly. And no one is there to see them. So if Nico says this, is he showing them up? Whatever the case,
he didn't
let
show
it
him
go.
up. He didn't do anything.
Right.
He was not demonstrative. No. We don't need to examine this one. Not closely. And I know his name, Derek something.
Stevenson, was he Derek Stevens or Derek Stevens? No, it's not Derek Stevens. He's with Circa.
This guy, Derek, oh, God. I wrote his name down. It's a good thing I can't find it now because I insult this whole family.
I don't make it a policy to know most of the umpires by name. I know Phil Cuzzy, that's the only guy I know.
I looked his up because I wanted to rip his ass yesterday. Derek Thomas.
Oh.
He should never share a name with a great athlete.
Amen to that. I was just going to say.
Because he behaved like a bum.
I love the old term bum. Calling someone in sports a bum. That's as old school as it gets right there.
I mean, that just annoyed the hell out of me.
With that in mind, like, let's carry this conversation kind of even deeper. With that in mind, Mike, are you for full robot umps or the challenge system, or where are you at with regard to none of it?
Yeah.
I guess the challenge system. I don't want to see umpires removed from the field, and that's just old school too. That's just me being an old person and wanting to. I don't want it to look like that. I don't want it to just have a catcher and a batter out there. No, it's like going to a batting machine at your amusement park, your local amusement park. I don't want that.
I'm fine with that too. I've always been a robot umpire guy for balls and strikes, but if you just implement a challenge system, you will get no argument out of me.
Right.
Yeah, challenge system I can live with. I mean, that's what everybody else is doing, and I'd be okay with that. If they went to something more severe, like I tell you what, I don't want anymore. I don't want like the French Open, where you got a lines person coming down the stairs of a chair to go out and circle the spot on the clay. Okay, 1955 we don't need. Let's
well, the funny thing with that is if I'm not mistaken, like the French Open isn't it the only major where they don't use Hawkeye?
I think so. I think it's the only tennis tournament of any consequence that doesn't use it.
They need to get off their high horse there with regard to that. And that's their stance.
It's a very high horse. Yes.
So
it is. It's a question.
Wilbon, we've talked about this with you. Speaking of the French Open, do we call any sort of comeback these days, or a commanding lead that isn't finished, a choke without the context of it really being a choke?
It wasn't a choke. You talking about the French Open final?
Yes.
It wasn't a choke. It wasn't a choke. No. You have to watch it. No, it's not a choke. I mean, it's just the greatest pure comeback you can ever see.
Yes.
Look, I've been watching tennis as long as I've been watching. Well, not quite as long as baseball, but I go back to Laver and Ash and Newcomb and Smith and Nastasi, and I grew up playing tennis in Chicago and watching it, and playing in high school at St. Ignatius and watching it and playing the local junior scene, which I actually did play in Chicago. I wasn't any good, but I played. And I'm acutely locked into the major championships. And that comeback was a comeback. That's what it was.
It was Alcaraz's brilliance. It wasn't Sinner collapsing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And not just his brilliance, but his insane. John Barry has this phrase about delusional confidence in great athletes. It was a delusional level of confidence that allowed him to say, I can win this. Because people who just drive around and work every day for a living and pick up their own dry cleaning, they don't have that.
Well, to add to the nuance as well, and then my wife's a diehard tennis player, so she knows.
Oh, wow. Okay.
She knows this much better than I, but she said to me as well, she said, no, this was not a choke job. This was Alcaraz being brilliant. Not only that, but Alcaraz's best surface is clay, while Sinner's best surface is actually a hard court.
Right.
So there's nuance to that portion of the conversation as well.
There is. She's 100% right about that. And, we're going to get to see them. So the funny thing here is Sinner, Alcaraz already has an 8-4 advantage head-to-head over Sinner and has won the last 5. Now, how's that going to play out this summer when you got grass coming up, faster surface, hard courts coming up, fast surface United States Open? And so what's that going to mean? And it's these two dudes. That's who it's them. They have already replaced Djokovic, Federer, and Nadal. They've already replaced them. I can't believe I'm saying that. Because those three guys are the greatest three players ever.
Is that what they call them?
I think they call them. Don't they call him like the new two or something like that?
That's what I think. McEnroe has coined that, and I'm willing to go with Mac. Wow. Because McEnroe was part of a great ensemble.
Yeah.
Because Jimmy Connors was in that, and Borg was in that, and Mac was in it himself, and probably I'm forgetting somebody.
Was Lendl there?
Lendl was in it, so that's 4. And that was, Edberg was kind of getting in late in that, and so that's 5. But they had so many. That was just a great ensemble of people. Did I say Connors?
Yep.
So, but this is these two, and maybe I'm hoping that Ben Shelton will join them. One, he's an American whose dad I know, and I'm hoping that he's got the game, and he's got a natural charisma and swag about him. But the question is, does he have the game? Does he have enough game? He has the game. Does he have enough game to insert himself with those two like now? Can he come up and beat one of them in the U.S. Open? And I'd like to see that. I think that would be good for tennis, not because you need an American at this stage. The world is small. You don't. People don't even know where folks are from. You ask half the people who watch basketball every night on Turner and ESPN where Giannis Antetokounmpo is from, and they'll say, "Did he go to Villanova?" I don't know.
I think most people know.
No, they don't.
With
Giannis?
Giannis?
We're not smart.
Really?
We're not that smart about that. No, we don't know where Joker's. They don't know where Joker's from. They don't. I was listening to a conversation the other day where people were talking about very a legit conversation about just sort of white American players and who's going to be next. And the conversation is always going to, right now, circle around Cooper Flagg. And people started introducing the name of people like Jokic because they don't even know that he's not American.
Yeah.
They have no idea. And so, do you need an American tennis player? I don't think you do. But Ben Shelton is a big, strong, good-looking, charismatic kid who I'd like to see if he can go in and insert himself. Because Joker came late. Remember, Djokovic came late to Federer and Nadal, and because he's a couple of years younger. So if you got time to get one more inserted in there, I think that would make it more fun to me.
All right, I was trying to do the math on this as we move to basketball. The big debate going around nationally, I'm sure you guys talked about this on PTI, is if you're Jason Kidd and you have the choice of staying in Dallas or taking the Knicks job, if Dallas would allow him, which job are you more interested in?
Man, we did, and it was hard. And Tony and I, neither one of us could come up with a decision, which was sort of gutless, but we couldn't. Look, okay, so let's just take this on each side. If you stay in Dallas with an ownership you don't know and a general manager who's on the hot seat every day of his existence there until you do something very different to get out from under the Luka cloud, you don't know what happens. You could be gone in a year, and then you've let the Knicks job pass. You could be gone in a year. You also don't even have Kyrie Irving because he's out with that Achilles tear. And you don't. What do you have? What is that ownership, which was trying to move the franchise to Dallas, to Vegas? What are they giving you? What is he giving you? You got grace? Do you believe in it? Do you believe that owner? That owner, so far, the hallmark appears to be non-communicative, even with the league office, from what I hear. So if you're Jason Kidd and you've got now, but on the other hand, the positive in Dallas is suppose Kyrie comes back in March. Not that you need to win next year, but Kyrie comes back, you get 2 months glimpse of what that looks like with a healthy Anthony Davis, whatever that means, Cooper Flagg, P.J. Washington, Derek Lively.
Right, Klay Thompson.
You're loaded. You can look OKC in the face and say, let's go. Let's go. Do you want to leave that to go to the Knicks, where basically the Knicks, by firing one coach, have said, we think we've got to win now. By firing Tibbs, they've said we've got to win now. Now, what do I expect them to do? I expect them to offer Cat to Phoenix for KD, and they think they're going to get KD. You got to give up something other than Cat if I'm Phoenix, but even though Cat is younger, 10 years, 9 years younger, something like that. But if you get Kevin Durant and Jason Kidd as coach, do you think you've gotten enough to supplant Indiana and hold off Boston with Jason Tatum out? What do you think? And if you're Jason Kidd, then what's your answer? I don't know. You're playing for an insanely, awful owner at that point. He's not just non-communicative. He's dreadful.
But either
the
way,
Dallas guy, you don't know if he's dreadful. He could be a good owner.
Right. Wilbon, are you saying that both owners right now are dreadful owners?
No. I'm just saying the Dallas guy, Jason Kidd, works with him, doesn't even know him. The owner in New York is dreadful.
Yes, okay. Dolan's dreadful.
So we know that. But you've also got, and by the way, you coached the star point guard. You've already coached him. So what? And you love him. You got a relationship and a good one with Jalen Brunson.
Yes.
And so you've got Brunson. You're probably not going to have Cat, but you're going to have Mitchell Robinson. You're going to have, Bridges. You're going to have And by the way, you're going to have Durant. So, and Durant at 37 is a better defensive player than Cat, even though Cat brings certain other things and a great friendship with Devin Booker if you're bringing him to Phoenix, and from their time in AAU and college and all that. So that deal makes sense, and it seems like it could be the crux of one that gets done. And if you have Kevin Durant added to what you just saw, minus Cat, and you're Jason Kidd, what's your answer? I mean, let me know if you guys have a definitive one, because I don't.
I think Cooper Flagg, for me, sways it to stay.
And I understand that.
Yeah.
I do. I get it.
Yeah.
I get that, Silvy. I mean, if you put Kyrie out there, who has already expressed his joy at Cooper Flagg being the apparent draft pick, and you got Kyrie out there with P.J. Washington and Cooper Flagg and Derek Lively and Anthony Davis, you got something now that the NBA doesn't really know how to deal with, which is athletic size. And you got Klay Thompson, who at that point is being covered by like the fifth best defender on a team for 15 minutes a night. Are you kidding?
Mike,
so, that's a hard one. It's a hard one to me.
Before we run out of time, we got about a minute or so left. I selfishly want to deviate from basketball and ask you a golf question.
Yeah.
The Open starts Thursday at Oakmont. I think there are some projections that, the winning score is going to be +2 to +4, maybe even +5.
Wow.
As a diehard golf fan, are you in the camp that likes watching these guys struggle against those situations?
Yeah, this is the U.S. Open.
Yeah.
It has its own character. I mean, the Masters is about shot making. When you're there on the grounds at Augusta National and you hear the roars of the crowd from various places on the golf course, you know that people are, just hitting shots that are just wonderful, and they're going to almost pick up for birdie and eagles and things that are going on over the golf course. And that's the personality of that competition. And the British Open has its own thing driven by weather issues and seaside 400-year-old golf courses. And it has its own, its own character. The U.S. Open, I think, I just like it as a golf wonk. I want it to be something that terrorizes these guys, and I'm okay. I'm okay with it. There's a great phrase, a great comeback I should learn, where somebody was asked if they took pride in the U.S. Open embarrassing the world's greatest golfers, and the answer was something like, "Sir, the U.S. Open exists to identify the world's greatest golfers."
I like it.
And I thought that whatever that exact phrase is, I'm not a golf wonk enough to know who uttered that. And I hope it was about the U.S. Open, but it certainly applies to the U.S. Open. And so if +2 and +3, I think it's always exaggerated now. I just think it's always exaggerated. I think we're going to see, somebody go out and throw up 4 under on Thursday, and I can't wait. So this is how twisted it is for me. I'm in Arizona now. That the coverage starts at 6 a.m. Eastern on USA Network. That's 3 a.m. here.
Oh wow!
So
that's prime Wilbon territory.
I can promise you, I'm going to wake up at about 3 and go for like an hour and a half, because I just want to see. And Oakmont is, to me, one of the most beautiful golf courses, and I love. There'll be controversy. There'll be at least reaction to whether or not people like their classic golf courses with the trees ripped out to go back to the way a place looked in 1890. And I love that. I do. And I'm a member of Olympia Fields, a place with unbelievably beautiful trees and just foliage and all that. But Olympia Fields has done some of that too. And a lot of golf courses have done that to get back to the way they looked and not just be defined by being tree-lined properties. And so that's part of the Oakmont beauty. I can't wait to see it. Yeah. So you can tell I'm fired up for this.
Well, happy viewing, Michael. Great stuff as always. We appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, you guys. Talk to you.
There he is, Michael Wilbon, every Tuesday at 5:00. We got Aki's A-List coming up, and at 6. I don't know if there's ever been a day where we've had more cool sound to play. Unbelievable sound from across the globe to play. Some funny stuff, some interesting stuff. But Aki's A-List coming up next.
Waddle and Silvy. On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Welcome to the Chicago White Sox newest affiliate, Vatican City. ESPN Chicago, the home of the Chicago White Sox, celebrating the selection of Pope Leo XIV.
All right, Chicagoland, are you ready? Steinhoffel's newest furniture and mattress superstore is coming soon to Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. How about that, Northwest Indiana? Get ready. Established in 1934, Steinhoffel's is 100% employee-owned. You heard that right. 100% employee-owned, fourth-generation family-run, and the first choice for quality, selection, and service. Take it from me. All my furniture in my home is from Steinhoffel's. Check out the soon-to-be-open Steinhoffel's in Maryville Plaza in Maryville, Indiana. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. To find out more and to shop, visit steinhoffels.com. Your new room is only a click away.
When you're on the mound, it's all about commanding the zone and bringing the heat. Now, when it's your turn to perform off the field, are you throwing fire or are you just throwing the soft stuff? That's where Blue Chew comes in. It's a performance enhancement for the bedroom that helps you bring extra confidence when it matters most. Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable tablet, so no swallowing pills. And it's all done online. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Blue Chew ships discreetly right to your door. Licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Made in the U.S. of A. and shipped direct, so it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Whether you're a North Sider, South Sider, or just trying to be a fan favorite in the bedroom, confidence matters. Blue Chew helps you show up ready every single time. Get your first month free at BlueChew.com with promo code ESPN. Just pay $5 for shipping. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, your playbook for better performance.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana note all on the syllabus at your next Whiskey University.
Carm, you've been the professor long enough. It's time the student took over.
Again? Oh, geez.
Look, I might not detect the stone fruit or the leather-bound books, but I do know Scotch, and I'm bringing Glenn Glassow to Whiskey U.
Waddle, you cannot keep taking over Whiskey University.
They'll sort it out. You just show up. Whiskey University, Thursday at 7 at Slightly Toasted in Chicago, right near Ogilvy train station.
Please drink responsibly.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. And right now, save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Now drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. $13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Let's talk stocks, bonds, real estate, securities, IRAs, mutual funds. There are so many options when it comes to investing. So many ways to diversify and so many ways to lose. Big, right? Trying to navigate the options and make the best decisions for yourself, you cannot go at this alone. Hey, I am Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. I have been working in finance and helping people across Chicagoland to build wealth in any and every market situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Waddle and Silvy, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home. We're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago. It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
Aki's A-List every day on Waddle and Silvy is brought to you by our guy, Mr. Finance. Build wealth through smarter investing by visiting BrandonMrFinance.com. That's BrandonMrFinance.com. What do you got, Tyler?
All right, I crunched some of the numbers on the Cubs against some of the really good pitching over the last month or so. All right, so this is the last month. I put together the games that they've gone up against what I think is good pitching. So you've got Zach Wheeler, Jack Flaherty, Tarek Skubal, Mackenzie Gore, Andrew Abbott 2 times, Hunter Green, Ryan Weathers 2 times. The numbers are not good. Very unflattering. So you have a 1.18 ERA for those pitchers.
1 run for 9 innings.
A .135 batting average against.
A point what?
.135.
So 135 batting average?
Yep. A .678 whip. And it's been 53.1 innings, 25 hits, 7 total runs, and 50 strikeouts to 11 walks there.
So, like, I was going to say, like, with pitchers about that, what would other numbers be? I can't imagine, even for the league average, that you would only average 1 run, just a tick over 1 run with that many chances against all those. They haven't had one good outing against those guys.
No, and that's recent, right?
Yeah, this is over the last month.
Yeah, and some of those were against the Reds pitcher starters?
Yeah, I gave 3 Reds games.
Right, Hunter Green was one, and then one guy pitched
Andrew
twice,
Abbott
right?
twice, yeah. Mm-hmm. Who was good against them both times.
Do they struggle more against what type of pitchers? Power pitchers? Or is there any, like, can you dive deeper into what you think may be the issue?
I'm looking at, like, Mackenzie Gore is one of the league leaders in strikeouts. Skubal's, I mean, it looks like a lot of guys that just power in strikes.
What about, are they facing Skeens here later in the week?
They get them Friday.
Okay,
yeah.
so
they
this
beat
is going
him
to
up
be
the
interesting.
first time.
Okay, well, he's been better now. He started off a little bit slower.
Yes.
But that'll be interesting because
Cubs hit 3 home runs against him last time they faced him in Pittsburgh, which you're right.
He's ready for them now.
Yes.
But I wonder, let me look at the weather for Friday because if it's 82 degrees might rain. So we'll see what the weather's like.
No, he's been grooving. Like, he was my dirty yesterday. And good, bad, and dirty. He's been really good.
The Pirates, I believe, since they fired Derek Shelton, my guy, have actually been about a 500 team.
They just swept the Phillies.
Yeah. They've done well.
They're 13 under 500.
No, I know that. I'm saying, though, recently, I think they were 13 under 500.
They've won 4 in a row. You're right.
14 under 500 when Shelton got fired. I think it's been about a month, hasn't it?
Yes. Reds are a game over 500. I almost swore. That's a poopy division.
But based off of the numbers I just gave you, we've kind of talked about this stuff going up against aces or good level pitching. Scale of 1 to 10, what would your concern be based off of those numbers?
I'd give you a good 7.5 or 8 because these are the guys you're going to face when you play in the postseason. Like, again, if the postseason started today, that's how I would react. there's so much baseball left that some of this stuff will even itself out.
Yeah, I wasn't prepared to go there like that high because I was going to say I get out of bed with a concern level of 5. So I probably did 6.5. Like I'm not, and not in June. There's still plenty of time to figure this out and to get better. I like the offense in general. So I think that's a good starting point. I think offenses get hot and cold.
But all I can go by is what I've seen so far.
Here's what I would say. There's games even with this Cubs offense and how good it's been where I'm like, I really don't think they have a chance to win today. And that's how I felt the Scooble game. I felt like kind of squeamish about like some of them are like, if you can hang close and then get to the bullpen, they can win. But there's certain games where I'm like, they're not tagging the starter.
That's why I was a little ticked off after last night because you had a great pitching outing from your guy. And you were right there. You were down 2-1. Hap homers makes it 2-2. You escaped them scoring a run in the bottom of the 10th. So then it was like, all right, you got the big RBI from PCA. It's time to add on. And they stopped, and then the Phillies just put it on you. And, like, that's why in one of those games, Tyler, where you failed to score, but your pitcher kept you in it, I felt like that was one to be had.
Last night was frustrating.
Yes.
One of the more frustrating games this season.
I think the Phillies were frustrated that they didn't distance them. They had 15 or 16 hits. Like, they out-hit the Cubs. I think the Cubs only had, 5 total hits?
Not a lot, no.
And I think the Phillies had 12 in the first 9 innings of the game, too.
Yeah.
Like,
boy, the Cubs have thrown some guys out recently, too. Guys trying to stretch singles into doubles.
Threw 2 guys out and picked a guy off yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, they just do so many things well.
Yeah.
That,
That's why not at an 8.5. Like, I understand the hitting. It's like, I could be worried about the hitting, but overall, I'm still not at an 8.5 panic at all.
I think, what did I give you, 7.5 or 8?
7.5 or 8,
Okay,
yeah.
I don't think I gave you quite an 8.5.
It's 7.5 or 8. It's still
these are the guys you're going to have to face.
Yeah. I know that.
Bears were on the field today, just the rookies and a few second-year players. But there was some NFL news. J.K. Dobbins was signed today by the Denver Broncos. We talked a little bit about him yesterday. So that rules another player out from being a Bear for this upcoming season. But looking at the running back room, who is going to get the most carries on this team? Is it DeAndre Swift? Is it Kyle Monangai? Is it Roshan Johnson? Or is it someone who's not on the roster right now?
Well, I mean, if you're playing this sports book, you've got to give the odds in, you're paying like minus 250 on DeAndre Swift, aren't you? Because he's the incumbent.
Yeah.
But I would play with value. I'd play Monangai because I said this yesterday. I feel like they've seen enough where they don't need to go out and be proactive with a running back. And who knows? Has Jamal Williams signed anywhere? Like
I don't believe so.
I don't think so.
Maybe like he could be a minimum guy who played for Ben Johnson, scored a lot of touchdowns. He's older, but he's a good leader in the clubhouse. Maybe that would be a guy, but I think they want to give reps right now to the kid.
Yeah, I mean, it would be going away favorite. It would be Swift for me.
Who would you play based on the value?
Who's going to get the most carries?
Yeah, so
I'd still go with Swift.
Like if Swift is minus 250, if Monangai is plus 210, and Roshan is plus 280.
I'm gonna lay the heavy
You're
favorite.
still gonna, okay.
Yeah.
Remember, you got to put a 50-cent tax down on those bets now, too.
Oh, I don't even have enough money in my account to cover the tax. I had 39 cents.
Ridiculous.
That is true. I suck at gambling. I'm not going to bet a 7th-round rookie that I've never even seen in an NFL uniform.
I know, but you know the NFL. I mean, this happens in the NFL every year.
Yes, but I got to wait to see the guy.
You're a value guy.
Can I watch him play in preseason before I put that money down?
I am strictly talking from a value standpoint. Of course, DeAndre Swift is the favorite.
You'd have to give me more than plus 200 for value.
I think I said plus 250, no?
Minus 250, yeah.
Give me 3 plus 3.
No, for Monangai.
Oh, for Monangai, okay.
Ian Wheeler may be your guy.
Well, he's coming off an injury, and he's also a rookie who was not drafted. I don't know if I would, even with
Who knows?
the odds.
I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe you get even better odds on that.
Of course you would. I still would play the drafted kid.
All right, this was crazy out of Bengals camp today. Shamar Stewart, their first-round pick, who has yet to sign his contract, but he is at camp still, and this was him earlier today talking a little bit about his contract situation.
Just take it day by day, pray to God. He's always going to stand with me, no matter what. And just know you're doing the right thing. Like some people say, we all agree Trey will be right? But technically he's still 1% wrong for being under contract. So in my case, I'm 100% right, so it should be a no-brainer. And in Trey's case, I think it should be a no-brainer too. I mean, he led 17.5 sacks for 2 years back-to-back. If I was the GM or I was the owner, take all my money. But I guess they don't operate like that. But
he also went on to say that he's not asking for anything that hasn't been done before with the Bengals. I mean, they have to be one of the most embarrassing ownership situations, not just in football, but in all of sports, with the way they've handled some of these contracts.
I thought I heard Carmen and Jurko talk about this, or Black or someone to add context. They wanted him to have his contract voided if he would, break some sort of a rule for his entire contract. And in the past, the most that's happened was they would lose something from 1 year of the deal.
I don't even. What are they trying to accomplish by doing all this?
They're trying to set a new precedent on a rookie deal. Shamar Stewart's not having it, and I applaud him for that. I was still surprised, as bad as the Bengals are, for a rookie who has never played a snap to be as vocal as he was against his new boss.
Yeah, that's something you say when you've got skins on the wall like Hendrickson or Parsons.
Yes.
To go after ownership.
And it's okay to fight, but I like it. Don't get me wrong, because we're in the media, but I was surprised that he was as vocal as he was.
Yeah, I'm surprised by all of it, to be honest with you, on both sides. I was never. Do you know how many career sacks he's had in college at Texas A&M?
Wasn't he more of an athlete that tested well in the draft and didn't produce on the field?
He played 37 games at Texas A&M. Do you know how many career sacks he had?
10.5.
4.5.
4.5. That's crazy. I remember we were talking about him during the draft process as a possible Bears guy.
That was my guy.
Yeah, I was never. I watched film of him, and there was not enough production for me. And if you're somebody that feels like, well, you know what, when he gets to the NFL, he'll project as this better player. Okay, but at some point, you have to show me that at a lesser level, you can have some type of production.
Is this better for Hendrickson that Hendrickson sat out? He did not attend the mandatory minicamp because of his contract. And now you've got a guy that they want to put in with him is also now in a contract dispute. Is that better for Trey Hendrickson, or are the Bengals just the Bengals?
Yeah, I don't think there is any better or worse for Trey Hendrickson. I think Trey Hendrickson wants to be with the Bengals. From what I read and see, he likes playing with these guys, but this team is just I don't get it. I just don't. I don't get it. They cost themselves millions of dollars for signing Jamar Chase a year later than they should have. They did the same thing with T. Higgins, right? They don't learn. Now again, I don't know. Shamar Stewart may not ever turn out to be a good player. But they just do business in a weird fashion in the Queen City.
The Bears will get a look at them this year.
Yeah.
So that should be very interesting. Are you going to go to the homecoming game?
The first game of the season? The
Bengals.
No, I'm not going to that game. I'm going to
You're not going home to Cincy to watch? No. Bears, Bengals?
I'll be working with you here doing a pregame show.
You could do the show from there. We should take the whole show on the road.
Oh, if we take the whole show there, I'll be there.
All right, coming up next, I got some sound that I want to play, some goofy stuff, some interesting stuff. Someone got married in the NFL that was sort of surprising. And if you want to talk to us, 312-332-3776.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Everyone loves a fresh haircut for summer, but with the weather warming up and the kids out of school, this season is the time for making memories, not appointments. And that's why you should go to Great Clips. You can use convenient online check-in to get in for a cooler, shorter haircut for less whenever you have the time. Plus, their skilled salon stylists save your haircut details and clip notes so you can get the same cut next time you're in, no matter who you see and where you are. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to enjoying summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's going to be great.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
At your Chicago area IKEA store, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience. Transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals, to kitchens full of inspiration, to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation. IKEA's home furnishings combine form and function to fit your lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA in Schaumburg or Bolingbrook today, or shop online at ikea.com/US and check out their new local pickup points in your neighborhood.
On the golf course, do you use words like mulligan, do-over, worm burner? Then you are like millions of golfers who can use a bit more practice. Imagine a driving range where you're protected from the elements and you don't have to bend down to put a new ball on the tee. Now imagine a section where you can practice your short game, and add to that a 9-hole course you can play day or night. It's real and it's spectacular. Golf Center Des Plaines, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Summer's coming fast. Don't let old windows wreck your comfort or your energy bill. Window Works has been Chicago's trusted expert for over 30 years with custom windows and doors built to fit your home, style, and budget. No shortcuts, just factory certified pros and flawless installs. Right now, buy one window, get one free. But hurry, the deal won't last long. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to lock in your free consultation. That's pound 250, keyword Waddle, and do it now.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ, that's JOEQ, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Something amazing is happening here. Scientists are using AI to study how whales talk to each other. CDW experts can give researchers the power to process complex data with HP workstations, advanced by AMD Ryzen Threadripper Pro processors. With easier handling of AI workloads, your organization can bring powerful insights to the surface. Make amazing happen HP, AMD, and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/HPAMD.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
We got some good Bears sound to play. I've also got some stuff from Albert Breer in a little bit. Aaron Rodgers is married. We found that out today. I want to play you this, though, before we play some of the other Ben Johnson stuff from Bears camp. We'll get to all the Ben Johnson stuff. There's a couple of fun pieces of audio first. This is Mad Dog today. I found this, the Funhouse Twitter.
He is the king of making mistakes with regard to people's names.
Do you think he is? You think he's
one of the
number
kings.
one on the power?
He's one of the kings.
And it's like, it's endearing. It's almost like Harry Carey messing up again.
Yes.
You know, he's so established and so colorful in the way he does radio. Mad Dog Russo, it started Mike and the Mad Dog on The Fan. He now has his own Sirius channel, has for a while. He's on First Take with Stephen A., and now he, in return, hired Stephen A. to his channel. So this was Mad Dog this is first one of those live reads that he does, okay? And he's going through all the different drinks. You'll know it when you hear it. Take a listen.
June means summer's in full swing, and Total Wine and More is your go-to for beach days, barbecues, everything in between. Whether you're inviting friends over or just enjoying the sunshine, thousands of wine, spirits, and beers at the lowest prices. Mixing up mojitos, margaritas is something totally new. Mojitos, margaritas is something totally new.
Not good.
Mojitos. Yeah, I don't even think he said toes. Mojitos is the proper way, of course.
Mojitos, margaritas is something totally new.
A mojito is made with rum, with, I want to say, mint, and with lime. Do I have it all correct, Charlie? You're a bartender.
Yeah, and simple syrup, topped with soda.
I do like a mojito when you're on a vacation in a tropical environment. I've never had a mojito.
I've never had either.
Margaritas is something totally new.
Okay, now if that wasn't interesting enough, is this the same commercial read, or is this just later in the show?
I think it was later in the show.
Okay, so now is this during the show or during an ad?
Believe it's during the show.
All right, so he's looking for Matthew McConaughey. That's what the correct answer is. The correct answer in this bite is Matthew McConaughey.
And she didn't have to say that because, everybody said great things about her, including Obama, including LeBron, everybody, including Matthew McGahee. I mean, everybody said great things, and we don't need Goff in a press conference talk about how hard it is at home. You just made $4 million hitting tennis balls.
That's Matthew McConaughey. It's brilliant, isn't it?
I love it.
And where is he getting more exposure than all across the country for making these mistakes? And
he just keeps rolling. Just keeps rolling.
Oh, he
just keeps going.
Do you think Tyler, do you think that's part of the charm? Do you think any of the producers correct him or tell him later, hey, you pronounced McConaughey, McGahee, and that you should, so you know? Or do you think that they just roll with it like Steve Stone? Back in the day, Steve Stone would never correct Harry Carey.
I would guess no. I'm trying to think, too. Does he do his show, like...
remotely?
Remote, yeah. Because if it's remote, there's no way. They definitely just laugh and move on.
I hope they mark it and then just keep a collection of that.
Yes.
And then just play it all in one big montage
stuff.
at the end of the year.
Yeah, the best stuff.
I don't know if they have enough time for one montage.
It's a full show.
They have to do that quarterly. Yeah, I think so.
Mojitos, margaritas is something totally new.
Like, has he never seen Mojito? Like, how would you?
I don't know.
Just New Yorked it.
He did.
Like he said it with a New York accent.
Is that a New York thing?
Mojitos, yeah.
Mojitos.
Oh yeah.
I don't think it's pronounced mojitas in New York. I don't
think it's a New York thing. I think it's just mispronouncing things.
Yeah.
Not the J, but the giving it the A
instead of the O.
Yeah.
and we add the S. That's what they do in New York.
Like potatoes.
Potatoes. Yeah, but hey, get
Tomatoes.
you potatoes. Tomatoes.
All right, coming up next, some really interesting stuff today. Ben Johnson, I want to play something. I have not heard this yet. Is Ben Johnson annoyed at a rookie in Hallis Hall? We'll let you be the judge coming up next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Astros.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
Old Forester bourbon, sweet wood, sugars, ripe fruit, and that signature banana notes are all on the syllabus at the next Whiskey University. But this time things are getting a little interesting because alongside the bourbon, I'm adding a lesson in Scotch. Glenglassaugh, to be exact. One side brings the tasty notes, the other brings the bold claims. We're going to sort it out and tell you who's really in charge. It's actually Carmen. You just need to show up. That's what you need to do. Whiskey University. This is Thursday night, 7 o'clock at Slightly Toasted, downtown Chicago, near both Union and Ogilvy train stations. And please, drink responsibly.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been talking about Chicago Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Teams are battling for the championship, and there's no better place to get in on the intensity than ESPN Bet. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thinking about new windows or doors? Trust the team at Window Works, Chicago's go-to for over 30 years. Their custom designs fit your style, home, and budget. No cookie-cutter installs here. Factory-certified pros handle everything so you can relax. And with summer coming, now's the time to beat the heat. Right now, buy one window, get one free. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say the word Waddle to schedule your free consultation. That's pound 250, keyword Waddle.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
And then Trey Hendrickson, that one's starting to fester.
That's what Waddle wants. He wants Hendrickson bad.
He does.
And rightfully so, by the way. Anything to help the Bears.
Tell Tommy to pay for it.
Well, exactly right.
Money that guy's got.
Well, he's not going to move into a one-bedroom just for Hendrickson. He's going to be in his flat.
Are you all in for the Bears or not, Tommy?
Well, that's a challenge, isn't it?
Our house is a very, very, very fine house.
They don't need my money.
I was going to say, are you willing to donate?
I'm not, nor should I. But I do want him.
Of course not.
I don't even think it's the money, guys. I think it's
the compensation or the willingness of the Bengals.
I would think it'd be, from the Bears' perspective, I think that the part that would serve as resistance would be having to give up a second-round draft pick. Now, look, it would require, I think, some shuffling of contracts and reworking some deals to create the necessary space. But are we in this to win football games or not? What are we here to do?
Win football games.
Well, what does Trey Hendrickson help you do?
Sack the quarterback.
What is one of the biggest needs you have currently?
Pass rush.
I don't think I need to say anything else.
That leads to winning football games.
Correct. And who would have known last year that Washington was going to the NFC title game? So don't tell me that, we're not ready to win. Well, you may not be ready to win the Super Bowl, but bringing Trey Hendrickson in gets you closer.
Oh, yeah, you don't have to convince me. I'm just not sure. If Ryan Poles could get him for a second in something, I wonder if they would be interested. Like, wasn't the initial report that they
wanted 2 ones, right?
Yes. I don't think they're just going to accept a second and stuff. And maybe that's why the Bears aren't interested.
Yeah.
Like, I hope so that's why. I hope they're not scoffing their nose up unless Dennis Allen doesn't love him because Dennis Allen coached him. But he had a good year in his last year with Dennis Allen.
His first 2 years, he didn't really do much. But then the next 5 years, I think there's only been 2 guys in the NFL that have more sacks than Trey Hendrickson the last 2 years. T.J. Watt and Myles Garrett. And nobody's got more sacks than him the last 2 years. He's had 17 and a half in each of the last 2 years. So the accomplishment is there. And I get it, he's 30, but remember the deep dive that Meller did with accomplished pass rushers and how 30 shouldn't be something that would scare you away? So I guess I'm tired of hearing myself talk about Trey Hendrickson. I'm not going to lie. But until it's no longer a possibility, I'm going to keep telling you that it's something that I hope they do.
You are a huge nerd.
I am a nerd.
How many sacks do you believe? So he has 35 sacks in the last 2 years.
Yes.
How many sacks do you believe that Montez Sweat has in his last 5 years?
34.
In his last 5 years?
34.
31.
31.
So Montez Sweat, who they're paying $100 million to and gave up a second-round pick.
And by the way, he was on a defensive line in Washington with some dudes.
Yes. Montez Sweat has 31 sacks in his last 5 seasons. What did I tell you?
I know.
It's home run or strikeout with Dansby Swanson.
No, you're right.
And they come in bunches.
Yeah.
Dansby just hit a home run.
This is just who he is. If you're expecting him to be somebody other than this,
would have been
shame
nice to
on
put
you.
the ball and play in the 11th inning yesterday.
That's true, but this is who he has been his entire career, and he's like 32.
I don't know if I knew that in Atlanta.
Really?
That's how he was.
Yeah.
That
streaky?
He's
always been that way,
but
hasn't
he
he?
was like clutch at times for them. Like there was a huge series I remember that they kind of needed against the Mets. He homered in all 3 games.
All right, so there was that today from Kap and J Hood. Very entertaining stuff from what I heard this morning. Here's what I wanted to play you. So Charlie points this out to us. Charlie, do you want to play the Colston Loveland? Should I play the Colston Loveland soundbite first from Ben Johnson? And I want you to compare. Charlie believes there's, it's a like not that there's something here, but
you can tell the difference.
But Ben Johnson has been, if nothing, honest, right? He's been honest about a lot of, hey, he's late. There are things that Ben Johnson has expanded on early that we were surprised by.
He doesn't speak in code.
So this is Ben Johnson. This is today, Charlie, talking about Colston Loveland, who's been hurt, and that you knew when you drafted him that he was hurt. He was rehabbing a shoulder surgery, and they knew he would not be available for contact till at least some point in training camp.
Yes.
So he hasn't participated in any of these mini camps. He hasn't been cleared for that yet. So listen to the patience that Ben Johnson has for Colston Loveland learning off the field.
I think that's a good question for him. I would say, I think what I can gather from the walkthroughs, from the meetings, is he's very professional. He takes everything seriously. I think he's going to fit in really well once we start getting him to go full speed. I know Coach Dre's said to me numerous times how impressed he is for the types of questions he's asking at his young age.
All right, so that was the Colston Loveland summary.
Sounds very patient and understanding.
Now, Luther Burden fell into their lap. They were not, no one expected them to draft a wide receiver, but he became just too good to pass up in the second round out of Missouri. He was a guy who was healthy when they drafted him. Yes. Remember in the rookie mini camp, he tried to go full extension on a catch, and didn't he bang his chest? I don't know if that is the injury or if it's something different. They keep saying just soft tissue. So I don't
know what it is, to be honest with you.
So this was the question posed to Ben Johnson about Luther Burden, also a rookie, also a high pick. What does Burden miss by not being out there?
Yeah, no, he misses a lot. I mean, anytime you're not out there, if you're in the training room when the rest of the guys are practicing, you're losing valuable time with your coaches, valuable reps with your teammates, the ability to build the trust that we're talking about. It's not just the coaching staff having trust in you doing the right thing over and over, but it's also your teammates. They got to be out there. They got to see you do it. They got to know that the guy right, left of them, that they're going to do the right things and they're going to make the plays when called upon. So, I think it's for everybody, and it's a shame that he got dinged up and missed all that time, because for a young player, it's really where you get the most reps and you can get better in a hurry that way. So that's really for every player on this team.
I hate to repeat myself, but do you anticipate he'll be good for training camp?
He will, yeah.
All right, so he will. I don't know. I mean, if they would have asked the Colston Loveland question about Colston Loveland the same way and said, hey, what does Colston Loveland miss while he's not out there? Do you think he would have given the same answer?
It's interesting. I don't know. I mean, there was a little bit of a different feel to the questions, for sure. To the answers, rather.
The nature of the questions was different, but as I was talking
the context, I may be missing some of the context as it was, those questions were being asked.
But as I was kind of telling you about it through the break, I was like, oh yeah, he did have a lot of very nice things to say about Colston Loveland. And look,
he didn't mention that every time. Yeah, he didn't mention that. Yeah. Colston Loveland not out there getting reps, is bad for him. He didn't go there with that, but
he could have, when he's talking about Loveland, he could have been yeah, he's really good in the classroom. He's asking all the right questions, but X, Y, and Z. He's not out there with his teammates. He's not getting the trust with the quarterback.
Do you think he's not mad at Burden, but he's disappointed in the situation because when they drafted Loveland, they knew he was hurt. They knew he would miss it. Yeah. When they drafted Burden, he was healthy, and now he's just looking at through the lens of, oh boy, he missed all of this, the mini camp with the veterans. He's missed these OTAs now, and that he's just missed for a guy that they really, really like.
Yeah, we would have loved to have seen him get in the mix.
I don't think there's anything that drastic.
I don't either.
Just made the antenna go up a little bit. I was like, oh, interesting.
Yeah, I love that you brought that to our attention.
I think my overall thought is it sucks that their first two draft picks didn't get anything done And I don't mean that in a horrible way, but like you didn't see them do any football stuff in all of the off-season activity.
I wonder if he looks at it from the lens of what he had in Detroit with Jameson Williams. Because remember, he missed, I think, like 10 or so games in his rookie year because he was recovering from an ACL injury from college. And he just wishes he had like the untapped potential because he knows he's got a super talented player. And Jameson Williams, like his development took a little bit. And he maybe sees this as we can't get off the ground and running because he knows how good Luther Burden is.
But the Jameson Williams situation was much like Colston Loveland. You knew that he was going to miss
That's
time.
true. Mm-hmm.
So, I think there's just some frustration because I think he probably really likes Burden. He wanted to see him in the mix. But as long as he's ready to go in training camp, we'll forget about it.
This was good about, if you missed it earlier, today was the last day Ben Johnson's going to speak until they open up training camp here in, 4, 5, 6 weeks. Ben Johnson also had some good stuff today talking about how he's finally settling down a little bit more in Chicago. I think later in the week his family comes here. He was talking about how tough, like you don't understand how tough it is to not live full-time with your family for 4 months. And he talked that it weighed on him and and I even heard through the grapevine over the weekend that they've bought a house. So they should have a house and everything like that. This was Ben Johnson, though, on the football stuff. What does it mean? Roma Dunze and Caleb Williams were both out there. This was a rookie OTA. At least that's what they made it here in the last week. But yet, Caleb was still out there running the practices, the quarterback. And what does that mean to Ben Johnson?
Yeah, I think he's committed to learning the offense. We're not where we need to be yet as a team, and he understands that. And any chance he gets to get a few more full speed reps, it sounds like he wants them.
And here's the progress so far with Caleb Williams' strengths.
Yeah, we've loaded him up. We've tried a number of different things. Long play calls, multiple plays at the line. We've dabbled here, tempo. We've dabbled here, there, and everywhere really throughout the springtime. And some comes a little bit more natural than others for him. But I do think we've seen him get better in really all facets. And so we'll have to sit down as a staff before we leave and when we come back just to make sure we're honed in on what direction we want to go all together. But I feel pretty confident the things that he's put on tape that we can go ahead and get after a little bit.
It's going to be a fun training camp to watch. Really is. I think it's going to be.
Hopefully it'll be a fun year for you.
Well, I'm going to take baby steps here. I want to see camp first. And I share your thoughts about, extending into the regular season, but I want to see a competitive training camp where they get after it. I want to see a physical training camp, and I'm really looking forward to them squaring off with the Bills and the Dolphins at practice.
What has stood out on Caleb Williams? And this is Ben Johnson dissecting it.
There's always a throw or two every single day. The movement stuff outside of the pocket, it's what we thought coming into town here was the ability to create. And I don't, sometimes you get wrapped up when you're in the multiple play call game, being in a perfect play all the time for the perfect coverage, that look of the defense, and really with him, it doesn't matter so much what the play call is. If it's the perfect play versus the first, then it's great, it's there. And if it's not, then he's able to find a way to make it work. And so I think there's a little bit of that's going on right now and figuring that out. But he's done a great job so far digesting. He's working hard, and there's still some hiccups out there when you're watching it, some turnovers or needs to play one more time, and that's part of the growing process.
I think that's a huge, and I've said this all along, I think this is where, as a coach, he's got to find balance between making his quarterback confident to stay dedicated to his fundamentals and playing on time without neutering the creativity that he also possesses.
And this is where he talks about that. So someone asked him, based off of what he was saying last week, that Caleb needs to play more on time. There was that Roschon Johnson swing pass that did connect, as Adam Johns told us, for like 12 or 13 yards, but it could have been a bigger gain. And he said, hey, the thing that I coached him in the moment there was he needs to play on time. He was late. Yeah. And this is what Ben Johnson said when he was asked if he plays on time, Caleb Williams, is he going to just take off as a quarterback?
I think he's going to play on time when the receivers present themselves that way. And if they're not there, if number one or number two is not there, I think he's got the ability to make it right for us.
So what is he in layman's terms?
I think he's telling you he's got the ability to make something out of nothing.
Right, and like the receivers still have to do their part, and if they're open and they run their routes correctly.
I think yes. I think what he was saying is, as you're describing, let's not put this all on Caleb. His receivers, for him to arrive, everyone around him also has to arrive.
Yes,
it's not just the quarterback making everyone great. He can elevate these guys, but at the same time, if DJ's not creating separation or Cole Kmet's not creating separation, and he has to, bail out of the pocket, try to do something on him by himself, that's not always going to work.
And is this finally a coach that we're going to talk about who's going to scheme guys open for our quarterback? We've talked about that before. Like, how often do we ever see guys schemed open?
We haven't seen it much.
Like play on time.
Yes.
I'm going to scheme them open.
Yes.
I'm going to give you something good. You get the ball out on time like the point guard.
Listen, this is a job. I mean, it's a sport, but it's a job. Everyone's got to do their job.
Yeah. All right, so that was the stuff from Bears Camp today. This portion of Waddle and Silvy brought to you by Steinhoffel's 6 Chicagoland locations, and just announced today on the show a 7th location coming to Maryville, Indiana, so northwest Indiana. I wanted to leave a little time because we usually crosstalk here, but we have White Sox baseball, so we're not cross-talking with Bleck and Abdallah. I heard a great topic today from Abdallah on their list that they do, their daily list.
What was it?
It was, and Tyler, how do you sum it up? The things that your generation never had to go through we have?
Like never had to deal with. But I will say this. I took exception to the list because pretty much everything they put out there, I've gone through.
You have?
Or I've done.
Like, give me an example. Like, so your generation, what, Z?
I'm Gen Z, yeah. So is Charlie. But it's like getting up to change the channel. Did that.
When did you get up and change the channel?
We were kids.
Yeah, like.
There were no remote controls when you were kids?
They had them, but
sometimes you had to get up and change like the volume and stuff like that.
If you couldn't find the remote.
You don't know what it was like to go up and change a channel with a knob. And with only seven channels total. You had to get out of here that you knew.
My parents had a TV that was like that, where it was like all the numbers for the channels were on the thing, and you had to get up and go like press the.
All right, so they had an old school TV.
Yeah. Another one was memorizing phone numbers or like having to call someone else's house if you wanted to hang out with someone.
That was great by Carmen. I had to deal with what Carmen. With Carmen talking about calling your friends when you were a kid, and the dad would answer. And
hello.
Yeah, and he like back in the day there was no caller ID, so it was always a big surprise on who would be on the other line, and if you're expecting a call, and then you hear some pipsqueak kid on the other end saying, hey, is blah, blah, blah there? Like, the dad would get pissed. I had many dads pissed at me when I would call my friends to ask them to go out and play some baseball. And they'd be like, did you call earlier today? Yeah, I'm sorry. So I see if they want to play some basketball.
You had to deal with that? Tyler?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think, like, that to me, can you name, like, where is the caller ID on the grand scheme of everyday inventions? Because it was a gigantic surprise. When that phone would ring, maybe you screened calls when the answering machine came and you let the answering machine picked up. But, like, it was truly a hello because you didn't know who was calling you. And it could be anybody. The phone's ringing.
When did caller ID become a thing?
Caller ID, I want to say, became a thing in the late 90s? Like, mid-90s, I want to say. It was Filato. Dan Filato gave me my first caller ID. It was a little box that you would have to attach to your phone, and then you would have to pay for the service as well. So it wasn't built in on the phone yet.
Late 80s, early 90s.
All right, so I didn't get one to mid-90s. And, and then also back in the day, before caller ID, there was, did you guys know about *69?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I
Makes
ever
it
did.
anonymous, right?
No, that's star 67.
Star 67, yeah.
Star 69 takes you somewhere else.
Yeah.
Charlie.
Yeah, star 69 is much different, Charlie.
It's going to be warm but wet. Not good.
Star 67 is when you would call someone and you wouldn't want your number to come up. So you would private call somebody. I don't know if that still works or not.
Believe it does, yeah.
Star 69 was before caller ID, or if you couldn't afford caller ID. And
somebody
the phone
talks
rang,
dirty to you?
No, and the phone rang and they would hang up, or you missed the phone call. You could hit star 69 and it would call the last number who called you back automatically. So, surprise! I've got star 69. You just pranked me.
You used to love the telephone games as a kid, didn't you?
I still do.
Yeah.
I still love the
Except
telephone.
for just answering a telephone call. That's like the worst thing. You'll make a prank call. You will do whatever it takes to create a little activity with the phone, but you just won't answer a call.
Well, it was the worst. Like, I remember in college, before caller ID, you were hoping you would hear back from a girl that you left a message for earlier in the day. And you're waiting for this call back. You can't wait to see if you're going to go out again. And then it would be one of your roommate's girlfriends, or it'd be one of your roommate's parents, or so-and-so, or it'd be your own parents, and you're waiting for this girl to call you back. And it was so gut-wrenching. It was a game show.
You were like Jon Favreau in Swingers.
Oh, no, I mean, that
Double
was
Down
a
Troy.
thing. We've all had bad phone moments, but I don't think I ever. Wow. You're talking about.
That is one of the best scenes because it makes you feel uncomfortable as a viewer.
This is when, years ago in Swingers, when Jon Favreau left multiple messages trying to correct himself for leaving the previous bad message on someone's answering machine.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful scene.
And then she doesn't ever want to talk to him again.
I love watching. I watch that movie about once every 10 or 12 months. And I always love watching.
You're so money you don't even know it, Waddle.
Amen.
That's good, Charlie, that you even know that.
Love that movie.
That's an old
Tyler,
movie,
have you ever seen
too.
it?
No chance.
I think
know.
Charlie's got a little old soul in him.
Oh, for sure. I think it's because of his dad. Don't you think,
franchise.
Charlie?
He appreciates cinema. Yeah, the franchise.
The franchise.
All right, thank you to Charlie. Thank you to Tyler today. Thanks to Barstool Big Cat. Joining us in person, AJ Przinsky and Michael Wilbon. We've got White Sox baseball at the Astros back in action. For Waddle, I'm Silvy. It's ESPN 1000. Have yourself a great Tuesday night.
Waddle.